At a royal academy, in one of the classrooms, the instructor was enthusiastically lecturing the students below. Everyone, this is truly an age of heroes. 5,000 years have passed since the heroic chronicle appeared in this world. During that time, the lower realm has undergone many transformations, just like the Deland's Royal Academy being chosen as the site for this year's Lumen entrance exam. Among you, there will surely be those who pass this exam and have their names inscribed in the heroic chronicle. I believe the heroes of the future are right here among us. To achieve that, you must. The teacher was lecturing excitedly, but suddenly, a loud noise erupted, cutting him off. The noise annoyed the teacher to no end. Class, pay attention during the lesson. With that, the teacher fixed his gaze on a white-haired student who was dozing off in class. The noise just now was because he was so sleepy that he slammed his face straight onto the desk. Leo, if you think you know the lesson, then let me ask you. What rituals were performed 5,000 years ago for a person to be called a hero? In response, the young teenager Leo scratched his head, stood up, and said, well, basically, if you make a name for yourself, people will naturally respect you. This was Leo Plav, 15 years old, of the Plav family. Hearing the answer, the teacher felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. Sighing, he turned to ask others in the class, "Sigh, does anyone else want to answer?" In response, a red-haired student next to Leo raised his hand to speak. In ancient times, there was no way to gain recognition from the gods. Heroes were chosen through sacred rituals, such as the blood ritual. Ending the sentence, the teacher didn't spare any praise. Excellent. Truly the greatest magic genius of our kingdom, Gulliver Traden. Pausing for a beat, he continued to encourage, "We have very high expectations for this year's Lumen entrance exam." Ignoring these words, our protagonist, Leo, woke up completely after being asked a few questions. He flipped the book in front of him open, thinking, back then, meeting the gods was so easy. The holy ritual to honor the great heroes who fought against Urbans. The gods granted the lower realm a miracle, which was the heroic chronicle. But why do they treat me like I'm invisible? He thought while boredly closing the book. Asterisk. Special note, this is the great hero Kai, who has been reincarnated but is currently in a state of being forgotten by everyone. While Leo was lost in thought, the students suddenly scrambled toward the window, looking outside, which made him curious. They're here. Where? Where? Look, that's the crest of the Zerdinger family. That's amazing. That's Celia Zerdinger. The group of students shouted excitedly, as if they had seen an idol. Just then, out in the hallway, a young girl with countless soldiers escorting her behind was calmly moving forward. An announcement sounded throughout the classrooms, "All students, please gather in the auditorium, no exceptions, due to the Zerdinger family visiting our school." Hearing this, Leo stood up from his seat. Seeing that, his red-haired friend Traden teased, "Leo, are you planning to impress the Zerdinger family? Do you think they will even notice you?" In response, Leo gave him a look like he was looking at an idiot. "I'm going home. I have no interest in such things, unlike you." Saying that, Leo turned and walked straight out without any hesitation. Behind him, Traden, hearing this, felt both embarrassed and angry. "I'm not interested either. It's just that I want to see Celia Zerdinger as a rival." He shouted loudly, but only received a wave from Leo, which made him almost ignite. "I'm serious." Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to a training ground, where Leo gripped a wooden sword, preparing to train. Although he wasn't neglecting physical training, his body was definitely better in this life, he told himself. Suddenly, a voice spoke up beside him. "What are you thinking about so deeply?" As the words finished, the figure of a woman appeared before Leo, performing a sword swing, her eyes looking as if she were facing an enemy. Without time to ask, Leo hurriedly raised his sword to block the strike. He intended to explain, but the woman cut him off. "It's been a while since I've practiced sword fighting with you. You can't get into Lumen with just mediocre talent. This will be the final test." Saying that, she raised her sword and lunged to attack Leo once more. His teeth clenched hard as he blocked the heavy blow from his mother. Seeing Leo's body tremble after just one strike, she provoked, "Should I go a bit harder?" She increased her strength, the speed of her strikes becoming much faster, making Leo struggle to keep up. After a few dozen seconds, he was panting like an ox from exhaustion. "Aren't you pushing me too hard, mother?" Leo complained, but his words had no effect. She even complained back, "You still have time to talk while fighting?" She continued to increase her power, lunging with wind-tearing speed. But as she struck, she was startled with regret. "Oh no, I used too much strength. If Leo doesn't dodge, she thought in a panic. However, at the critical moment, Leo tilted his head to dodge to the side, his face calm. Taking advantage of his mother's panic, he swung his sword straight at her throat and asked gently, "Are you okay, mother?" The lady was stunned, unable to believe she had been defeated so easily. How deep was this child's talent? After a few seconds of bewilderment, she stood up, dusted off her clothes, and asked, "Leo, are you still planning to go to Lumern?" Lumern Academy, the human hero academy among the 4 hero academies of the races. Here, the possibility of his record being preserved was the highest, Leo thought to himself, nodding, "Yes, of course." Seeing that, his mother happily said, "The Zerdinger family is visiting Delands and will stay at our manor." "The Zerdinger family is staying at our house?" Leo asked. "That's right. I'm not only happy about this, but I will ask Viscount Zerdinger to pass on the Zerdinger aura technique to you. With that technique, you will be strong enough to take the Lumern exam next year." She patted Leo's head, unaware that he was thinking to himself, "Mother, but I plan to take it this year." Time passed, the scene shifted to the front of the mansion. Just as Leo's mother mentioned, the people from the Zerdinger family had just arrived. From a luxurious black carriage, the girl named Celia stepped out, wondering, "Why did I have to come here? Why did Uncle choose to stay in a place like this? Why not just rent a whole hotel? I just want to focus on the Lumern entrance exam. Why come to such a small family?" Every question rang out in her heart. Beside her, her uncle, Jis, spoke up, "Aren't you curious about Leo? The person who said he wouldn't care about the Zerdinger family?" Celia arrogantly flicked her hair and said in a disdainful tone, "Well, someone learning to be a knight without knowing how to use aura, probably not worth watching, right?" "My opinion is a bit different," Jis whispered. The two greeted the owners of the mansion. "Pleasure to meet both of you." They bowed. "Welcome, Jis Zerdinger," the lady replied. She was Reina Plav, the lady of the Plav family, and the man beside her was Knight Plav, the head of the Plav family. "Greet them, Celia, this is the Marquis," Jis reminded. Celia calmly placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself. "I am Celia Zerdinger, I look forward to your care." "So nice to meet you." Celia smiled, thinking, this child is just like her father and uncle. After observing Reina, she was startled. Wait, black hair, red eyes. Could she also be someone from the family? As if reading her thoughts, just nodded and explained, "Reina Plav, she is your relative." The scene shifted to the reception room, where the siblings Jis and Reina were happily having tea and chatting. Jis recounted, "We stopped by the Delands Royal Academy earlier. The place was crowded with students gathering, but I heard Leo Plav wasn't interested in us and had gone home." Hearing that, Reina laughed heartily. "The mighty prestige of the Zerdinger family is truly disappointing. If that makes you unhappy, I apologize on behalf of my son. He is only interested in training." Just curiously asked, "What kind of child is Leo?" Reina affirmed, "Leo possesses unbelievable talent." Jis's expression changed, her voice serious. "Do you truly believe Leo has the right to inherit the Zerdinger flame, rather than just because he is your son?" "I believe he is more than worthy," Reina replied. Jis smiled, "If you say so, I am very much looking forward to it. However, I need to test the boy's potential myself." The scene shifted to Leo's location, where he was sitting cross-legged, as if focused on training. His right wrist shimmered, emitting a gentle light. Suddenly, Leo opened his eyes wide and whispered, "Finally, the vessel to receive everything is complete. The reason I haven't learned aura until now is that the moment a person accepts aura, the body naturally adapts to that type of aura, losing the chance to accumulate mana and mental strength. In my previous life, if I had mastered their power and essence more perfectly, if I had handled everything precisely, perhaps I wouldn't have left behind such budding talents. In this life, I will completely master it, starting with aura," Leo told himself. But just then, a call came from behind. "You are Leo Plav, aren't you?" Leo wondered and turned around. It turned out the person who came was Celia Zerdinger. Seeing Leo paying attention, she kindly suggested, "From what I see, your foundation is quite solid. I will personally teach you sword fighting, how about it?" Celia said happily, but her real purpose was to score points with Reina, Leo's mother. Leo didn't rush to agree and asked back, "Who are you again?" Celia proudly introduced herself. "I am Celia Zerdinger, also known by the title Sword Maiden in the world." "So that's it. Thanks for your concern, but I have no intention of being taught by someone weaker than me," Leo shrugged and replied. Celia's jaw dropped. "You say you're stronger than me?" she said, her face full of disbelief. Leo explained, "In a life-or-death battle, you are stronger because I don't use aura. But if it's pure sword fighting, then it's a different story. the protagonist said confidently. Hearing that, Celia's eyes flashed with anger. She glanced at the weapons placed to one side, casually picked up a sword, and offered a bet. Alright, if you're that confident, fight me. She smiled inwardly. You think having aura makes you stronger than me? I'll show you the wall of reality. Celia proposed a condition. If I win, you will be my servant for the week I'm staying here. Then what if I win? Leo asked. Celia declared, if I lose, I'll be your servant. Both agreed on the bet. Leo quickly picked up the wooden sword on the ground. Then let's start right now. He lunged forward, unleashing a powerful slash with wind-tearing speed. Celia reacted no less, swinging her sword to block. However, after the collision, her expression changed. She silently commented, his speed isn't bad, but that alone isn't enough. She proactively lunged to attack, while Leo did the same. This time, Leo was a beat faster, swinging his sword to attack first, forcing Celia to raise her sword to block. With the second collision, Celia felt as if she had been hit straight by a carriage. What is this strength? She screamed inwardly, immediately jumping back to dissipate the force. This decision was completely correct, because right after, Leo's sword tip collided with the ground, causing the stone floor to crack into countless pieces. Seeing Celia retreat, Leo lunged forward, not giving his opponent a chance to counter. Before Leo's overwhelming momentum, Celia knew she couldn't block it. Leo swung his sword straight at the sword maiden, but the strike was blocked by an aura barrier. Isn't this supposed to be a pure sword fight? Leo asked in a cold voice. I just reacted instinctively, Celia replied weakly. Doesn't matter, I'll still win, Leo said nonchalantly, leaving Celia unable to hide her astonishment. What? The difference between having aura and not having it is like heaven and earth. She shouted. Leo just asked, do you want to experience that feeling? He took the bracelet off his wrist and threw it on the ground. Looking at the bracelet, Celia recognized it immediately. It was a magic bracelet. That's crazy! She exclaimed. Without much explanation, Leo smiled lightly, lunged forward, and brought the wooden sword down on Celia's aura barrier. With this blow, the barrier shattered into many pieces. What is this? So brutal! Celia screamed inwardly, this madman. Time passed, the scene shifted to Reina's location. She was walking with her younger brother Jis, when suddenly she spotted Leo ahead. Leo, come out and say hello. They are our family's guests. Leo observed Uncle Jis and bowed. I am Leoplav. Jis extended his hand forward. I am Jis Zerdinger, your uncle, as you might already know. Nice to meet you. He shook Leo's hand tightly, while Reina asked, by the way, have you met Celia? Leo was awkward, glancing at Celia, who was lying on a stretcher, being carried out by the knights. What happened to the young lady? It happened too fast. The group said in confusion. Seeing his niece unconscious, Jis hurried over to ask. A knight quickly explained in detail. The more he heard, the less Jis could believe it. The boy defeated Celia without using aura? Impressive! He praised. However, Leo didn't get lost in the victory, thinking Celia lost because she underestimated him. Jis asked, what deal did you two make? Leo replied, the loser will be the winner's servant, so Celia Zerdinger will be my maid for a week. Hearing this, Jis's face darkened. A promise is important, but Celia is a member of the Zerdinger family. You can't make her work as a servant. I want you to cancel that promise. Instead, I'll give you another reward. For example, Leo cut him off. I refuse. This is a promise between me and Celia. As long as she bears the name Zerdinger, she must be responsible, even if I teach you the family's aura training technique? Jis offered, unaware that the person standing before him was a legendary hero who possessed a whole basket of techniques. Refused repeatedly, Jis couldn't maintain the cheerful atmosphere. Leoplav, you just declared you would have a direct member of the Zerdinger family as a maid, and said our family's aura training technique is worthless, right? Yes, that's right, Leo replied confidently, without any fear. Suddenly, Jis laughed happily. Don't you think that statement was too hasty? Leo explained, I have no intention of insulting the Zerdinger family. If you give me the aura training technique as a reward for defeating Celia, I will gladly accept it. But you are offering this reward to cover up Celia's mistake, which means you believe that if Celia hadn't been careless, she wouldn't have lost. However, even if Celia were serious, I would still have won. Leo's confident words amused Jis, he refused because he didn't like my attitude. Truly interesting. If the Zerdinger family had a child like that, he waved his hand, signaling the knights to take Celia to the servant quarters to fulfill the promise. Turning to Leo, he said, "Leo, speaking privately, just call me uncle." "Yes, uncle," Leo nodded, which satisfied Jis. When Leo left, Jis didn't need to test his potential anymore. Turning to Reina, he said, "Sister, you asked me to teach Leo the family's aura training technique, right? I think I will convince our older brother to let Leo learn the phoenix breath." Time passed. The next morning, the scene shifted to Leo's bedroom. Celia, in a maid outfit, her face flushed with embarrassment, gritted her teeth and said, "For 1 week, I will serve as a servant to young Master Leo. I am Celia Zerdinger." In the room, Leo was intently reading a book. Hearing her, he glanced at Celia and nodded. "It suits you well. The simple maid outfit combined with your elegant style, this combination is really..." His voice had a hint of subtext, making Celia tremble with anger. "I know I'm beautiful, but saying it like that is so weird." "Oh, no, I didn't mean to insult you, sorry. I have a friend who always praises beauty excessively, maybe I was unconsciously influenced by them," Leo replied, then sighed when he remembered the words of a close friend in his past life. "When peace comes to the world, I will spend my life spreading beauty to everyone." That's what that teammate always told him. Celia calmed down and said, "A friend who loves beauty like that must be wonderful. The problem is they are too sincere." Leo thought to himself, remembering an event in the past. The teammate who loved beauty once asked 2 girls in the team to be models for drawing. "Even though you are strict, Rizinat has a more beautiful demeanor than anyone, and Luna, for the sake of art, could you pose nude for me? I even brought my sketchbook," he said excitedly, but the response was a beating from the 2 girls in the team. Back to Celia, seeing Leo clutching the book, she asked curiously, "That book looks like a special training manual. What are you reading?" Leo looked at the book and replied nonchalantly, "This? I read it a lot when I was little, it's Hero's Origin." Celia was surprised, because she knew it was a fairy tale, while Leo was 15 years old. She stepped over, observing the books on the shelf, and remarked, "It seems you really like Hero's Origin. Even scholars researching great heroes can't compare to you." She marveled at the number of books Leo had collected. However, he just said he happened to collect them by accident. Celia picked up a book, muttering, "But there are especially many books written about Kai." Leo's face flashed with memories. "Among the feats of great heroes, the achievements whose owners are unknown, I think they might belong to him." Hearing that, Celia shook her head in denial. "He must be a con artist, trying to claim the achievements of heroes." That's the common thought. "Of course, I think so too," Leo whispered in a voice so low Celia couldn't hear clearly. "What?" she asked again. Leo wasn't stupid enough to repeat it, changing the subject. "Then let's start training after breakfast." Hearing that, Celia's eyes lit up, asking tentatively, "Young master, if possible, can I practice with you?" She smiled inwardly. "I want to uncover the secret of your power." Leo accepted immediately, because he had no secrets in his strength. "It will be hard to keep up, are you sure you want to try?" Leo's condescending tone made Celia shout in anger, "I am Celia Zerdinger." Although she said that, when she started practicing with Leo, Celia realized the terrible pressure. Before long, she was soaked in sweat, sitting and panting from exhaustion. Looking at her state, Leo nonchalantly remarked, "When physical strength reaches its limit, your reflexes will slow down, your movements will become sloppy, and then you'll expose your back like this." Celia looked at Leo with suspicious eyes. "Pushing the body to this point, you call this training?" "That's right," Leo replied, shaking his head in criticism. "These kids seem too weak." After 5,000 years of development, aura techniques have progressed, but physical training is neglected. Aura is the power that optimizes physical strength. Strengthening physical health also improves aura, but they don't value physical training. After resting, Celia struggled to stand up and attacked again. "Don't underestimate me, you damn white-haired guy." She lunged toward Leo, but with her movements as slow as a snail, Leo only swung his sword once, easily knocking her flying away. Celia almost cried, "Why? Why can't I win?" Leo walked over calmly and said, "It's frustrating, isn't it? Then take this." He gave Celia a gravity-binding bracelet. When Celia touched it, her hands were crushed down to the ground by the weight. "This is a gravity spell bracelet. From tomorrow, wear it when practicing," Leo said, a sly smile appearing when he saw someone else suffering with him. Time passed, the scene shifted to an empty lot. While Leo and Celia were practicing, Uncle just observed silently from behind. He thought this would be a good experience for Celia before entering Lumern. Challenging self-esteem isn't a bad thing either, he thought, then shouted loudly to Leo, "Leo, I plan to ask the family head to let you inherit the phoenix breath technique." Leo was startled, because he had heard of this technique before. Phoenix breath, the origin of all aura techniques in the Zerdinger family. I heard only those recognized by the family can inherit it, he thought to himself. Celia objected immediately. Father won't agree so easily. Just nodded and explained. True, so there will be a condition. You must pass this year's Lumern entrance exam. He said calmly, but Celia was worried for Leo. What? The Lumern entrance exam is a practical combat test. Uncle, you know it's too dangerous for someone who doesn't use aura like Leo to participate. Conversely, Leo wasn't panicked, even feeling an indescribable excitement. Real combat? That's right, I have no other choice. Just asked, what do you think about that? Leo nodded confidently. My father and mother said they would respect my decision. So I will participate. Leo's answer didn't surprise just too much. As expected, the boy had already decided to participate in this year's exam. With renewed motivation, Leo threw himself into training. Let's take a short break, then we continue. He went back to jogging. Who said I couldn't keep up? Celia shouted. A week later, the scene shifted to Deland's academy. Today was the entrance exam for Lumern Academy. From early morning, everyone was gathered, waiting for the test. Celia's appearance attracted every gaze. Isn't that Celia Zerdinger? It's amazing to see the Sword Maiden in person. Who's that next to her? Curious whispers rippled through the crowd. Celia glanced at Leo and asked, Are you nervous, young master? Not at all, Leo replied softly, adding with a teasing look, but you really should fix your way of speaking. The sudden remark caught Celia off guard. Right at that moment, a voice called out from behind, Lady Celia. Both turned around to find the caller was the red-haired guy, Gulliver Trayton. Seeing Leo standing next to Celia, he was stunned. Leo, why are you here when you don't even know how to use aura? Trayton hurriedly turned to greet Celia. Lady Celia, it's great to see you. Are you still doing well? Celia and Leo looked at Trayton as if he were an idiot, leaving Leo's response making Trayton awkward, not knowing what else to say. Finally, he introduced himself. I am Gulliver Trayton. I greeted you when you visited the school last time, the greatest magic genius of Deland's. Not waiting for Trayton to finish, Celia cut him off. Sorry, but I don't remember you at all. Well then, goodbye. She pulled Leo's hand and ran off. Just then, another voice called out, Celia, long time no see. The voice was so loud that the whole hall took notice. The owner of the voice was a young man and woman, both possessing distinct silver hair. The older brother was named Avid Llewellyn, 16, and his younger sister was Chelsea Llewellyn, 14. Both came from the Llewellyn family. Who are they? Leo asked curiously. Looking at the two, Celia instinctively clenched her fist and explained, That's the Llewellyn siblings, from the hero noble family of the Rodrun Empire. They are members of the Llewellyn house. These people are also participating in this exam, so we can't lose. Leo, it's unacceptable for the Zerdinger family to lose to the Llewellyn family, she said, her eyes shining like car headlights. But I'm from the Plav family, Leo replied blankly. Next, the Llewellyn siblings approached and greeted Celia again. Long time no see, Celia. The swordswoman nodded in response. Indeed, long time no see, Avid Llewellyn. Who is that beside you? Avid asked, looking toward Leo. Celia raised her voice to introduce him. He is a member of the Marquis family from the kingdom of Delrod, Leo Plav, of the Plav house. Younger sister Chelsea heard this and immediately lost interest. Just a commoner, she said coldly. Avid had a similar attitude. After exchanging greetings, they quickly left, not forgetting to add, Celia, the top spot will definitely be mine. Let's go, Chelsea. Yes, brother, Chelsea replied. Looking at their arrogant attitude, Celia complained irritably, those annoying people. I'll definitely beat them. No sooner had she finished than a loud sound echoed, drawing everyone's attention. On the high stage, a young teacher appeared. It seems everyone has gathered. My name is Albi Geron, a professor at Lumern Academy. Hearing this name, Celia's face changed, and she muttered, could it be Albi, the mage of the evil eye? Leo looked at her surprised expression and asked curiously, who is that? Celia was even more shocked that Leo didn't know this professor. You really don't know? He is a hero recorded in the heroic chronicles. Her voice was full of admiration, making Leo value this character more. Asterisk, a person called a hero of this era. The amount of mana in that left eye must be the evil eye. Asterisk, Leo thought to himself, observing the energy flowing from Albie's left eye. Unaware of Leo's thoughts, Professor Albie explained the test. The exams consist of fighting others and eliminating monsters. Each person will participate in these two parts in turn. I think this method is quite troublesome. Saying that, he waved his hand, burning the papers in his hands, took a book from his pocket, and used his power to open the Heroic Chronicles. The World of Albie, opening chapter, The Monster Forest. Under everyone's feet, a giant magic circle appeared, emitting intense energy. Albie said coldly, I absolutely do not accept delays. I will combine them all and proceed in one go. Returning to Leo, he took the opportunity to review his memories of the Heroic Chronicles. The Heroic Chronicles isn't just a record book. Its true value lies in storing the challenges that heroes of the past went through, recreating their worlds. If one conquers a hero's world, they can inherit the power of past heroes. This is almost like a hero training system. Back in reality, when they appeared again, they were in a gloomy forest. Albie's voice echoed from the sky, this place is the Monster Forest. The test is about survival. You can cooperate or eliminate each other as you please. Do whatever it takes to survive. If you want to give up, break the orb you are holding to return. That's all. Finishing his sentence, his voice vanished. While everyone was still confused, Leo felt a sense of familiarity. This place is just as it was before being corrupted by the monster queen Silatuna. This was once the forest of the elven race. Nearby, a few weak-minded students panicked. I want to go home. Another complained, it's just an illusion. How weak. Unlike them, Leo thought, wrong. Even though this is a world recreated from Professor Albie's memories, everything that happens is real. If you fall into a life-threatening situation, you will actually lose your life. Right at that moment, a blue arrow of light from the forest shot straight toward Leo. Fortunately, he was always vigilant and managed to dodge in time. The person who shot the arrow was none other than Chelsea Llewellyn. Seeing Leo dodge, Chelsea stepped out and said, We've met before, haven't we? It's fun to take down someone from the Zerdinger family. Leo reminded her, I belong to the Plov family, but you were with Celia earlier. Chelsea said loudly, immediately using wind magic to create an energy scythe in her hand. With his experience, Leo was slightly surprised. That's magic that didn't exist in the past, but the fundamentals haven't changed. He gripped his sword, ready for any situation. Seeing Leo calm, Chelsea was annoyed inside. You're still calm even with me standing in front of you? She spun the scythe and threw it forward like a saw blade. However, this attack didn't trouble Leo. With a simple sword swing, he easily knocked the scythe away. Seeing him do it so effortlessly, Chelsea's expression changed. He's nothing special, but I can't sense any aura. Is that an aura attribute that's hard to detect? She wondered. Leo suggested, that attack is too simple. Instead, why don't we cooperate? This test usually grants higher scores to those who survive the longest. As a mage, wouldn't having a swordsman by your side be useful? He smiled persuasively, but to Chelsea, these words were like water off a duck's back. Too bad, I'm a battle mage. More importantly, you said my attack was simple, didn't you? Her voice was angry, but Leo calmly admitted, you heard clearly, didn't you? With wind magic, that attack was too monotonous. In terms of power, that is. Hearing Leo lecture her, Chelsea rolled her eyes. Are you lecturing me about magic, a direct descendant of the Llewellyn family? Let's see how you handle this simple attack. She swung her staff, firing several wind blades and arrows at Leo, but just as she attacked, she realized Leo had vanished from his spot. He disappeared? I can't sense a trace of mana. Why? Chelsea was bewildered. Suddenly, Leo appeared in front of her and threw a punch to her stomach, bringing her to her knees. So, should I politely ask you to cooperate? Leo tied Chelsea to a tree, lighting a fire with a mischievous face. Time quickly passed. By evening, Chelsea Llewellyn fatedly woke up from her stupor, discovering she was tied to a wooden pole. Below, a fire was blazing, the scene looking as if she were about to be sacrificed. What is this? Chelsea screamed in panic. Seeing her awake, Leo continued to suggest, Are you going to cooperate with me? Chelsea gritted her teeth, her face annoyed. Never. I don't need anyone but my brother. Wind blades! She shouted, activating magic to cut the ropes. However, at that moment, a mini red magic circle appeared on her wrist, making it impossible for the magic to activate. This is a magic sealing array, Leo gently reminded her, but since he didn't have much mana, he couldn't maintain it for long. Chelsea replied, This kind of magic, I can easily destroy. Leo laughed coldly. Do you think I'll let you focus? The flames began to spread near Chelsea, causing part of her dress to catch fire. Wait. Stop. It's too hot. She screamed. Leo persisted in asking for cooperation. With no other choice, Chelsea had to accept. All right, I'll do it. Leo didn't release her immediately, making her swear on the family honor. All right. I swear on the honor of the Llewellyn family that I will cooperate. Stop it. Saying this, the corners of Chelsea's eyes were damp. Leo inwardly laughed like a maniac. Too easy, right? She must still be a kid. He pulled the rope hard, causing Chelsea to fall. Leo gently caught her, saying in a warm voice, looking forward to working with you, mage of the Llewellyn house. Back outside, the students were struggling to fight in the forest, while the teachers watched through surveillance screens to grade and evaluate. The more he watched, the angrier Professor Albee became. Such low-level trash. Choosing to compete, how stupid. But he praised, the ones who quickly grasped the essence are those two, Celia Zertinger and Avid Llewellyn. The Rodrun Empire truly has a bright future. Albee looked at another screen, discovering Leo and Chelsea working together to fight a giant buffalo. Wait, isn't that Leo Plav? What he did at the campfire earlier was quite strange, but convincing Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate was a big plus. He doesn't have the power or excellence of Celia or Avid, but he is an unexpected factor, unpredictable. He whispered, curiously observing Leo's screen. Returning to Leo, although forced to cooperate, Chelsea couldn't help but admire him after witnessing his skills. Having a knight with me is truly convenient. I'll ask one thing, what kind of aura do you actually use? From earlier until now, I haven't sensed any mana from you. She asked curiously. Leo didn't hide it, stating bluntly, I don't know how to use aura. Chelsea was stunned, her mind couldn't keep up. What? How did you do it without aura? Leo replied, the essence of things is what's important. That also applies to wind magic. What do you think the essence of wind magic is? To answer, Chelsea activated a series of wind-breaking spells, creating sharp blades, shredding a monster that was planning a sneak attack. She let out a mocking laugh, talking about magic in front of the Llewellyn family. How silly. Leo wasn't angry, still reminding her, I praise that power, but the way you use it isn't right at all. Leo stepped up, looking like a teacher, making Chelsea grumble, you really are. Before she could say more, Leo signaled to stop. Wait, stop. Chelsea realized the reason. In front of them were several dried corpses, as if they had withered long ago. These look like mummies. Chelsea frowned. Leo said, I've seen things like this before. Now I understand the conditions to pass this test. He muttered, but suddenly felt a danger. Without time to think, Leo rushed to hug Chelsea tightly, pulling her to one side, helping them both avoid an unfamiliar attack. From afar, a few people approached. What a pity, I wanted to take down Chelsea Llewellyn before she was eliminated. The guy standing next to her is nothing special. The owner of the voice was Traden, who had allied with a group of students to eliminate strong contestants. All right, let's attack together. Traden shouted, the whole group rushing over like mad dogs, but they shouldn't have fought Leo in close combat. Immediately, he threw a punch at the face of someone rushing in, causing him to fall like a dead dog. Seeing their accomplice taken down quickly, the rest panicked, not daring to attack recklessly. Support me, Leo reminded Chelsea. Ah, yeah, okay. Chelsea replied, her body still trembling from the dangerous situation just now. Traden's group, after a few seconds of surprise, regained their spirit, shouting, what are you doing? Attack quickly. They rushed in desperately, not knowing that Traden, the leader, had secretly run away. I can't fall like this. I'll find another opponent, he told himself, dashing forward. At the same time, Celia, not far away, spotted Traden's shadow and followed in the opposite direction. Thus, Celia and Avid Llewellyn encountered Leo, Chelsea, and the group of students that had been taken down, lying listlessly on the ground. Seeing her brother, Chelsea was overjoyed. Brother. She rushed to hug Avid. Avid patted her. Chelsea, are you safe? Celia asked interestedly, how come you two are together? Leo replied, because I suggested cooperation. She was stubborn and wouldn't, so I persuaded her quite well. He gave a mischievous smile, making Celia feel things weren't simple. What are you planning this time? Celia asked cautiously. For some reason, Leo stepped forward to help each defeated person up. Chelsea was curious, why are you helping them? Leo explained, competition is unnecessary now. We will conquer this world together. The monster forest is in an abnormal state. Don't you see those corpses? All the moisture in their bodies has been drained. That's not the only strange thing. In this forest, aren't there too few monsters? Hearing this, Celia realized the problem and shouted, "Now that you mention it, I noticed. It's as if they were eaten by something. There must be a high-level monster appearing, making other monsters afraid and go into hiding." White-haired youth Avid Llewellyn nodded. "I see. The first achievement of the hero Albi was to eliminate a high-level monster." No sooner had he finished than the whole group felt a terrifying killing intent focused on them, causing sweat to pour out. "It seems it has appeared," Leo muttered. Returning to Traden, he was using light magic to probe the way. "Either way, I will eliminate you, Leo." He gritted his teeth and said, then discovered a black shadow blocking the path. Traden brought his magic staff closer to observe. When he realized it was a corpse, he was startled and fell backward. "What is that?" he shouted. Suddenly, from above, a slime-like substance fell onto his staff, making Traden curiously tilt his head to observe. Suddenly, from above, a slime-like substance fell onto his staff, making Traden curiously tilt his head to observe. Suddenly, from above, a slime-like substance fell onto his staff, making Traden curiously tilt his head to observe. Suddenly, from above, a slime-like substance fell onto his staff, making Traden curiously tilt his head to observe. Suddenly, from above, a slime-like substance fell onto his staff, making Traden curiously tilt his head to observe. At the same time, Professor Albi looked at them, his face full of disappointment. Total so far, about 500. All failed. Hearing this, another professor panicked and advised, "But Professor Albi, no matter what, you must choose about 100 people, like other areas. Currently, there are only 50 students participating in the exam." Albi didn't change his decision. "If they don't meet my standards, I am ready to fail them all. Principal Callian entrusted me with this exam because he understood that." Saying that, he focused on the monitor, displaying Leo's image, and whispered to himself, "A true hero is only found in difficult moments." Leo Plav, he must have realized the abnormality in the forest. But will he be able to pass this world? He wondered. Back to Leo's group, they were gathering and quickly moving forward. "Damn it, it's pitch black," a long-haired student complained. Suddenly, Celia, leading the group, stopped and signaled, "Wait. There's something ahead. Everyone, prepare for battle." She concentrated mana into her sword, making it emit a soft red glow. Very quickly, they discovered Traden's body held tight by something. "What is that?" "The one behind is the real one," Avid reminded. He intended to use magic to attack, but before it could form, Leo stopped him and shouted to Traden, "Gulliver, wake up. Break the crystal now." Hearing him, Traden gritted his teeth and broke the crystal stone. His body turned into light, being teleported out of the world. The giant spider was regretful, as if the prey right at its mouth had run away. With Traden no longer bothering them, Avid freely unleashed his magic. He whispered, "Wind fangs." Countless sharp wind blades cut straight forward, drenching the giant spider in blood. Despite bleeding heavily, its wounds recovered at a dizzying speed. Seeing this speed, the group turned pale. "Is that still not enough?" Leo inwardly sighed. "Just as I thought, this is the Princess Spider Tarantulia." He realized the monster's identity. On the other side, an axe-wielding student gripped his weapon and rushed into close combat. "Damn it, take this." But before he could touch the spider, he was struck by one of its legs and sent flying away. Celia had no time to worry about the person just sent flying. She gritted her teeth. "I will end it in one strike." Finishing her sentence, she accumulated intense energy at the tip of her sword. When fully charged, Celia released the energy like a laser cannon blast, piercing the spider's head. But its life force was too terrifying. Within seconds, the hole on its forehead recovered as normal. The unbelievable sight left Celia stunned. "No way." Seeing Celia's attack ineffective, Avid stepped forward to show off. "The destruction between a mage and a knight is like heaven and earth." He confidently performed the Gale Strike magic, creating a wind blade of terrifying power, twisting into the spider's body. But to the Spider Queen, this damage still wasn't enough, only making it angrier. Avid caused the most damage, making it painful, so it shifted its hatred toward him. Chelsea hurriedly used magic to attack, saving her brother just in time. Avid only suffered a minor injury to his arm. "Are you all right?" Chelsea asked. "Thanks, Chelsea," Avid replied. Seeing Celia and Avid helpless, the axe-wielding student despaired. "What kind of monster is this?" Leo explained, "This is a monstrous regeneration ability. It is the daughter of Silituna, Queen of Tartarus, a monster in the Urbin's army that devastated the elven forest. The group turned to look at Leo as if looking at a Martian. In his head, Leo reviewed his memories. The mana in Albi's left eye is the mana of the elven king Tarantula, ruling the cursed wild forest. It destroyed the elven forest, eating the elven king's arm. In the battle, I thought Luna had destroyed Tarantula, but the right arm of the elven king in its stomach saved its life, or more accurately, the infinite life energy from the Ring of Life. The group was fired up with fighting spirit. If this monster is the key to the exam, I will defeat it. Avid shouted. Who said that? Celia retorted. Both continuously bombarded the spider with skills, but Leo knew this was a waste. It will continue to regenerate until your mana is exhausted, he said in a cold tone. Then what do you propose? Celia asked. Leo replied, we need 2 people working together. Avid flatly refused. I refuse. I will get the highest score. No, it's me. Celia shouted. Seeing the 2 fighting, Leo barked, if we don't overcome this hero's world, everyone will be eliminated. Both were startled, pulling back their argumentative looks. Avid said, even if we cooperate, it will take time to prepare an attack strong enough to take it down immediately. Only Celia and I can hold it off long enough. Celia fell silent. While everyone was confused, Leo stepped up. I will do it, he said, his face full of confidence. Celia didn't believe it. What? Then that's the same as suicide. You don't even know aura. I do, but I can still hold it off for 5 minutes, Leo replied calmly, as if it were nothing difficult. Avid worried, what if the attack fails? Leo replied, I don't think that will happen. Fire and wind are always good friends, they coordinate very well. His words made Celia and Avid look at each other, as if they had an idea. While they were thinking, Leo rushed to attack the spider. He gripped the axe tightly and swung it straight into its mouth, making the spider shriek in agony. While they were thinking, Leo lunged to attack the spider. Returning to Leo, seeing the monster recover so quickly, he said to himself, just as I thought, this is the limit if I don't use aura. To find an effective way to stall for time, Leo called out to Chelsea, Chelsea, use wind magic to blow all the weapons around toward me. As he spoke, he jumped to the side to dodge a giant spider leg stabbing toward him. Hearing the request, Chelsea panicked, if you move that fast, you'll get hurt. No time to explain. Leo insisted. I'll catch them, don't worry, just hurry up. Which weapons? Chelsea asked. Any of them. Leo replied. Following the request, Chelsea used wind magic to blow a weapon toward him. Relying on the sound, Leo guessed, based on the sound, it's a curved sword or a double-edged longsword. He channeled strength into his legs, leaped into the air, and reached out to grab both weapons flying toward him. Utilizing the momentum of his fall, Leo unleashed a series of sword strikes, hacking off each of the spider's legs. However, under the destructive pressure, the sword shattered after only a few strikes. Leo immediately shouted, send the next weapon. Without needing more words, Chelsea coordinated perfectly, blowing each weapon over. Leo performed a masterclass in weapon handling, assaulting the spider relentlessly, leaving it no time to react. Chelsea was stunned. He looks the same age as us, but this scene is like a god of war. Avid, watching, dared not look down on Leo anymore, so he's not just some ant, he muttered. While beating up the spider, Leo let it leave a shallow wound on his cheek. Feeling the warm blood flowing, he gave an excited smile. I can still feel it. If I don't take down a pest like this, those others will laugh at me in the afterlife. He gripped his sword tightly, channeling all his strength to slash into the monster's body. The sword shattered as usual. Leo asked for the next sword, but Chelsea panicked. That was the last one. The unexpected news left Leo dazed, but fortunately, Celia had completed her skill. Intense energy surged from her. How's that, you damned bug monster? Celia shouted, swinging her sword to release a terrifyingly hot pillar of fire. The spider didn't even have time to gasp before it turned into roasted spider. After it perished, everyone received a notification, Albi's World, opening chapter, Wild Forest has been cleared. Celia lost all her strength and flopped to the ground. So that's it. She sighed with relief, turned to Leo, and exclaimed, you really did hold that monster off for 5 minutes. Leo, well done. Before she could finish, Chelsea cut her off. That was amazing, absolutely wonderful. You look like a hero from the stories. Is that so? Leo sighed, because he wasn't just like one, he was a genuine hero. Chelsea looked at him as if looking at an idol. That's right. I want to become a battle mage, but close combat is my biggest weakness. Please teach me. Celia laughed inwardly. for the little lambs who haven't experienced Leo's training yet, it's something to look forward to. I hope everyone gets to experience Leo's training at least once, she said, with a wicked expression that left Chelsea not understanding what was going on. Leo ignored the banter, picked up the ring that had fallen to the ground, and wondered, is this the item that dropped? From the ring, a beam of light flew out. A tiny figure with a pair of wings on its back appeared. Leo recognized it immediately. Silith, do you still remember me? I'm Kai. Prince Silith gave a gentle smile, as if agreeing, then turned into light and entered the ring. Leo thought, it seems he has become the Elven King. Thanks to the treasure I'll be found, he received the mana eye. The surrounding space began to collapse. A voice sounded, countdown to return from the testing area, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The reward for clearing is the Elven King's vow. A mysterious shadow appeared before Leo and whispered. The shadow's face was hidden, but Leo's eyes were dazed, as if he recognized the person. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a bustling town. An old man looked at a stack of reports and muttered, it seems the exam in the Western Territory has ended. He was Alien Badian, a master of swordsmanship and the principal of Lumern Academy. Beside him, a girl who looked like a secretary had a headache. It's done? But the other areas still have many people. How many did Professor Albi let through? Alien glanced at the report, surprised. Oh, if it's Albi, the number is decent. 40 people passed. Is that considered a lot? The secretary sighed. Alien laughed. Don't be tense. I even thought only about 10 people would pass. The secretary was curious. I guess Celia or Avid Llewellyn will be at the top. Who ended up in that position? Alien replied, I heard it was very hard to choose. There is someone nominated as the freshman representative. The secretary was stunned. Professor Albi actually nominated someone? How surprising. Is it Celia Zerdinger or Avid Llewellyn? Alien said, that's a name I've never heard before. I didn't expect Albi to rate him that highly. I wonder what kind of student he is. Albi nominated Leo Plav as the freshman representative, the reason being, he has the talent to become a hero. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a giant bathhouse. Leo, the protagonist, was lying back relaxing in the bath. These kinds of pains need to be healed with care and time. It's wonderful, he said softly, leaning back. In his mind, the voice of the mysterious shadow echoed, the reward for clearing is the Elven King's vow. Leo wondered, when clearing the world of a living hero, usually no reward is received. Yet somehow, only I received it? Just myself, Before he could think further, Lady Reyna walked into the bathhouse, leaving Leo stunned. Mother, what's wrong? He asked. Reyna's face was serious. Leo, do you know why I was expelled from the Zerdinger family? When saving a comrade, I lost the Zerdinger flame, but I have never regretted it. Leo, I want you to use your strength and talent for the right things. Congratulations on being accepted into Lumern Academy. She gave a hearty smile. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a luxurious city, Lumeria, where Lumern Academy is located. Through the spatial gate, Leo's group arrived. You have arrived in Lumeria. Be sure to collect your luggage before leaving the gate. A reminder voice echoed. Leo turned his gaze toward the complex of buildings across the river and whispered, this place is the center of Lumeria, and that over there is Lumern Academy. Uncle Jiss's voice echoed, Leo, how was your last month? Congratulations on passing the entrance exam. He waved. Leo replied, thank you, Uncle, but what are you here for? Instead of answering directly, Jiss asked, our family has been arguing endlessly all month. Do you know why? Leo guessed, have they decided on the inheritance of the Phoenix Breath yet? Exactly. Even though my sister is no longer a member of the family, you are still her son. The elders are impressed that you passed the grueling exam in the western area, Jiss said, taking a golden key from his pocket and handing it to Leo. This is an auxiliary space key. Open it. Leo took the key and twisted it in the air as if unlocking something. Before his eyes appeared a mysterious magic book, emitting a noble aura. Jiss requested, drip a drop of blood onto the page. Leo bit his fingertip and dripped a few drops of blood. The book emitted a brilliant light, and strange text appeared on the page. Now only you can read this book. Learning the secret techniques of the Zerdinger family isn't easy, but I have a feeling you will master them quickly. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Zerdinger family. Jiss patted Leo's shoulder confidently. The scene shifted to a roadside cafe, where Leo had an appointment with Celia. While looking for her, Leo bumped into a girl about his age, causing the stack of books she was carrying to scatter. "Sorry, I wasn't looking." She panicked while picking up the books, then hurriedly left, leaving behind a student ID card. Leo picked it up and whispered, "Chloe Muller, freshman at Lumern Academy." Putting that aside, Leo walked into the shop. Celia was already waiting and complained, "Leo, why are you so late? Uniforms, textbooks, there's so much to buy." Leo apologized, "Sorry, I had to meet Uncle Jis." Hearing that, Celia was happy. So they decided? What was the result? Leo showed his ability. From behind his back appeared wings of fire, emitting a brilliant glow. "Is this how it's used?" he asked calmly. Celia was surprised, dropping her belongings. "No way. It took me 3 weeks to even sense the secret technique." "Leo, who are you exactly?" She thought blankly. One couldn't blame her, because Leo was a legendary hero who could easily grasp techniques without much time. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the dock. A modern engine-powered ship appeared. The freshmen were amazed. "Wow, it's huge." A professor walked up. "Welcome, freshmen. I am Professor Ilandu, in charge of the freshman night class. We will depart for Lumern now. Get on the ship quickly." The group hurried onto the ship, where a feast of sweets was ready. While everyone was happily eating and drinking, a voice directed at Leo and Celia, "Hey, you two, have a little time? My name is Carr Thomas, from the Moira Kingdom. From medicines to weapons, I sell everything. See me if you need anything at school." He handed over a business card, adding that he was an alchemist, so he had plenty of goods. Celia was annoyed at being called a couple, so Leo replied, "Nice to meet you. I'm Leo Plav, from the Delrod Kingdom." Carr was surprised. "Delrod? So you passed the exam in the western area? Impressive." Leo observed his surroundings, feeling uneasy. "Am I the only one who finds this situation strange? Everything is too peaceful, like something is wrong." Celia sighed, "A warm welcome for freshmen who passed the exam, isn't that normal?" Carr, while eating a cupcake, nodded, "Yeah, there's no reason for them to be rough with students before enrollment." But right after Carr's words, the ship shook violently. From the sea floor, a giant tentacle rose, slamming into the boat, causing the deck to crack. Panic broke out. "Professor Ilandu, help!" Professor Ilandu, calmly sipping his drink, replied, "Help you? You are students of Lumern Academy, hero candidates. When in danger, you must overcome it yourselves." He glanced ahead, where a giant octopus with a mouth full of fangs rose from the sea surface. The situation suddenly took an unexpected turn, making Celia angry, and she crushed the cake in her hand. Seeing this, Leo swung his sword to sever a tentacle while reassuring her. "Celia, stay calm." She replied, "You'd better worry about yourself." Saying that, she attacked the octopus with her aura-enveloped sword. But immediately, the octopus opened its mouth and sprayed a large pillar of water at Celia, soaking her like a drowned rat. Leo didn't know what to say. That's its natural behavior. It reacts to heat by spraying water. This is basic knowledge. His dismissive remark made Celia's gaze even more furious. In another corner, an unknown student had his leg wrapped tightly by a tentacle, about to become the octopus's lunch. "Damn this octopus!" Leo gritted his teeth and ran to rescue him. Both launched attacks, easily chopping the tentacle in half. Carr, hiding under the table, witnessed Leo and Celia working together and couldn't believe his eyes. This is truly the power of Celia, who got the highest score in the western area. But what's the deal with this guy Leo? He was stunned. Before he could say more, a frozen tentacle was thrown toward Carr, nearly hitting him. "Hey, be careful!" he shouted irritably at the person who froze the tentacle. Leo looked over and realized it was the girl he had bumped into earlier. The way she used powerful ice magic was anything but ordinary. Replying to Carr, she complained, "Why don't you stay in the back if you can't protect yourself?" Carr whined, "God, strong people never care if we get caught in their battles." As if unlucky, another tentacle was thrown toward him, as if he were a magnet for severed tentacles. The person who acted this time was the brothers Avid and Chelsea. "The competition isn't over yet, Celia Zerdinger," Avid reminded. "Same feeling," Celia replied irritably. While students struggled to attack, Professor Ilandu happily sipped his drink and whispered, "There are many monsters in the lake leading to Lumern Academy. One is perfect for a welcome party." His eyes narrowed, observing the outstanding individuals. As expected, the excellent team leaders, Chelsea of the East, Celia Zerdinger and Avid Llewellyn of the West, Chloe Muller of the North, Juan Tiden of the South, and Duran of the Center. This year's freshmen are truly excellent, but the most impressive person is that unidentified freshman. His sword skills have no wasted movements, moving as if he predicted the Kraken's actions. I'll meet him in the night class soon. Ilanda gave a look of anticipation. Thanks to the combined effort of the outstanding individuals, the Kraken couldn't take it anymore and admitted defeat. The ship carrying them to Lumern Academy docked. Getting off the ship, everyone was vomiting, their faces pale. I thought I ran out of medicine, Carr muttered. Professor Ilandu jumped from the bow and said, "You will have to cross the lake many times, get used to it quickly." Now, we move to the orientation hall. The scene shifted to the Electra training field at Lumern Academy. The freshmen gathered, surrounded by a few observers, as if looking for the outstanding ones. "See, I told you, no one is normal." "Hope there are interesting people this year," whispers echoed. Ignoring them, Professor Ilandu requested, "We are starting the orientation ceremony now. Line up by area, the highest scorers stand at the front of each row. The principal will speak." The group of students quickly stood neatly. After settling down, Principal Callie spoke, "You have come here with the hope of becoming heroes. I only have a few words. If you dream of becoming a hero, put yourself first and go beyond your own limits. Those who can't do that don't belong here." Getting too excited, he smashed the podium in front of him, shattering it into pieces. The violent act left the students silent, not daring to clap. Seeing no one responding, Callie felt embarrassed. "Did I talk too much?" The students woke up and cheered in unison, making him blossom with joy. But seeing the sound was still small, he mused, "I can't hear anything." The professors behind him were stunned. The longer one teaches at Lumern, the more the great image of the principal is shattered. Skipping the principal's humorous personality, the presenter said, "Now is the speech from the freshman representative. The representative is Leo Plav, please come to the stage." Leo was surprised and turned to Professor Albee. He smiled and nodded. With no other choice, Leo stepped up and read the prepared speech. "To the professors and fellow students, we, the freshmen, will enroll at Lumern as proud members of this academy." Blah blah. "Thank you." The presenter didn't let him down yet and asked, "Thank you, Leo. Now please tell us your goal as the freshman representative." Leo guessed the school's intention. "They want me to provoke those who almost had this position." Not afraid, he challenged them. "Hello, I am the freshman representative, Leo Plav. If anyone wants this position, come and take it. No matter who you are." His confident voice shocked the teachers, who had just thought he was well behaved. They thought this year's ceremony would be peaceful. Time passed, and by late afternoon, the scene shifted to the Lumern dormitory. The guide brought the freshmen, "You've worked hard today. From tomorrow, for a week, introductory classes will begin. You can participate in any class, then choose 3 specialized subjects. Sleep early so you aren't late for your first class." Before entering the room, Carr greeted Leo. "Leo, our rooms are next to each other. I'm excited for tomorrow. Good night." "Yeah, see you tomorrow," Leo nodded. Entering the room, he threw his suitcase on the bed and lay down to rest without changing clothes. But Leo wasn't careless. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness shifted into a space like a giant library, with countless books. What I desire from Lumern is to find something. I hope my heroic chronicles are here. Leo thought to himself. Time passed quickly, until the next morning. The scene shifted to the cafeteria, where Leo was having a meal alone when Carr, carrying a food tray 3 times the size of a normal person, came to sit next to him and suggested, "Leo, let's eat together." Leo didn't mind and agreed, "Sure." No sooner had he finished speaking than trouble arrived. A food tray was placed in front of Leo, accompanied by a shout, "Freshman representative, did you really mean that in your speech yesterday?" The owner was Duran Moira, the Central Region team leader, one of the outstanding individuals noticed by Professor Ilandu. Duran's meal was quite ordinary, except for a hamburger with a small flag stuck in it, like a child's toy. Leo kept eating, as if not noticing Duran's angry attitude. "It seems my words yesterday were quite provocative, right? Well, if a stranger comes to pick a fight like this, it's not strange at all." He spoke calmly, making Duran even angrier. Seeing Leo didn't take him seriously, Duran rolled his eyes. "Do you not know who I am? I'm the Central Region team leader." Leo and Carr, like 2 hungry demons, ignored him and happily ate. Duran was like a clown trying to get attention but being ignored. Unable to hold back, Duran erupted with lightning, kicking Leo's food tray high into the air. But this didn't trouble Leo. With supreme dexterity, he waved his hand like a machine, catching all the food on his plate without a drop missed, even helping Car catch his food as well. Leo even stuffed more items into the hamburger in front of him, creating the perfect double cheeseburger. Throwing away such precious food is truly unforgivable, he laughed lightly. Duran, seeing his provocative act ineffective, switched to a mad dog state. I'll pull you off that throne right now. I can't stand someone weaker than me being so arrogant. He gritted his teeth and declared. Before they could rush to tear each other apart, a large arm draped over both their shoulders, stopping them. It was Professor Elandu. Regarding the disruptive behavior, he said in a cold tone, we shall see, a Central Region team leader and a freshman representative arguing on their very first day at Lumern. Perhaps you two are ready for what's coming? His voice hinted at danger, making both gulp out of worry. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the night department's introductory class. The students had been waiting for a while, but Professor Elandu didn't explain anything, making a brown-haired student wonder, excuse me, Professor, but it's almost time for class. Celia also wondered why Leo wasn't present. As if to answer, Leo and Duran walked in, drenched in sweat, as if they had just run 10 laps around the schoolyard. Celia ran over and asked, Leo, what's wrong? Did you fight? Leo didn't explain, only glancing at Duran with an amused look. After everyone was gathered, Professor Elandu began, so everyone is present. Welcome, freshmen. I am Elandu, in charge of the freshman night course. Duran, still bitter, glanced at Leo with lightning-filled eyes. Car felt, oh, has a large-scale psychological war started already? Elandu didn't care about the squabbling and explained, 3 powers, mana energy, energy magic, and aura. Aura is the hardest to control. Does anyone know why? Celia answered, because aura causes the loss of mana flexibility during the conversion process. Elandu praised her, nodding, correct. While magic and soul energy use mana in a free state, aura absorbs and processes mana to fit the body. Can anyone explain how to use aura accumulated in the body? Celia thought to herself, isn't it just a matter of using a little force? No one answered. Leo spoke up, we use aura by burning mana. Elandu was surprised and nodded, correct. What is the most important thing when burning mana? Stamina, Leo explained. Seeing Leo repeatedly answering, Elandu was impressed. Leo Plav, have you studied aura before? No, Leo shook his head. Someone who hasn't been taught properly grasps the essence of aura? Elandu smiled lightly. Enough theory, shall we exercise a bit? He concentrated energy into his legs. Stepping onto the air as if it were solid ground, he explained, this is the aura footwork. The basic principle is to concentrate your aura into your feet. The potential applications are limitless. The students broke into groups to practice this magical skill, but it was difficult, and almost no one had mastered it except for Celia. With her genius status, she learned it relatively quickly and showed off to Leo. I'll teach you if you call me big sister. Leo replied, the principle behind operating the aura is not much different. He remained indifferent, not needing to learn it from Celia. Elandu noticed Duran's eyes were constantly fixed on Leo, and he broke into a smile as if he had come up with a fun idea. He clapped his hands, attention everyone. There's a bit of a mix-up this morning. Chelsea asked curiously, what do you mean, Professor? Elandu called Leo and Duran forward, asking Duran Moira, what has got you so angry? Duran replied, I'm not angry, but he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Elandu guessed the reason and created an opportunity for a contest. Take it to the field. Central Region Captain Duran Moira and freshman representative Leoplav will have a one-on-one race to decide the class representative. You may use your aura without restriction. Duran was startled. Car seized the chance to encourage betting. Come on, place your bets. Will it be the genius of the Moira family, a descendant of heroes, and master of the lightning aura, Duran Moira, or the dark horse from the suburbs, the mysterious guy who subdued the captains, and the freshman representative, Leo Plav? Students whispered, I mean, he's the freshman representative, he has to show something, right? But looking at him talking to Celia Zerdinger, it doesn't seem like he can even use aura footwork. Did you guys hear about him yesterday? I can't stand this guy. Being a Central Region captain isn't something just anyone can do. This freshman representative hasn't proven anything. Paying them no mind, Elandu saw they were ready and said, whoever crosses the finish line first wins. Regardless of who wins, you must accept the result gracefully, that is the spirit of chivalry. Get into position. Celia thought, reason says Leo can't win, but my intuition tells me he always exceeds expectations. Go! Elandu shouted. Leo and Duran gave it their all, sprinting straight ahead. It was no surprise when Duran, with the advantage of his aura, shot forward. I'm off, rookie, he mocked, dashing away like a rocket. The speed left everyone impressed. Whoa, just as expected from Duran. So cool. And the freshman representative is. They turned to Leo and shook their heads. Unbelievable, he's really that bad. Just as predicted, that guy being the representative is a total scam. Can't believe it. Chelsea, seeing Leo being looked down upon, shouted in support, Leo, come on. On the track, with lightning speed, Duran had already covered half the distance. Carr worried for his new friend. Duran is already halfway there. Leo realized this. At the turn, not knowing what he was thinking, he braked hard, channeled power into the soles of his feet, and launched himself off the track. Celia's eyes were full of confusion. What kind of crazy is Leo pulling? Following the crowd's gaze, Leo leaped up, onto the observation deck, paused for a beat, and observed Duran's figure ahead. He channeled all his strength into his legs and performed a heavy speed step. The jump was so powerful that the floor cracked into countless pieces, and Leo's body shot forward, faster than a rocket. Gliding past Duran, he taunted, I'm off, you slowpoke. While Duran hadn't even realized what was happening, Leo had already crossed the finish line. Not just Duran, but the students who had previously mocked Leo were stunned and bewildered. Did you see that? This is no joke. Duran is supposed to be the fastest in the class, but he lost to him unexpectedly. I'm sure he hasn't learned aura footwork. The group looked at each other in confusion. Celia, unlike them, realized the technique Leo used wasn't aura footwork, it was the Phoenix Step. Chelsea and Carr, like a pair of forgetful goldfish, didn't think much of it and were just happy Leo won. Professor Alandu, with his experience, saw it most clearly. Duran used his signature lightning aura to boost his speed, as expected, but Leo Plav, although slower, had better control. He focused his fire aura into his feet, creating a formidable aura footwork. An excellent application for this generation. Perhaps a hero will finally emerge. He smiled with anticipation. Leo, after his victory, went to greet his opponent. Great race, Duran. If it had been a long-distance race, the result might have been different. He held out his hand, but Duran, too annoyed to maintain a good expression, snapped, Get lost, you arrogant loser. He swatted Leo's hand away and walked off. Ignoring Duran's words, Chelsea ran over with admiring eyes. Leo, you're so good. I want to train with you too. Carr asked Celia in confusion. Why is she obsessed with him and not me? She should be paying attention to me too. Celia looked at Carr as if he were an idiot. Obviously, Carr suggested, training's over, let's go to the cafe. My treat today. It seemed he had made a killing from the bets, but Leo refused. Sorry, you guys go ahead. Where are you going? Carr asked curiously. I'm going to attend a lecture at the summoning class, Leo replied frankly. Carr was confused. Why is a student from the swordsman department going to a summoning class? Celia sighed, beats me, I don't understand what he's thinking either. On the way to the summoning class, Leo mused, there's something I don't understand. Why did the Fairy King give me the oath as a reward? Rewards from the hero world are related to the power of that world's master. The reward I received is related to summoning, but Professor Albi is a pure mage, not related to summoning. Usually, I should have received a magic skill. To make a contract with a fairy, I have to go to the fairyland. Right now, it's useless. Leo said to himself. A female voice awakened him. So you're coming to the summoning class too? Leo turned around and saw the Eastern captain, Traden Xia, 17 years old. She nodded in greeting. Nice to meet you. Leo smiled. Nice to meet you too, Traden Xia. Just call me Xia. She waved her hand, wondering, I'm sure Leo is a student in the swordsman department. I didn't expect you to be interested in summoning. Ah, I'm interested in spiritualism, Leo explained dismissively. Then we'll be seeing each other often, Xia said softly. Leo asked, can you tell me which spirit you've made a contract with? Xia didn't hide it and summoned a water attribute spirit. She requested, show me your spirit. Leo explained, I haven't made a contract yet. Xia was surprised, really? If you need help later, just call me. I'll give you some advice on spirit summoning. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. But how old are you? Leo asked curiously. I'm 17. Leo, you're 15, right? I saw you talking to Celia. Leo thought, 17 years old? She looks much younger than Chelsea. Xia, as if her feminine intuition kicked in, suspected, were you just thinking something rude? Not at all. Leo looked away. Xia smiled and suggested, anyway, Leo, I was impressed by your match with Duran. Someday, please accept a challenge from me. Leo smiled brightly, of course. Switching to the summoning class, Leo was surprised by the small number of people. Is that really all the students? Xia replied awkwardly, well, summoning isn't a popular choice, and this is an exploratory class. Leo exclaimed, it's surprising that the class is held in this meadow. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared overhead, causing the group to panic. A black dragon. Where did it come from? Get lost. A student shouted in fear. Seeing his cowardly posture, a female voice rang out. It did that because it likes you, kid. Nice to meet you, freshman. I am Yura Marin, your summoning teacher, and I will be guiding you over the coming year. The male students, looking at her beautiful face and vibrant body, felt their hearts pounding. I want to become the teacher's spirit beast too. Leo acknowledged her beauty. If Dueno were here, he would definitely go crazy with his womanizing nature. Turning back to Professor Yura Marin, after waiting for the group to settle down, she began the lesson. Alright, newbies. Your presence here proves you have some talent for summoning, right? Yes. The group replied in unison, satisfying Yura. Good, the answer was loud and clear. We're moving straight to the practice area. Yura reminded her assistant Carlo Carolo, a white-haired guy wearing glasses, to bring a griffin to assist. Carlo was the teaching assistant for the freshman summoning class. Seeing that transportation was ready, Yura said, you will go in pairs. Come on, get on and ride the griffins. A student had difficulty and asked, Professor, this is our first time riding a griffin. He looked at Yura, hoping for help, but only received an angry glare. So you're saying you don't want to learn? If you think you can't do it, then go back. Yura climbed onto the back of the black dragon and flew away, leaving the stunned students behind. Carlo advised, come on, everyone, follow the professor quickly. Riding a griffin was easier than the group expected. Trade and Xia took the initiative to pair up with Leo. Leo, can I hold the griffin's reins? Leo was surprised but agreed, hold them as long as you want. After getting familiar, the group followed Yura. Feeling the cool sea breeze, they realized how pleasant riding the beast was. I can't believe I get to ride a griffin. Truly the Lumeran standard. Hey, let's switch, I want to try flying. Wait a little longer. Competition for the reins broke out. Trade-in Xiao was excited. I was a little worried, but it's gentler than I thought. Leo reminded her, be careful, a griffin is a summon that's hard for beginners to control. Xiao was curious, huh? But it's so gentle. Leo was about to explain, but Yura took out a whistle and blew it loudly. The sound made the group uncomfortable, and the griffins changed their attitude 180 degrees, becoming fierce and difficult to control. This isn't good. They aren't listening anymore. Why did they suddenly change? Professor, save us. The group panicked and begged for help. Yura didn't flinch and demanded, do you think you deserve to be Lumeran students if you can't even control a griffin? Control them yourselves. For the pair of Leo and Xia, the rebellious griffin left Xia confused. Leo gently wrapped his arm around her waist, held her hand, and guided her. Griffins have high pride. If you use force to suppress them, they will only rebel more. Leo, what are you doing? Xia blushed deeply. Leo paid no attention, grabbed the reins, and controlled the griffin. Let's go. The griffin immediately calmed down and surged forward. The speed of Leo's control impressed Yura. That's how it's done, not bad at all. She turned to Carlo, the freshman representative is a candidate for the night track, right? Carlo checked his documents and nodded, that's correct. Does he have a private griffin at home? Yura asked. Carlo shook his head, no, he doesn't come from any noble family that owns griffins. Yura felt like she had hit the jackpot. Pure talent? It seems we've just found a diamond in the rough. She stroked her chin, amused. Switching to the summoning island, the practice area for the summoning department. Most students lay exhausted on the sandy shore, seasick after controlling the griffins. Leo took the chance to wander around, checking out what was interesting in the area. He noticed a fruit, picked it, but it was actually a feather stuck to it. A feather? Leo muttered to himself, his expression changing. Xia asked, what's wrong, Leo? Ah, nothing, Leo shook his head. Yura didn't let the students rest, shouting, stop daydreaming and focus. From now on, you're taking your practical exam. The group's eyes widened, complaining, what? A practical exam on the first day? This is an exploratory class, why do we need an exam? Yura explained, compared to other fields, the path of summoning is longer. Who here doesn't know that? Controlling mana alone isn't enough. Signing a contract with a spirit entity requires harmony with the spirits. Controlling a summoned beast requires the ability to tame. This is why there are fewer heroes in the summoning department, but top-tier summoners have achieved more miracles. Didn't you come here to become such heroes? Eliza Herjin, a white-haired girl from the famous Herjin hero summoning family in the north, stepped forward. Exactly. What is the exam? Yura glanced at her and explained, this island, the Summoning Island, is full of summoned creatures. Summoning is the summoner's weapon, so the exam evaluates taming ability. The content is simple: tame one summoned creature in this forest and bring it back. After signing the contract, that creature will belong to you. The group was excited. Wow, this really is Lumern Academy. The whole crowd hurried into the forest to find a suitable pet. As Leo was about to leave, Eliza called out, so this is the freshman representative. Rumors of you defeating Duran are spreading. What can I expect from you in the summoning class? I'm just doing my best, Leo said coldly, walking away quickly. Eliza watched his back, frowning, feeling a bit angry. Yura observed, smiling to herself, it seems these people will be the key players of the freshman year. A few students had already tamed their summoned beasts. Leo was still wandering around, having not found a target yet. Taming success. Oh, that's the freshman representative, but he's gone too deep into the forest. Someone shrugged, forget it, if he fails and gets a 0, he'll definitely return to the night department. Leo didn't care, went deep into the forest, and made sure no one was around. He took the feather he had picked up and burned it with his fire aura. Just as I thought. Before his smile could last even a second, a loud explosion erupted behind him. In another turn of events, at the campsite, Lady Reina worried, will Leo be okay? A person brought a plate of food and shook their head. It's just the first few days of school. Reina, are you that worried? Yeah, I guess nothing is wrong, right? Reina nodded, accepted a glass of water, unaware that her son was in big trouble. This intense heat. One of the 3 greatest summons, the Phoenix. Leo said, looking stunned. In front of Leo, a voice spoke, just a child of Zerdinger? I smell the fire flame of Reina. Leo asked curiously, you know my mother? The other person's voice softened, your mother? Then I haven't guessed wrong. If she had a child, he would be about your age. Do I know your mother? Of course, I owe Reina a great debt. The owner of the voice was the Phoenix Farina, one of the 3 legendary spirit beasts, bathing in the firelight. She looked at Leo, her eyes affectionate, and introduced herself, my name is Farina, son of Reina. Leo greeted her back, hello, Phoenix Farina. My name is Leo Plav. What relationship do you have with my mother? You said you owe her a debt? Farina reminisced and told, Reina saved my summoner, Luna. When exploring a dungeon in Saren, Luna lost all her teammates and was in danger. Your mother came, saved her, but in the process, Reina lost her blazing aura. If it weren't for that event, Reina would definitely have reached the rank of hero. Hearing this, Leo felt sad for his mother, but asserted, my mother said she didn't regret what she did that day. That's right, she was that kind of knight, Farina agreed with a smile. Leo asked why Farina was on the Summoning Island, but she wouldn't reveal it, only saying, I cannot tell you. She changed the subject, but aren't you a knight? What are you doing on this island? Leo replied, I'm taking the summoning class. Farina was surprised, then chuckled, interesting. This is destiny, Leo Plav. Finally, I can repay the debt of gratitude to your mother. Hold out your hand and take this. She gave Leo an egg glowing with brilliant golden light. This is my son. One day, when you become a great summoner, I hope you make a contract. It's a pity for the summoner who was scheduled to receive it. Leo asked, can I do it right now? It's a pity for the summoner who was scheduled to receive it. Leo asked, can I do it right now? But it was too late. Oh no, your unwavering willingness to challenge reminds me of Reina. I wish you luck, but it was too late. Oh no, your unwavering willingness to challenge reminds me of Reina. I wish you luck, but it was too late. Oh no, your unwavering willingness to challenge reminds me of Reina. I wish you luck, but it was too late. Oh no, your unwavering willingness to challenge reminds me of Reina. I wish you luck, the heat is unbearable. This is the Phoenix fire. To create a powerful flame, we have to endure this pain every day. A creature living by regenerating flesh that burns forever. I understand your pain and share it with you, Leo whispered. Feeling his thoughts, the flame dimmed and became gentler. In the real world, the eggshell cracked, breaking free from Leo's hand and floating in the air. The fire surrounding it was sucked into the egg. Have you succeeded? Farina asked. I did it, Leo smiled. Farina was happy for him. You are a genius, Leo Plav. You will become the greatest summoner. Congratulations on making the contract. The child's name is Fiora. I entrust my child to you. Farina laughed, but the maternal instinct was moving. The newborn child hadn't even felt its mother's warmth for 3 seconds before being tossed to someone else. Leo looked at the baby phoenix, skeptical. Is this really a phoenix? Why does it look so much like a chick? The little chick chirped, looking at Leo curiously, making him even more certain, it's definitely a chick. Switching to Professor Yura Marin's position. The students had found suitable summoned beasts and reported to her. Yura asked her assistant, Carlo, what time is it? Carlo replied, 5 minutes left, only 4 people left. Heavy footsteps echoed. A giant black bear, Trayton Xia's summoned beast, appeared. Professor, aren't you done yet? Xia asked, looking ragged, as if she had just gone through a difficult struggle. Yura praised, you tamed a water bear as an apprentice knight? That's impressive. At the same time, Wandon landed clutching a giant bird. Shadow Raven? A spirit beast that even famous summoning families find hard to tame. Yura praised. Wandon explained, I haven't made a contract yet. Yura waved her hand, that's good enough, more than enough. Eliza Hergen returned riding a giant white snake, leaving everyone in awe. I signed a contract, because my family doesn't have this one yet, she said calmly. Yura realized, Gorgon snake? Fantastic. Carlo reminded, Professor, time's up. The last student is coming. Everyone turned their eyes back to see Leo lazily stepping out of the forest, with the little chick perched on his head. Students chuckled, haha, what's that? He tamed a chicken? What an idiot, he must have given up because he wasn't capable of summoning. But Yura, sensing the aura from the chick, eyes widened, damn it, you bastard, that's a phoenix. Time passed, switching to Yura's office. Leo was called for a private meeting. Outside the door, Leo adjusted his clothes and knocked lightly. Yura spoke, come in. Leo asked, I heard you were looking for me? Yura said, sit down. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen a phoenix. I didn't even know there was a phoenix on the summoning island. A freshman signing a contract with a phoenix? This has never happened in Lumarin's history. I know who you are, Leo. She looked straight into his eyes, her expression serious. Opposite her, Leo gulped hard, worried his identity would be exposed. Although he had done nothing wrong, a hero reincarnated after 5,000 years was hard to keep from attracting attention, but Leo was worrying for nothing. Yura Marin hugged him tightly and praised, you're a summoning genius, unparalleled. I want to praise what you've achieved, but the fact that you've signed a contract with a phoenix should be kept secret. If it's revealed now, it will cause unnecessary noise. When the trial classes ended, choose the summoner class as the main major. You have the talent to become a legendary summoning hero remembered for ages, she said, patting Leo on the shoulder with full confidence. Time passed, and the next day arrived. Chloe Muller, an ice attribute mage, was yawning widely in the hallway when Leo and Carr spotted her. Your mouth is about to rip open, Chloe. You look exhausted, Carr teased. Chloe explained, I stayed up late reading magic books. Remembering the student ID card, Leo said, you're Chloe Muller, right? Here. He handed the card back. Chloe realized, so it was you. Thanks, freshman representative. The three of them cheerfully headed into class. Today was the trial magic class. Leo, are you taking the magic class too? Carr asked curiously. Since it's the trial phase, I want to take as many classes as possible, Leo replied calmly. Carr said enviously, that's awesome. I'm only interested in magic, so I'm only taking this class. He lowered his voice, whispering, the ice queen who aims for the top of the magic department, Chloe Muller. He glanced at Chloe and caught her staring at him. A chill ran down his spine, and he instantly backed down, saying, so cold. I should move to the back. Before he could leave, a sharp ice pillar sprouted from the ground, blocking Carr's path. Chloe intervened, Carr, get to the front row. Since you care about the class, I'll help you. She grabbed Carr by the collar and dragged him like a puppy. Carr cried inwardly. Watching this, Leo found it hilarious. The mage siblings, Avid and Chelsea, greeted Leo. A few minutes later, the teacher walked in. His appearance made the female students excited. Oh my god, the teacher is so handsome. Lenore, the teacher, raised his voice, I will be teaching you magic next year. My name is Len Orr. He tapped a stack of test papers. Before we begin the trial class, you will take a magic theory test. Len snapped his fingers, and the test papers flew out to everyone. Testing them before teaching anything made the clueless students complain. What? A test on the first day of a trial class? Len asserted, that's right. If you don't meet the standard, you can't join my class. For Lumern students, this level is the baseline. He pointed to Anna, his assistant. Submit your tests to Ms. Anna. Anna waved, turn your papers into me. Leo looked at the prompt and trembled. Is this the current trend in magic? Why is the formula so complicated? He lamented, I should have studied more modern magic beforehand. Everyone buried their faces in the test and realized it wasn't as hard as they thought, easier than I expected. But what's the answer to the last question? I solved everything except that one. They discussed excitedly. Leo felt like his head was smoking. I only solved one question. I really should have studied more modern magic. He handed his paper to Anna with a pitiful look, thinking, I guess I'll have to self-study magic alone. Leo quickly left the classroom, because his knowledge of ancient magic would only embarrass him. Len graded the papers on the spot. Over the past century, magic has evolved significantly. Magic used to require perfect understanding, but now it only requires memorizing activation conditions. However, this advancement has lowered the caliber of mages. A beam of light shot up from Len's hand, transforming the classroom into a magical cosmic space. The students' jaws dropped. Len explained, this is the essence of magic I created, from end to beginning. I want you to research and create your own magic. This test has 49 questions, worth 1 point each, based on memorization. The last question is worth 51 points and analyzes the essence of magic. I hope someone managed to solve it. Chloe looked at her paper, flustered, no surprise. The last question is the only one I couldn't solve. Chelsea felt regretful. Did Leo give up? I wanted to study magic with him. Anna whispered to Len, Professor, a student solved question 50. Astounded, Len laughed with delight. Haha, who is it? Someone got a perfect score on their first try. Come up here. Anna corrected him, that student didn't get a perfect score. Len remained enthusiastic, really? They probably skipped a few questions to focus on the last one. A bit of a shame, but still great. Come up here. Anna murmured, that's not it. He only solved the last question. Len stopped laughing. What's his name? Leo Plav, Anna replied. Leo Plav, stand up. Len looked around, but Leo had already left. Chelsea explained, Leo left right after turning in his paper. Cutting to the next scene, Leo was eating ice cream with Celia, telling her about the test. Celia laughed, so you walked out after solving just one question? First you're a little chick in the summoning class, and now you only solve one question in the magic class. Leo, do you feel like you're doing something wrong? As a knight major, you should be focusing on swordsmanship. Annoyed, Leo fired back, then do you want to train your stamina with me? Celia stammered, well, about that. Their conversation was interrupted by Len, so you're a knight major? Leo Plav, are you looking down on my class? Why did you leave after solving only one question? Were they too easy to be worth answering? Leo explained, Professor, there's a misunderstanding. I thought I failed. Every question except the last one was too difficult. I couldn't solve them. I self-studied magic through ancient books, so I wasn't sure about the modern questions. Hearing this, Len's expression changed. Instead of getting angry, he picked Leo up like a little kitten, thrilled. Come with me for a moment. With that, Professor Len happily dragged Leo away like a toy, leaving him no time to resist. Seeing this, Celia was completely clueless. That's Lumern Academy's magic theory professor, a rather eccentric man, she whispered with a puzzled look in her eyes. Right then, Assistant Anna ran over, exhausted. Have you seen Professor Len, Celia? Did something weird happen? She panted heavily, likely from chasing after Len. Celia told her, he just left. But he suddenly grabbed Leo and dragged him away. Panicking, Anna rushed to pursue them. Oh my god, what is that lunatic planning to do this time? She screamed internally. Back with Len, he dragged Leo to a meeting room, wrote a series of questions on the board, and demanded, solve these, student Leo. Though confused as to why, Leo quickly worked through the problems. To Len, this was a test to evaluate true talent. If he didn't solve the last question by luck, he must have his own magic system. Now, show me. Before Len could finish his thought, Leo put down his pen and said, I've solved them all. Sweat poured down Len's forehead. You solved all these questions in your head? Yeah, Pretty much, Leo shrugged. Len looked on greedily, whispering, finally, finally. Shifting back to Professor Albee walking down the hallway, he saw Len running toward him with a face like he had just won the lottery. Feeling uneasy, Albee turned to leave, but Len lunged forward, grabbing his ankles tight, filled with gratitude. Thank you, Professor Albee, thank you so much. Albee used magic to lift Len up, warning him, this isn't the first time you've acted out, but today you've gone too far. Len remained shameless, he's a magic genius. Leo Plav, the student you nominated as the freshman representative, is a genius. Albee was bewildered. Magic? But he's a knight. Len shouted, no way. Leo must become a mage at all costs. I won't let his talent be wasted on swinging a piece of iron. Sending him to the knight squad is an insult to magic. Anna ran up. Albee deactivated his magic, sending Len into a free fall. Anna caught him just in time. Thanks, Anna, Len beamed. Anna snapped, veins popping on her forehead, we need to get back to class. She thought to herself, one of these days, I'm going to kill this lunatic. Leo ambled over. Albee turned around and nodded. Leo was bewildered, mages never change over time, they're all crazy. A week later, the trial classes came to an end. Leo lay on the rooftop reading a book titled Is the Starting Hero Actually a Cheater? Closing the book, he sighed, failing to find any useful information. In Principal Callie's office, while he was working, the three homeroom teachers of the magic, night, and summoning classes burst in holding forms. Please look at this. Leo registered for all three majors, which is unprecedented at Lumern. They all wanted to pull Leo into their own classes so he could focus on a single major. Even inside the office, the three continued to bicker, making Callie burst out laughing. This reminds me of that fictional hero, the fifth grade hero, Kai, the only person in history to master all classes. Switching scenes to the running track, Celia and Chelsea were jogging while Carr sat relaxing, laughing. Man, why are they training on the weekend? Leo explained, Chelsea asked me to train her. Carr asked, why are they just running? Where are the weapons? Abbott and Chelsea replied exhaustedly, this is stamina, a crucial aspect for a combat mage. Move aside. Chelsea shooed Carr away like a fly and sat down next to Leo. Sitting beside Leo, Chelsea did a complete 180. It's so great to go jogging on the weekend. I missed this feeling. I want to run with you again, Leo. Leo asked curiously, really? Celia spat out her water, making Chelsea look disgusted. Gross, what is wrong with you? Knowing the reason, Leo said, anyway, I plan to run with you. We have to do it properly. Celia screamed, I already said I'm not running with you. Carr asked curiously, what's going on between you two? You're so close. I thought you guys were dating. Celia pointed at Leo, clearing things up. Geez, he's my relative. My paternal aunt's son, my dad's younger sister's kid. Both of their eyes widened. He's from the Zerdinger clan? Celia waved her hand. Not exactly, it's complicated, forget it. She didn't explain further, perhaps she wasn't entirely sure herself. Leo stood up, let's get serious now. Chelsea said excitedly, alright, let's go. Not wanting to be a third wheel, Carr said, I'm going to explore the city of Rumeria. Celia pleaded for help, let me go with you. But Leo dragged her along like a chicken. Seeing her pitiful state, Carr thought, why isn't there a single decent noble in my life? On the class placement day, for classes 1 through 5, Carr waved at Leo, Leo, over here. Leo asked, you already know you're in class 5? Carr patted his chest, there's nothing I don't know. Leo glanced at Chelsea, who was dozing off on her desk. Chelsea is here too. Carr looked suspicious, what did you do to her over the weekend? Leo shrugged, just basic training. Chelsea silently vowed never to participate in that kind of training again. A mocking voice from an upperclassman echoed, oh, class 5, the class of misery? I wonder how many of you will be left after the first semester. Poor freshmen, my condolences. They laughed without any real sympathy, but they shouldn't have said that. The homeroom teacher walked up, pitiful? I think you two are the pitiful ones, don't you agree? The owner of the voice was a teacher with a face like a homeless man. This man was Horace Edmund, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 for the first years at Lumern Academy, nicknamed the Wailing Wall. He muttered, chair. The two upperclassmen immediately propped themselves up to serve as a chair. Horace sat on them and mocked the students, hello, you useless pieces of trash. This is the class for failures with the lowest scores. You've probably heard of me, the Wailing Wall. Does anyone know why I'm the homeroom teacher for this class? Car, always talkative, raised a trembling hand, to help us improve our grades? Horace turned to him with disdain, typical of a bottom feeder. Does no one in this pathetic class understand the duty of a Lumern student? Chelsea raised her hand, to conquer the hero world through practical missions. Horace nodded, correct. But all I see are people who die the moment they step into the hero world. It's better to expel you miserable lots who drag down your teammates and die ahead of your time. That's why I'm in charge of Class 5, and that's why I'm the Wailing Wall. Observing Leo's calm demeanor, Horace thought, this guy might actually survive. To teach these sheltered kids a lesson, he ordered, change into your gym clothes and get out to the training field. It's time for combat class. Cutting to the training field, everyone had changed and was present. Horace relaxed as if he were on vacation. Let's begin class by fixing the rotten mindset you've developed since entering Lumern. What saves you in the real world, where lives come and go so easily? Nella Carvin, a knight major with a healing aura, stammered nervously, won't my teammates protect me? Horace shook his head, no, it's your own ability. Only when you hone skills that shine through danger can you help your teammates. Do you have the confidence to protect them? Eliana raised her hand, I am confident, Professor. Horace went, oh. Then let's test your magic knight capabilities. Create a fireball. Eliana confidently conjured a fireball in her hand. Horace mocked, just that? With that fireball, I doubt you could even kill an ant. Eliana surged her mana, expanding it into two massive fireballs that radiated intense heat, forcing the other students to step back. The crowd admired, not only did she split it into two, but they're double the size. Horace conceded, impressive. Why don't you try hitting this tiny creature? He summoned a tiny, human-shaped spirit. The spirit zipped right up to Eliana, flicked her nose, and burst out laughing while holding its stomach. Furious, Eliana swung both fireballs, but she couldn't even graze the spirit's clothes. The spirit flew back to Horace, covering its mouth and snickering. Horace provoked them, what's the point of splitting it into two fireballs if you can't hit anything? You lack the ability to use your skills effectively. Train and surpass your limits. Until you catch this wind spirit, class isn't over. Show me what you've got, descendants of Lumern. Leo agreed, despite Horace's harsh words, everything he says is true. He stepped forward, let me try. Horace looked on expectantly, alright, Leo Plav. Let's see if you're full of lies like that fictional hero Kai, or if you're the first person to possess every attribute. The students rushed in to capture the spirit, but they were toyed with like playthings. Leo coated his body in his aura, concentrated it into the soles of his feet, exploded upward with immense force, and darted like a flash of lightning. Chelsea and Carr, panting heavily from exhaustion, grumbled, damn it, why is it so fast? How are we supposed to catch it? Leo used airwalk to launch himself through the air, targeting the playful spirit. Leo dove down like an arrow. The spirit was caught off guard but reacted quickly, zipping to the side just in time to dodge. Leo smiled, concentrating his aura into a whip-like strand and lashing it toward the spirit. Thinking he had succeeded, Duran suddenly burst out with lightning speed, stealing the achievement right out from under Leo. A homeroom teacher appeared behind Duran, clapping his hands, looks like our class 1 needs to teach you guys a thing or two. The white-haired man with a sly face was Sejin, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 at Lumern Academy. Note, Sejin ranked second and Horace ranked first in the graduation poll, so they didn't get along. Leisurely sipping milk, Horace replied, oh, is that so? Are you going to substitute for me? Sejin looked at Horace like he was garbage. Carr said excitedly, a clash between two pillars of Lumern. Both have worked here for over 20 years. Professors Elandu, Yura, and Len were all their students. Nella was astonished, really? How do you know that? Blushing with pride, Carr said, I have a sharp nose for information. Chelsea looked like she wanted to throw up. Sejin smirked, Horace, I don't know what you're plotting by taking charge of the failure class, but I'll find out. I propose a match between Class 1 and Class 5 in Batara Ball, Lumern's historic sport. Horace stood up and accepted, as expected, you're a genius. Learning through practical experience is best. Sejin added anxiously, Class 1 will probably win, his voice hesitating slightly. Horace remained indifferent, doesn't matter. Just go teach your class. Sejin gnashed his teeth. The students felt pity, why does he always lose his bets on the graduation poll? Horace announced, Class 5, here is your chance to practice your skills. A Batara match against Class 1. If you lose, everyone is expelled. There wasn't a hint of a joke on his face. Hearing Horace's words, everyone stood frozen before pushing back, Teacher, are you serious? This is only the first match, and their class has 3 captains. Horace didn't care about the gap in strength, then you just have to try harder. Surpass your own limits. What are you worried about when the freshman representative is in your class? Choose 6 representatives to compete. He glanced at Leo. Leo realized his intention, this is a test. Horace doesn't hate us. Many students have lost their drive after a week at Lumern. He wants me to rally Class 5, the ones who have almost given up. I have to lift their spirits in this Batera match, Leo told himself. Both classes selected their representatives. Class 1 picked their strongest captains. Looking at their opponents, Chelsea calculated, if I get expelled, how do I explain this to my family? Leo asked, why are you so scared? Chelsea explained, you haven't heard of Batera? Must be because you lived in the countryside. Batera is a combat sport with a long tradition at Lumern. Leo asked curiously, isn't it just a ball game? Seeing Leo's group in a panic, Celia covered her mouth and snickered. Chelsea, why so scared? Have you accepted defeat already? Chelsea glared, furious, who's scared of whom? You think I'd lose to someone from the Zerdinger family? Leo put his arms around his teen's shoulders and asserted, don't worry, our class won't lose. Celia clicked her tongue, warning them, Leo, that goes for you too. I'll show you the results of my special training. This time, I won't lose. Leo Plav. Sejin stepped forward. Contestants from each class enter the arena. Leo turned to his classmates, who's coming with me? The crowd shrank back in fear. Fortunately, Chelsea and Eliana stepped up. Chelsea cracked her knuckles, I need to teach them a lesson. Eliana wanted to prove herself to Horace, if losing means expulsion, I'll use my spike to win. Nella Carvin and a timid male student stepped forward. Finally, Leo dragged Carr out from the back. Carr, the last spot is yours, right? Carr cried out in terror, why me? Leo finalized the team and reported, Class 5 is ready, Professor. Sejin nodded, let the match begin. He threw the ball into the air. Leo and Duran rushed forward to contest the ball. Duran, surrounded by a lightning aura, was faster and snatched the ball before Leo. Alright, my class takes the first move, he said coldly. Leo landed and asked Tai, the blonde boy next to him, quick, explain the rules. Tai summarized, the rules of Batera are simple. Channel energy into the ball and shoot it into the goal without using your hands or feet. The first team to score 11 points wins. Note, Tai Makwa, Summoning Department. Duran concentrated his aura, preparing to attack. Someone shouted, it's coming, get ready. Duran punched hard, warping the ball as it tore through the air with a whistling sound. Standing in its path, Leo was startled by the speed and jumped to dodge. The ball slammed into the ground and bounced straight into the goal. Carr was dumbfounded. Class 1 cheered, Duran Moira, well done. Class 5 grew anxious, their faces turning pale. Lacking confidence, Tai said, it looks like Horace plans to expel all of us. Leo remained confident, asking, how do we seize control of the ball? Tai replied, 3 ways. 1. The ball goes out of bounds off the opponent's force. 2. Catch the ball. 3. Before he could finish, Nella screamed, dodge. Leo and Tai turned around just to see the ball strike Eliana, making her cry out in pain. The one who made the move was Celia. What are you guys whispering about? Aren't you focusing on the match? She giggled. Leo and Tai rushed over to check on Eliana. Tai explained, the third way, do not directly attack or block your opponent's path. When a member is knocked out by the ball, the only way to attack is by using the ball. Understanding completely, Leo grabbed the ball and nodded, thanks. It's our turn. Even though the situation was in his class's favor, Sejin still felt uneasy. In Batera, the fire attribute holds an advantage due to its high destructive power. The fire of the Zerdinger clan is the strongest. He said to Horace, you accepted the challenge even though you knew Celia Zerdinger is in my class? I don't know what you're plotting, but your class can't win. Horace yawned and didn't reply. Annoyed, Sejin snapped, talk to me properly. Horace opened his mouth, Sejin, do you remember your first student? The Zerdinger child? Sejin nodded, of course. How could I forget the Queen of Batera? Horace smiled, that Queen's daughter is right there in Class 5. Class 5, already weaker and having lost Eliana to injury, abandoned all hope, it's all over. Why did we even get into Lumern just to end up like this? Celia looked at Leo with concern, so you finally made up your mind, huh? Leo erupted with a powerful flame. Someone yelled, it's coming, watch out. Gathering his strength, Leo hurled the ball toward the opponent's goal, but Class 1 was no joke. Before the ball could hit the goal, Chloe Muller used magic to create an ice wall, blocking it. As long as I'm standing here, scoring is impossible. Leo suddenly appeared right next to her, murmuring, "Impossible, that's what you wanted to say, right?" Without giving his opponent time to react, Leo drove force into the soles of his feet, jumped high, and lunged toward the ball trapped in the ice wall. He threw a punch, shattering the wall and sending the ball flying into the goal. Professor Sejin admired inwardly. His combat instincts are incredible. Horace smiled with satisfaction. Finding hope, the Class 5 group, including Nella Carvin, shouted in unison, "Leo Plav, let's go." Class 5 regained their momentum. Sejin smiled, "Ah, I see. Now the real match begins." Both sides went back and forth, trading blow for blow as they locked scores. Duran unleashed a lightning shot, driving the ball toward Class 5's goal. Carr recklessly used both hands to grab the ball. The surge of lightning aura made him tremble in pain, but he managed to hold onto the ball. My mana is bone dry. Over to you, Leo. Running completely out of energy, Carr was helped off the field by Eliana and Chelsea. The Class 5 group worried. The score is tied at 10. This is the deciding point, but the opponent has 3 elite students while we only have Leo. The odds are stacked against us. Knowing that the next possession was crucial, Chloe unleashed her full power. "I might have lost the magic theory test, but I won't lose this time." She waved her hands, using a miraculous magic to create 4 clones. Celia and Duran shrouded themselves in aura, ready for the clash. Celia shouted, "Bring it on, Leo." Leo drove power into his legs, and his figure vanished right before their eyes, leaving the 3 of them stunned. "He's too fast." Leo slipped right past Celia. Startled, she guessed his intention. He's not attacking, he's aiming to score. Chloe realized, illusion magic? How shallow. Where is the real him? She focused her mana into her eyes to find Leo's true body, but every single image felt entirely real. Chloe froze in daze. Leo bypassed her and scored. Chloe muttered, "Astral magic. How can a human use ancestral magic?" The referee announced, "The winner is Class 5. The Class 5 students hugged each other, overjoyed. "Thank goodness, we're not expelled. I was terrified I'd have to go home right away." Curious, Sejin asked Horace, "Expelled? What are they talking about?" Horace laughed, "Let's just call it motivation, shall we?" Celia, Chloe, and Duran buried their faces in disappointment. Sejin sighed and encouraged them, upset about losing. "When a match ends, regardless of the outcome, you must greet your opponents. You did great, gave it your all for the class, cheered for your friends, and fought your hardest. Stand firm and be proud." The Class 1 students looked up to Sejin with admiration. But before the beautiful atmosphere could even last 3 seconds, Horace mocked, "Losers, it's over." Sejin was driven mad with irritation, but he still made his address. Both classes did well. Class 1 showcased their talent, while Class 5 didn't give up, overcame the challenge, recognized their limits, and succeeded. "I hope you will compete in harmony. Let's shake hands." The students shook hands. Celia smiled, "You dragged the match out longer than I thought. I expected you to lose much earlier." Chelsea replied, "I was about to say the same to you. You're as stubborn as a squid prince." Carr beamed at Duran, "We won this time." Duran stared blankly, making Carr feel awkward. Chloe felt aggrieved, on the verge of tears. Leo extended his hand, comforting her, "You were amazing, Chloe. With a little more experience, you'll become someone extraordinary." Chloe looked him dead in the eye. "Are you mocking me?" "One day, I will defeat you," she vowed internally, tightly grasping Leo's hand. A month later, Leo's group was sitting together drinking tea. "Eating like a starving ghoul," Carr asked. "By the way, what clubs are you guys planning to join?" Maintaining her noble poise, Chelsea scolded, "Eat with some manners." Leo shared, "I want to start a club." Carr was stunned. Chelsea said excitedly, "If Leo starts it, I'm in." Carr asked, "What kind of club?" Leo stated bluntly, "Hero research. I want to look into the forgotten heroes and the primordial hero, Kyle." Carr and Chelsea looked at each other and shook their heads. Carr laughed, "Kyle? He's just fictional. No one's going to join that." Recognizing an opportunity to be alone with Leo, Chelsea yelled, "I want to join." Their conversation was cut short by a shout from outside, "They're back." Carr remembered, "Oh, right. Today the 5th-year students are returning after clearing the hero dungeon." He ran out to see the commotion. The fragments of the Hero Chronicles are scattered all over the world. Occasionally, they act up abnormally, creating hero dungeons. The upperclassmen at Lumern Academy clear these dungeons and collect the fragments of the Hero Chronicles, usually leaving for 2 weeks, and sometimes for over a month. Mom must have gone through the exact same thing, Leo thought to himself. Beside him, the female Plav mage looked on with admiration. Wow, is this the peak of Lumern? Kar showed off his knowledge. The muscular guy to the east is Senior Lee Jamua, the woman to the south is Senior Toroa Yen, and the nondescript one wearing the hood is Senior Ulta. But I don't see that person. Kar wondered aloud, as if someone was missing. Leo asked curiously, which person? Kar replied, the Lumern Student Council president. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Leo's shoulder and yanked him away. By the time Kar turned around, Leo had vanished into thin air. The one who pulled Leo away was Celia. Seeing her in a rush, Leo asked, Celia, what's wrong? Celia replied, you need to come to Lemuria City with me. The student council president wants to see you. Leo was surprised. Why is the president looking for me? Celia didn't know. You don't care about school affairs anyway. You'll find out when we get there. She sighed. Shifting scenes to a room with Eastern architecture, Celia looked around restlessly. Why did he set the meeting here? Leo shrugged. Smells great, though. The student council president appeared. Celia rushed over to him like a little kitten. Her older brother, Reese Zerdinger, patted his sister's head and greeted Leo. Nice to meet you, Leo Plav. I've heard a lot about you. You're aiming to become an all-around hero, right? Reese, Night Department, Lumern Student Council President. Before getting down to business, Reese ordered a basket of dumplings to treat the group. Is it to your liking? Leo replied, yes. Noticing Celia's anxiety, Reese asked, what's wrong? Celia mentioned it was her first time eating this dish, so she was worried. She took a bite, and her eyes lit up. So delicious. Reese laughed. Ha, this is the restaurant I wanted to bring you to when you entered Lumern. Reese turned his attention to Leo. I didn't expect you to be that person's son. Leo caught the hint. Did you meet my mother before? Reese nodded. Yeah, a few times when I was a kid. She was famous back when she studied at the academy. Leo grew curious. Reese recounted Reina's exploits. She said the dormitory desserts were terrible, so she gathered the students and raided the principal's office. Celia screamed. Turned out she was the main character of that incident? Reese laughed. That's right. Leo silently evaluated Reese. As expected, he deserves to be the strongest in Lumern. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a hero. After finishing their meal, Reese stood up. Let's go grab some dessert. I'll pay, you guys head out first. Leo and Celia left the table. Suddenly, Reese felt a warm sensation in his chest and pulled out a glowing piece of paper from his coat pocket. Why is this happening? Cutting to Leo's classroom, Eliana asked, Professor, why haven't we chosen a class president yet? The other classes have already picked theirs. Resting his feet on the desk, Horace scoffed arrogantly. What kind of useless question is that? Tai nodded in agreement. Horace then remembered, class president? Ah, I forgot. Leo, you do it. Before Leo could even agree, Eliana and Tai complained, why like this? Shouldn't we choose democratically through a vote? Horace slammed a half-meter-high stack of papers onto the desk. Class president, take these and organize them. Eliana shrank back, not daring to utter another word. The loudspeaker announcement echoed. In a few moments, the joint class on the study of the 7 orders will begin. First-year students, please prepare to head to the auditorium. Leo asked, Professor, are we leaving right away? Horace nodded. Now that's a class president's attitude. Shifting scenes to the auditorium, where the students were gathering, Leo and Horace ran into Chloe, who looked exhausted. Leo greeted her. Chloe, you look tired. Chloe's eyes brightened as she asked, do you have a recovery potion? Can you sell it to me? Kar tossed over 2 bottles. This is all I have. Leo expressed his concern. It's only the beginning of the year. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Chloe chugged the bottle empty and said, I'm fine. Seeing her stubbornness, Kar admired. Impressive. She's at the top of magic theory. Chelsea added, but Chloe is anxious. Once Leo learns the new trends in magic, he might overtake her in the theory exam. Confused, Kar asked, so what if he's second? Chelsea looked at him like he was an idiot. Are you brainless? She's a tower mage. Combat mages like us don't mind dropping in theory, but magic research is the core of the tower. Her honor is at stake. Are you really a mage? Kar said nonchalantly, of course, I use survival magic, it's my pride. Elsewhere, Reese recognized the glowing paper and immediately met with Principal Callie. After hearing the explanation, Callie's expression turned grave. A damaged hero chronicle reacted? This hero fragment actually reacted? Principal Callie asked, and Reese nodded with certainty, yes. This is a severely damaged piece that shouldn't have been able to react, but it actually did. Furthermore, there were no artifacts nearby. Callie followed up, did it react again after that? Reese shook his head, no, sir. With too little information, Callie couldn't deduce the strange phenomenon. Let's see, I need to investigate further. You just got back, you must be tired. Good job. He called his secretary, Elena, into the office and instructed, take this to the Auditorium of Beginnings, the first-year joint lecture hall. Elena nodded, yes, I understand, and quickly set off. Callie mused, sometimes, a tiny fragment like this reacts if it comes into contact with the person recorded in the Hero Chronicle. Moving to the Lumern Lecture Hall, the first-year joint class for Hero Studies. Professor Arshian, in charge of classes 1 through 8, was teaching the class. The combined classes were sitting together, as noisy as a chaotic marketplace. Flustered, Arshian pleaded, please be quiet. But the students kept talking like rapid-fire guns. Arshian's limit of endurance was reached. A unicorn appeared behind her back, and her personality did a complete 180. Shut up, you bastards, if you don't want to get beaten. Do you want to die? Who should I deal with first? She screamed, a far cry from her gentle appearance. Suddenly, like a switch being flipped, Arshian returned to her gentle self. It's finally quiet. Thank you. The students trembled in fear, so terrifying. No matter how many times I see it, it's still scary. The professor is way too terrifying, the class 8 students thought, shivering. Leo was astonished, turns out she's a psychic mage. In my past life, psychic mages were extremely rare. Arshian took out a dagger and began her lecture. We'll begin the first-year hero studies. Following the appearance of the Hero Chronicles, the hero clans were born. To open a hero world, an item with a deep connection to them is required. Descendants of heroes find it easier to open them. This is why Lumern, where the chronicles are kept, is closely tied to the clans. It's like a key and a treasure. Do you understand why hero studies is important now? It helps find clues to conquer the hero world and understand them better. By your final year, you will choose a hero to inherit power from and try your hand at the chronicles. Elena walked in and handed the paper slip to Arshian. She shared with the class, this is a fragment of the Hero Chronicle that the 5th-year students brought back. The students gasped in admiration. Arshian opened the box, and the students held their breath in curiosity. But she abruptly snapped it shut. Before we experience it, state your goal as a hero. The students slumped in disappointment. Celia raised her hand, I want to become a knight who surpasses the generations of the Zerdinger clan. Arshian praised, excellent. Chloe said, I want to write a spellbook containing original magic to support heroes. Kar stated clearly, I want to support heroes. Arshian praised, excellent. Leo said, my goal is to completely eradicate the Urbins. The entire auditorium fell dead silent. After 2 seconds, Arshian stammered awkwardly, right, an incredible goal. Next, Leo calmly sat down, ignoring the strange looks. An upperclassman mocked, he's dreaming way too big. Horace and Sejin overheard Leo. Sejin asked, what do you think? Sent a chill down my spine. Horace replied, he isn't talking nonsense. He thought, for millennia, the Urbins were fragmented and sealed, yet they reincarnated multiple times. Just one reincarnated fragment alone causes a disaster. The dream of completely eradicating the Urbins is no simple matter. Arshian continued, today, we will read a chronicle page from the dungeon. Each class will guess the hero, then learn how to conquer their world. Professors, please observe and don't cause trouble. The students felt butterflies, it's my first time touching a chronicle, I'm so nervous. Arshian called out, representatives from each class, step forward. Leo and the other representatives ran up. Arshian said, there are 2 chronicles brought back. Today we will use one, while the other is a small fragment, just for you to see that they exist. She handed out the 2 boxes, and Leo took hold of the small paper fragment. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. An announcement rang out. The Hero Chronicle has opened the world of Kyle. A massive magic circle materialized on the stage. Sejin screamed, it's out of control. Their figures vanished, and then reappeared in an unfamiliar world. This is an unfamiliar world with a blood-red sky, surrounded by countless monster corpses of all shapes and sizes. A terrified girl in the group screamed, corpses. Horace dropped his playful attitude and reassured everyone, get ready. This is a hero dungeon. Professor Sejin noticed something and pointed, Horace, I see that fortress wall over there. Everyone looked over and saw an old, cracked fortress. Leo found this scene familiar. The era of catastrophe, the final line of defense, the last city, the fortress wall of Gadel. If the timing is right. Leo muttered. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, my unfulfilled wish was foolish, but we will save the world. Leo turned around to face his old teammate and whispered, Lysinas. The black-haired girl smiled gently and vanished into light. The space shattered, and the group returned to the auditorium. Everything happened so fast. Chelsea asked in confusion, Professors, what just happened? Horace ordered, class dismissed. Stay calm and leave the lecture hall immediately. The students fled in panic. Leo stared thoughtfully at the piece of paper, realizing, this is a page from Kyle's journal. My own chronicle. Carr sneered, seriously? Eliana turned around and beat Carr black and blue. Today is your funeral. Carr curled up and took the beating. Horace said coldly from the doorway, I came to scold the noisiest class. Choose, self-study or expulsion. He left immediately. 1 month later, in the magic department class, Professor Len pointed to the magic symbol behind him, the original, the unique magic. He explained, this is the practical midterm exam. Original magic reflects a mage's individuality. Nowadays, magic circle activation techniques are the trend, so mages rarely create original magic, but it can serve as a secret protection technique in emergencies. For example, the Elf Star magic is a miniature copy of the original magic. Only one person can use the true star magic, the founder, Nebula Luna. The students noisily left the classroom. Leo was worried about the book, so he pulled Chloe back. Wait, Chloe, do you want to have lunch with me? He grew more suspicious when Chloe hid the book. Carr ran over to break up the tension. What's going on? Leo, do you dare challenge the Ice Queen's top spot in magic? Chloe asserted, I might lose to Leo in technique, but when it comes to magic theory, I won't let anyone surpass me. This time, I will win. Leo smiled, if I back down, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? Leo searched for clues about the chronicle. The Lumern Forbidden Library is around here. I might find clues about the Lost Chronicle. He walked up the stairs. A female student saw him, blushed, and whispered, is he a freshman? Why is he here? He's so cute. I've heard a lot about you from Professor Len. Great to meet you. It was Tora Yen, a fifth year from the magic department. Leo bowed. Tora asked, what is a freshman doing at the Hero Tower? She stepped forward to block his path. Leo replied, to meet the student council president. I've already joined the magic department. Tora stepped aside. Thank you, Leo said. Before he went up, Tora reminded him, Leo, declare your major in the magic department before the semester ends, got it? Great to meet you, Leo Plav, the freshman representative making a huge scene. It was Lee Zamua, a fifth year from the night department. Leo's attitude was completely relaxed, making this upperclassman burst into laughter, scratching his chin as he remarked, a freshman who isn't afraid of me at all. Bold enough to march straight into the student council president's office alone. I wouldn't call it marching in, Leo pointed out. But the big guy didn't seem to hear him and suggested to Leo, you should seriously consider joining the night department. What do you say? In his heart, he complained, one after another, they keep inviting me to join their departments over and over again. I'm exhausted before the main topic even starts. The scene shifted to the front of the student council president's office. Leo stopped walking, raised his hand to knock on the door, and spoke inside, President Reese, I'm Leo Plav. May I come in? In response to this question, Reese's warm voice echoed, come in. Seeing that he had been granted permission, Leo quickly opened the door and stepped inside. The moment he saw him, the handsome guy asked directly, is something the matter? Leo replied, looking a bit thoughtful for a few seconds, and then stated his purpose, I want access to the Forbidden Library. This request instantly made the student council president's face change. Then, with a serious expression, he said to Leo, Leo, I know you're not the type to joke around, but there are only 2 ways for a regular student to enter the Forbidden Library. As for the second way, I'll let you know once you join the student council. Reese smiled and said, it seems like in this student council, everyone wants to pull Leo to their side. Time flew by quickly, shifting the scene to the familiar training grounds. Today was the practical exam day for the night department. Even though it wasn't their department, a lot of people from other departments came to watch. And of course, Carr, the guy who loves nosing into everyone's business, couldn't be missing. He said excitedly, the day is finally here. The first practical exam of the night department. So many people are coming to watch. You can't watch a match like this without popcorn. He enthusiastically promoted his product to the watching students, making the mage girl Chelsea sigh at the sight. It seems like Carr is really passionate about business. In response, Eliana burst into a hearty laugh. Huh, that's just Car's style. He'd still make a ton of money even if he wasn't at Lumern. In another corner, Leo looked around and noticed that the mage girl Chloe didn't seem to be there. Then, without keeping everyone waiting for long, Professor Elanda stood up to announce, "First duel, Halil Snaif from Class 1 and Leo Plav from Class 5, step up." Hearing this, both of them stepped forward at the same time. Meanwhile, the merchant buddy car caught sight of a potential customer. "Professor, would you like to buy some popcorn and soda today?" he said cheerfully, holding out the popcorn and soda. However, to this sales pitch, the professor smirked dismissively. "Humph, do you think I'd buy that?" asked Halil's. Seeing this, Carr didn't give up yet. Instead, he turned his gaze toward his friend Celia next to him. Celia nodded in understanding, and as if they had rehearsed it many times before, she put on a cute, kitten-like face and turned to the professor with expectant eyes. "Professor, could you buy popcorn for us? It looks really delicious." Not just him, Carr also started shouting loudly, "Sejin," making everyone cheer at the top of their lungs. Since the students had put it that way, to save his pride, whether he liked it or not, Sejin had to agree. "Give one to everyone," he said calmly. Meanwhile, the merchant buddy car was thrilled because he had just sold another whole batch of goods. Leo also smiled warmly. "Congratulations, and good luck to you." The person facing Leo with this friendly expression was a guy with a very sly face. This buddy was Halls, from the night department, and also a hero descendant of the Snaif family. He said, "It seems like you don't care about me." "You'll regret that," Halls said while licking his lips. Additional info from Carr: the midterm practical exam of the night department is passed by winning 5 consecutive duels. Up in the stands, many students also started looking at Leo, curious about his true strength. "I wonder what kind of skills that freshman from Class 5 has," a girl asked. The guy sitting next to her, as if he had gathered info from somewhere, replied, "Since Leo is triple majoring, there's bound to be a gap compared to those who focus on just one major." Don't forget that Halls is ranked 3rd in Class 1, right after Celia and Duran. As for Halls, he didn't like the protagonist very much because he thought Leo was arrogant and always hanging around Celia. Unaware of the thoughts of his two students, Professor Ilandu began to declare the rules. The one who renders their opponent unable to fight wins. Treat this as a real duel. As soon as the words left his mouth, Leo's expression suddenly changed. He began to feel an evil energy radiating from a building not far away. The scene shifted to the mage girl Chloe's location. To find a way to defeat Leo, she was currently burying her head in her studies. However, the deeper she researched, the more desperate she felt, to the point of ripping the paper in her hands apart and saying through gritted teeth, "No, that's not it. There's no way I can create this unique magic with just my abilities." Thinking this, she angrily swept all the books and papers off the table. Chloe told herself, "I absolutely cannot lose to Leo in this practical exam." Then, as if she had made a decision, Chloe turned her eyes toward the dark magic book from before, the very thing Leo was worried about, and muttered, "With this, I can win. This time, I will definitely win." Saying this, her expression seemed to change a bit, becoming unusual. Back at the training grounds, because he felt that dark energy, Leo was still standing frozen, staring toward that building. Seeing Leo standing blankly like that after the start signal had sounded, how could Halls miss this golden opportunity? Instantly, he gripped his spear tightly and rushed forward at lightning speed. "Too careless." "Gotcha." As he spoke, Halls thrust his spear tip straight at Leo's handsome face. However, with his combat experience, Leo tilted his head to the side to dodge it. Yet, Halls' attack wasn't over. Right after, he used a skill called Spear Flurry, causing the tip of his spear to transform into a zigzag shape like a snake's head, lunging toward the protagonist's throat at lightning speed. But this still wasn't enough to trouble Leo. He simply reached out his hand slightly and easily caught the spear tip, locking it so it couldn't move even a millimeter. The arm strength of Leo was so massive that it made Halls question his reality. He wondered where Leo got such immense strength. Next, Leo yanked the spear hard toward himself, dragging Halls' entire body along with it. Then, without waiting for Halls to react, Leo channeled power into his fist and delivered a thunderous punch straight to the third-ranked guy's face, making him spit out a mouthful of blood and fly back like a silver cannonball. Having done that, Leo shook his hand and mocked, "Who said I was careless?" On the opposite side, that punch from Leo, though it hurt like hell, wasn't enough to keep Halls down, and he still had enough strength to stand up and fight again. Don't get cocky. The battle is just getting started. As Halls spoke, his whole body began to emit a strange green energy. Too bad for him. To Leo, this radiating aura only made him feel a bit contemptuous. A guy who can't even use an actual aura, having great strength doesn't mean his basic weaknesses are solved. Unique aura, pretty interesting, Leo muttered as he saw the green energy streams rushing toward him. Next, he also covered his body with a bright red aura to protect himself. On the other side, the foolish male student Hall still didn't realize how massive the power gap between him and Leo was, so he was still very confident. Unless it's something at the level of Celia's fire aura, it's going to be very hard to push me back, Halls declared arrogantly. That's what he said. However, just a second later, Leo, with his bright red aura, broke through the smokescreen and appeared right in front of him. You're the one who's always careless. Up in the stands, the students were also enjoying themselves, eating popcorn while watching the fight as if it were a real action movie. In a corner, Duran, who had previously lost to Leo, frowned at Leo's performance. Meanwhile, Celia Zertinger herself was filled with questions. Leo, since when did you strengthen your fire aura to this extent? She thought to herself, her eyes unable to hide her shock mixed with curiosity. Turning back to Halil's perspective, no matter how stupid he was, he finally realized Leo's strength was anything but ordinary. Looking at the red aura enveloping the protagonist, Halil gasped internally, what? Is this Celia-level fire? A madman who wants to master every attribute, is he really this strong? The anxiety over Leo's strength made a drop of sweat roll down his face. Thinking up to this point, Halls knew that if he didn't use his trump card, he couldn't win. With no choice left, he unleashed his full power. I originally prepared this move to defeat Celia, but I didn't expect to use it on you, Leo Plav. After saying that, Halls concentrated energy into his palms, using his ultimate technique Prison Snake. From his hands, a green snake shot out, flying straight toward Leo at lightning speed. As it closed in, it wrapped tightly around Leo, opening its mouth to hiss menacingly. Even Leo's fire aura couldn't repel the snake, making him silently praise, oh, not bad at all. Back to Hall's perspective, seeing his crowd control skills successfully trap Leo, he turned to Celia in the stands, his eyes full of excitement like a teenager showing off to his crush, wanting to flex. What do you think, Celia? This technique was prepared specifically to suppress your flames. Celia noticed Hall's gaze, sighed, and pointed forward to signal him. Confused, Halls turned back to look, only to find that the energy snake he created was vaporizing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flames on Leo grew more and more intense. Just 3 seconds later, the snake vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Out of options, he chose close combat. Hall snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, gripped his twin spears, and rushed in to attack. Leo quickly drew his sword and struck back. The impact from Leo's strike was so powerful that it sent the spear flying out of Hall's hand in just one clash. The overconfident guy himself fell flat on his butt. Leo pointed his sword at him and offered a piece of advice: don't let your guard down until the fire is completely out. Professor Elandu saw the battle end and announced, the winner, Leo Plav. In the stands, Leo's #1 fan, the mage girl Chelsea, cheered excitedly, awesome. That's our Leo. I knew you were reliable. Carr added, amazing, Leo. Turning to Hall's thoughts, after his defeat, he accepted it, even in practice, he's this good. No wonder he's on par with Celia. Halls thought to himself before being snapped out of it by Celia's voice, impressive, that was great. She smiled warmly. Her words made Halls feel embarrassed, scratching his cheek, what? Really? You thought it looked cool? Moving past this, Professor Elandu called out, next contestants, Class 5, Eliana, step up. The red-haired mage girl eagerly stepped forward, alright, who's my opponent? Professor Elandu turned, Class 10, Shinxia, step up. Hearing her opponent's name, Eliana's eyes went blank. What? Why do I have to fight one of the top 3 in our year? She said blankly, but nobody answered. The summoner girl Shinxia stepped up and clasped her hands, please go easy on me. Eliana replied, yeah, you too. Professor Elandu saw that both were ready and announced, let the match begin. Eliana gripped her sword tightly, enveloping her body in flames, put all her power into her legs, and shot forward like an arrow, aiming her sword at Shinxia. In the stands, Leo worried, this is going to hurt. Sure enough, when Eliana's sword lunged forward, it was blocked by an energy barrier. Eliana was sent flying like a ragged sack of potatoes, losing all fighting capacity instantly, unable to get back up. Shinxia clasped her hands to salute the audience. Professor Elandu announced, the winner, Shinxia. Eliana woke up, waved her hand wearily, I still didn't back down against Shinxia. Leo felt bad for her, the match was disadvantageous from the start, but if she had stayed calm, she would have done better, he muttered. Next up was the match between Celia and Duran from Class 1. Duran looked thoughtful and remained silent. Leo, in the stands, took some popcorn from Carr and remarked, this match is gonna be interesting. Let's see who is the strongest knight in Class 1. Celia said excitedly. The sound of metal clashing intensely echoed, and the wind pressure blasted up to the stands. Whoa, are these top-tier student skills? A student asked blankly. Carr covered his mouth and asked Leo, who do you think wins? Paying no mind to that, Leo looked at Celia's calm eyes and thought, she has a secret move to turn the tables. Duran utilized his aura, moving as fast as lightning, landing a strike that grazed Celia's face, leaving a trail of blood. He launched a continuous, aggressive onslaught, forcing Celia back a few steps. The sword erupted with intense flames, pointing toward the sky. The students couldn't sit still. Whoa, this is no joke. Leo praised her. Celia uses her head well. The freshman building's training room is small, making it hard to keep up with Duran's speed. She turned the training room into her stage, restricting Duran's movements with a fire dome. The high temperature affects visibility. She's amazing, and she's even stronger now. Within the burning domain, Duran's vision was obstructed, and he didn't dare rush in carelessly. Celia slipped behind his back, landing a surprise strike. Unfortunately, Duran's instincts warned him, allowing him to duck and dodge just in the nick of time. Duran gritted his teeth, enveloping his sword in lightning, and thrust upward, but Celia unexpectedly grabbed the blade tightly, locking it in place. She flashed a winning smile. Gotcha. Celia executed a headbutt, slamming her forehead into Duran's. Taking the hit, Duran's eyes rolled back in dazed shock, and he rolled onto the ground. Professor Orlando confirmed Duran was out of commission and announced, the winner, Celia Zerdinger. The group of friends cheered in celebration. Celia saw Duran waking up and advised, why don't you work on your stamina a bit? She reached out to pull him up. Duran took Celia's hand and stood up. The sportsmanship brought tears to some students' eyes. That last move was awesome. Gotta record this. A male student pressed the shutter button to take a photo. Leo was happy for Celia. Training paid off. Celia, you're amazing. Carr shouted, Celia. Professor Sejin grabbed some of Carr's popcorn and said slowly, Celia really won. Thanks for the explanation. The night department exam concluded. Celia Zerdinger, 4 wins, 1 loss. Duran, 4 wins, 1 loss. Leo Plav, the only one with a perfect 5-win streak. Time flew by like a rushing river, and a week later, the linguistics theory exam had just wrapped up in a tense atmosphere. Professor Harris, with sharp eyes, held the stack of exam papers, carefully checking the count, then arranged them neatly like a meticulous artist. He nodded, his deep voice booming with authority in front of the anxious students. You guys did a great job on the test. Don't slack off and get yourself expelled. Study hard. After saying that, he slammed the old wooden door shut, the loud bang echoing like thunder, making the whole class jump, their hearts pounding. The moment the professor cleared out of the classroom, Eliana, the fiery girl, exploded in anger. Oh my god, it's always expulsion this, expulsion that, she whined in a high-pitched voice, her face flushing red like a ripe apple, clearly showing her exam hadn't gone very well. Meanwhile, in another corner of the classroom, 2 male students, their eyes shining like hungry cats spotting fish, sneakily approached the star student Chelsea. Chelsea, let me see your answers, hee. Chelsea, with an arrogant smile, glanced at them like a queen. Who should I let see them first? The 2 widened their eyes, competing to beg, let me see first, please. The scene shifted to another corner of the classroom, where the protagonist Leo was slumped over his desk, lazing around like a lazy cat sunbathing, his hair a messy bird's nest. Suddenly, his pink-haired friend Bella turned around, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. How was the test? Hearing someone call the class president, Leo raised his head, scratched it, and said in a sleepy voice, I think it wasn't too bad. His nonchalant comment made Bella laugh happily, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Hee. Class president always looks like he's got everything under control, yet he can still make a face like that? In response, Leo's face turned completely blank, as if he hadn't fully woken up yet, muttering, did I really look like that? Looking at that goofy face, Bella found it even funnier, to the point where she generously offered Leo a free therapy session. If you feel sore anywhere, just let me know, I'll heal you with my magic. At the same time, out of nowhere, the merchant buddy car crept out from some corner, walking over with a miserable look, complaining, oh, Bella, my shoulders and back are so stiff, help me out. As soon as the words left his mouth, before Bella could answer, the mage girl Chelsea delivered thudding punches to Carr's back like a machine, powerful and decisive. The orange-haired guy was in so much pain he spat his water everywhere, his face distorted as if he were about to cry. Chelsea smiled radiantly and asked, it doesn't hurt anymore, right? Before she turned to Leo, her voice full of concern, Leo, how is your summoning practice going? Tade chimed in, using a teasing tone, "You almost never show up in the summoning practice room." In response, Leo remained calm, his eyes flashing with confidence. "I practice hard where nobody can see me." To these words, Chelsea believed him 100% without a shred of doubt, nodding excitedly. "That's so like you, Leo. So what rank are you hoping to get on the summoning test?" Today was the day of the practical exam for the summoning course. Even though it was an exam for the summoning department, a massive crowd of students from other departments flooded in, packing the stands like a swarming beehive. While everyone was waiting, the voice of the host, Runba Tess, echoed all around, ringing out loud and clear like a bronze bell. "Hello. It's that time of the year again. The biggest event of the first semester for freshmen. Welcome to the summoning race. I am Runba Tess, a third-year student from the summoning department." In a corner of the stands, the siblings Celia and Reese were present, their eyes intently watching. Celia, with unconcealed curiosity, turned her head to ask her older brother, "So is this really an exam?" Reese, with a gentle smile, explained, "The summoning race is a tradition of the summoning department, and everyone loves it. Plus, it's a highlight event for interdepartmental exchanges, so everyone is excited about it." Speaking of the merchant guy car, as usual, whenever an event happened where students gathered, he took the opportunity to sell popcorn and Coca-Cola, his mouth pitching swiftly while his coin pouch jingled loudly. Meanwhile, down on the training grounds, the students of the summoning department had gathered, the atmosphere as tense as a coiled spring before the battle. The summoner girl Eliza, with a sharp gaze, "Have you prepared well for the practical exam of the summoning department? We haven't even seen you form a proper summoning contract yet." However, Ty's words carried no weight, like a passing breeze, because the frustration of the surrounding students hadn't faded at all. A blonde male student, his eyes flashing with anger, stood up to question him. "Ty, don't defend him just because you guys are in the same class. This guy completely disrespects our department." The girl Chinxia frowned, her voice filled with worry. "This atmosphere isn't good at all. If it's like this before the exam..." Before she could finish her sentence, a black-haired male student with a neat middle-part hairstyle spoke up mockingly. He was Sin Lu, who also came from the eastern continent like Chinxia. "You already have excellent grades in the night department, so you don't really need to care much about summoning, right?" In the face of these words, Chinxia's voice became hesitant, her eyes wavering. Before she could even finish, the big guy, Wariden, stepped in, his voice booming like thunder. "You guys are way too noisy. If you're going to argue and form cliques just because someone is a little better at summoning, please, take it somewhere else." At those words, Sin Lu, who looked like he had crossed a line, suddenly snapped like a rabid dog and lashed out in anger. "What did you just say, Wariden?" In response, Wariden's face showed clear contempt, cold as ice. "I said it's really annoying to hear people act like being slightly better at riding a summoned beast is some grand achievement." The big guy smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "That's because I didn't think it was even worth practicing. I'm not a fool like you who can't even tame a single griffin." By this point, the foolish Sin Lu could no longer contain his rage. He balled his hands into fists, his eyes bloodshot, and swung a punch straight at Wariden, forgetting that Wariden was the top student from the southern region, boasting a towering physique, while Sin Lu only came up to his chest. He balled his hands into fists, his eyes bloodshot, and swung a punch straight at Wariden, forgetting that Wariden was the top student from the southern region, boasting a towering physique, while Sin Lu only came up to his chest. Luckily, before his fist could connect with Wariden, Leo, quick as lightning, grabbed Sin Lu's arm, his voice as sharp as a blade. "If you fight before the exam, it's not going to end with just a warning. You'll lose your right to take the test entirely." Leo's reminder was like a splash of ice water right to Sin Lu's face, but he wasn't grateful, only letting out a frustrated, bitter huff, his eyes flashing with rage. At the same time, Tai walked up next to Leo, whispering a reminder in a voice as low as the night breeze. "Right now, the atmosphere in our summoning department this year isn't very good." Hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Leo's eyes as he asked, "Why is that?" In response, Tai's eyes carried a hint of melancholy as he explained, "Summoning is a field where the skill gap between majors and non-majors is massive. But because you and I, who aren't even students in the summoning class, are topping the class, the second years in the summoning department are really bitter toward us. Plus, you rarely ever show up for practice." Hearing up to this point, Leo finally understood the whole story of why the students in the class were so hostile toward him. He wasn't too surprised, only telling himself firmly, "Sure, to others, it might look like I'm slacking off, but I have no intention of neglecting my studies." At the same time, in another corner of the stands, a mysterious figure wrapped in a dark, enigmatic cloak was intently watching Sin Lu below. He whispered in a voice cold as ice, "It has begun. Having said that, he waved his hand, creating a dimensional portal shimmering with an eerie magical light, stepped through, and vanished like a ghost. Back to Sun. For some reason, a blazing fire of fury was building up more and more inside him, with nowhere to vent. He muttered to himself through gritted teeth, "Just you wait, you arrogant jerk. I will absolutely crush you." His eyes were blood red, looking completely unhinged, as if manipulated by an invisible force. Time flew by quickly, and the exam was right around the corner. The voice of the host, Runbates, rang out once more, clear as a bronze bell. "Before we begin, I will explain the rules of the event. Freshmen of the summoning department can only use summoning magic during the exam. Even dual major students are strictly banned from using aura or other types of magic. When the event starts, tame the griffin right in front of you. Cross the summoning island, and then return by circling around the silent lake. Who will be the star of this practical midterm exam for the summoning department? We'll find out right now." Not wanting them to feel any more anxious, the female professor, Yura, raised her voice, booming like thunder. "Recruits, don't sweat it. Just do what you did in practice. Anyone who can't handle the pressure can stay after class." Hearing those words, the students in the class only felt more anxious, their hearts pounding wildly. They reminded themselves, "Stop stressing out." But their bodies still shook uncontrollably, with sweat pooling on their foreheads. Paying no mind to their condition, Yura declared decisively, "Let the race begin." Right after that, a few guys in the class, who seemingly had discussed this beforehand, turned to look at each other, exchanging glances and nodding in understanding. Next, while a few other students quickly dashed toward the griffins, the lackeys belonging to Sun's faction, with sly looks in their eyes, began casting magic, aiming straight at Leo and Weirton's positions. This stunned the host, Runbates, who shouted, "Whoa, what is going on here? It's like they planned this all along. They're all targeting the class president, Leo Plav, and the top student of the South, Weirton." On the other side, Tai, who was already on the back of a griffin, saw Leo being targeted and, with worried eyes, prepared to rush over to help. However, Leo, with a sharp, cold gaze, immediately stopped him. "Don't worry about me, keep going. This is an exam, after all." Hearing this, Tai could only stammer an apology in a shaky voice and quickly steered his griffin away, its powerful wings flapping against the wind. Up in the stands, the spectators, acting like a furious mob, saw Sun's lackeys playing so dirty and started shouting insults in pure outrage. "That's so cheap. You guys from the summoning department, just quit. Play fair." If they had rotten eggs in their hands, they probably would have hurled them down right then. Back to Leo, being targeted like this made him feel a bit annoyed inside. He thought, "I knew I was disliked by them, but I didn't expect them to band together to get in my way like this." On the other hand, the host, Runbates, who was a student of the summoning department after all, had to speak up to defend his juniors, saying with a hint of embarrassment, Even though the boos from Class 5 are deafening, this is also a strategy in their own way." Oh, right as I'm speaking, Weirton immediately dispelled the magic attacking him. Turning to Weirton, by this time he had already stabilized the griffin beneath him, his eyes sharp, as he turned to ask Leo, "Are you all right? Do you need a hand?" In response, Leo waved him off, his voice as steady as steel. "No, I can handle this myself." Seeing that, Weirton didn't waste any time and immediately steered the griffin beneath him to shoot up into the sky, swift as an arrow piercing the wind, leaving a powerful vortex of air behind. This left Chelsea in the stands worried sick, biting her lip tightly as her heart pounded like it wanted to jump out of her chest. In another corner of the arena, Professor Yura, with eyes as sharp as a hawk, witnessed the entire scene, unable to hide the concern gleaming in her deep eyes. "The rift between the freshmen is deeper than I thought. They're openly cooperating to go against Leo?" she muttered to herself, her heart heavy. "Leo's main specialty isn't spirits, it's summoning. This test is going to be a brutal challenge for that kid." That was what the summoning department professor mused, her heart full of anxieties. "Oh spirits, please cast off my shackles and open the path ahead. Grant me the great mercy of nature. Oh spirits, please cast off my shackles and open the path ahead." As soon as the incantation rang out, the space in front of Leo suddenly brightened, and two blinding streams of light erupted. From within them, two tiny spirits emerged, one glowing red like hellfire, the other a cool green like a forest breeze. Looking at their graceful forms, it was clear these were spirits representing the fire and wind attributes, their latent power hidden beneath their small stature. Professor Yura, upon hearing those incantations, felt her mind go completely blank, as if lost in a dream. "Spirit tongue, and it's so perfectly fluent," she asked herself, her heart racing. "How did he pull that off? A freshman, How is that even possible? At the same time, Leo, on the other side, glanced at Yura with a teasing smile on his face, playful like a kid who had just won a bet. Seeing that, all the worry in Yura's heart vanished like morning mist. She sighed, a helpless smile on her lips, telling herself, I guess I'll have to relearn how to summon. This kid really can't be underestimated. Time flew by quickly, like wind brushing over a meadow. Shifting the scene to the rest of the students, they were currently riding their griffins, gliding swiftly across a lush, vast green meadow that seemed endless. A fool in Sinlu's group laughed out loud with a triumphant, mocking smirk. Serves him right. And he's supposed to be the freshman representative and the top student of the South? He can't even get started. He's definitely getting a B rank. Beside him, Sinlu nodded with a sly look, chiming in, how does it feel, Eliza? Pretty satisfying, right? In response, the white-haired girl Eliza, with her cold demeanor, suddenly picked up speed. Her griffin shot forward, flying parallel to Sinlu. She shot him a disdainful glare as sharp as a knife. I don't like this. I can totally defeat Leoplav, Wareden, or anyone else without resorting to cheap tricks. Her words left Sinlu stunned, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. To knock some sense into him, Eliza said bluntly in a sharp, cold voice, what do you think everyone else will think of the summoning class after this? To those words, Sinlu didn't feel a shred of guilt or worry. He laughed out loud, his voice arrogant, who cares? Those guys are the ones who will have to face total humiliation. Seeing this, Eliza knew this guy was a hopeless cause. She only warned him in a voice as cold as ice, next time, think carefully before you act. Having said that, she yanked the reins, steering her griffin to dash forward, swift as an arrow piercing the wind, leaving Sinlu behind, gritting his teeth in fury. He cursed silently in his mind, growling, this arrogant brat, always acting all high and mighty just because she has a family backing her. But either way, I'm definitely taking first place. Aside from Eliza, I'm the best at controlling flying beasts. This time, I'll grab the top rank. He deluded himself, his eyes flashing with smug satisfaction. However, that illusion didn't even last a few seconds when a scream rang out from behind, sharp as a sword blade, Ryu, look behind you. Hearing the shout, Sinlu turned his head, and the sight before him left him paralyzed. Chenxia, a girl full of attitude, was standing proudly on the back of her griffin, her posture as steady as a surfer riding the wind. Her face was radiant, without a hint of stress, as if she were enjoying a casual stroll rather than participating in a brutal exam. What on earth is that posture? Someone blurted out in utter astonishment. All of Sinlu's confidence from earlier vanished into the wind, like sand slipping through fingers. She doesn't even need to use spirit power to enhance the beast. This speed is impossible. He shrieked, his voice cracking in panic. Instantly, he fell back into his old habits, yelling in a high-pitched voice, everyone, let's take her down together. Responding to the call, an orange-haired girl with excited eyes shouted, all right. Take this. As she spoke, she summoned a wind attribute spirit, preparing to launch an attack. But Chenxia, with the sharp reflexes of a warrior, had long anticipated the dirty nature of this group. How could she not be on guard? The moment the wind spirit appeared, Chelsea controlled her mount, executing a spectacular arc in the air to swing around behind them. The lightning-fast move left the orange-haired girl stunned, unable to react. What the? She cried out in a panicked voice. Chenxia, without a moment's hesitation, leapt from the back of her griffin and delivered a precise, powerful kick like a sledgehammer, aiming straight at the girl with the twin pigtails. Chenxia, quick as a flash, grabbed the reins of that griffin, shrugged, and said casually, well, I don't even need to use an aura. Next, she guided the griffin to dash forward, flying parallel to Sinlu, flashing a bright smile, hey there, Sinlu. In response to that cheerfulness was the frustrated attitude of this idiot. He growled a warning, you made a big mistake turning us into enemies. Chenxia nodded, acknowledging it, but didn't forget to remind him in a sharp tone, I have to admit I'm not great at aerial combat. But I'm not your only opponent. Someone out there is really furious about your petty little tricks. As soon as the words left her mouth, before Sinlu could grasp her meaning, a deafening explosion like thunder in a clear sky erupted behind them. Everyone jumped and turned around. To make matters worse, countless other massive blasts went off right next to the mounts, causing them to panic and shriek frantically. She cast her eyes to observe the muscular guy. By this time, Wareden had picked up full speed, catching up to the lead group of contestants. When he spotted Sinlu's silhouette ahead, Warden's face was filled with pure rage, like a volcano about to erupt. "You piece of trash, take this payback," he shouted, his voice booming like thunder as he used magic to unleash countless radiant fireballs, aiming straight ahead. The violent explosions left Sun Lu's group struggling hard just to stabilize their panicked mounts, sweat pouring down them like rain. Returning to the arena, Leo, with unyielding determination, had broken free from the blocking magic. Runbates's voice rang out, filled with excitement. Freshman representative Leo, famous throughout Lumern for his ambition to join the ranks of the Academy's elite. But today, he seems to be trying hard to hog all the glory in this competition. Could summoning actually be Leo's fatal weakness? At the sound of this, the spectators all turned their eyes toward Leo, anxiously waiting to see what he would do next. After all, Leo had started way later than everyone else. Turning to Leo, he instantly spotted a deep thorn pierced into the griffin's wing, with dark red blood trickling out. It was shrieking frantically, its wild eyes full of wariness. "Leo is trying to tame the griffin," Runbates commented enthusiastically. "My advice is to not try riding a griffin when it's that alert." At the same time, in the stands, the swordswoman Celia murmured with worried eyes, "Oh no, why is Leo pushing himself that hard? He must have a reason for it." Reese, her older brother, chimed in with a thoughtful tone, "Let's see what he does." Back to Leo, even though the griffin's resistance was giving him a hard time, he quickly channeled power into both arms, his muscles tightening, yanking the reins hard with terrifying strength. "I know how you feel, but right now, you have to listen to me," Leo barked, his gaze icy and sharp as a sword blade. The griffin, sensing the overwhelming pressure, trembled as if it knew that if it kept causing trouble, it would face a terrible disaster. Very quickly, it became docile, lowering its head in submission. Seeing that the mount had calmed down, Leo leaped onto its back with movements as agile as a wild cat, officially making his start. Runbates shouted, "Whoa, Leo's griffin has joined the race." The most difficult start, riddled with stacked risks. It looks like finishing dead last is unavoidable. At that sound, a burst of fire flared up beside Leo, radiant as the sun. From within it, the small phoenix Fiora appeared, its wings shimmering with fiery light. Instantly, it enveloped the griffin in brilliant phoenix flames, causing the mount to roar as if infused with wild, savage power. In another corner, Celia, witnessing this scene, asked blankly, "What's up with that fire?" Reese didn't answer, his eyes glued to the screen as he mused, "Is that Zerdinger fire? No, that's not right. This isn't aura fire. Then what on earth is it?" Back to Sun Lu's group, a girl spoke up in a worried voice, "Their injuries are severe. At this rate, we won't be able to reach max speed." In response, someone in the group remained calm, "But at least we can avoid finishing dead last. Just relax." As soon as the words left his mouth, they saw a figure dash right past them, fast as a swirling wind. It was none other than Leo. With his speed enhanced by the phoenix flames, his griffin flew like a fire arrow, slicing through the air. "Now let's speed things up a bit more." Leo smiled, his eyes gleaming as he caught sight of the rival group ahead. But right at that moment, a roar echoed from up ahead, vibrating through the sky and earth. A colossal dragon appeared, its massive wings blotting out the light. Seeing its majestic form, Leo instantly recognized it and blurted out, "That's Farnia." To explain the appearance of the dragon Farnia, we have to rewind a few minutes, back when the air in the arena was buzzing like a smelting furnace. In response, Wareden didn't say a word, only silently snapping his fingers with a gentle movement that hid a terrifying power. A small spark suddenly flashed right next to Eliza, and then boom, it exploded violently without any warning, like an unexpected punch from the dark. Fortunately, Eliza's beast-controlling skills were as masterful as an aerial artist. She kept her griffin steady, gliding through the blast with sheer agility, dodging it by a hair. However, the sudden attack put her on high guard, her eyes flashing with caution. A critical strike using fire and wind spirits. This move isn't just a display of spirit body control, she thought, her heart pounding. I've never heard of Wareden taking magic classes, but no matter how strong an attack is, if it doesn't hit, it's completely useless. While thinking, she steered her mount to fly in a zigzag pattern, nimble as lightning, dodging every single explosion Wareden created, leaving booming echoes like thunder behind. Seeing that, Wareden, with a face cold as ice, figured out his explosive attacks weren't working. He curled his lip, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. "Then let's see if you can dodge this one." Next, he combined it with wind magic, turning the ice spears into a deadly downpour, rushing straight toward Eliza at a terrifying speed. The attack covered a massive area like an icy blizzard, making the space tremble. Eliza, despite her talent, couldn't dodge in time. But she didn't panic. With a mysterious gesture, she commanded, and her griffin opened its maw, unleashing a scorching pillar of fire radiant as lava, shooting straight into the oncoming ice torrent. The ice spears melted and shattered mid-air, turning into a thick cloud of mist. The spectacular sight left the host, Runbates, unable to contain his excitement, shouting, "What a mind-blowing battle!" Wariden used 3 spirit bodies for that attack, while Eliza fired back by enhancing her summoned beast. And at that exact moment, Chen Xia took advantage of the opening to surge into the lead. "Heh, well thanks for that." Chen Xia, the black-haired girl, smiled radiantly, her voice as clear as silver bells. But Eliza wasn't about to let her pass that easily. With burning eyes, she barked, "I won't allow that to happen, Chen Xia." As she spoke, she whipped out 2 energy ropes shimmering like starlight, wrapping them tightly around Chen Xia's neck and dragging her backward with sheer force. At the same time, a small spark appeared right in front of Chen Xia, flashing dangerously. Chen Xia, with her sharp intuition, instantly guessed what was coming. She leaped off the back of her mount as fast as a breeze, and sure enough, boom, a horrific explosion went off right where the spark was, shaking the area. Chen Xia, completely unfazed, reached out with both hands and tore the energy ropes apart, her movement decisive like ripping cloth. She lightly landed back onto the griffin's back, her eyes gleaming with confidence. That combo attack from Wariden and Eliza just now. "Those guys are definitely not ordinary," she muttered, sweat pooling on her forehead, but her smile remained bright. Suddenly, a screeching roar echoed, as if tearing the sky apart, drawing the attention of every single contestant. Following their gaze, before anyone knew it, Sun Lu, with a frenzied look on his face, had summoned a massive black dragon, its wings blotting out the light as its breath exuded an aura of total destruction. He looked at everyone, his eyes blood-red, and screamed, "I'm going to kill every last one of you bastards." Chen Xia rushed forward, shouting a warning, "Sun Lu, riding anything other than a griffin is against the rules." But her advice was futile. Sun Lu had gone completely mad, his sanity seemingly swallowed whole. "Shut up. I don't give a damn about that. You people who only rely on natural talent, I'll slaughter you all." He commanded the black dragon to block the path, its colossal body looming like a mountain, making it impossible for the group to advance. Wariden frowned, speaking up, "Did he form a contract with a black dragon?" Eliza, after observing it, shook her head, her voice cold, "It's not a black dragon. It looks more like some kind of mutant mutation." At the same time, Leo's griffin rushed in, fast as a fire arrow. His sudden appearance stunned Sun Lu, his voice cracking, "Leo? How did you keep up with me all the way here? One of the powerful beasts from the Tartarus army that we wiped out during the Great Catastrophe era. Where on earth did he get that beast?" Leo asked himself, his mind filled with doubt as a wary glint flashed in his eyes. Before he could think further, Sun Lu shrieked frantically, "Attack! Attack!" The black dragon obeyed its master's command, opening its mouth to spew a destructive beam of light radiant as the sun, aiming straight at the group of young heroes. Leo's group hastily steered their mounts to the side, dodging it by a hair. But Chen Xia, who was at the very back, couldn't react in time. Knowing it was too late to dodge, she used magic to manifest a shimmering barrier of energy, but it was far too fragile against the terrifying power of the black dragon. Performing a quick check, he frowned, she lost consciousness after the fall. "First, we need to ensure Chen Xia's safety." Thinking this, Leo turned and shouted loudly to Wariden and Eliza, "Everyone, land on the ground right now." Both of them nodded, their eyes determined. The group quickly found a spot to land. While he still wore a massive smirk, his voice arrogant, "So this is what it feels like to look down from above? Not bad at all. Sun Lu has summoned a black dragon and attacked the other leaders." But before he could finish, Professor Yura rushed over, delivering a heavy kick to the commentator, snapping, "Hey, you idiot, you can still sit there commentating at a time like this?" She snatched the microphone, her grave voice ringing out, summoning department assistants, "Deploy flying mounts to that location immediately. The match is temporarily suspended." At the same time, Professors Sejin and Llewellyn, sensing something unusual, rushed into the commentary room, asking urgently, "What's going on?" Yura, her face grim, replied, "It seems Sun Lu has signed a contract with a high-level demonic beast instead of a regular summon. He won't be able to withstand its influence for much longer." Her words made Sejin skeptical. Did Sun Lu really control that high-level demonic beast all on his own? At the same time, Professor Sejin, who was usually lazy, appeared outside the door, his voice deep, "Is there someone else controlling it?" Yura nodded, "I'm not sure, but it's highly possible." Sejin, as the head professor, quickly took charge. "All right, Yura, you take the summoning department assistants and stop Sun Lu. If necessary, subdue him and eliminate the demonic beast. The rest of the faculty, scatter and protect the students." Sejin, you come with me. Sejin nodded, his eyes cold and sharp, as if he had already guessed their next destination. Back at Leo's location, the group had just landed safely, but Senlu was hot on their heels. Wariden warned in a tense voice, "It's coming. If you intended to run away, you should have hidden better, shouldn't you? Gathering in this open space again?" Before he could finish, Leo stunned everyone with his next words, his voice deep as thunder. "That's a demonic beast. I'm waiting here to destroy that disgusting monster." As he spoke, he slowly stepped forward, an unyielding aura flashing in his eyes. For a brief moment, it was as if Leo had returned to the battlefield of the past, where blood and fire once dyed the sky red. At his command, the black dragon, with burning eyes, opened its maw and unleashed a column of bright red fire, its horrific heat resembling lava, rushing forward at a terrifying speed and tearing through the air. But Wariden, the big guy, reacted with lightning speed. He slammed both hands onto the ground, magic erupting as he summoned a colossal stone golem, towering like a mountain, to block the column of fire. He roared in a deep, echoing voice, "He has clearly lost his mind. Eliminating a disgusting existence like that, I'm with you, Leo." On the opposite side, Senlu saw his attack blocked by Warden's golem, gritting his teeth tightly as sweat pooled on his face from extreme tension. Meanwhile, Eliza, the arrogant white-haired girl, refused to be outdone, taking a step forward with a cold huff. "Are you guys trying to look cool all by yourselves? Count me in, but first, we have to pull that idiot out of the enemy's grasp." Wariden, his eyes sharp, warned, "The summoned golem is about to collapse. Get ready." Eliza pouted, complaining, "You really can't do anything right, Wariden." Leo, hearing their banter, let out a soft smile, as if remembering the fond arguments he used to have with his old comrades. Returning to the battle, just as Wariden predicted, the hands of the stone golem began to crack, countless fractures spreading before the horrific firepower of the black dragon. Seeing this, Senlu's confidence returned, and he laughed out loud, unable to keep his mouth shut. Just as expected. My summoned beast is top tier. Where are you guys, you fleeing rats?" As the words left his mouth, the golem shattered into countless stone fragments, dust swirling everywhere, as Senlu, with sly eyes, scanned around for his next prey. But Eliza didn't give him the chance. She took the initiative to attack, holding her shimmering energy whip and lashing it straight toward Senlu. The whip cracked powerfully, the sound of wind whistling through space as sharp as a blade. Luckily for Senlu, he managed to dodge it by a hair, as if blessed by his ancestors. But Eliza's action infuriated him, causing him to shriek, "How dare you attack me, you bitch!" He ordered the black dragon to gather firepower, preparing to breathe fire once more. But Wariden, with his sharp awareness, wasn't about to let that happen. He snapped his fingers, summoning an explosion right above the dragon's head, causing it to detonate instantly and shake the area. "Now," Wariden muttered. Leo took the opportunity, channeling power into both legs to spring forward like an arrow, launching himself straight towards Senlu's position. The seamless coordinated attack from the three left Senlu with no time to react. He looked at Leo, his eyes crazed, speaking in an unfamiliar voice that was no longer his own. "An effort to pull this kid away from the enemy, pretty good. But this is as far as you go, you brats." At this moment, it was clear Senlu was being controlled by another force. On the ground, Eliza looked up at the black dragon carrying Leo and Senlu as it shot up into the sky, staring blankly as she asked in a worried voice, "Wait, why did he go up there alone, Leo?" Shifting the scene to the back of the black dragon, Senlu, or rather, the entity controlling him, smirked, his voice mocking, "Are you scared, young hero candidate?" But Leo, completely unfazed, kept an icy glare as he seized the chance to investigate. "You're a Tartarus beast master. Where is your main body? It can't be far away." The words brought a brief flash of surprise to Senlu's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "You figured out my true identity? Interesting, truly very interesting. To stay this calm in a situation like this, you really do have the perfect traits of a hero. If that's the case, you must die here." He spoke in a cold tone, waving his hand to manifest a massive strand of energy, whipping it straight at Leo. Caught by surprise and unable to defend in time, he was blasted off the back of the black dragon, entering a free fall from a height of hundreds of meters. If it were a normal person, this fall would have smashed them to pieces. But Leo, the protagonist, always finds a way to overcome adversity. "Fiora, it's time for you to shine. I am a master of all attributes, but I haven't reached the peak in any single one yet. In terms of aura, Aaron and Dweno are superior. In terms of magic, there's Luna. In terms of summoning, there's Lacinas. My choice is to fuse aura and magic.
From Leo's palm, countless bands of radiant golden energy shot out, aiming straight at Fiora to boost her power.
It caught Leo with both legs, standing as solid as a mountain. Now you look more like a phoenix, huh?
Leo smiled, his eyes sparkling.
Not far away, the black dragon sensed the phoenix's aura and roared in fury, reacting to the opposing energy. The Tartarus mage, perched on the black dragon's back, raised his guard and demanded, "Phoenix contractor, what is your true identity?
If you tell me where you captured Farnia, I'll give you your answer."
Leo replied softly, but his words only made the mage's murderous intent heavier. "You even know about the mythical beasts of the Calamity era? I can't let you leave here alive."
He shouted out loud, unleashing the secret sword technique of the Zerdingers, Phoenix Breath, Lightspot secret art. At that exact same moment, both unleashed their skills. The two terrifying sources of energy collided, creating a deafening explosion that shook the sky. The battle was a test of endurance, but Leo gradually lost ground, sweat pouring down as his energy depleted.
But suddenly, the enemy cried out in panic, "Who's there?" The black dragon's attack was cut short. Leo deduced, his main body is being attacked? His elemental power is dropping.
"I have to seize this chance," Leo roared, releasing all his energy to create a massive pillar of fire that plunged straight into the black dragon's body. It shot out countless golden beams of light and then exploded like a bomb, illuminating the sky with brilliant radiance. There was no telling whether Senlu, who was on its back, lived or died.
"Great job, Fiora.
Now let's head back," Leo smiled, his voice filled with relief. But things didn't go as planned. Suddenly, Fiora reverted to her newly hatched, tiny state, leaving Leo completely stunned. The master and pet fell into a freefall, the wind howling past their ears. Meanwhile, the Tartarus mage, who was focused on controlling Senlu, was suddenly struck by a pillar of light descending from the sky.
The terrifying pressure made him groan, cough.
"Who are you guys?" The one who attacked was Professor Sejin, who had just arrived.
"This is for you,"
Haris, the lazy professor, said coldly.
Recognizing their identities, the mage sneered.
Without letting him finish, Haris clenched his fist, increasing the pressure from the pillar of light and causing the mage's bones to groan as if they were about to shatter.
Suddenly, a dark space portal appeared on the ground.
From behind the mage, a cloud of smoke filled with fangs and red eyes emerged.
"A pity, but we'll have to make it next time."
The fanged monster crushed the body the mage was controlling, then dove into the space portal, making its escape.
Sejin stopped his magic and shook his head in regret. He got away.
"It seems they've started getting highly active again."
Haris nodded, his voice deep. "Yeah. Lumern is no longer safe."
Back with Leo, he was still in a freefall at a terrifying speed.
With a fall like this, even Leo wasn't sure he'd survive.
He advised Fiora in a gentle voice, "Fiora, go back to the summoned beast world." Fiora, with her tiny wings, tried to cling to Leo, her eyes full of reluctance. But before things could get emotional, Leo's body suddenly stopped mid-air.
Professor Yura's voice rang out coolly, "Are you alright, Leo? Thank goodness we weren't too late."
Time flew by like a fleeting breeze, shifting the scene to an unnamed cave where the air was heavy and gloomy like the underworld. The Tartarus mage, his face hidden in the shadows, was absorbing streams of glowing red energy flowing from the wounds of the snarling monsters before him. His breath was cold, and his eyes flashed with malice.
Suddenly, a stranger clad in a mysterious black cloak spoke up sarcastically, "This isn't easy at all. To think I'd be hindered by someone who's just a hero candidate." The mocking words made Tartarus frown, and he quickly explained in a raspy voice, "That is no ordinary hero candidate. Doesn't that just make things unexpectedly interesting?" As he walked, Leo reflected on the past events. The summoning department's midterm practical exam had been cancelled. Senlu was dead.
This incident made the freshman much more aware of the dangers of dungeons. He sighed, a faint sadness in his eyes. Everyone was curious about the true nature of Farnia, the creature Senlu had contracted with. But the four of us, under Professor Yura's orders, all kept quiet upon realizing it was a subspecies of the black dragon. Shifting scenes to the magic department, today was the day of the practical exam, and the atmosphere was lively yet tense. The classroom door swung open, drawing everyone's attention. Chloe walked in, her eyes exhausted with dark circles clearly visible, looking as though she had stayed up for several nights. This worried her classmates.
"Chloe, your hair. Did you stay up all night? You don't look good at all."
Someone spoke up, their voice full of concern. But Chloe paid no mind, quietly walking to her seat with a face as cold as ice. Leo, standing to the side, watched Chloe with a heavy heart but said nothing.
Professor Len, waiting until all students had gathered, said seriously, "Good, everyone is here. Pay attention. Today, I believe you all have prepared original spells that reflect your unique personalities. It would be a shame if I were the only one to witness these wonderful magics, so I have invited 3 special guests to join us." The class buzzed with curiosity. Len continued, "They are alumni of the Lumern Magic Department who graduated 3 years ago, and they are also your seniors. Today, they will be the judges grading the exam." Following the introduction, 3 figures walked in. First was a sharp-looking black-haired girl wearing glasses, Rilda Fedney. Next was a green-haired guy with a stern face that radiated coldness, Fidman Slack. In the corner of the class, Carr, the sneaky merchant guy, whispered to Leo, "Why do I get the feeling they're going to grade easily? My gut tells me so." Leo, with a contemplative look, muttered, "Let's see, will they really grade easily?" Hard to say. The brief exchange ended when Professor Len looked at the roster and called out loudly, "Eliana, step up." Hearing her name, Eliana immediately ran up to the platform, her eyes burning with enthusiasm. She stood straight and spoke in a clear, ringing voice, "Seniors, I'm Eliana, a first-year student. It's an honor to meet you all." Her confidence made the whole class widen their eyes, but Eliana didn't care. She began her exam, her palm glowing. A streak of light shot up, bursting like brilliant fireworks and illuminating the entire room. She explained excitedly, "My primary element is light. If I combine the magic formula with the fire attribute, I can create powerful thermal magic." From Eliana's palm, a small spark appeared, blending with the light to form a fierce flame that swirled around her, emitting a powerful aura. But Shinhaz, on the opposite side, blurted out blankly, "Oh, but doesn't that look just like the existing laser-type magic?" The unintentional comment caused Eliana's face to stiffen, her smile freezing over. The 3 seniors quickly took notes and handed their evaluations to Professor Len. The results were not promising, 2 C- and 1 C. Unsurprised, Len said coldly, "Next person." The students in the back trembled, whispering, "Are they grading that harshly? I might as well drop out." It wasn't until Carr gave his presentation that the results improved. AB+ grade. Chelsea, with an outstanding performance, earned an A. The 2 excitedly celebrated, high-fiving each other. Looking at the list, Fidman exhaled, "This group seems pretty ordinary." Len's voice rang out, "Avid, step forward." Avid, with his handsome face, stepped up, driving the female students in the class crazy. "Oh my god, he's so cool. Just looking at his face, you know he's getting an A+, they swooned." Paying them no mind, Avid wrote the magic formula on the board and said in a deep voice, "The high-level magic I am presenting is called Tempest." Shifting outdoors, to ensure safety, Avid performed his magic within an area protected by a barrier set up by the mages beforehand. Under watchful eyes, Avid harnessed his mana, his body floating in the air, surrounded by a green light. He shouted, and from high above, a violent tornado plummeted down, slamming into the barrier and creating a horrific explosion that shook the ground. A curious deer nearby was swept away by the whirlwind. Impressed by the performance, the 3 seniors unanimously gave Avid an A+. Chelsea, proud of her brother, cheered, "That's my brother for you." The class buzzed with excitement, their curious eyes shifting toward him, waiting for the performance from the hero candidate. Hearing Leo's declaration, the seniors couldn't help but be shocked, blurted out in unison, what now?" Shinhaz, with a curious gaze, pressed further, "I've never heard of that concept before. Explain it." Leo, not rushing to answer, smiled faintly and countered in a calm voice, "Everyone knows that basic spells have a foundational attribute, right?" Shinhaz, confident, replied instantly, "Of course. That's a necessary condition for any spell." Leo nodded, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. The words were like a bolt out of the blue. Even a fool understood what Leo was implying, but because of that, it was even harder to believe. Whispers broke out in the classroom, and skeptical glances locked onto him. Fidman Slack, the green-haired guy, shook his head and said sarcastically, "Is the kid delusional?" Rilda Fedney, the sharp girl, also urged, "Yeah, let us see it then." Without hesitation, Leo picked up a piece of chalk and began writing on the board, his handwriting bold and confident. As he wrote, Rilda spoke up in a deep voice, "Kid, there has been only one mage in history who ever used a completely different incantation system for high-level magic." Leo paused for a beat and replied, "That's right, it was the Bard of the Stars, Luna." Leo smiled, his voice gentle yet resolute, "Of course not. I can't compare to Luna." Shinha snorted coldly and reminded him, compared to Archmage Luna, kids these days are so disrespectful. The words reminded Leo of his close friend, who was now a legend. He replied in a deep tone, yes, Archmage Luna is a legendary mage. But it doesn't take a genius like her to create an incantation system. Having said that, Leo completed the formula on the board and turned back to look at everyone. Looking at the formula, the group of seniors widened their eyes in shock, as if witnessing a miracle. Fidman muttered, his voice trembling, the kid isn't making things up. Based on this structure, he can use any spell without attribute limitations. Rilda, her eyes shining brightly, added, unbelievable. In another corner, Chloe looked at the formula, her expression shifting slightly as a complex look flashed through her eyes. Dropping their condescending attitude, the seniors grew serious. Fidman asked in a deep voice, Leoplav, what is your reason for creating this system? Leo was straightforward, to freely use any type of magic that exists. The answer sparked Fidman's interest, and he thought to himself, this kid is truly crazy. Now I see why the freshmen this year are so special. He asked further, so, what do you call it? Leo focused his mana, a sphere of white light flashing in his palm as he muttered, Bible. Startled, Shinhuz remembered something and said in a trembling voice, Bible? Only one person in history has ever used that name. The magic system of the fictional character Kyle. Unsurprised, Leo received an A+. After the presentation, he stepped down, thinking as he walked, I didn't finish the system back when I was Kyle, but this time is different. He glanced at Chloe, worrying when he saw how lifeless her complexion looked. Are you okay? Leo asked in a concerned voice, but Chloe, as if she didn't hear him, quietly stepped up at Professor Lin's call, the final candidate, Chloe Muller. The seniors placed high expectations on Chloe, the top student of the magic class. Rilda asked curiously, I heard you're the most outstanding student. What are you presenting today? Bewildered, Chelsea whispered, the imperishable flame? But Chloe naturally uses the ice attribute. Why choose an opposing attribute? Watching her, the seniors frowned, not seeing anything special yet. Fidman thought, seems pretty ordinary. I thought she'd be on par with Leo or Avid. Preparing to log the grade, he muttered, if it's just this, there's nothing worth seeing. She used magic to create a massive sphere of water hovering over her head, then dumped it straight onto herself. Miraculously, the flame in her hand didn't waver at all. Chelsea and Leo were startled. Chelsea gasped, it didn't go out. Could she have added a permanence effect to the spell? Chloe nodded, that's right. Unless I extinguish it myself, this flame never goes out. She clenched her hand, snuffing out the flame, her gaze resolute. Stunned, Fidman thought, all magic requires mana to maintain, but Chloe broke the rules. How is that possible? The more he thought, the more confused he got, unable to wrap his head around it. Chloe cheerfully gave her presentation, my high-level magic is the eternal flame. All three seniors unanimously gave her an A+, but looking at Chloe, a wave of unease washed over Leo. Creating an imperishable flame was something even Luna failed at. Only one entity had ever pulled it off, Erebos. He recalled the time he went to find Chloe to question her. He called out, Chloe, come on out. I heard rumors that she's hanging out with the problem students from the magic department. But Chloe isn't that kind of person. Suddenly, a flame erupted next to Leo. Leo gently set the tiny phoenix down and said in a deep voice, I want to know why Fiora is still at Lumern. There must be a reason for her to stay here. Hearing the question, Fiora's mother's face turned cold, as if sinking into painful memories. She said in a low voice, 5 years ago, Lumern was attacked. Principal Kellyanne Biden asked me to investigate. Since then, I've been tracking their trail. Leo nodded and asked further, do you know about a monster summoner who appeared during the summoning department's exam? Fiora's mother gave a slight nod, I heard a student lost his life. Leo pressed on, do you think Tartarus is behind this? Fiora's mother fell silent, her eyes deep, right now, I only have suspicions, I can't say anything more. Senlu might not be the only student Tartarus has approached. This information from Leo stunned Fiora's mother, her eyes flashing with wariness. Professor Harlan, lazily leaning back in his chair, ordered, Class 5, gather up. Once everyone was assembled, he said, Class Monitor, explain the exam. Leo stepped forward, his voice clear, the interdisciplinary exam requires groups to coordinate and conquer a hero world. This time, it's the Chedmothers incident. Hearing this, the whole class gasped, their eyes wide with panic. Only Ileana, completely clueless, asked out of curiosity, what is the Chedmothers incident? Nella, beside her, looked at her like she was an alien. Good grief, Ileana, you really don't know? This was even on the exam questions. Before she could say more, Harlan barked, "Silence." Class monitor, continue. Leo picked up the paper and read, 30 years ago, 5 first-year students from Lumern conducted a mission in the Dead Forest in the central region. They were ambushed by Tartarus. Professor Albi, who was a second-year student at the time, joined the rescue team and was nearly wiped out. The goal this time is to rescue the wounded and eliminate the magical beasts. We will be supporting Professor Albi. Harlan, with a grim face, reminded them, this exam is not a standard test. It is to heighten your combat awareness. Stay highly focused. Anyone without potential will be expelled immediately. The whole class grew anxious, their expressions darkening. Harlan burst out laughing, lightening the mood. Believe in yourselves, you guys have grown up. The students were touched, and Eliana even wanted to ask for Harlan's autograph. But he waved her off, dismissing her. Shut your mouth. Professor Arshian's voice rang out. I am announcing the team rosters, starting with Class 1. Chelsea was taken aback. Wait, we're not forming teams within the same class? Carr growled, damn it, we have to do the exam with strangers? One by one, the students drew lots from a large jar. Leo drew the number 11 ball, the final group. After the groupings, Albi announced, the grouping is complete. Group 1, step onto the summoning matrix. Chelsea and Celia stepped forward. Celia smiled, let's show them the power of the Rodran Empire together. Albi channeled his power, and the magic circle radiated a brilliant aura. The notification screen read, Opening Heroic Chronicles. Albi's World, Zheng Qiyuan, the Chedmothers Incident. Chelsea and Celia were teleported inside. The professors watched through the simulation screen. Sejin said cheerfully, they're moving at an incredible speed. With Celia, this group is definitely taking the top spot. Harlan sighed, I think Chelsea stands out more. Sejin felt annoyed, but a voice chimed in, startling them both. The first group finished so quickly, as expected of such promising freshmen. It was Principal Kallian. Sejin and Harlan said in unison, Principal. They gave up the middle seat. Sejin asked, what brings you here, sir? Kallian said cheerfully, I just dropped by to see how much the freshmen have grown. Everyone turned back to watch the exam. On the screen, Celia and Chelsea had just eliminated an orc. The announcement rang out, Group 1 has completed the mission. The audience applauded, and Kallian commented, the Zerdinger family and Chelsea, despite their frequent clashes, are still from the same empire and highly capable. Group 3, with Avid and Duran, easily completed it. Kallian's eyes lit up, the two strongest members lead charge while the rest provide backup from behind. Risky, but I'm pleased. Group 4, Nella and Shenxia, overcame the challenge without a single scratch. Nella's healing aura was extraordinary, and Shenxia's movements were exceptional. Group 7, with Wariden, Eliza, and Eliana, also did excellently. Kallian, highly satisfied, thought about Leoplav, that kid makes me nostalgic, like looking back at my younger self. Albi read, Group 11, step up. Leo and Chloe stepped forward. Albi asked, ready? Both nodded firmly. Albi activated the magic array, but suddenly, black smoke billowed out, carrying an eerie aura. Shrewdly, Leo thought, something is wrong. Not just him, but the other students also noticed the violent magical fluctuations. What's going on? Kallian asked Albi seriously, Professor Albi, what is happening? Albi nodded, his voice heavy, yes, this is a heromorphic dungeon. Usually, a warning with a mission would appear, he whispered. Meanwhile, the mage girl Chloe also cried out hurriedly, hold on, this is a hero dungeon? How is that possible? This isn't a lost page, I've never heard of any page in the Hero Chronicles going out of control. Over on this side, Leo immediately started contacting the teachers outside, Professor, I don't see the other team members anywhere. What should we do? His words were transmitted, but no response was sent back. Unlike her naive thinking, Leo shook his head and enlightened her, if they could, they would have paused the test already. It's because a hero-grade dungeon has formed. I guess the two of us will just have to raid this dungeon. Hearing this, Chloe threw a fit and hastily refused. Are you kidding me? Clearing this dungeon with a full 10-member team is already hard enough. Don't you remember how many people lost their lives here 30 years ago? Leo fired back, if we want to get out of this dungeon, there's no other way, Chloe. As for Chloe, of course she understood this, but when she thought about facing the upcoming enemies, she couldn't help but feel utterly despondent. Tartarus caused the Shedmer incident before. From the very beginning, they set out to eliminate hero cadets like us right from inside the academy waters. This entire forest is a trap. Then Leo sat down in front of her, calling out to reassure her, Chloe, you're the strongest freshman, aren't you? This made Chloe curious. She bit her lips lightly and thought, how can he stay so calm? Explaining this, Leo also frankly shared his thoughts. To clear the Shedmer incident, 2 conditions must be met. First, we must rescue the freshmen, and second, we must ensure their safety. To satisfy those 2 conditions, we first need to find reinforcements. Leo spoke while drawing a diagram on the ground with his finger. Looking at this, Chloe shrugged and replied, but how do we do that? Outsiders can't get into this dungeon. In response, Leo flashed a smile, pointed to a circle, and said deliberately, don't forget we aren't the only Lumran students inside this forest. Hearing this, Chloe immediately caught his drift, nodding, the ones who were killed before? Right, they must still be alive. Saying that, she paused for a beat, watching Leo turn his back to her, and asked, what are you planning to do? Leo answered, hurry up and hop on my back. Over here, the mage girl's face flushed as red as a ripe tomato, and she said flusteredly, why though? Hearing that, Leo glanced back and said, we can't let that female student clash with Tartarus before we do. At the exact same time, in another development, there was also a demon with 2 horns on his head observing the Lumran students through the screens in front of him. This guy was the Tartarus demon named Shuban, and he muttered quietly, it has begun. At this point, he was also slightly surprised as he watched the screen where Leo was sprinting with Chloe on his back. He immediately guessed the 2 of them were the rescue team, but seeing the number was only 2, Shuban didn't care much. A rescue team? Forget about them. Our targets are only the hero cadets who will become dangerous in the future, the others don't matter. That was what he thought, but just a second later, his expression had to change when he saw Leo using his skills to completely wipe out the crowd of monsters blocking the way. A terrifying murderous aura began to erupt from Chuban's entire body. Remembering something, he roared, all attribute? Returning to Leo's position, unaware that he was being noticed by the demon Shuban. He was also looking left and right a bit, thinking, the closer we get to the center, the darker it gets around here. Should I borrow Aaron's skill? With this thought in mind, Leo began to concentrate the aura inside his body and channel it into his eyes, making the surroundings in all 4 directions clearer than ever before. Seeing this, Leo also shouted to give the signal. Hearing the words, Chloe reacted incredibly fast, starting to concentrate her mana into her staff and swinging it forcefully forward. As a result, the moment these orcs caught sight of the duo, they were already sorrowfully holding hands to go meet the Grim Reaper. However, one of the monsters among the crowd survived and hadn't completely died yet. As it was about to kick the bucket, it struggled to raise a horn to its mouth, intending to blow it to sound the alarm for its comrades. This caused Chloe to panic. No, if it blows that horn, the entire horde of orcs will come here. Not only did she think that, but Leo also anticipated it. To prevent it from happening, Leo swung his sword with lightning speed and instantly sliced this green-skinned monster in half, shattering the horn in its hand at the same time. Leo's surprisingly fast reflex left Chloe staring blankly with wide eyes. She muttered to herself, how can the gap between our powers be this massive? Will I really never be able to defeat Leo? Putting this matter aside, not long after that, the 2 of them sprinted to the location of the Lumran student group. She mumbled a question, but Leo had no time to answer and immediately rushed ahead, support me right now. Hearing this, Chloe instantly snapped back to reality, casting her magic to create a magic circle beneath Leo's feet, and Leo used it as his springboard, channeling power into both legs. At the same moment, a girl within the student group called out to warn the others, everyone get ready, they are here. The moment the words left her mouth, a demon charged in to attack. The 4 of you, die, right before everyone's astonished eyes. As for the demon, after being slashed to death, his body dissolved into a cloud of black smoke. The action happened so suddenly that the brown-haired girl was caught a bit off guard, and she asked back, did you come here to help us? Leo turned around, nodding in reply, that's right. Ahead, another demon, seeing his comrade bite the dust just like that, gnashed his teeth in pure rage and cast his magic, creating an ink-black magic circle that looked incredibly complex. Die. Death leeches. Following his words, giant leeches with razor-sharp teeth shot forward from inside the magic circle like bullets, but this was still not enough to trouble our main character. He gnashed his teeth in pure rage and cast his magic, creating an ink-black magic circle that looked incredibly complex. Die. Death leeches. He immediately cloaked his sword in a fiery aura and slashed fiercely forward, unleashing a wave of fire that swept everything away. Incredible, a male student muttered in awe. Meanwhile, the brown-haired girl seized the opportunity, shouting, act now.
She also began chanting obscure incantations to cast a type of magic called arc lightning, blasting streams of bright light toward the demons. On the opposite side, Chloe cut her off before she could say another word. Sorry, but I want to talk to my teammate in private for a moment.
Hey Leo, that girl is Elia Geron. She's Professor Albi's younger sister.
Shuban killed her right here in this forest 30 years ago. I'm sure you've noticed this too, but we can't save Elia Zerdinger's squad in the Shedmer incident.
Shuban,
he's a knight-level demon knight from Tartarus. Their team is famous for being the first ones he attacked. Tartarus instigated the Shedmer incident right from the start, with the goal of eliminating the genius mage Elia Geron, a highly promising hero candidate, which is why their names were recorded in the heroic chronicles.
Given our current strength, there's no way we can save them.
To fulfill the necessary condition, we must quickly find another squad.
Chloe stroked her chin in thought, while Leo furrowed his brows and questioned back, are you saying we should just leave them be?
The reality is they already died 30 years ago. Saying up to this point, Chloe's voice became hesitant, and her face clearly showed a look of profound sadness. And in response to her words, Leo also voiced his thoughts. It's true that they died, but we can't just abandon them like this.
Hearing this, the mage girl Chloe truly could no longer suppress her anger.
She clenched her teeth tightly together and yelled loudly, "Get a grip on yourself.
You are amazing, absolutely outstanding. I admit that, but even so, this is not the time to act recklessly."
Saying that, as if feeling she had been a bit too harsh, Chloe's voice trailed off, and the corners of her eyes began to grow moist. Seeing this, Leo just quietly stepped forward, gently patting her small head, and whispered,
"Acting like a hero, Chloe?
You shouldn't say such things so casually,
because you are a hero candidate."
Hearing that, Chloe seemed to have an epiphany, raising her tear-reddened eyes to look at Leo, as if waiting for his answer. Then Leo scanned the surroundings and said, "History has already been changed."
"What do you mean by that?" Chloe asked back in astonishment.
"By all accounts, they should have been slaughtered by Chuban a long time ago." Over here, hearing the protagonist say this, Chloe was startled and quickly realized the anomaly in this hero dungeon. "I still think this makes no sense," she muttered to herself, then said aloud, "I'll let you make the call."
In response, Leo nodded and suggested, "All right, let's retreat along with Elia's squad."
Amidst the confusion, the dark magic book Chloe carried in her bag was emitting an eerie aura without her even realizing it.
Shifting scenes to Elia's group, at this moment, Syed, a first-year student majoring in magic, softly remarked to the others, "Isn't this a little strange? Only 2 people came from the rescue team."
Replying to the comment, Dina, a first-year student majoring as a knight, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, they seem to be about our age too."
"Wait, could this be a trap by Tartarus?"
Belek shared his thoughts, but Elia refuted them all.
"What are you guys talking about?
If they were enemies, they wouldn't have fought the demons alongside us.
Besides, he looks pretty cool, doesn't he?"
As she said this, Elia's face blushed slightly, causing the other 3 members to widen their eyes, doubting what they had just heard.
Dina yelled, "Are you kidding me, Elia? Out of all people, you're really saying that right now?" Hearing this, Elia countered with a complaint, "Did I say something wrong?"
"Well no, I just thought Senior Albi was your standard," Dina said, scratching her head. Then, not letting their conversation drag on any longer, Leo walked over to remind everyone, "Listen carefully, we are going to get out of this forest as fast as possible."
Facing Leo's suggestion, Syed stood up and asked, "Is that really necessary?
Since we have reinforcements, let's just take our time wiping out the monsters along the way." Hearing this, the faces of the group turned pale with fear, because they knew that a knight-level demon was as strong as an entire army.
Someone whispered, and Leo nodded to confirm, "Exactly, that's the reason we are going to avoid a direct confrontation with it.
Our objective is still to make it back safely.
Are you guys ready? All right, let's move out."
Just like that, the group began to move quickly before that big guy Chuban could show up. While running, Elia glanced slightly at Leo behind her and witnessed Chloe's highly complex expression. This caused a bit of suspicion to rise within Elia's heart.
Time quickly passed.
Shifting scenes to the library of Lumern Academy, right now the entire library area was in complete chaos due to that hero dungeon incident. Staff members were rushing around everywhere looking for all kinds of documents. Meanwhile, Professor Sejin said hurriedly, "Find all cases where a dungeon transformed into a hero dungeon."
"Time is of the essence, everyone hurry up." On the other side, Principal Callian turned to ask Professor Albi, "This should be considered a positive sign, right?" Replying to the question was a firm nod from the handsome professor, "Yes.
It's impossible to enter a hero dungeon while the people inside are still there."
Hearing that, the old principal further inquired, "Albi, at what time did you defeat Chuban 30 years ago? Albi replied, it was around midnight. Regarding this time frame, Principal Callian let out a deeply dejected sigh. Is all we can do just rely on our past selves? Principal, we've found the person who sold the monster summoning catalyst to the students in Lu. As for the connection to Tartarus, before the words could fully leave her mouth, she stopped short, because at this moment, Professor Albi's face had become incredibly terrifying. A surge of energy began to continuously radiate from his body, to the point where Principal Callian felt a bit startled, quickly placing a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Calm down, Albi. The stern words from the principal helped the blonde professor snap out of it in time. However, it seemed Albi needed time to fully compose himself, so he turned around and left the room. I'm going outside to clear my head for a bit. Just like that, he quickly walked away. Only when he had completely vanished from sight did the female staff member heave a sigh of relief, turning to the old principal and saying, as expected of someone who rose to become a hero, driven by hatred for the demon race. Up front, Callian replied with a sad expression, it's understandable. In the incident 30 years ago, not even his younger sister's belongings were found, let alone her body. Alright, so who was the one who sold the monster summoning catalyst to Sinlu? Answering the question, the female staff member said, it's a black market dealer who has settled in the alleys of Lumern City. He's actually quite famous among the freshmen this year. As she spoke, she handed Callian a notebook. While flipping open the notebook to inspect it, Callian asked back, are you implying that a spy from Tartarus has infiltrated Lumern City? Beside him, the staff member shook her head, they don't work for Tartarus, but Tartarus has clearly slipped some items to them. After listening, Callian began to stroke his chin, pondering to himself, what is their objective? Then, after turning the page and specifically examining each item recorded inside, Callian suddenly noticed a line of text, Chloe Muller, Black Magic. Seeing this, the principal hastily closed the book and turned to tell the staff member, go call Professor Len. Yes, I understand, the secretary replied and quickly walked away, leaving the old principal behind. He looked at his hand, which was covered in scars, and thought, my instincts, honed through countless near-death experiences, seem to be screaming. It's telling me that danger is right in front of our eyes. Over here, as Leo casually swung his sword to kill a goblin, he eyed the rest of the group and thought to himself, I've been using super perception for too long, and everyone has reached their limit. Thinking up to this point, Leo requested, let's take a short break to recover our strength. On the other side, the two guys, Tayad and Bellic, looked at Leo with looks of pure disbelief, whispering, but how does that guy not seem tired at all? He's truly on another level. Then suddenly, Elia's voice rang out, hey, Chloe, what is your relationship with Leo, Chloe? Are you two dating? The nonchalant question made Chloe's expression turn thoroughly embarrassed. The mage girl hastily countered, of course not. Looking at her vehement denial, Elia nodded, alright, judging by your reaction, it's definitely a no. Shifting back to Chloe's perspective, seeing that Elia came over just to ask her this question made her let out a deeply frustrated sigh. Then she looked at Elia, a thought crossing her mind, I get a strangely familiar feeling. Even though they are seniors who enrolled 30 years ago, right now they are still just first-year students. Maybe they are just like the kids in my class. With that thought, Chloe blurted out, but why are you asking that? Are you interested in Leo? Hearing this, Elia cast her eyes slightly toward Leo, who was resting by the root of a tree. A slight blush appeared on her face as she admitted, let's see, my heart keeps pounding. So it's love at first sight? Chloe asked back, a small sense of admiration for our protagonist beginning to form in her young heart. Elia, the genius female mage who was still talked about 30 years later, sees Leo as that amazing too? Unaware of these thoughts in Chloe's heart, Elia gently reached up to tuck her hair back and shared, actually, I don't even know if it's love yet, it's just that my heart is beating fast. This feeling is just like when my older brother does something stupid, or when I've just accomplished something. Hearing this, Chloe's eyes widened and she blurted out, that mage with the evil eye, is he really that terrible in your eyes? Up front, Chloe's words made Elia ask out of curiosity, what? Which eye? Oh no, I meant Albi. Chloe hastily corrected herself upon realizing her slip of the tongue. Then Elia explained, that's because he's someone who always challenges the impossible. After listening, a hint of empathy appeared in Chloe's eyes as she said, challenging the impossible, huh? Leo is just like that. At first, Leo and I were just friends, but now I'm starting to feel envious of him. On the opposite side, the genius female mage Elia also flashed a gentle smile. It turns out we really are alike, Chloe. Actually, I used to be angry and jealous of my older brother. It sounds stupid, but I kept thinking that no matter how hard he tried, he just had no talent. Keep this a secret,
but the foundation of my magic was actually created by my brother. I'm good at using existing magic, but I'm terrible at creating a new type of spell. I actually failed Lumern Academy's entrance exam twice. There was a time when I hated my brother intensely. I felt I was more entitled, but then that jealousy turned into admiration. Beside her, the more Chloe listened to Elia, the wider her eyes opened upon seeing that Elia had gone through the exact same experience as her. However, not letting their conversation stretch any further, Leo, who had been resting to the side, suddenly sensed something and hastily stood up to warn everyone, "Everyone get ready. Change of plans, we can't retreat anymore." Seeing Leo's dead serious demeanor, the remaining students also gripped their weapons tightly, waiting for what was about to come. As for Leo, sensing everyone's anxiety, he called out to encourage them. The protagonist's words began to help the group calm down a bit. They grit their teeth, locking their eyes onto the direction where the roaring sounds were continuously echoing. And without keeping the group waiting for long, the big guy Chuban had arrived. His feet stomped heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to crack into multiple pieces. "Found you, the detested one, the sprout of a great hero." As he spoke, he raised his weapon high into the air and slashed straight toward Leo. The moment the attack collided with the ground, it created a deafening explosion in the air. As for the protagonist himself, he agilely leaped into the air to dodge. However, Chuban's words just now caused Leo some confusion. He wondered, in the Shedmer massacre, the order Chuban received was to eliminate all hero sprouts at that time. So why is he showing hostility toward me specifically, even calling me the sprout of a great hero? The more he thought, the more baffling it felt, but Chuban didn't give Leo the chance to find an answer. A heaven-shaking murderous intent erupted from Chuban's body. Seeing this, a few drops of sweat involuntarily rolled down Leo's face. He shouted, "Hey everyone, it's charging in." Without needing much prompting from Leo, Chloe cast her magic, creating a massive blue magic circle that spread out across the ground. At the same time, the massive Chuban forcefully hurled the axe in his hand straight forward. However, it was completely blocked by a giant ice pillar created by Chloe. On another side, our protagonist also cloaked his sword in his blazing fiery aura. Then he channeled power into both legs and launched himself forcefully into the air, aiming at this demon from above, causing a stream of hot blood to spray from his neck into the air. However, just a second later, everyone's eyes widened in shock, because as they watched, Chuban's neck, which had been nearly severed by Leo's slash, was now slowly regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it fused back together without leaving a single scar. Seeing this, someone said hesitantly, "His neck can reattach itself?" Up front, Leo also yelled, "Stay focused, keep your distance from Chuban." Leo's words left Tayad and Elia utterly bewildered. Their faces turned pale as they had no idea how to deal with it. "Then what should we do? Is there no way to defeat that monster?" In response to their words, Leo gave them both a dose of reassurance for this situation, explaining, "The nullification spell isn't omnipotent, plus he can't use it continuously, so it has its limits." On the opposite side, Chuban retrieved his axe and smirked in disdain, saying, "Do you really think you stand a chance, the vestige of a great hero?" Retaliating, Leo also mocked, "You're the one who's terrified of a new hero appearing, aren't you?" Then, without any warning, Leo, Dina, and Bellic simultaneously rushed in to attack from 3 different directions. Meanwhile, the mage girl Elia provided cover fire from behind using her magic. She cast a type of magic called Light Circle, shooting out bands of energy carrying a dangerous aura, aiming straight at the demon's massive body, causing whichever part of his body got hit to burn intensely. This is the very light magic I detest. Just as Lord Silatuna said, "We must kill them right here." Then Chuban suddenly let out a loud roar, while raising his arm into the air, preparing to execute a highly powerful attack. This made even Leo's hair stand on end, and he screamed, "Get out of the way!" The moment the words left his mouth, the axe in Chuban's hand slammed straight down into the ground. His strike was so powerful that it caused rocks and debris to scatter everywhere, flying as forcefully as bullets. Of course, as for Leo, he could easily swing his sword to deflect all the rocks near him. However, Dina and Bellic didn't react that quickly. Dina was grazed on the shoulder by a fragment, while the unlucky youth Bellic was pierced straight through the abdomen by a sharp stone shard. Seeing this, Leo hastily rushed over, carrying this large guy on his back as he ran behind the ice pillar Chloe had created. On another side, Elia, worried about her 2 close friends, also ran over to ask, "Is everyone okay?" Replying to the question, Dina managed to answer, "I can hold out for a bit, but Bellic can't." Before she could finish her sentence, Leo reassured them, "Don't worry, his internal organs aren't affected, stop the bleeding first." Saying that, Leo also turned to remind Chloe, "Chloe, we need a massive decisive blow. Hearing this, Chloe nodded. Alright, give me some time. Next, the protagonist left the wounded behind, while he himself created 2 clones, rushing forward to pin Shuban down. Returning to Chloe's train of thought, she began to quickly scramble through which spell she should use. While Leo was buying time, I have to hurry up. I need an attack powerful enough to break through this nullification spell. Saying that, she also took out the dark magic book from her hip and flipped it open to check. Turning back to the battle, at this time, the fight between Leo and Shuban was becoming increasingly grueling. The ground even seemed to start shaking before the attacks of the two of them, leaving the onlookers completely stunned. However, thanks to his nullification skill, Leo's attacks didn't inflict any injuries on him at all. He even recklessly ignored the attacks of the clones, charging at Leo like a madman. Not far away, the guy Tayad looked at this and couldn't hide his surprised expression, saying to Dina beside him, "Do you think we could ever do something like that one day?" Replying to the words, Dina could only bitterly shake her head. I don't know either. Hurriedly turning her head toward where she sensed and saw, Chloe had now completed her magic. She created a purple-black magic circle in the air. An enchanting aura radiated from it, making others feel terrified. I will kill you, filthy demons, Chloe said with a smile and a somewhat unfamiliar face. Then, Chloe also shouted to the protagonist ahead, Hey, Leo, it's dangerous, get out of the way quickly. If you get caught in it and die, it has nothing to do with me. Die. After saying that, the mage girl unleashed her magic forward, creating a destructive pillar of fire that rushed rapidly toward Shuban. The ground exploded violently upon being hit by this attack. Over here, looking at Chloe's attack, Leo's eyebrows knitted tightly together. He couldn't understand why an ice attribute mage like Chloe would use a fire attribute attack. Unaware of these thoughts in Leo's heart, the moment Shuban was enveloped by the pillar of fire, he began to scream like his house was on fire. As for Chloe, witnessing that, she laughed as if high on drugs. This is the eternal flame, it cannot be extinguished. Die in the agony of the everlasting fire. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, the fire enveloping the massive demon's body began to turn black. Looking at the scene before him, a sudden sense of unease rose in Leo's heart. He hastily spoke up to stop her. Chloe, stop the spell, hurry. Unfortunately for Leo, it seemed Chloe could no longer hear his words. The mage girl's hand gripped her staff so tightly that cracks began to appear on it. Someone like you must suffer pain, she said with fanatical infatuation, while continuously maintaining the release of her magic. Just by looking at Chloe's face right now, Leo could guess that she seemed to be experiencing some sort of problem. Without a single moment of hesitation, he dashed rapidly toward Chloe, swinging the sword in his hand forcefully, knocking the dark magic book out of her hand and sending it flying far away. Simultaneously, the everlasting flame magic Chloe was maintaining was also cut short. Next, Leo gently wrapped his arm around the genius mage girl's waist and landed safely on the ground. Beside him, Chloe still seemed a bit dazed, like a drunk person who hadn't completely sobered up yet. Seeing this, Leo turned to ask, Hey, Chloe, be honest with me, is that unquenchable fire really your own unique magic? As for Chloe, up to this point she could no longer hide it, so she sadly admitted, No, it's not. Actually, it's an incantation I found inside an ancient grimoire. Hearing those words, Leo also let out a sigh in his heart, so that really is the flame of Erebus. After thinking, he also spoke his mind directly to let Chloe know, Listen carefully, Chloe, the magic just now was dark magic. Leo's words left Chloe's face completely blank. Then, her voice began to stammer as she asked, What? Dark magic? Leo nodded to explain in more detail, Yes, that magic book is a demonic artifact. From the mage girl's perspective, only at this moment did she realize how dangerous her actions were. What have I done? Leo, I don't deserve to be a hero. The more she spoke, the more panicked her mental state became. Having no choice, Leo slammed his hand forcefully onto her shoulder and shouted loudly to help her calm down. Snap out of it. Listen, there is no record of Chuban having a magic resistance curse. That means Chuban used up all his magic resistance when fighting Elias' group. Understand? 30 years ago, even though they were terrified, no one gave up. They fought to the bitter end in a battle that seemed completely unwinnable. What is the teaching of Lumern Academy? Leo said while staring intently at Chloe. Chloe hesitantly replied, It's to surpass all limits. Hearing the answer, Leo nodded slightly with satisfaction. By this point, the mage girl's mind suddenly cleared up. She thought to herself, Now I understand. I admired that person from afar, he's truly so cool that I can't even feel envious anymore. At the same time, the mage girl Elia also approached, handing Chloe her staff. Here, take it, Chloe.
Go ahead.
Shifting back to Leo's perspective, after successfully calming the blonde mage girl's mind, he locked his gaze onto the massive Chuban ahead.
With that thought, even before waiting for Leo to rush in to attack, the sounds of Chloe's chanting already began to echo beside him. Chloe Muller, will also surpass my own limits, so that I won't have to hang my head before the people who believed in me, she vowed to herself. With that thought, even before waiting for Leo to rush in to attack, the sounds of Chloe's chanting already began to echo beside him. Chloe Muller, will also surpass my own limits, so that I won't have to hang my head before the people who believed in me, she vowed to herself. Meanwhile, Leo also couldn't help but let out a wonderful smile. Truly, the pure magic language of a real mage. Why does it make me feel this reassured? At this moment, the image of fighting alongside his old comrade Luna began to flash through Leo's mind. Back then, he had felt the exact same sense of reassurance. The moment he closed in right in front of Leo, he unleashed a highly powerful vertical strike, forcing the main character to raise his sword before him to block it. But this guy Chuban seemed to have completely lost his mind, fixating solely on Leo as if he wouldn't stop until he wiped him out. Die, he roared, unleashing yet another attack. This caught the protagonist off balance, forcing him to stumble back a few steps. The guy clenched his left fist and threw a mountain-shattering punch at a speed that tore through the air. Leo quickly brought his sword up to block, but the raw power behind the punch still sent his small frame flying backward like a cannonball. He began coughing up blood as his body took the hit. Seeing this, Chuban's mocking voice rang out right in front of the protagonist. Is that all you've got, sprout of the great hero? His voice cold as ice. Leo struggled to his feet, but then, a single snowflake suddenly drifted down right before his eyes. A freezing aura began to spread through the area, coating everything around them in a thin layer of frost. Just looking at this, Leo knew Chloe's spell was complete, and he confidently declared, whether it's the past or the present, you demons are never a match for us. This is where it ends for you, Chuban.
Up in the sky, a five-pointed star had formed inside a massive magic circle. Back to the thoughts of Chloe the mage, she whispered to herself, thanks to you, I've perfected my unison magic, Leo.
Ice Realm.
She whispered the words, and countless sharp ice spikes instantly began sprouting from the ground. Just like that, under the powerful frost magic of Chloe the mage, the Tartarus demon's body was frozen solid into an ice statue. Seeing this, Leo walked forward calmly and gently tapped the massive block of ice with his finger, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface until it shattered completely into pieces. Without a second thought, our main character cloaked his sword in a crimson aura and thrust it straight into the book. Ignoring these notifications, Leo turned to the visibly confused Chloe beside him and praised her. Your unique magic is seriously impressive. If I had to use a spell like that out in the field, it would probably kill me before I could pull it off.
Leo nodded in response and said, everyone worked hard. Over here, Leo began handing the staff back to Elia. We put it to good use.
That's how we managed to beat them. In response to his words, Elia flashed a smile and declined, pushing the staff toward Chloe as she advised, Chloe, you should keep it.
Right at that moment, someone's panicked voice rang out from the distance. Over here. Over here. We have a survivor. Noticing his youthful appearance, Chloe gasped, is that Professor Albee? He looks about our age. Well, that's because this happened 30 years ago, Leo explained, while Albee rushed over, grabbed his sister's shoulders, and anxiously asked, Elia, are you hurt anywhere? Elia smiled and replied, the rescue team is here, so I'm totally fine.
At the same time, Leo's group received a notification, raid clear. Albee's World, the prelude to the Chmer's event. Watching the siblings happily reunited, Chloe couldn't help but feel happy for them, thinking to herself, thank you guys for staying alive. As she said this, a flash of light enveloped both of them, teleporting them away before Elia could even say goodbye. Back to Chloe's perspective, cracks began to web across the surrounding space right before their eyes, making her realize something. It looked like the hero's world was collapsing. Back to Leo, another notification screen suddenly popped up in front of him, gift raid reward. After they left, the usually cold Professor Albee couldn't hold back his tears upon seeing that his little sister was safe and sound. Time flew by, and when Leo finally opened his eyes again, he found himself resting inside the infirmary. The moment he woke up, the handsome professor's voice rang out, you're awake, Leo. Thanks for saving her, and tell Chloe I'm really grateful to her too. After saying his piece, Albee turned around and coldly walked out.
At the same time, Principal Callian walked into the room. Seeing
this, Leo quickly tried to get out of bed to greet him, but the old man held up a hand to stop him. Don't try to sit up, just get some rest.
How is your body feeling? In response, Leo waved it off. Me? I'm totally fine, no issues at all.
Sitting down in a chair, Principal Callian cut straight to the chase. So, what exactly happened in there?
This has something to do with that dark magic book Chloe had with her, doesn't it? The question caught Leo by surprise, making him ask, "How did you know, Professor?" To this, Kellyanne explained, "Before coming here, we tracked down where Sun-Lu bought his summoning catalyst, which happens to be the exact same place Chloe bought that dark magic book. Looks like my hunch was right. That dark magic book is also a magical artifact. In other words, it's a physical fragment of Erebus. It becomes a devastating weapon in the hands of demons, but if an ordinary human uses it, they will gradually lose their mind." After hearing the whole story, Principal Kellyanne let out a heavy sigh. "So that's how it is." Meanwhile, Chloe the mage also abruptly woke up. Seeing the old man sitting beside her, she let out a loud gasp. "Huh?" Principal Kellyanne looked at her panicked state and gently raised a hand to calm her down. "Just relax. Since you two just woke up, there's something I need to ask." Following his cue, Eliana the secretary walked into the room carrying a large bundle wrapped in a cloth. She gently pulled back the cover, revealing the items Elia's group had gifted them before they left. Staring at the staff in her hands, Chloe's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. This is Elia's staff." Kellyanne's tone turned serious as he demanded, "Explain this. How did a reward that shouldn't even exist end up in your hands?" Back to Leo's perspective, he frowned as he watched Chloe's reaction, piecing things together. Judging by her face, Chloe didn't get any rewards. Just like the entrance exam and this Chmer's event, there were no explicit rewards in the hero's world of the living. The rule that rewards are tied to the master of the hero's world had been broken. Why did this happen? Even if the reward is the Fairy King's oath, why is it me again? The thought left Leo's mind in a tangled mess, but since he couldn't reveal the truth, he had to make up an excuse, explaining, "It's a raid reward." Leo carefully speculated in response, "Yes, that's probably it. I think something went wrong when the hero's world restored itself." Before the principal could even finish, the mage beside him quickly jumped in to bail the protagonist out. "It's probably because Leo played the biggest role in the raid. I've heard that getting a reward depends heavily on your contribution level." Hearing this, Kellyanne didn't plan to press any further. He slowly stood up and nodded. "All right, I understand. We will investigate this matter quietly. The relic will be returned to the family once the inspection is complete. And everyone, do not breathe a word about the magical artifact." But after he said that, Chloe couldn't hide her surprise and turned to ask him about it. Kellyanne merely smiled and said, "The enemy isn't just on the outside. You two really worked hard. Get some proper rest." With that, he quickly left the room alongside his assistant, Eliana. Once the two of them were left alone, Chloe glanced over at Leo and spoke up hesitantly. Hey, Leo, there's something I want to tell you. Well." As she spoke, her face flushed a faint shade of pink, but before she could even finish her sentence, Chelsea, Celia, and Carlo burst into the room. Chelsea, the mage girl, was especially dramatic, practically tearing up. His reminder left a giant question mark hovering over both Leo's and Chloe's heads. It seemed like this was the first they had ever heard about any party. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to the freshman welcoming party. At that moment, the host's booming voice echoed through the grand hall. "Welcome to the celebration ceremony for the freshmen who passed their very first midterm exam at Lemurn Academy. First up, our combat-hardened heroes are making their entrance. So tell me, who is going to shine the brightest tonight?" Ladies and gentlemen, over in a corner of the hall, Carlo and Carrie were running their hands through their hair, soaking in the moment. Carrie said conceitedly, "Man, this is the ultimate reward for surviving that brutal midterm. Honestly, I thought it was a bit too easy for us." The two chuckled and sat down at a table. The plates of food were piled high. Even while eating, they chatted non-stop. "Is it just me, or is our class the only one missing people?" Carlo muttered, glancing around. Carrie nodded enthusiastically. "You know how it is, Lumern shows zero mercy to anyone who's late." Suddenly, the host's voice boomed again, drawing everyone's attention. "Now, entering from Class 5, Nella Carvin and Eliana." As the two girls stepped into the room, every eye immediately locked onto them, and a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. "Oh my god, they look stunning," someone gasped in awe. Carlo and Carrie were so stunned they froze mid-bite. Carrie even spat out his drink from the shock. "They look incredible," Carlo uttered, clearly blown away. Nella noticed their reactions and couldn't help but laugh. Did you guys steal your dad's suits or what?" Carlo let out a long, depressed sigh. "Man, why was I so hyped a second ago?" Carrie just nodded in agreement, equally embarrassed, not even bothering to snap back at the teasing. The host continued the announcements. "Next up, the pride of the Rodran Empire, the Llewellyn siblings. And the moment the elegant and composed Avid stepped through the entrance, the girls in the crowd went wild. "Oh my god, I want to be his maid," one screamed. "I'm member number 94,348 of his fan club. No regrets." Even Carlo couldn't help but admire her. "She looks like a literal princess." "A real princess," Eliana chimed in, surrounded by the Rodrun elites. "This guy is the real deal." Then, with an explosion of excitement, the host made another dramatic announcement. "And finally, a true power couple has entered. Let's hear it for Celia of the Zertinger family and Leo Plav." But not everything was as picture perfect as it looked. Celia, clearly irritated, clicked her tongue and muttered, "Seriously, why is my big debut getting overshadowed by you, Leo?" Leo just gave a casual shrug. "What's the big deal?" As Leo entered the hall, cheers erupted from the crowd. "That's our class rep. Look at that, the pride of Class 5, Leo. Wow, our class representative is hands down the best." His classmates beamed with excitement, crowding around their star student, but the festive atmosphere was abruptly cut short by the sharp voice of a white-haired professor. Hovering above her head was the fierce, ghostly image of a terrifying beast as her voice rang out. "So, is everyone enjoying the party?" Though everyone's faces were visibly tense, nobody dared to stay silent. "WL. Yes, we're having a blast. Ha ha." On the inside, every single student was thinking the exact same thing. Better look like we're having fun, or she's going to flip out again. From the professor's perspective, it looked like the students were genuinely enjoying themselves, which brought a smile to her face. "I'm glad to hear that. Since everyone is having such a good time, keep that exact same energy because we are about to announce the results of the midterm combat exam." At Leo's table, the mood instantly turned gloomy. "How are we supposed to enjoy a party now?" Carlo muttered. The professor completely ignored the complaints and carried on with her speech. "I already anticipated this kind of reaction from you guys. That's why tonight, we are only announcing the top 3 students from each department. The rest of your scores will be handed out by your homeroom teachers tomorrow. So, there's no need to stress. Now, the department heads will take over from here." With those words, Professor Ryan from the night department stepped up to speak. The moment he appeared, Eliana the fire mage got so excited she couldn't contain herself. "Oh my god, it's him. Ilandu. The Ice Knight. All of you performed exceptionally well on the midterm exam. I will now announce the top students of the night department in order." The lights in the hall dimmed, and a massive screen lit up with the rankings. Taking first place was Celia, followed by Delans and Chelsea. Professor Albee called out each name. Celia stared at the screen, looking a bit confused. "Leo isn't in the top 3, she noted to herself. Next up, the elegant Professor Albee stepped onto the stage to announce the results for the magic department. "Now, I will announce the rankings for the magic department. First place, Avid Llewellyn. Second place, Chelsea Llewellyn. Third place, Emil Lutchen." At this point, Chelsea couldn't hide the anxiety on her face. She glanced over at Leo and asked, "Why isn't your name on the list, Leo?" Leo, as cool and collected as always, simply replied, "Stuff like that happens." Meanwhile, Carlo scratched his head, completely baffled. "I get Leo, but Chloe's name isn't up there either." Hearing this, Celia turned her gaze to Chloe, only to receive a strained, awkward smile from Eliana. From Professor Albee's perspective, the reason was glaringly obvious. She had used forbidden magic. Her practical magic score had been marked as a flat 0. Even so, her passion for the occult arts was truly admirable. Suddenly, Professor Sejin bolted out of his seat, practically shouting, "To me, the real top student of the magic department is Chloe." His passionate outburst made the lazy Professor Harlan chuckle. "Sit your butt down, alright," he said in a relaxed tone. Meanwhile, Celia gently patted Chloe's shoulder to comfort her. As laughter began to liven up the room again, Professor Yura stepped forward with a bright smile. "Alright, summoners, let's try harder next time, okay?" According to her list, the top student of the summoning department was Wariden, followed by Eliza, with Jordan Rusen taking third place. At Leo's table, everyone was starting to notice something bizarre. Several departments had already announced their top students, yet Leo's name was nowhere to be found. Almost in response to their confusion, the petite professor stepped up to the mic once more and addressed the crowd. "Everyone is having fun, right? Finally, it's time to announce the top student of the entire academy and this year's student representative." She flashed a brilliant smile before declaring, "The valedictorian of this year's midterm exam, And the official representative for the freshman class is Leo Plav.
The entire hall instantly exploded in shock. Surprised gasps and loud shouts echoed through the grand space. But just as the excitement reached its peak, a hand shot up from the crowd in protest. I object.
How can someone like Leo Plav, who didn't even make the top 3 in any single department, be the valedictorian and class representative?
The voice came from Emil Lutchen, the third-place finisher of the magic department.
Even Leo was stunned, his mind echoing the crowd's confusion. Wait, how the heck did I become the representative?
Emil's question quickly triggered a wave of whispers and speculation across the room. The sudden buzzing left the white-haired professor at the front looking a bit flustered,
clearly annoyed by the rising tension.
But just a split second later, her demeanor flipped like a switch.
She slammed her hand down on the podium and roared, "All right, you brats, open your ears wide. I'm only explaining this once, so listen up."
Her voice thundered across the hall as the entire room went dead silent.
First of all, dual skill students are not ranked within individual departments. Why? Because they cannot be fairly measured by standard criteria. First of all, dual skill students are not ranked within individual departments. Why? Because they cannot be fairly measured by standard criteria. Got it?
She held up a finger before continuing.
Second, Leo Plav scored the highest among all freshmen in the combined test of spiritual theory and practical combat.
Down below, Emil's confidence began to crumble. His face distorted as he stammered, still trying to argue, "But didn't someone else get a perfect score in combat?" Before anyone could reply, another voice boomed like a cannon. Leo exceeded the target parameters of the Hero's World simulation.
He defeated Chuban.
The moment those words were uttered, the entire hall gasped in unison, every eye snapping toward Leo, wide with utter disbelief. Even Leo, caught in the eye of the storm, began to feel the heavy weight of all those gazes pressing down on him.
Did you really defeat Chuban? Just the two of you, you and Chloe?
The whole group stared at Leo, completely incredulous.
Leo gave a small nod. That was answer enough. At the front, the white-haired Professor Aritian looked awkward as she started.
"Everyone, the reason Leo got the highest score on the midterm is..." But before she could finish, Professor Sejan stepped forward with a beaming smile, cutting her off.
"That's enough. It looks like the students have figured it out on their own, Professor Aritian. Let's wrap up the announcements here and enjoy the rest of the party." And just like that, the tense atmosphere melted away. Everyone cheered and went right back to celebrating.
The scene shifted to the professor's table.
While enjoying her meal, Professor Yura turned to her colleague. "Hey, Llewellyn, if dual affinity students were actually ranked within the departments, how would that affect the standings?"
Professor Albee glanced at her. "It would completely turn the magic department upside down. A lot of people would lose their spots." Yura blinked. "Wait, don't tell me the top student of the magic department is..." Before she could finish, Aritian gave a slight nod. "Yes.
It's Leo." "What?" Yura gasped. "The summoning department too. He surpassed everyone."
Beside her, the always calm Professor Albee added, "The night department as well."
Leo Plav took first. Yura was flabbergasted. "My goodness, this kid is sweeping every single department." Albee gave a casual shrug. "It's no longer a pipe dream."
Across the table, two professors suddenly slammed their hands down in protest. "No way.
Leo should be trained as a top-tier mage.
His magical talent..." Before Albee could even finish, Yura coldly cut him off. "Oh, please.
Do you think summoning talent like that is easy to find?"
In response, Albee just let out a slow sigh, looking exhausted by the argument. "Listen.
Leo is best suited for the sword. Period."
And with that, the three of them started bickering loudly, drawing looks from the entire table. Time flew by, and the scene changed to Class 5 the following day.
The teacher hadn't arrived yet, but Carlo was slumped over his desk, groaning from the aftermath of last night's party. "Man, I think I went a little too hard yesterday."
Beside him, Chelsea glared and scolded him. "You're the only person I saw chug 2 full liters of orange juice." Right then, their lazy homeroom teacher, Professor Harlan, finally strolled into the room, waving his hand to quiet everyone down. "All right, settle down. I have an announcement regarding the school field trip," he said, pinning a large map to the board.
"As you all know, this time we're heading to the spirit territory." Down below, the moment they heard field trip, the entire class practically lit up with excitement. Eliana and Carrie especially couldn't hold back. "Yes.
We heard each class gets to pick their own destination."
Eliana cheered. Carrie excitedly chimed in, we propose the Dwin Forest, also known as the Warm Forest. It's famous for its insanely delicious, sweet fruits. But unfortunately for the two dreamers, their excitement was instantly crushed when Professor Harlan pointed to a spot on the map and announced, we are going to Elselbekia. Eliana, the red-haired mage, blinked in confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Carlo, being the resident nerd, quickly flipped through his textbook and explained, Elselbekia is a small nation located in the far north, a frozen region that's ice-cold year-round within the Spirit Territory. Hearing this, the two excited students looked like they were about to cry inside. What are we supposed to do in a frozen wasteland like that? This feels totally wrong. Ignoring the whining, Harlan casually picked his ear with a finger and shifted the blame. Take it up with your class rep, he's the one who picked it. Everyone's eyes instantly locked onto Leo, filled with confusion and curiosity. But Leo didn't bother to explain himself. Instead, he calmly reminded them, it would be wise to prepare everything we need here in Lumerne beforehand. Right? Eliana, still deeply disappointed, sniffled, I guess I'll have to start with gloves. Meanwhile, Chelsea, the ice mage, looked absolutely thrilled. Finally, it's time to flex my winter wardrobe. From Leo's perspective, he obviously wasn't the type of idiot to pick a destination without a damn good reason. Elselbekia might look like a place unfit for humans, but in reality, it was a sacred land for spirits. It hid the fairy realm of Silren. I wonder if he's doing okay. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a quiet fountain square. Leo turned to Eliana and said, I'll handle the food and supplies. Eliana, you take care of the medicine, okay? Eliana gave a firm nod, and Leo hurried off to do some shopping. After finishing up his list, he suddenly came to a halt, his eyes narrowing as he glanced back over his shoulder. 13th Street, Karaju District. This should be the place. He walked up to a small shop tucked away in a dark corner. The sign read Lutek. This was the exact spot where St. Lou and Chloe had bought the cursed artifact. Leo left his bags outside the door and stepped inside. The interior was a complete wreck, utterly deserted, looking as though nobody had set foot in it for years. But Leo didn't flinch. The Lumerne investigation team already cleared this place out. There shouldn't be anything left behind. So why is there still a teddy bear sitting here? He froze. A doll, hold on. Everything in this shop was supposed to be confiscated for the investigation. That thing shouldn't be here. His eyes narrowed. The door locked the second I walked in. Don't tell me this is a perception-blocking curse? Just as Leo feared, the teddy bear suddenly spun around to face him. From its button eyes, a bizarre black liquid, thick like ink, sprayed out. Luckily, Leo was on high alert and managed to dodge to the side just in time. The black liquid then morphed into a hideous monstrosity, its body covered in countless eyes. Leo instantly realized this was no ordinary demon and quickly leaped backward toward the exit to keep his distance. In his mind, he thought, it's not just blocking my senses. It's trying to stack every possible curse onto its opponent. The monster shifted shapes again, slithering into a snake-like form as it spoke in a chilling voice. Oh, quite a sharp brat, aren't we? You actually noticed my curse. Hearing that, Leo immediately recognized the entity. It was Silatuna, the demon queen, one of the demon commanders that his group had failed to defeat 5,000 years ago. This wasn't its true form, but rather a clone spawned by a magical curse. Unaware that Leo had recognized her, Silatuna continued, light and magic. A magic swordsman, huh? What a rare talent. I'll give you that, but you can blame your uselessly sharp senses for this. Suddenly, countless tentacles erupted from the monster's body, slamming violently toward Leo, who barely managed to throw himself backward. Yet its overwhelming speed still grazed his arm, leaving a painful wound. I can't win this right now. I have to break out. Cornering Leo, Silatuna hissed gleefully. Thanks for the meal, sprout of the hero. Its massive maw tore wide open, aiming to swallow him whole in a single bite. But Leo just calmly smiled, completely devoid of fear. As expected, backups had arrived, and a cold voice echoed through the air. Then, a massive spear plunged from above, pinning the monster's body firmly to the floor. The attacker was Professor Albi. Seeing him, the demon shrieked in panic. A mage! A mage with the evil eye, way more than just a spectator cheering from the sidelines. With a roar, it lunged its damaged body parts toward Leo, trying to drag him down with it. But Albi wasn't about to let that happen. He quickly conjured a protective magic circle, causing the monster's attacking limbs to explode the moment they touched the barrier. Demonic trash.
Albie spat, his voice dripping with utter contempt. On the other side, Silatuna's clone howled frantically like a rabid dog. Those disgusting elves. One day I will gouge out their eyes and swallow them whole. Screaming all the while, it lashed out with all its tentacles toward the two professors, but the attack was completely useless against Albie. In a cold voice, he said, I have no interest in a cheap copy. Die. With that, the professor thrust his hand forward, unleashing a terrifying beam of destructive magic that instantly blasted Silatuna's form into countless pieces. Watching this scene, Leo thought to himself, Alien Zarin, the evil-eyed mage, also known as Tartarus, the Destroyer. Rumor has it he only became a professor at Lumine Academy so he could cross borders freely while hunting down his targets. I owe a debt to the hero of this era. With a sigh of regret, he dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, Albie turned to Leo and asked, You, Leo Plav, what exactly is going on here? Leo bent down to pick up the teddy bear's head and explained, It appeared while I was investigating this place. This bear carries a curse that distorts perception. Albie stepped forward, took the bear's head, and said, The Lumine investigation team will handle this. I'll let it slide this time that you investigated this area without authorization. From now on, if you need anything, just come see me. I'm grateful for what you did before. After speaking, the professor used magic to leave the room. Leo walked outside, grabbed his bag, and thought, The Zarin clan is one of the three major families controlling Lumine Academy. Maybe with his backing, I can finally get access to the Forbidden Library. Before long, Leo went back to find his friend Nella, who said cheerfully, Ah, there you are, Leo. I finished buying the supplies. But when she noticed the wound on Leo's hand, she rushed over and used healing magic, asking, Hey, Leo, what happened to you? Leo shook his head and replied, It's nothing serious. Thanks. Despite his words, Silatuna's appearance still left Leo unsettled. So Salafna is the one behind the Beast Tamer and that dark grimoire. I wonder what their goal is. Time flew by. A week later, the scene shifted to the teleportation gate where everyone was gathering to prepare for the trip to Elsalbekia. Before departing, Leo asked, Did everyone pack enough supplies? Eliana and Nella nodded together. Yes, we prepped everything recently. The female swordsman, Celia, asked, Hey, Leo, why did you pick Elsalbekia? That place is freezing. Leo shrugged and said, It's hot right now. Going to Elsalbekia is like a summer vacation. Celia waved goodbye, saying, Oh my gosh, but it gets freezing at night. Have a safe trip. After telling Celia to take care of herself, Leo turned to his class, Class 5, and said, Get ready, everyone. Together, we're heading to Elsalbekia, the land of spirits. And with that, the group quickly stepped into the teleportation gate. The scene shifted to Siren Academy, the heroic military academy of the spirit race. In front of a fountain, a young couple was confronting someone, saying, What is up with that pathetic outfit? You're a spirit and you actually got into the prestigious Siren Academy. With blood like yours, could you stop bragging about your meaningless heritage? Hearing this, a white-haired boy just stood there trembling in silence, unable to talk back. But right then, another voice rang out, full of reproach, Don't bully your classmate. Act properly like a descendant of Siren. The red-haired girl was Lunia El Lunda, a noble of the Lunda family, one of the most prestigious clans among the spirits and also the freshman representative at Siren Academy. Instead of backing down, the young couple snapped back, Seriously, doesn't it bother you that a half-blood got into Siren? His very existence is a disgrace. Just look at those savage clothes. Hearing that, Lunia completely dropped her noble composure and snapped like a rabid dog, Great. This again. If you guys hate his clothes so much, why don't you strip down and give him yours? If you're not gonna help, then shut up. The couple was stunned by her fierce attitude and stammered, Lunia, you're from a noble family. Don't be so rude. What is wrong with you? Lunia rolled up her sleeves as if she was ready to teach them a lesson. Aren't you guys ashamed? A whole crowd ganging up on one person? If you don't like it, fight me. Seeing her aggressive stance, the two didn't hesitate to run away instantly, shouting, Run for your lives. Ignoring them, Lunia turned to the boy behind her and said, Hey, why are you dressed so lightly? You always make me want to fuss over you. Then she gently unwrapped her scarf and draped it around the boy's shoulders. He flashed a bright smile and said, I'm so glad, someone actually stole my clothes. The boy was Luca Eneris, who ranked third in the freshman exam at Siren Academy, and he was a half-blood. From Lunia's perspective, anger flared up again seeing Luca missing his scarf, but then she suddenly sneezed, making Luca a bit worried. Lunia, please take your scarf back. It's freezing. she shook her head and brushed it off. I'm fine.
Don't worry about it. Luca noticed she was in an unusually great mood and asked, Lunia, you seem really happy today, huh?
Lunia cleared her throat and said, it's because my contract spirit finally hatched. Hearing that, Luca smiled warmly at his friend. Congratulations, Lunia.
That's awesome. Well, I gotta take off.
Later, when the red-haired girl got home, she hurried into her father's office and asked, Dad, my contract spirit hatched, right? In the room, a brown-haired man smiled and reminded her, Lunia, I told you that you need to call me professor when we're at school.
This man was Ellen Lunda, the head of the prestigious Lunda clan, one of the heroic families that swore allegiance to Farina's oath.
In response to his daughter's question, Ellen nodded slightly, looking a bit self-conscious. Yes, it looks like Farina's child really has hatched.
Hearing this, Lunia trembled with excitement. I knew it. So when do I get to see it?
Her father sighed. There's a bit of a problem.
Lunia, it seems your contract spirit has linked its memories with someone else. I'll have to look into the details.
According to Farina's words, before he could even finish speaking, Lunia's fiery temper flared up as she slammed the table and shouted,
Who stole my contract spirit?
The scene shifted to Velkia, the capital of Elsaldikia.
Leo's group had just arrived through the teleportation gate. Everyone was shivering in the freezing air.
Carlo, in particular, was shaking uncontrollably, groaning, Oh my god, I'd rather die. Meanwhile, Professor Harlan, wrapped in a scarf, spoke up, Stop whining and line up.
This is the capital of Elsaldikia. Does anyone know its history?
In response, the mage Chelsea excitedly raised her hand to share her knowledge. Velkia was founded and named after Velkia Ursur, a spirit knight and one of the disciples of Lunia, the star priestess.
Her words triggered a memory in Leo's mind.
To be exact, he was a disciple of both Luna and Aaron.
The highly provocative name Velkia was now honored as a knight of the elf race. Professor Harlan nodded in agreement and added, That's correct.
The Ursur clan are descendants of the elf knights and hold the highest rank here.
Just then, sudden footsteps echoed from ahead, catching everyone's attention.
The snowy sky made it hard to see who was coming,
causing Carlo to anxiously call out, Are there seriously thieves in spirit territory? Professor Harlan shrugged. There are bad people everywhere.
From up ahead, a voice called out,
How've you been, Professor Harlan?
The newcomer was a handsome spirit man, followed by several guards. His sheer presence alone was enough to make the female students swoon, their eyes turning into sparkling hearts. The leader of the spirit group spoke again, Hello, Professor Harlan.
His name was Rune, the spokesperson of Elsaldikia and the head of the Ursur clan.
In response, the lazy professor gave a slight nod and said, You haven't changed a bit. Nearby, the mage Eliana dazed out, wiping drool from her face as she squealed, I think I just found the love of my life. Even the pink-haired girl next to her cleared her throat, feeling embarrassed for her.
But right then, Leo stepped up and shattered their daydream. Doesn't his age bother you at all? Eliana nudged Leo with her elbow and teased, What's wrong, class president? Don't tell me you're jealous.
Leo replied coldly, Stop dreaming.
You know spirits live for a long time and barely change their appearance, right? So tell me, how old do you think he is? Leo's words completely annoyed Eliana.
Sensing the vibe, Rune let out a soft chuckle. What a lively bunch of students.
Though the ones Professor Harlan brings are usually very disciplined. Harlan shook his head and said, They're just freshmen, still very green.
Just a bunch of kids looking for an excuse to confirm their suspicions.
Eliana stepped forward and asked, Sir, may I ask your name and age?
Rune turned around, gave a slight bow, and said, Apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I am Rune Ursur, and I am 97 years old. His words instantly shut the fire mage up.
Meanwhile, Carlo rushed over, shoving Eliana Carvin aside to ask, So, are you gonna be our tour guide?
Rune replied warmly, I am the head of the Ursur clan and the spokesperson for Elsaldikia. Right after that, Carlo cried silently inside as he mechanically reached out and weakly shook Rune's hand, saying, It's an honor to meet you. Nearby, Professor Harlan glanced over and said, Carloan, we're having a private chat later. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to their lodging for the field trip. Honestly, since the place had been abandoned for so long, the inside looked pretty dilapidated, covered in cobwebs with mice scurrying all over.
The students' faces turned pale as they complained, Are we seriously staying here? No way. I can't do this. Hearing this, Leo confidently crossed his arms and said, Oh, really? Then I guess you'll be sleeping outside. Eliana Carvin's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, I knew it. Class president, you came prepared, didn't you? I knew I could count on you.
But contrary to her hopes, Leo pointed to a tent set up outdoors and shared, I figured you'd say that, so I set up a sleeping spot out there.
Want to sleep under the stars? Looking out at the blizzard, Carlo turned back to the group, looking a bit awkward as he said, "What are you guys just standing there for? Hurry up and unpack. This is our resting place. It looks like a piece of art or something. Have you seen the weather? One step outside and you'll turn into a snowman."
Speaking of Carlo, at that moment, he was sneaking up to the second floor along with young Eliza.
Both wore sly expressions like foxes hunting rabbits. "Hey, you know what the best part of this trip is? Sneaking into the girls' dorm rooms." That was what they were looking forward to. But before they could even hit the stairs, Chelsea glared at them with utter disgust and unleashed a spell called Wind Ring, causing screams to echo everywhere. Hearing the commotion, Leo nodded and commented, "Sounds like everyone's having a blast. Maybe I should go check it out too." When he opened the door, he found a blonde spirit girl waiting outside, who said, "Class president, the clan leader wants to see you. Class president, the clan leader wants to see you." Leo was brought to the office of the handsome Rune. When he saw Leo, Rune looked a bit self-conscious and said, "Welcome, Leo. Sorry for calling you an out of the blue. Something urgent came up. Do you mind waiting a moment?" Leo replied, "No problem. There are a lot of interesting things here. Mind if I look around?" Rune said cheerfully, "Of course." As Leo scanned the weapons and gear hanging on the wall, he thought, "These are definitely ancient relics." Then his eyes locked onto a dagger, and he suddenly blurted out, "Quit." Hearing this, Rune couldn't hide his surprise. "How do you know about Quit?" "Its history is only passed down to the head of the Urser clan." Leo was slightly startled but quickly made up a lie. "I read about Quit in some ancient manuscripts at the Grand Library of Lumern Academy." Rune didn't doubt him for a second. Makes sense. Lumern Academy really does have everything. Leo reached out to touch the dagger and thought, "It has the power of the stars, but this isn't the original." In his mind, memories of the moment his teammate Lumern showed him her dagger came rushing back. The dagger originally belonged to Lumern, who later passed it down to her disciple. Velkia, however, right before the final expedition in the war against Tartarus, ended up losing it. At the same time, Rune seemed to finish his work and walked over to Leo, lowering his voice to a whisper. "Quit was a reward our ancestors received when they conquered the heroic world of Velkia. Two bad relics from the heroic world can only be used by the person who claimed them." Then he continued, "All right, have a seat. I heard from Harlan that you take all classes and are the freshman representative at Lumern Academy. I know it's a bit sudden to ask right after our first meeting, but could you meet with my niece just once? She's a freshman at Siren Academy. Extremely talented and got in with the top score, but the world out there is massive. Right after starting school, she hit a few walls and lost her drive. Someone around her age from the outside like you might be able to inspire her." Following Rune's guidance, Leo walked down the hallway. However, looking at the key in his hand, he muttered with a bit of awkwardness, "But is it really okay to just hand over his niece's room key to a complete stranger like this?" Then he knocked on the door. The door opened automatically, revealing a room in utter chaos. Books and clothes were scattered all over the floor, and the air was thick with dust, making Leo cough a few times. Looking around, he noticed photos of a hero team from 5,000 years ago, making him realize the girl in this room was a hardcore fan of the great hero. He thought, "I know some people like collecting this stuff, but this is a bit much. Is this really the Siren Academy uniform? Right then, a sleepy voice rang out behind Leo, "Hey, barging into my room like this is a bit much, don't you think?" The girl was Iron Urser, the vice president of Class 1 for the freshmen at Siren Academy. Then she recognized Leo's face, and screamed, completely panicking before hiding under her blanket. Leo calmly introduced himself, "Hi, I'm Leo Plow. I came here at your uncle's request." Still hiding under the covers on her bed, Iron stayed on the defensive, having no other choice. Leo offered a bit of praise to ease the tension. "Wow, your collection is almost as big as the number of books on Kyle that I have. Let's see. How do they write about him from the spirit race's perspective? The rebellion of the northern mountain beasts could also be credited to Kyle. Oh, your room is actually pretty neat." Hearing that, Iron finally poked her head out from under the blanket and asked, "Do you like Kyle?" Leo stepped further inside, scanning the room. His eyes caught onto something, and he muttered, "This is." Then Leo continued, "The battlefield at Darnos. It was recently mentioned in the braggart regarding the battle where Tiburca, commanding the Tartarus army, was defeated, right? The very battle where the great heroes first fought together as teammates." Iron turned to him excitedly, "Do they know the spot where Commander Zerga was defeated back then?"
Leo replied, Edvilik, that's where Lumran first tested her star magic.
Hearing this, Iron grew even more thrilled.
She tightly clenched her small hands and said happily, exactly.
That's a piece of hero history that very few people know about. Even in academic circles, it's barely a minor topic.
In Iron's eyes right now, Leo looked like a total idol. Then she bowed her head slightly and said, sorry for the late introduction, I'm Iron Urser.
I'm talking a bit too much even though we just met, aren't I? Hearing that, Leo didn't blame her at all, just smiled, not at all.
As someone who grew up hearing stories of the heroes, I'm just glad to know someone is still passionate about those tales. Iron continued, this is just my personal opinion, but even though history only confirms 4 great heroes, I think there might have been a 5th one.
Leo added, Kyle. I believe he really existed.
So when I get back, I plan on joining a research group looking for traces of Kyle. Hearing this, Iron was overjoyed and exclaimed, wow, that sounds amazing. Then she bowed her head slightly and mumbled, school. These words accidentally caught Leo's ear, making him think to himself, timid and reserved, but that's fine.
Then he spoke up, Iron, why don't you go to school?
The girl shyly replied, I
don't think Siren is the right place for me.
Glancing toward the corner of the room, she continued, everyone works way too hard, and they're all so serious about training to become heroes. While I'm just someone holding on to a dream of being a hero in a way that's way too idealistic.
Leo noticed the outfit inside her wardrobe. The uniform was kept so meticulously, wasn't that a sign she still hadn't given up?
Then he turned to ask, Iron, I'm not the only human who traveled to Elsaldikia.
My whole class is here for a field trip. I think if they heard your stories, they'd really want to meet you. Hearing this, the girl was stunned and gasped, huh? Leo stood up and said, you know that in the human world, there are hero training schools just like Siren Academy, right? Hearing that, Iron got incredibly excited.
Then Leo turned his back to the door, walking out while calling back, if you're curious about the students from Lemurn Academy, feel free to come check us out. The moment he stepped out the door, Rune was already standing there waiting. Catching sight of Leo, his eyes were full of anticipation. Seeing him appear so suddenly, Rune flinched slightly and yelled, whoa, you scared me.
Then Rune stepped closer and whispered, don't tell me you were just chatting with Iron to help snap her out of it so quickly? Leo nodded, yeah, that's exactly what happened. Hearing this answer, Rune was so happy he almost moved to tears.
He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe a few emotional tears from the corners of his eyes and said, it's been ages since she talked to anyone for that long. Then he smiled, placing a hand on Leo's shoulder, and continued, looks like she's opened her heart to you. As her uncle, I want to repay you somehow.
What do you think? I'd like to give you a magic item, it might come in handy.
Hearing that, Leo was thrilled inside, but on the outside, he just mumbled, it'd be rude to refuse. After moving for a bit, the two arrived at the Urser family treasure room. Inside, it held countless piles of gold, silver, precious gems, and expensive jewelry.
This sight would make anyone drool just looking at it. Rune looked at Leo and said, go ahead and pick whatever you want.
Leo walked deeper inside, scanning around the room, and then his eyes locked onto one item. He muttered to himself, this is. Then he immediately spoke up, I'll take this one. Seeing the item Leo held in his hand, Rune stroked his chin slightly and said, that's a gemstone containing the power of a fairy, claimed by our ancestors from Velkia of old. The fairy figure is carved incredibly intricately and beautifully on the outside.
Before Rune could finish his explanation, Leo cut him off, it's fine.
Seeing this, Rune also replied happily, as long as it makes you happy, that's all that matters. Looking at the gemstone in front of him, Leo muttered to himself,
this definitely isn't a fake. It's a real fairy.
After the group of students finished setting up their lodging, Harlan led them to a room and spoke up, alright everyone, quiet down, I'm going to brief you on the upcoming schedule.
Starting tomorrow, wake-up time is 6 a.m.
In the morning, you will do individual training in the fairy forest near Vin City. And the afternoon will be for practical missions.
Hearing this, Ileana Carvin raised her hand to question, wait a second. Haven't we done enough individual training at school already? We still have to train even on a field trip?
Harlan replied, on this trip, we will focus on the areas you guys are still lacking in.
Surely no one thought they came here to play, right?
Then he stated firmly, let me make it clear, this schedule was set up by your class president.
Hearing this, Carlo muttered angrily from the corner of the room, that bastard. Chelsea also questioned him similarly, why would you do that, huh?
Leo replied with a slight smile, the fairy forest has monsters, which makes it perfect for real combat training.
Train hard, train until you drop. The first one to pass out loses. Eliana next to him chimed in, the class president definitely has a noble reason. To become a true hero, this is exactly what it takes.
After explaining a few more details, Harlan concluded, alright, enjoy yourselves.
This will be your last bit of free time.
Right after that, Leo returned to his room. Holding the gemstone in his hand, he looked straight into it and muttered, sealed with the magic of the Fairy King, huh? He thought, no wonder Rune Urser thought it was just a statue.
After the era of calamity, the contractor of the Spirit King vanished, and not a single elf left in the tribe has ever witnessed that magic again.
But to Leo, this was intimately familiar. This is definitely Silrid's magic. Immediately after, he channeled a surge of golden magic into the gemstone. Holding it in his palm, he thought, the time has finally come to use the Spirit King's oath I once received.
Torrents of mana poured into the gemstone like a rising tide.
After absorbing the energy for a moment,
cracks began to splinter across the surface.
Brilliant, blinding beams of light started piercing through the fractures, bursting forth and illuminating the entire room in the dead of night. Along with the light, a tiny spirit appeared, sitting right on Leo's hand.
He mumbled, Father, have you finally undone the seal? Then he looked at Leo, utterly bewildered. Why is there a human standing in front of me? How bizarre. Leo stepped closer and demanded, who are you?
The tiny spirit snapped, veins popping on his face as he yelled, how dare you address me so casually? He thumped his chest and pompously introduced himself. I am the eldest son of the great golden spirit King Silrid, heir to the royal throne.
Standing before you is the silver spirit, Kirin.
Kirin started ranting, but Leo reached out and flicked him hard right on the forehead, making Kirin yelp in pain.
Rubbing his forehead, Kirin barked angrily, you. How dare you? What is wrong with you? Leo's gaze turned terrifying as he lowered his voice. Watch your mouth. Even your father was polite to me. Who do you think you are, brat?
Hearing this, Kirin shrieked in fury, you insolent jerk, how dare you insult the Spirit King Silrid?
Without letting Kirin finish, Leo flicked him hard on the head again. Kirin lost it, screaming, you little brat.
Before he could say another word, Leo flicked him yet again, driving Kirin absolutely insane as he shrieked at the top of his lungs. This scene dragged on for a solid 15 minutes until Kirin finally started acting polite, stammering, no way, are you really the one who received the oath from my father?
Leo calmly blew on his finger and said, looks that way. Your seal is broken, so why can't you just accept it?
Kirin grumbled back, well, coming to think of it, contracting with a lowly human like you might not be the worst thing.
Leo poked his finger against the spirit's head and said, considering Silrid's gentle nature, for him to strip all 6 of your wings and seal you away, you must have been a massive troublemaker, huh, Prince Kirin?
Kirin crossed his arms and sighed, I can't help it. Only when I get all 6 of my wings back can I return to the spirit realm.
Leo asked, so where is the first wing?
Kirin replied, I believe the first wing is in the spirit forest, which used to be our homeland. Leo smirked and thought to himself, Silrid, destiny has brought your son right to me. When Kirin started barking orders again, Leo flicked him hard on the forehead one more time, yelling, you dare talk to me like that? The scene shifted to a few days later, when the group headed into the spirit forest to begin their training. Inside the snow-covered forest, something left Carlo's group jaw-dropped in pure shock, but Professor Harlan remained completely unbothered, acting as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. It turned out Chelsea was plumping herself down on the ground right in front of them, complaining, no way, how did they win using nothing but wind magic? Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of her, making her blush with embarrassment.
It was Leo. He stepped up with a warm smile and said, looks like you need some practice too. Rewinding to a few minutes prior, Eliana had marched up to Leo and snapped, Class President, you said my swordsmanship and magic don't sync up, so what's the deal with me? She clenched her fists and sighed, a mix of frustration and embarrassment in her voice as she demanded, is that why you're making me do solo training today? Leo didn't answer right away, his eyes shifting in another direction instead. At that moment, Carlo and Eliza flinched. Eliza piped up, am I lacking skills in controlling summoned beasts? Carlo shouted angrily, hey, alchemy is the one thing I'm confident in. I made that crystal clear during the entrance exam, didn't I, Leo?
Then footsteps approached from a distance as a voice said, it's me.
I don't really get wind magic.
Hearing this, Leo turned around to look at the speaker, who turned out to be Chelsea.
Gripping her weapon tightly, she challenged him, then why don't you show me how it's done?
Seeing this, Leo smirked, shoved a hand into his pocket to look cool, and said, fine. Looking at him, she muttered under her breath, everything Leo does has always been way beyond expectations.
Who knows what other tricks he's hiding up his sleeve?
Her eyes filled with determination as she thought, no time to overthink, I'm just gonna dive right in. Ending her train of thought, she violently twirled her magic staff, whipping up a massive gale. Seeing this, Leo didn't flinch at all, instantly muttering under his breath. Gale burst. He thrust his hand forward, immediately conjuring a violent tempest that easily matched Chelsea's. The two vortexes slammed directly into each other, creating a deafening screech that made everyone shiver.
Watching this intense clash unfold, Eliana, standing on the sidelines, had to block her face from the sheer force of the wind, shouting, "Isn't speedcasting Chelsea's absolute specialty?" He countered her even faster than she could cast. Without a second thought, Chelsea screamed, "Chain Gale!" Instantly, chains whipped out from behind her, lunging straight at Leo. Seeing the attack, Leo simply said in a calm voice, "Chelsea, I told you the very first time we met, that is not how you use wind magic." Immediately, crimson currents of wind erupted around him, completely shutting down Chelsea's attack. A split second later, her chains were violently shattered into pieces by Leo's tempest. Before she could even react, he pointed his finger directly into the air, forming a wind arrow aimed right at her, leaving her utterly dazed. The entire forest shook violently from the shockwave, and a few small clumps of snow fell onto Chelsea's head after the impact. Leo's sword was now resting right against her neck. She frowned slightly, able to do nothing but look up at him. His face was full of confidence, making the massive gap in their skill level blindingly obvious. Staring at him for a moment, she replayed his words in her mind, "This is what you call wind magic?" Without hesitating, Leo offered his hand to help her up. Standing on the sidelines, Eliana let out a soft sigh, "Unbelievable, what kind of monster is our class president?"
Carlo chimed in, "I never would have thought Chelsea could lose in her own specialty." Harlan spoke up to explain, "As a pure mage, Chelsea is by no means inferior to Leo, but the biggest difference in how they understand and utilize wind magic is what decided the winner. When you guys rank up, the class will learn new techniques, so it's crucial to master your current power first." Chelsea stood next to Leo, looking incredibly shy, while he reached over and gently patted her head. Harlan continued, "So, practice the basics under your class president's guidance, and good luck with your mission training this afternoon." Hearing this, the whole group let out a sullen sigh, replying, "Yes, sir." Their entire bodies were shivering from the cold and hunger. Meanwhile, Leo was heading deep into the forest entirely on his own. His task this time was to gather medicinal herbs. Recalling the earlier scene of everyone collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, with Carlo covering his mouth in pure nausea, begging, "Please, I'll train later," Leo cracked a smile and muttered, "Well, at least they're finally making a move now." Right after that, a clear voice rang out, "Leo, look. I gathered these, see?" It turned out to be Kirin, who was busy picking herbs for him. Taking the herbs, Leo smiled and said, "Impressive, you really are a spirit." Kirin beamed proudly, turning away as he bragged, "I'm no ordinary spirit, you know." After checking that they had enough herbs, Leo stored his bag inside his pocket dimension, then turned to Kirin and said, "We should start a thorough investigation of this spirit forest." Kirin nodded. "Finally, my journey to reclaim my wings begins." With that, the two ventured deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, Leo suddenly came to a halt. Seeing this, Kirin asked in confusion, "Why'd you stop?" Leo calmly turned to him and asked, "When exactly were you exiled from the spirit realm?" Kirin frowned, thinking for a moment before replying, "About 100 years ago." Staring at the invisible wall materializing in front of them, Leo pointed out, "Look closely, that's an illusion." Kirin added, "Is this the Spirit King's magic? But it doesn't feel like my father's spell." Leo thought to himself, "This is the magic of Silrid's father, Groen, the Spirit King during the era of annihilation." But the incantation was only activated within the last 100 years. Based on the timing, this spell was triggered thanks to Kirin's wings. A barrier forged from ancient magic in his own son's wings. That means something incredibly important is sealed inside *. Just then, a pair of pale, icy feet slowly stepped out from within the barrier. Seeing this, Kirin pinched his nose and shrieked, "Ah!" The figure looked at Leo and hissed, "Why is there a human in the land of spirits?" Leo wasn't surprised at all by the appearance of this figure, calmly replying, "Still less bizarre than an undead like you showing up here." The figure turned out to be a skeleton. It spoke up, "This place has long been under their influence, Tartarus." Kirin glared at the skeleton and yelled, "This is our sacred spirit land. What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" The skeleton sneered, "A spirit?
A weakling like you calls himself a spirit? Hearing this, Kirin screamed in a fury. What did you just say? At that moment, surges of blue energy erupted around him. A second later, he dashed forward, clenching his fist tightly as he screamed, "You bastard!" Facing this attack, the skeleton didn't flinch at all, remaining completely unbothered as if nothing was happening. Right after, Kirin drove a punch straight into its chest, shattering its ribcage. Its entire body fell apart, rattling down onto the ground. Landing gracefully, Kirin scoffed, "Humph, so weak yet talking so big." Seeing this, Leo teased him, "And you call yourself a spirit, charging in like a total thug?" Kirin stretched his arms after days of inactivity and countered, "Who cares as long as it works? Spirit power and undead power are polar opposites anyway." Suddenly, his eyes went wide as he gasped, "What the heck is this?" The undead's body was rapidly reassembling itself. It spoke up, "I see. Even if you're low tier, you're still a spirit." Catching the foul stench radiating from it, Kirin plugged his nose and shouted, "Gross, you stink and you're stubborn. This guy probably hasn't showered in thousands of years." The undead gripped its precious sword, unleashing a massive surge of energy. Kirin didn't hesitate, charging right back in as he yelled, "I'll crush you to dust." Just as he was closing in, Leo's eyes widened next to him as he shouted, "Kirin, get out of the way." Instantly, the undead slammed its sword heavily into the ground. A surge of crimson mana erupted around it like a protective veil. Sensing how terrifying the barrier was, Kirin's eyes went wide, and he immediately veered off, lunging in another direction. But right after, he accidentally crashed right into Leo, crying out in pain, "Ow, what the heck?" Leo remained completely unfazed, gently setting him on his shoulder as he said, "It's a monster from Tartarus that's existed for a very long time. He's a death knight." At that moment, the skeleton spoke up, "My name is Karger, a knight serving the Lich King." Instantly, it swung its sword violently, lunging straight at Leo. Seeing this, Leo drew his own sword, slashing forward to parry the attack. The knight kept up a relentless assault from all angles, saying in a hollow, muffled voice, "I am the one who will lead you to your demise." Karger's words were bone-chilling, dripping with bloodlust, making Leo look up at him, his heart pounding against the suffocating pressure. Before Leo could even catch his breath, Karger delivered a devastating downward slash, his sword swinging with cataclysmic force aimed directly at Leo. The terrifying pressure from the strike seemed to tear the very air apart. Leo, his eyes flashing with raw determination, quickly summoned a brilliant, shimmering blue magic shield to block the blow. Though he stopped it, his body staggered, his legs trembling as he fell back a few steps, sweat beading on his forehead before he could steady himself. Karger, with a sinister grin, stepped closer, his gaze sharp as a razor blade. He mocked, "You actually managed to deploy a light barrier in such a short amount of time? Not bad at all." With that, he tightened his grip on his sword and rushed at Leo like a cyclone, his eyes burning with battle lust. Upon closing the distance, he raised his sword high and unleashed an incredibly powerful slash that made the air shriek. Leo, despite his exhaustion, managed to react in time, but his movements were sluggish and strained as he struggled to block the heavy assault. Both roared, their eyes locked onto each other, neither willing to yield a single inch in the tense standoff. Karger burst out laughing, his voice dripping with arrogance, "All your resistance is completely futile, Seeing his master cornered, Kirin rushed forward from behind, his burning loyalty driving him as he yelled, "Leo, I'll help you." With that, he swung a heavy strike at Karger. But Karger's skeletal body was way too solid, sending Kirin crashing to the ground with a swollen, red forehead. Clutching his head, he muttered in pain, "Ow, I tried my best. If only I had my wings." Leo, though pushed to his limits, gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with unyielding resolve. He muttered in a low but commanding voice, "In the name of the contractor, answer my call." The moment the words left his lips, brilliant sparks erupted around him, leaving Karger stunned as he staggered back a few steps, his eyes showing a hint of caution. As the incantation completed, Leo's body erupted in light, violent sparks soaring up like hellfire. A pair of blazing, majestic phoenix wings manifested behind his back, radiating a heat that made the air distort. He gripped his sword tightly, his cold gaze locking onto Karger without a shred of fear. Flabbergasted, Karger stammered, "This is..." Kirin, looking up from the ground, wide-eyed in sheer amazement, muttered, "What? There's another contractor besides me?" Without a second's delay, Leo swung his sword, unleashing a cataclysmic slash. The blade transformed into the head of a fire phoenix, lunging straight at Karger at breakneck speed. The moment the flames collided with him, a cataclysmic explosion of energy erupted, tearing Karger's body clean into two pieces. From the dying embers, a tiny phoenix appeared on Leo's shoulder, chirping innocently like a little baby chick. Kirin hopped over close to the phoenix, asking in surprise, "Is this a phoenix?" The little phoenix gave him a look of pure disdain, making Kirin scratch his head and let out an embarrassed chuckle. But Karger wasn't completely destroyed yet. He roared in absolute fury, "A phoenix and a spirit princess? I will never let you leave here alive." He slammed his cursed sword violently into the ground, causing fresh crimson blood to pour out like a waterfall, spreading rapidly around him. He bellowed, "Army of death, consume these living souls." The call echoed far and wide, and from the dead zones, skeletons caught the signal and began marching en masse in their direction. Turning back, Leo stared ahead, a deep worry in his voice as he muttered to himself, "A curse that endlessly summons the undead?" Behind him, Kirin gasped anxiously, "Huh? Are you giving up? Is your light energy completely drained?" Leo, hearing this, simply flashed a small smirk, his eyes glittering with confidence. He took a stance and said in a firm voice, "Like hell I am." As he stepped forward, he mumbled under his breath, "Is this Kyle's mana? It's been ages since I last used it." He executed an earthquake skill, channeling a massive surge of mana from his hand into the ground, causing the earth to shatter and completely halting the undead wave. Karger, watching from a distance, couldn't hide his shock at Leo's counterattack. Not giving him a moment to process, Leo narrowed his eyes and lunged forward at his enemy. As he closed in, he swung his sword, triggering a cyclone skill that whipped up a tempest, blasting away all the undead in his path. Seeing Leo blast through his minions, Karger roared in a blind fury, "Stop right there! If you call yourself a knight, face me with honor." Leo, his grip tightening on his sword, kept charging straight ahead, his voice ice cold, "Someone who summons a whole horde of lackeys like you has no right to talk about honor." With that, he poured strength into his legs, leaping high over the undead horde and soaring into the sky. Thinking Leo was running away, Karger roared, "He's fleeing. After him." Midair, Leo turned to Kirin, his voice low but warm, "Little buddy, stop fighting. Both of you get inside." After moving for a bit, Leo stopped, breathing a sigh of relief as he muttered, "This spot should be safe enough." But suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from a distance. Leo glanced over and saw a zombie growling as it approached. Without hesitating, he drew his sword, thinking, "A lone zombie separated from the pack?" The blade flashed, tearing the undead into 100 pieces. But right after, another blade thrust straight toward him. A voice rang out, "Did you summon it, human?" Leo immediately shot back, "Not at all. I'm a student of Lumine, I have nothing to do with those undead." Studying the attacker's uniform, Leo muttered, "Is that a Siren Academy uniform?" But the attacker didn't care, swinging his sword as he yelled, "What a pathetic excuse! Die, you necromancer." Leo smoothly pivoted to dodge the strike, then slammed the hilt of his sword hard into the guy's stomach, leaving him clutching his gut and groaning in pain. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out from the shadows, "That's enough." A red-haired girl stepped forward, her eyes sincere, "I apologize for his rudeness just now. I am Rowena L. Lunda, a freshman at Siren. Please don't think all Siren students are like him." Seeing her polite demeanor, Leo nodded slightly, "All right, apology accepted. What brings you all the way from Siren to this place?" Rowena stepped closer and held out her hand, "I'm doing field training here in Berkia. What about you?" Leo replied, "I'm on a field trip. I need to go report to my professor now." With that, he turned to leave. Rowena stood there, softly calling out, "May the Berkia forest protect you." Walking away, Leo muttered to himself, "Rowena L. Lunda. Why does that name sound so familiar?" Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Rowena was chewing out the young man, yelling angrily, "The worst student in the advanced class. Causing trouble while trying to show off again? You idiot, how embarrassing." This kind of thing seemed to be a regular occurrence in the Berkia district. The scene shifted back to Leo, who was heading with Professor Harlan to meet Rune. After hearing the story, Rune questioned, "A death knight inside the sacred grounds? I don't know when this tragedy or monster appeared, but at least the corruption level isn't too severe yet." Harlan chimed in, "He's not a student who lies." Rune countered, "But a misunderstanding born from ignorance is still a lie." Suddenly, something caught Leo's eye. A man walked into the room, his voice echoing, "A freshman hero candidate, barely walking, claims to have clashed with a death knight?" It was Herdium Wintel, the homeroom teacher of Siren's Advanced Class 1. He continued, "He surely mistook it for a skeleton knight. I don't believe a freshman could ever escape from a death knight." He glanced down at Leo, "You're just a freshman, after all." Then he turned to Harlan, "Professor Harlan, do you actually believe this student's story?" Harlan shot back instantly, "Of course, he's our top representative across all departments." Hearing this, Herdium flinched, thinking to himself,
asterisk if it's true, this could really broaden the horizons of my Siren students. Though this whole Death Knight thing is probably nonsense, asterisk. He spoke up, if you're the top representative, you must be confident in your magic. I propose a joint class between Siren's Advanced Class 1 and Lumine. The scene shifted to that evening inside a room as spectacular as Mars, where a grand mixer party was taking place. Carlo and Chelsea walked in, bright smiles on their faces. Carlo gasped, wow, they put together such a massive mixer event? Rich schools really hit different. Chelsea tugged at his sleeve and added, this is easily on par with the Emperor's royal banquets. Eliana said happily, I heard tomorrow we get to experience Siren's teaching style. Nella beamed, hee hee, I'm so excited. At the dining table, Harlan and Herdium were whispering quietly to each other. Leo glanced over, thinking to himself, asterisk proposing a joint class, huh? I guess he needs to see it with his own eyes to believe it, asterisk. Suddenly, a voice called out, we've met before, haven't we? Leo turned around in surprise, finding Rowena walking up to him with a smile. Care for a dance with me? Underneath the shimmering, dreamlike ballroom lights, Leo and Rowena glided across the dance floor. She asked, you know the elf dance? Leo nodded, yeah, I learned it a long time ago. Rowena blushed shyly, come to think of it, I don't know your name yet. What should I call you? Leo replied, I'm Leo Plav, just call me Leo. Hearing the name, Rowena froze for a few seconds, then suddenly grabbed Leo by his collar, screaming in a fury, so you're the one who stole someone else's contract? Her sudden outburst left Leo completely stunned, unable to utter a single word. Rowena leaned in close, snarling, I'm going to kill you. Recalling the words his mother Fiora once spoke, her voice trembling with deep regret, Leo felt a sharp pang in his heart. Rowena is my contractor, and also the one who saved Ellen Lunda's life. I'm sorry that child was meant to be the original contractor from the start. Just thinking about this made Leo's body lock up entirely, as if an icy chill had pierced straight through him. His eyes widened in sheer shock as he thought to himself, so this child was Fiora's original contractor all along? Rowena stood right there in front of him, her face flushed with anger and her eyes burning as if ready to incinerate him. She roared, you despicable contract thief. Leo looked straight at her, let out a soft sigh, and then gave a gentle smile, his voice deep and warm. Fiora is doing just fine. The unexpected words caught Rowena completely off guard, her eyes widening in utter disbelief. But an instant later, she gnashed her teeth as her anger flared up all over again. Go to hell, she shrieked, charging straight at Leo with terrifying speed, leaving everyone around them stunned and rooted to the spot. Just a few minutes later, inside a vast grand hall, the tension in the air was still palpable. Leo walked alongside Professor Harlan while Rowena stood before him, her head bowed and her voice trembling. I apologize, Leo. Please forgive my recent insolence. Despite the sincerity in her voice, her hands were clenched tightly, hiding the resentment that still simmered within her. Leo, with a gentle smile, replied softly, it's fine. But in his mind, he thought, it must be exhausting for her to fake it like this. Once everything was settled, Harlan spoke up, the misunderstanding has been cleared up. If you'll excuse us, we'll be taking our leave now. The two turned and walked away, leaving Rowena and Professor Herdium behind. He adjusted his glasses, looking at Rowena with a stern gaze. Student Rowena, as the freshman representative of Siren, never repeat that mistake again. Rowena's expression darkened, and she gave a slight nod, her voice barely a whisper. Yes, I understand. Herdium continued, his voice filled with determination. In tomorrow's joint class, we must prove that. He stepped closer, placing a hand on Rowena's shoulder, his eyes blazing. Siren is superior to Lumine. Then he corrected himself with a loud laugh. No, superior to all hero academies. The flame of resolve flared up during the conversation, causing Rowena to shiver slightly, not out of fear, but because the anger inside her was surging once more. She thought to herself, her eyes flashing with contempt, these commoners from Lumine Academy. Don't they have bread? Then let them eat cake. Herdium, after his grand statement, stroked his chin, a fleeting wave of worry crossing his mind. Did I push her too hard? He cleared his throat, intending to continue, from now on. But before he could finish his sentence, Rowena clenched her fists and yelled, her voice filled with rage, I will never lose to that bastard again. I'll crush him, don't worry, for the honor of Siren. Her over-the-top attitude startled Herdium, his eyes betraying a hint of fear at the sight of her furious fire. The scene shifted to the next day in a spacious lecture hall, where students from both classes sat facing each other, the air thick with anticipation. Harlan stood on the podium, his voice deep and warm. It's a pleasure to meet you, first-year students of Siren Academy. I am Professor Harlan, a faculty member at Lumine Academy. Today, you will experience a model lesson from Lumine. His words caused a stir among the Siren students, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Harlan called out, Eliana, Carlo, Tide, step forward. You will lead this session. All three flinched, caught off guard by the sudden call. Harlan continued, you are the top students representing Lumine. Show them what you've learned. The praise felt like sweet honey, making Eliana, Carlo, and Tide flush with embarrassment, their eyes shimmering with emotion. Chelsea, sitting next to Leo, said cheerfully, so that's why he called one person from each department. Leo, frowning slightly, thought to himself, I bet the professor was just being lazy and threw them together randomly. What followed was a spectacular display. Eliana cast fire attribute magic, making brilliant flames dance through the air. Carlo manipulated metallic matter, shaping it into intricate forms. Tide summoned mythical creatures, drawing gasps of admiration from the entire lecture hall. The Siren students were ecstatic, quickly pulling out paper and pens to take notes. Herdium, standing off to the side with his arms crossed, smiled and thought to himself, looking at it from a different perspective, we might unlock some new methods here. But he frowned slightly, casting his gaze toward Leo. Strange, the class president still hasn't made his move. Leo, at that moment, was still lost in thought about the chair Carlo had just thrown, his eyes dreamy. Rowena, sitting opposite him, shot him a sharp, angry glare. Seeing her team's excellent performance, Chelsea cheered, great job, everyone. The three bowed and returned to their seats. Following Lumine's presentation, Herdium stepped up to the podium and praised, that was quite a fascinating lesson, students of Lumine. I can clearly see that each of you has deeply developed your abilities in your respective fields. He picked up a piece of chalk, drew the attributes on the board, and explained. Siren Academy follows a different approach than Lumine. All Siren students study magic as a fundamental baseline, aiming for a balanced training model that doesn't skew too heavily into magic. Leo, sitting below, frowned and thought to himself, he calls it balanced, but it's actually just sarcasm. They teach a bit of everything, but the theory is purely magic. It's just a showy gimmick. He let out a long yawn, showing his utter boredom, which left the surrounding students flabbergasted. Herdium turned around and continued, and that is how we reach the ultimate answer. He glanced over at Leo, thinking to himself, this brat, what's with that attitude? He's even spreading rumors about facing the Death Knight. His academic performance is trash. He raised his voice, enough with the theory. He raised his hand, manifesting a brilliant golden spirit crystal in front of his chest. Let me show you the true essence of Siren. We are, by nature, a race of magic. He channeled mana into it, sending the spirit crystal floating upward. Countless tiny crystals split off, casting a radiant light across the entire lecture hall, leaving the students in awe. He continued, this is spirit arts, the original magic of our ancestors. This is our true essence, Easter spirit magic. He pointed to the board. This formula is the legacy of the goddess Luna, the foundation of all spirit arts. The magic I just cast is merely one branch among countless variations derived from that formula. Isn't that right? A hand shot up from the back. It was Leo. Herdium looked at him. Any questions, class president? Leo sighed softly, smiled, and thought to himself, I don't really care much for spirit arts. But he spoke up, interrupting, that explanation is incorrect. His words left Harlan and Rowena stunned, and every eye in the room snapped toward him. Herdium frowned. What did you just say? Leo, completely unfazed, explained, I said that magic cannot be activated. This statement caused a commotion among the Siren students, leaving them utterly bewildered. Herdium put his hands on his hips. Of course, it's an incomplete spell, so it can't be triggered. Our ancestors deciphered Luna's legacy and restored it to its current form. Leo pondered, thinking to himself, even so, it was lost to time. It's understandable he doesn't know. That magic was created by Luna specifically to be passed down to Kyle. Herdium, with a cold gaze, said, this student seems to know a lot about spirit arts, huh? If our explanation is wrong, why don't you show us your way? Sensing that the situation was spinning out of control, Harlan sighed, intending to step in, but he gasped when he saw Leo confidently stand up and walk toward the podium. He thought to himself, your elven magic is just a copy. I am the only one who received the full essence from Luna. But I died before I could pass it on to other elves. Perhaps we were destined to meet. Leo's actions made Harlan shake his head in dismay. Spirit arts was the pride of the elven race, the legacy of their founder. If this continued, it could trigger a conflict between the entire academies. Leo approached the desk, using his finger to adjust the flow of mana. The Siren students questioned, what kind of explanation is this?
It looks like spirit arts, but I've never seen that formula before. Once he finished, Leo turned to Herdium. I'm done, sir. Watching the mana flow perfectly, Herdium's eyes welled with tears, his body trembling with emotion. He stammered, this magic. What is it? Have you used it before? Flashing back to the past when Luna cast the spell, Kyle stood opposite her, asking, this magic is. Luna cut him off, her voice bursting with pride. Look, I've finally completed it. I will teach this to you and you alone, Kyle. This is the flower blooming spell. In the present, a golden flower materialized in Leo's hand, sparkling with a radiant light, as if recreating Luna's miracle. The display left all the students jaw-dropped, their eyes wide with shock. Eliana, standing below, couldn't hide her amazement and squealed with excitement. Our class president just did something incredible, right? Beside her, Nella gave a gentle nod, a smile playing on her lips in full agreement, her eyes gleaming with pride. Meanwhile, Rowena, who absolutely loathed everything Leo did, flinched slightly, thinking to herself in utter disbelief, what's with all the admiration? And what is up with the professor's reaction? She stole a glance at Professor Herdium, who was now down on both knees, tears streaming down his cheeks as he stared at the masterpiece before him. His eyes glistened, his voice trembling as he marveled, incredible, just how much elemental magic originates from this. Don't tell me this is just a spell to make flowers bloom. Leo, standing nearby, smiled confidently and offered an explanation, his voice calm yet captivated. It's not that simple. During the calamity, flowers were practically extinct. To the founder, Nebula, weren't flowers something truly special? His words caused the room to fall dead silent. Recalling his past life, Kyle, with a highly skeptical gaze, gently touched the radiant golden flower before him, murmuring, what kind of magic is this? It's useless in battle, isn't it? Luna, standing beside him, turned around, her eyes sparkling like stars as she asked back in a gentle but emotional voice, do you have any idea how beautiful flowers are? Someday, I will see a whole world overflowing with them. Back in the present, Professor Herdium's gaze seemed locked onto the magnificent flower before him. He muttered, his voice filled with awe. Indeed, the founder infused the truth into it. Then, as if suddenly snapping out of it, he turned around, his voice laced with confusion. But who exactly is this student? How could he possibly know these things? Leo, maintaining his casual demeanor, stepped closer and whispered into his ear, his voice deep and warm, I am Leoplav. I'm self-taught in the essence of magic through ancient texts. I am an all-attribute mage and a natural-born genius. His modest yet confident self-introduction left Professor Herdium stunned, his eyes wide as he stammered, could it be? Is your family lineage related to elves? Leo shook his head with a slight smile, not at all. Stepping up from the back, Professor Harlan spoke, his face tinged with embarrassment as he let out a sigh, my student has been impolite. I apologize. Let's end the class here. Then he turned to Professor Herdium, his voice turning serious, for now, it's best if we don't take an official stance on this matter. Herdium, still visibly shaken, stammered in response, Professor Harlan, perhaps I was a bit overbold. Suddenly, he stepped closer and grabbed Harlan's hands tightly, his voice brimming with excitement. But would it be possible to transfer Leo to our school? The sudden proposal startled Professor Harlan, making him blurt out, say what? After class, the group returned to their quarters, and the atmosphere became livelier than ever. Eliana and Chelsea, the two energetic girls, decided to show off their cooking skills. Chelsea, with a thrilled expression, brought out a pot of deep purple fish that smelled so pungent nobody dared to step close. She proudly introduced it, Tada. This is a Llewellyn specialty. Not to be outdone, Eliana placed a plate of bizarre-looking risotto on the table, keeping it covered to hide it from curious eyes. She smiled brightly, her voice chirpy, and this is the deadly risotto, so delicious that only one person survived. Staring at the two dishes, Leo, Tide, and Nella looked completely panicked. Leo whispered to Tide, his voice trembling, this is my absolute worst nightmare since joining Lumine. Tide, turning pale, replied, do we have no other choice? Nella, standing behind them, frowned and spoke up softly, I think I still have some elven bread left over from the last mission. Before anyone could react, Eliana moved as fast as lightning, stepping forward and shoving a spoonful of food right into Carlo's mouth. She beamed, try it, come on, just try it. The moment the food slid down his throat, Carlo's entire body shuddered violently, sweat pouring off him in buckets as panic filled his eyes. Seeing her friend's uncooperative reaction, Eliana frowned and turned to ask, what are you doing, you idiot? From a distance, Rune and Elder stood watching the students fool around and let out a hearty laugh. it's wonderful to see you kids having so much fun. Professor Harlan, standing next to him, scratched his head and whispered to Rune, the class president. As if understanding the cue, Leo immediately turned around and walked toward everyone. But just as he took a step, Rune called him back. Hold on. He toned up seriously and continued, you should know about this. The Burkia Grand Council has announced its decision regarding the Death Knight. The words caused Leo to flinch slightly, his heart beating faster. Rune went on, simply put, we have confirmed that multiple wraiths and Death Knights have appeared in the Elven Forest area. Therefore, Lumin and Siren will cooperate to investigate the unusual situation in the forest. But for inexperienced first years, this is extremely dangerous. Hearing this, the three girls Eliana, Chelsea, and Nella stood outside the door, their cheeks flushing with excitement and their eyes shining so brightly they looked ready to jump up and down. Hearing this, the three girls Eliana, Chelsea, and Nella stood outside the door, their cheeks flushing with excitement and their eyes shining so brightly they looked ready to jump up and down. Rune shook his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. No, actually, I came here for you, Leo. Right then, Iron stood outside the door, looking inside shyly, her cheeks blushing a light pink. Noticing this, Leo stepped out, flashing a friendly smile. Hey, Iron. How have you been lately? Iron, flustered, replied, I said I'd come, so I accepted this privilege. Spotting the new girl, Chelsea squealed from inside, she is so adorable. The girl squad immediately crowded around her, bombarding her with questions. Chelsea asked excitedly, what's your name? Why didn't you come to the exchange event? Eliana looked at Leo, curious, class president, how do you know her? Nella just smiled softly, whispering, so cute. The intense enthusiasm from the girls made Iron blush furiously, wishing she could just freeze right there on the spot. After the barrage of questions, the poor girl's eyes spun in circles, completely dazed. Finally, she muttered a faint, excuse me, and hurriedly ran upstairs. Iron's sudden flight left Chelsea and Eliana completely baffled. Chelsea frowned, did we do something wrong? Eliana scratched her head and turned to ask, she really is just a shy kid, huh? Witnessing the whole scene, Rune turned to Leo, his voice deep, Leo, I'm counting on you. Leo simply nodded, his gaze drifting toward the balcony, where Iron sat quietly all by herself. Suddenly, a jacket was gently placed over her shoulders, startling her. Leo stepped out, his smile as warm as sunshine. Iron asked shyly, but... Leo, aren't you cold? Leo replied confidently, I'm fine, don't worry about it. Then he asked softly, so, why did you run away from Siren Academy? The abrupt question made Iron fall silent, her gaze drifting into the distance. She murmured, because I'm not cut out to be a hero. Leo, surprised, pressed further, why do you say that? Iron, her voice soft but filled with emotion, explained, when life at Siren became too overwhelming, I met someone who was like a ray of sunshine. Ruina, she's confident, kind, and a real hero. I admired her and wanted to follow in her footsteps. I worked so hard to get into the advanced class 1, but during the evaluation match, I made a huge mistake. I think Rowena must hate me after that. Looking at the petite girl in front of him, Leo pondered, thinking to himself, asterisk she isn't someone who deserves to be hated, and Rowena isn't the type to hold on to petty grudges either. Asterisk. He smiled and asked, do you like the story of Burkia? Iron's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded enthusiastically, yes. That's the story of our ancestor. Leo continued, his voice deep and warm, then you probably know that Burkia admired great heroes and followed their path. That's how she became a hero herself, right? Don't worry about what others think, just walk the path you want. Leo's words struck a chord in Iron's heart, giving her an epiphany, her eyes sparkling with newfound light. Leo gently extended his hand, let's go downstairs. My class is awesome and super fun. The next day, the two classes were led by Professor Herdium and Harlan to a forest blanked in pure white snow. Rowena, with a fiery aura practically blazing behind her, turned to Leo, her voice laced with curiosity, hey, how on earth did you convince Iron? Leo casually replied, I just told her she had absolutely no reason to be afraid of you. Rowena's eyes widened in surprise, afraid of me? Why? Leo explained, she said you were terrifying during the evaluation match, so she thought you hated her. Rowena had a moment of realization and muttered, geez, it's just because Iron is so strong that I had to completely focus. Leo smiled, take good care of her, alright? She needs you. From a distance, Professor Herdium looked in one direction and cheered happily, ah, you're here.
A group of students appeared, led by a sharp-looking guy with purple hair.
Rada Algra, the junior representative of Siren Academy.
He stepped forward, shaking hands with Herdium, his voice polite and refined. "Hello, Professor Herdium."
Herdium beamed. "Rada, your recent thesis was quite fascinating."
Leo, looking curiously at the ring on Rada's hand, turned to Rowena and asked,
"Who is that guy?" Rowena replied, "That's Senior Rada, the junior representative."
He didn't really stand out until his sophomore year, then suddenly he made massive strides, becoming the talk of the town all semester.
Leo murmured, thinking to himself, a sudden surge in progress, huh?
Once everyone had gathered, Professor Harlan spoke up. "Now that everyone is here, let's begin the group mission.
Each group will consist of 2 to 3 first years and 1 junior."
Holding the roster, Professor Herdium read aloud, "Group 1, Leo, Rowena, and Rada." Hearing the lineup, Leo was stunned, murmuring to himself, "No way," feeling as though none of this was a coincidence. Leo and Rowena carefully made their way deeper into the dense forest, where the ancient canopy blocked out the sunlight, creating a gloomy and mysterious atmosphere. Leo took the lead, his footsteps steady but his sharp eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, inspecting every bush and every faint sound. He felt an uneasy sensation creeping into his chest, as if the forest itself were whispering warnings. In stark contrast to Leo's calm demeanor, Rowena walked behind him, her lips pressed into a tight line, grumbling to herself in sheer frustration. "God, this is so annoying." She recalled Professor Herdium's sarcastic insults. "I hope you two fail miserably this time to finally open your eyes." Rage flared up inside Rowena, making her scowl, her eyes flashing with anger. She suddenly spoke up, her tone harsh. "Why do I have to be paired up with a thief anyway?" Leo, completely unfazed, turned back to look at her, the corner of his lips pulling up into a smirk. "You still haven't dropped that habit of calling me a thief," he replied, his voice calm but teasing. Rowena clenched her fists, her cheeks flushing with anger. She practically shouted, "Of course not. I still haven't acknowledged you as Fiora's contractor." Leo merely shrugged, continuing to walk with a casual air as if he couldn't care less. "Suit yourself," he said, his voice soft but loaded with meaning, causing Rowena to freeze up in embarrassment. To clarify the situation, let's look at the positions of the survey teams in the forest.
Deep inside the woods was Leo and Rowena's group.
Over in the giant octopus habitat was Chelsea's group, where the air was damp and heavy with a fishy stench. Near the cluster of rare herbs, Eliana's group was carefully collecting specimens.
The area noted for ancient cypress trees belonged to Nella's group, while the forest entrance was Tide's territory.
Rowena, after scanning the area, noticed the absence of one person.
She frowned, her voice filled with suspicion. "Hey, where did Senior Rada go off to by himself? Aren't we supposed to move as a group?"
Leo suddenly knelt down, his hands brushing lightly against the snow-covered ground. He narrowed his eyes, as if searching for something crucial. Recalling what Rada had said earlier, "I'm going to step away for a bit, let's meet up in the middle of the forest," he muttered quietly. He must have his own business to attend to. Leo's hands touched the thick layer of snow, where a strange purple mana was radiating, allowing him to sense an ancient, threatening power. Rowena, still standing behind him, continued to scan the area, her voice laced with confusion. "But we're this deep in the forest and we haven't seen a single undead.
Didn't we see quite a few last time?"
Leo, currently lost in thought, muttered softly, "It looks like last time, but take a closer look." He remembered a past moment when his hand had touched an invisible wall. Back then, Kiran, standing beside him, had spoken up. "This is illusion magic, the magic of the Elven King, but it's different from my father's spell." Leo realized something highly unusual. There's a curse on this land, something that didn't exist before. The curse of death, which only those who survived the calamity can recognize. A shiver ran down his spine as he thought of Tartarus, the loyal commander of Erebos,
a survivor from the calamity era of the Hell Kaiser Kingdom.
But Tartarus wouldn't act on his own, Leo thought to himself. Karger, the Death Knight, is his actual pawn. Suddenly, Leo snapped upright, his eyes flashing as he sensed something.
"There's something over on the other side," he muttered, "in the elven territory that Silod protects." Rowena, noticing his bizarre behavior, tilted her head in curiosity. "What's wrong? Did you sense something?" Before he could answer, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from deep within the woods, startling Leo and causing his eyes to widen in full alert.
"Something's coming," he shouted, immediately drawing his gleaming sword, ready for battle.
But then, a warm voice spoke up, breaking the tense silence. "Phew, how's the investigation going?"
It was Rada, stepping out from the shadows with a friendly smile. Both Leo and Rowena yelled in unison, "Senior Rada." He stepped closer, keeping that smile on his face, and asked, "So, did you guys run into any undead?" Rowena let out a sigh of relief and shook her head. "You scared the life out of me." "No, we haven't found a single thing." Leo, meanwhile, sheathed his sword, his eyes never leaving Rauda. He reached out to shake Rauda's hand, but the moment their hands met, he felt a strange energy radiating from the black ring on his senior's finger. "This ring," Leo thought to himself, but Rauda quickly cut off his train of thought. "Too bad you're mistaken," Rauda said, his smile turning a bit mysterious. "There isn't even a single undead here, let alone a death knight. But that's alright, first years tend to get overly eager." Rauda continued in a flat tone, "Did you know that high-tier undead like death knights will vanish if the summoner doesn't have enough mana to sustain them? So wherever there's a death knight, a summoning demon must be nearby." Hearing this, Rowena frowned in confusion. "Are you saying there are demons in this forest? But this is Berkia, the capital of Elsabekia." Rauda stepped closer to her, raising a finger with a smile. "As a Siren student, you must know all about the astral magic cast around Berkia, right?" She nodded and answered quickly, "It's a spell created by the Grandmaster's wife, Luna. Demons can't get in." "But," Leo suddenly cut in, his voice firm, "there's no rule saying the summoner absolutely has to be a demon. Other races can use the power of darkness too, like elves, for instance." His words left both of them completely stunned. Rauda smirked, his smile loaded with hidden meaning. "That's an interesting take. I guess you don't know much about the Pride Alliance, then." With that, he turned to leave, not forgetting to throw a parting word over his shoulder. "Investigation is over, let's meet at the forest entrance." Leo fell silent, his eyes tracing Rauda's retreating figure. "He's looking for something," he thought. Rowena, standing right beside him, also sensed that something was off. She muttered, "This guy definitely knows something." Evening at the students' dormitory. Inside the small room, the dim yellow lamplight cast a shadow over their tense faces. Kyle, one of the group members, spoke up. "Your group didn't see the Death Knight either?" Carlo, sitting across from him, let out a soft sigh, his voice filled with exhaustion. "Forget the Death Knight, we didn't even see a single undead." Chelsea, true to her impulsive nature, slammed her hand on the table and stood abruptly, her eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and suspicion. "That makes it even more suspicious," she yelled. "The chairman clearly stated that the undead had appeared, yet the moment we go in to investigate, they all vanish. Something is seriously wrong." Carlo merely offered a faint smile, shaking his head. "I'm going to bed, I'm exhausted." But Chelsea, refusing to let him off the hook, lunged forward, grabbed his tie, and yanked it hard. "Hold on a minute." At that exact moment, Leo had already slipped out of the dormitory through the window, landing on the ground as silently as a ghost. He made his way toward the Siren Academy Hotel, where the faint moonlight filtered through a bedroom window. Leo deftly unlocked the door, stepped inside, his sharp eyes scanning the room. He stopped in front of a desk where one of Rauda's notebooks lay. "Just as I thought, he snuck out of the dorms," Leo thought to himself. His gaze was suddenly drawn to a map laid out on the desk, which had a red mark circling the entrance to the Elven lands. He muttered, "Is this?" Out of nowhere, a sharp yell from behind caught Leo completely off guard. "What do you think you're doing here?" Rowena, who had appeared out of thin air, stood there with a look that was equal parts furious and curious. Leo spun around, as quick as lightning, and slapped his hand over her mouth, whispering, "Keep your voice down." Once they both calmed down, Rowena frowned, her voice sharp. "You seemed suspicious earlier. What exactly are you doing here?" Leo lowered his voice and replied, "I came looking for Rauda, but he snuck out before me. He's clearly heading toward the Elven forest." Suddenly, footsteps and voices echoed from outside the door. "Didn't you say he was sleeping just a moment ago?" Another voice replied, "I heard a noise." Leo and Rowena locked eyes, both immediately realizing the danger of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Leo threw his arm over Rowena's shoulder, scooped her up, and leaped out the window, clearing the room in the blink of an eye, leaving the girl completely flabbergasted. Meanwhile, in Iron's room, she was quietly reading a book under the dim lamplight. A sudden noise from outside startled her. Iron got out of bed, walked over to the window, looked down, and froze when she saw Leo carrying Rowena in his arms. "Leo, and Rowena too?" she murmured, her hands trembling slightly as her book slipped and clattered onto the floor. A romantic scenario played out in her mind. Leo, who was more gorgeous than any flower, turned to Rowena with a tender gaze and said, "Let me join the honorary firefighting squad with Rowena." Rowena looked back at him affectionately, both of them lost in a passionate moment. Iron blushed furiously, burying her burning face in her hands,
thinking to herself, an underground date? At the elven forest, Leo and Rowena continued deeper into the forest, a chilling air enveloping them. Rowena tagged along behind, occasionally shooting Leo an annoyed glare. So you plan on following me forever? Go back to the dorms already. Leo spoke up, his voice tinged with irritation. Rowena scowled, biting back harshly. Do you seriously still suspect Senior Rada is involved in this? He just arrived this morning, whereas the Death Knight was spotted days ago. Before she could say another word, a voice rang out, cutting her off. Stop right there. Iron, huffing and puffing with her hands resting on her knees, materialized right in front of them. Rowena was stunned. Iron? When did you even get here? Iron, her face completely flushed with embarrassment, clenched her fists and yelled, oh my god, students are not supposed to have improper romantic relationships. Boys and girls should be segregated from the age of 7. Rowena blanked. Huh? Say what now? Leo, equally bewildered, massaged his temples. What on earth are you talking about? But Iron stood her ground. I saw everything. You two sneaking into the dormitory together, it's so weird. I mean, sure, Rowena is beautiful, and Leo is incredibly handsome. Her words left Rowena totally paralyzed, her face turning so red it looked ready to steam. Leo, trying to maintain his composure, turned to Rowena. Rowena, say something. The girl stammered, her eyes darting around awkwardly. No, it's not like that at all. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned dead serious. Leo frowned, sensing a biting, icy chill in the air. From beneath the ground, an undead arm suddenly burst through the surface, followed by a horde of rising corpses, their eyes glowing a fierce crimson in the dark. It's the undead! Leo barked, drawing his sword and dropping into a battle stance. From deep within the forest, a low, chilling voice echoed, "Welcome to the Elven Forest." Seeing the zombies clawing their way out of the dirt, their eyes glowing like hot coals in the dark, the group instantly went on high alert. Leo gripped his sword tightly, the steel blade catching the moonlight as his sharp gaze swept the area. "They're skeleton soldiers, high-tier undead," he shouted, his voice deep and authoritative. Rowena, standing beside him, clenched her hands so hard her knuckles turned white, her lips pressed together from the sheer tension. She turned to Leo, her voice shaky but full of suspicion. Where did these things suddenly come from?" Leo shot a quick glance at Rowena, a challenging glint in his eyes. "Are you ready?" he asked, his hand firmly on his hilt. Rowena, without a second thought, immediately fell into a defensive stance, planting her feet firmly on the frozen ground. She placed her hands on the earth, her fingers tracing the air as if drawing ancient runes. A brilliant magic circle manifested, enveloping her in a fierce red glow. All around them, roaring flames erupted, as if trying to incinerate the darkness itself. Rowena snapped her head up, a confident smile playing on her lips, her eyes flashing with pride. "You bet I am," she answered, her voice steel-sharp. With that, she raised her hands and unleashed her fire-burst spell. A colossal wave of fire erupted, tearing straight toward the skeleton soldiers like a roaring flame dragon. In the blink of an eye, the inferno swallowed the zombies, turning them into ash and dust. Rowena, with one hand still fueling the flames, turned to Leo, a smug grin plastered on her face. "How about that, huh?" she asked, her voice dripping with challenge. Leo smirked, about to fire back, but a sudden scream from Iron cut him off. "Rowena, watch out." The shriek startled Leo, making him whip around. A skeleton soldier, its rusted sword raised high, was lunging straight for Rowena. Luckily, Iron intercepted it just in time, bringing her shield up to block the strike. The crown on her head flashed, reflecting a magical light. Leo muttered, his eyes wide with astonishment, "That's the animus armor from Berkia." Iron, without a shred of hesitation, charged forward, swinging her sword with absolute conviction. With one clean, crisp slash, the skeleton soldier's head went flying, and its body dissolved into thin air, returning the area to a brief silence. Rowena, still a little dazed, turned to Iron with a bright smile. "You're seriously amazing," she praised, her voice full of gratitude. Iron scratched her head, her cheeks flushing a faint pink out of modesty. "Ha, it's no big deal," she replied, trying to hide her pride. Then she turned back to the two of them, her eyes full of curiosity and lingering doubt. "But really, why are you two out here in the dead of night anyway?" Leo let out a sigh and shook his head. "Rowena and I aren't in that kind of relationship, Iron." Rowena, standing next to him, exhaled sharply, her voice annoyed. "Exactly. We only dropped by the seniors' dorm room to investigate." Iron narrowed her eyes, still not entirely convinced. Really? She asked skeptically. Rowena pointed a finger at Leo, her voice resolute. Yes. Do you really think I'd let some stupid romance distract me from my studies? If I did, wouldn't that be great for you, one less rival? Why on earth would you try to stop it? Iron froze, shaking her head frantically. That's not it at all. Rowena, you're the top student, and I always want you to keep that spot. You're going to be a hero. Iron's heartfelt words made Rowena pause, her eyes widening as her heart skipped a beat. Does she really think of me that way? She thought, caught in a whirlwind of surprise and emotion. The Siren Advanced Combat Class 1 evaluation match. Inside the arena, a suffocating tension filled the air. Iron, her hand gripping her shield tightly, sweat dripping down her forehead, stood facing Rowena. Her sword was clenched firmly in her hand, her gaze resolute yet unable to hide her sheer exhaustion. Rowena, her opponent, stood tall with clenched fists and a cold, piercing gaze. Just as expected, she thought to herself. Out of all the first years, only Iron is strong enough to stand against me. The corner of Rowena's mouth twitched upward into a knowing smile. She raised her hand, summoning a radiant fireball that illuminated the entire arena. All right, I'm going all out. She screamed in her head, launching the fireball straight at Iron. A massive explosion roared, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Iron, though stunned by the terrifying power, managed to bring her shield up just in time to block it, a flash of pure determination in her eyes. Rowena, seeing Iron's expression, suddenly flinched. That look, now I understand, she thought, her heart heavy. But why did she stop coming to school after that? Back in the present, Rowena stepped forward and grabbed Iron's hands, her voice ringing with sincerity. I want you to keep coming to school, because you're my friend. Iron gasped, stammering, wait. Lady Rowena, did you say we're friends? Don't you hate me? Rowena burst into a rare, radiant laugh. We're friends, didn't you know? As a friend and a rival, I want you to keep pushing me. Hearing those words, Iron's eyes lit up, her face completely radiant. Friend and rival, she murmured, her heart racing with emotion. But then she suddenly turned back, giving them both a suspicious look. So you two really aren't a couple? Rowena, so furious her entire body was shaking, screamed at the top of her lungs, we already told you we're not. Leo, standing off to the side, could only sigh and rub his temples. Kids really do grow up by bickering, he thought to himself, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Deep within the elven forest, a bleak atmosphere hung heavy, as the dismal cawing of black crows echoed around. A zombie-like figure, its eyes a burning crimson, stood in the center of a clearing as if conversing with someone. You must be surrounded by mages, it growled. A figure stepped forward, pulling back his hood to reveal Rauda's face. He smiled, his gaze ice-cold. Isn't that right, warrior Karger? Karger, his face twisted in rage, cursed, you bastard. The king's command artifact controls the undead army. Do you really think you can treat me like a common lackey? Rauda, entirely unfazed, raised his hand to show the black ring, its light flashing threateningly. It seems you've forgotten that the king chose me, he said, his voice flat but dripping with authority. Then he turned to leave, tossing out one final word. Once the summoning circle is complete, I won't be needing Tartarus's help anymore. Until then, I'll be relying on you. Karger, cloaked in the shadows, let out a wicked laugh, a devious glint in his eyes. That goes without saying, he muttered schemingly. Back with Leo's group, the three continued deeper into the forest, the air growing colder by the second. Iron, shivering from the chill, rubbed her hands together for warmth. Are you saying Senior Rauda is mixed up in what's happening in the elven forest? She asked skeptically. Rowena, pointing toward Leo, replied, it's just this guy's guess. Don't take it too seriously, Iron. But Iron couldn't stop wondering. But, isn't this forest way colder than before? Berkia is always chilly, but now it feels bizarre. Rowena nodded thoughtfully. Now that I think about it, it's subtle, but... Leo, his expression grave, chimed in, I sense a curse. He raised his hands, manifesting two magic circles in front of him, their light pushing back the darkness. Brace yourselves, things get dangerous from here on out. From the circles, Kirin materialized, wearing a mischievous grin. Beside him was the tiny bird Fiora, her feathers shimmering like fire. Seeing Fiora, Rowena's face instantly darkened, a flash of pure envy in her eyes. She lunged forward, screaming, how can a little bird be this gorgeous? Fiora, it's big sister Rowena, do you still remember me? Iron, curious about the two small creatures, asked, What are these summons, Leo?
He pointed to the little bird resting on his head, his voice full of pride. This is a baby phoenix named Fiora. Then he gestured to his side, and this is the fairy prince, Kirin. Iron froze, her eyes sparkling with awe.
A fairy?
That's incredible. But Leo quickly cut her off, his voice dead serious. Stop talking.
We're entering the heart of the forest. Things are going to get brutal from here.
The trio forged ahead, facing relentless waves of attacks from the skeleton soldiers. Leo swung his sword, each crisp slash turning them into ash. Rowena, with her fireballs,
incinerated the enemy in the blink of an eye. Yet the zombies clung on like leeches, continuously bursting forth from the ground. Incinerated the enemy in the blink of an eye. Yet the zombies clung on like leeches, continuously bursting forth from the ground.
Iron, panting heavily amidst the chaos, gasped, with this many undead, there has to be a necromancer nearby. Leo, his sword ablaze with flames, slashed through 3 skeleton soldiers in front of him, and replied, no, there's no necromancer here.
Rowena frowned in confusion. Then what are they? Leo, his gaze darkening, answered, this is a death curse.
Both girls froze in shock.
Rowena clenched her fists and yelled, a death curse? I've never heard of such a thing.
Iron, deep in thought, added, it continuously summons undead in the surrounding area, turning this place into a domain of death.
And the one who cast this curse is?
Leo, his eyes ice cold, finished the thought, Commander Karger of the Hell Kaiser Kingdom.
Rowena's eyes widened, her voice trembling with shock. Does that mean Karger is planning an attack on Elsabekia? We have to notify the professors immediately.
But before they could make a move, a sudden, powerful gust of wind swept in, kicking up a blinding blizzard that completely obscured their vision. Out of the snowstorm, a dark silhouette emerged, a chilling voice echoing through the wind.
Welcome, hero candidates. Welcome to the land of death.
It was Karger, the sword in his hand flashing with a lethal steel glare.
He charged, roaring, none of you escape today.
Leo, maintaining his absolute composure, swung his sword to deflect Karger's strike, his eyes flashing with an unshakable resolve. Teetering on the edge of life and death, Leo clashed with Karger, his grip tightening on his sword as the steel blade flashed beneath the dim moonlight. Karger, his eyes glowing a blood-red crimson, roared in absolute fury, despair.
Tremble. I will make you regret ever setting foot in this forest.
On the other side, the remaining skeleton soldiers began crawling out from the earth, their horrific groans echoing as they advanced straight toward the 2 girls.
Rowena and Iron, despite their pounding hearts, stood their ground, their gazes sharp and ready for battle.
Leo, keeping an astonishing level of calm, shouted, I'll handle the Death Knight.
Iron, you clear out the zombies. Rowena, prep the strongest spell you've got. The 2 girls nodded in unison, got it.
Karger, overhearing their strategy, let out a sinister laugh.
Oh, you're choosing a head-on fight this time, he mocked, his voice dripping with disdain. Leo shot back, his gaze as sharp as a razor blade. This time, let me entertain you.
Karger, so enraged that the veins on his neck popped, screamed, you foolish brats, do you really think I'll just let you do whatever you want? He swung his pitch-black sword, slashing down with terrifying force that shook the very air.
Leo frowned, feeling the intense pressure of the attack, and yelled, get swallowed by the darkness. Instantly, he activated the Zerdinger secret technique, Prominence.
A massive fireball materialized above Leo, its flames swirling violently like a raging storm. He raised his hand, launching the pillar of fire straight at Karger. The knight managed to dodge it quickly, but the attack still sliced right through one of the horns on his head.
Karger stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock, muttering, the fire phoenix?
Giving Karger zero room to breathe, Leo slammed his foot against the ground, rocketing forward with his sword ablaze. He smiled, his voice brimming with confidence, it's not just the fire phoenix.
It's fused with the Zerdinger fire spirit.
Karger froze, a look of pure panic washing over him as he watched his own sword begin to melt under the terrifying heat.
Is he overwhelming me with sheer combat experience? How can a mere first year pull this off?
Karger thought to himself, the look in Leo's eyes at that moment sending a shiver right down his spine. A cold, absolute gaze that seemed to see right through his every scheme. Leo unleashed another slash, creating a swirling vortex of fire across the sky,
making the entire area tremble.
At the same time, Rowena, standing in the back, raised her hands to summon the fire pillar spell. A massive fireball appeared above the skeleton soldiers, its brilliant light completely banishing the darkness. She smiled, a flash of pure rage in her eyes. Die, you miserable corpses. A colossal column of fire slammed down, incinerating the skeleton soldiers in an instant, leaving behind nothing but scorched earth and billowing smoke. Rowena tossed her hair, a smug smile on her face. That's what you get for messing with me. Iron, witnessing the forest get completely ravaged by Rowena's flames, froze, muttering, is she really an elf? Why is she so aggressive? The fairy prince Kirin, standing nearby, was equally dumbfounded. She's way too intense. Leo, his gaze sweeping toward the deeper parts of the forest, said in a low voice, persistent bastards. This isn't over yet. After them, but out of nowhere, all around them, countless eerie purple eyes materialized in the darkness, causing Rowena to shriek in fright. What is that? Iron, clenching her fists, replied, this is the death curse. Rowena marveled, her voice trembling, it's incredibly intense. Suddenly, a stern voice boomed from deep within the woods. First years, who gave you permission to investigate the forest at night? To think even the freshman representative of Lumine is here, what an absolute disgrace to our discipline. Rada stepped out from the darkness, his gaze ice-cold. Rowena frowned, her voice full of suspicion. Senior Rada, what are you doing here? He answered in a flat tone, corpses are currently appearing in this forest. I am investigating the cause. Rowena clenched her fists, stating firmly, the cause is a curse. An ancient, incredibly powerful curse. Rada turned his head, frowning in mock confusion. A curse? You're saying there's a curse active here? His indifferent attitude startled Rowena, who thought to herself, a situation this severe, and he can't even feel it? Leo, standing beside her, spoke up, his voice razor-sharp. Some Lumine first years happened to stumble upon items dropped from Tartarus. His words caught Rada off guard for a split second, but he quickly regained his composure. Leo raised his hand, summoning a blinding flash of light that illuminated the entire forest. They accidentally tapped into the power of darkness. He continued, his eyes locked onto Rada. Suddenly, the area began to shake, and magic circles etched with bizarre runes manifested around Rada, radiating violent vibrations. Leo shouted, but as for you, it looks like you're willingly collaborating with Tartarus. Only dark magic and black arts use monster blood and organs as a catalyst. Rada, standing amidst the eerie magical aura, clenched his fists, covered his face, and let out a twisted laugh. Collaborating? You are both ignorant and foolish, he roared. Collaborating? You are both ignorant and foolish, he roared. In this very place, the records of the hero Luna lie dormant, yet the useless council of Elsabekia has absolutely no clue. What's wrong with using Tartarus to protect my legacy? Hearing this, Iron clenched her fists tightly and yelled, that is the legacy of a great hero. How dare you try to claim it for yourself? Rowena frowned, cracking her knuckles as she readied herself for a fight. She turned to Leo, her voice fierce, Leo, knock him out. Smash that annoying face of his and drag him back to the professors. Leo nodded, his voice dropping low, Iron, Rowena, from here on out, fight like you're ready to kill him. His words made both girls yell in unison. What? Rada, enveloped by crackling magical lightning, raised his hand to summon a purple magic sphere and launched it straight at Leo. The overwhelming pressure forced him back a few steps, but Leo quickly activated a defensive spell. The two attacks collided, shaking the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Leo, remaining calm, looked straight at Rada, his voice carrying a stern warning, wake up. This is what it means to fight Tartarus. Rada stroked his chin, a sinister grin spreading across his face. A human utilizing the origin magic of the constellations? Just what on earth are you? He thought to himself. He casts and dispels magic that quickly? This level of combat instinct is unreal. If those two girls join the fray, it's going to get troublesome. If those two girls join the fray, it's going to get troublesome. Rada raised his hand high, dark mana pouring from his ring to form a raging energy storm. Leo barked, get down. A catastrophic explosion erupted, blasting Rowena and Iron violently to the ground. Rowena, struggling to push herself up, scowled, unbelievable. A basic spell packed that much power? She rolled her eyes, suddenly startling when she saw Rada advancing toward Leo with 3 purple magic spheres floating in his hands. Rowena yelled at Iron, we have to help him. Iron nodded, stepping up with her sword and shield in hand, leave it to me. But a skeleton soldier suddenly appeared, blocking the two girls' path. It gripped its sword tightly and roared, this is the end of the line for you hero candidates. Rowena, clenching her fists, shouted back, keep dreaming. She turned to Iron, buy me some time. Iron nodded, her eyes determined, ready to face the skeleton soldier. On the other side, Rada looked at Leo, his eyes cold.
Do you have any last words before you die?
Leo, remaining calm, smiled. Senior, you're way too confident. Suddenly, a small figure flashed by. Kirin, the fairy prince, exploded the 3 magic spheres in Rada's hands as fast as lightning. He tumbled backward, shouting in surprise. Leo, his eyes glowing a fierce red, gripped his sword and advanced. Rada, his body covered in wounds, cursed under his breath, "Damn it!"
He looked up, his face filled with panic. This guy, don't tell me he really. With a single slash, Leo claimed Rada's head. Kirin, standing nearby, clenched his fist and cheered, "Hell yeah! The crazy elf is down. Now let's smash that skeleton." But suddenly, a blinding flash of purple light appeared from behind. A magic attack struck Kirin, making him scream in pain. Rada, picking up his head and putting it back on, flashed a sinister smile. One of his eyes had now turned pitch black. A half-fairy who can even summon beasts? An impressive talent, Leo Plav. He laughed out loud, his voice dripping with murderous intent. "I'm thrilled, because you're the one I'll kill with my own 2 hands." He continued, "The power of the Death King isn't half bad, is it? If we add the power of Lady Luna's ancestors to this." He paused, his eyes flashing with arrogance. "Then I can bring arrogant people like him, who only rely on talent, down to their knees before me." Looking at his state, Leo thought to himself, those eyes, it looks like he's starting to be consumed by demonic energy. At that moment, a strange dark energy began to emanate all around him from up front. He thrust his hand toward Leo and screamed, "Die!" Instantly, a magic sphere appeared in front of him and shot straight toward Leo. Leo immediately gripped his sword, taking his stance to block the incoming attack. His eyes widened as he thought, he hasn't fully accepted the demonic energy yet. Without hesitation, he dashed forward and swung his sword in a decisive slash, sending Rada's right arm hitting the ground instantly. The severed hand landed with a dull thud. Rada gritted his teeth and let out a painful groan, clutching his constantly bleeding wound. Leo walked toward him, speaking coldly, "Those who take shortcuts to get stronger usually lack combat experience. Keep regenerating all you want, I'll just keep cutting you down until you run out of mana." Confronted by Leo's assertion, Rada looked up, gritting his teeth in fury. From the depths of his mind, a voice echoed, "Looks like you're having a tough time, mage. The one standing in front of you isn't the real target, is he? Hurry up and finish the summoning circle to awaken the sleeping power in this land." Hearing this, Rada nodded and muttered, "Right, as long as I obtain that power." Ignoring Rada's emotions, Leo immediately stepped aside, looked toward Iron's group, and praised them. Those two are fighting incredibly well. Over on their side, Iron was trembling all over from facing such a powerful opponent, while Rowena maintained a serious expression, staying completely on guard. Leo cast his gaze back toward Rada, affirming, as expected, "I need to finish this guy off first." Rada looked down, tears streaming down his face as he stared at his right arm, thinking, "Why hasn't my right arm regenerated yet?" Kirin, standing on his shoulder, immediately pointed ahead and called out, "Leo, look." Right at that moment, a sinister magic circle appeared beneath Rada's severed arm. Leo froze for a few seconds. Rada coughed up blood, a massive amount of magical energy erupting from his mouth as he screamed, "It's too late." Along with the terrifying power exploding from his body, Iron and Rowena frowned slightly in surprise. The magic circle expanded further and further, catching the attention of Karger, who was fighting on the other side. Facing the overwhelming power bursting from Rada, Leo immediately jumped backward to maintain a safe distance. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A massive hand burst out from underground, leaving everyone stunned. Kirin gasped in shock, "Oh my god, what the hell is that?" Leo looked at the giant skeleton in front of him and said, "The Skeleton King." Before him stood a colossal skeleton, its hand gripping a sword dozens of times larger than Leo's entire body. He looked up, evaluating it. "That's one of the strongest undead." Rada's arm was now gradually regenerating. He laughed maniacally, "Huh, I can feel the surging power. Is this the power of my ancestors?" Without a second thought, Leo rushed toward the skeleton, preparing to attack. He thought to himself, by completing the summoning circle, he has fully accepted dark magic. He slammed his foot hard into the ground, using the momentum to leap high into the air, pointing his blade straight at Rada and shouting, "There is no way something so filthy as Luna's power." In response to this declaration, Rada merely smirked and said, "Oh, really?" Right after that, from the side, the Skeleton King swung its massive arm, striking directly at Leo. Startled, Leo instantly leaped backward to dodge the attack. His expression grew incredibly tense. Rada looked down, smiling triumphantly, and said, I don't care if it's the power of the Death King or whatever the hell else, it's my power now. Kirin, standing nearby, turned and whispered, Leo, can we retreat for now? That skeleton is just too strong. Leo replied, no, look closer. This skeleton king wasn't summoned the normal way. Confused by Leo's assertion, Kirin asked, what do you mean? At the same time, the skeleton king swung its massive sword toward Leo. He used his sheer speed to dodge the slash, thinking to himself, he rushed into summoning the skeleton king by making a contract with Hellkaiser. He barely met the summoning requirements, so there's no way he can maintain it for long. The most basic requirement for a summons is having the spiritual energy to maintain the summoned physical form. We just need to hold out until the mana keeping that skeleton alive runs dry. Hearing that, Kirin nodded in agreement. Alright, let's do this. Leo turned and called out, Kirin, cover me. Kirin was taken aback for a moment, but immediately flashed a confident smile and replied, you got it. With Kirin's support, Leo thrust his hand forward, unleashing a light magic spell, aiming straight at the skeleton's head and causing a massive explosion. But that attack didn't seem to damage the skeleton king at all. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, and it gripped its sword tightly, swinging down at Leo. Given his opponent's sluggish speed, he easily leaped up to dodge the blow, assessing the situation. As expected, the power gap is massive, but we just need to buy time. Rada, watching from above, looked down at Leo with a smug grin. He screamed, Rizurnia! Instantly, countless magic projectiles shot straight at Leo, making his eyes widen as he cursed, damn it! But from the side, a clear voice rang out, Fire Turtle! Rowena was already standing in front of him, unleashing a skill to block the incoming attack. She turned back and told Leo, focus on the skeleton king, I'll take care of this crazy upperclassman. He immediately asked back, what about the Death Knight? Is Iron left all by herself? She smiled and replied, don't tell me you don't trust Iron. Iron was the one who had volunteered to face Karger one-on-one. Over on her side, Karger gripped his sword tightly and swung a direct blow aimed at the top of Iron's head. Iron immediately raised her shield, blocking the attack head-on. But against such overwhelming force, she was pushed back several meters. Karger looked at her, flashing a smug smile. Haha, how arrogant. You actually thought you could face me alone? With that, he swung another slash at her. Contrary to his confidence, Iron thought to herself, can I really do this? But then she regained her resolve, if I don't succeed, everyone will be in danger. Pushing the thought aside, she swung her sword, charging straight ahead to attack. But her strike passed right through Karger. Before her stunned eyes, he let out a smug laugh and immediately swung his other hand, landing a direct blow to Iron's chest. The surprise attack made her eyes widen, sending her flying backward and sliding along the ground. Thoughts flashed through her mind, I never wanted to be a hero, but at the very least, I can't be a burden to them. Karger advanced, smashing her shield to pieces, and mocked, compared to those two, you're nothing but an amateur. Iron struggled to her feet, looking straight at him, and replied, that's right, but one day, those two will walk the path of great heroes. I'm absolutely sure of it. Karger looked at her and continued, I'll take your head, then go help that summoner. But she cut him off immediately, did you know? Great heroes always have companions who follow them. My ancestor, Lord Berkia, once followed in the footsteps of great heroes and swore never to doubt them, no matter what happened. So I will believe too. As she spoke, the hand gripping her sword suddenly radiated a pure, brilliant light that was incredibly eye-catching. Staring at the blinding light in front of him, Karger wondered, is this spirit power? Refusing to lose his focus, Iron gripped her sword tightly and charged straight ahead, shouting, you really are an arrogant brat. At that moment, Iron, her eyes filled with absolute determination, shouted, the legacy passed down through generations of spirit knights, the eternal power of life that dispels the everlasting green death. She pulled her sword back as a terrifying surge of power emanated from the blade, causing the surrounding air to grow heavy and dense. Before anyone knew it, Iron's sharp blade swung upward, flashing under the faint moonlight and cutting right through Karger's body. The blade left a silver streak of light in the air, seemingly tearing the night apart. Karger's body trembled as thick black smoke began to pour from the slash, mixing with the dust and causing him to gradually dissolve into a cloud of mist. His mouth twitched, his voice shaking with pure shock. I lost to a brat like you? His eyes widened, flashing with resentment before his entire body turned into a thin mist, swept away into nothingness by the cold battlefield wind. Iron was nearly exhausted after that desperate attack. The heavy sword in her hand shook, its blade driving hard into the rocky ground to keep her balanced. Her entire body trembled slightly as sweat poured down like rain, soaking her blood-stained silver armor.
She panted heavily, each breath feeling like it was tearing her chest apart, as her dry lips whispered, "I have to go help them quickly.
I have to save them."
But her eyes had already grown hazy, unable to maintain focus. The scenery in front of her blurred, as if covered by a thick fog, leaving her only able to see vague silhouettes.
On the other side of the battlefield, Rowena was still fiercely holding her ground against Rauta's relentless attacks.
Under the flickering light of shattered magical fragments, she stood firm as a mountain, her crimson hair blowing in the wind.
Rauta, with a sinister smirk, taunted her, "Exhausted? Are you still breathing, freshman representative?" He thrust his hand forward, a surge of pitch-black magical energy bursting forth to form an invisible blade. He calmly declared, "Let's end this." But right then, Rowena shouted, "Fire turtle!"
A thick, radiant reddish-gold shield suddenly appeared in front of her, radiating a heat as scorching as a forge. Rauta's magical energy slammed into the shield, making a deafening explosion, but it was completely blocked.
Rauta's eyes widened in sheer shock, and he gasped, "It got reflected back?"
Before he could even process it, his own attack was deflected by the shield, turning into a sharp magical blade that stabbed straight into his chest. A sky-rending scream of agony rang out as fresh blood sprayed, staining the ground red. Rowena smiled, gently patting the head of the giant fire turtle beside her, its body burning like a miniature volcano. She spoke confidently, "Humph, did you think I'd just stand here and take it?
This is Fire Turtle, a fire element summoned beast that specializes in defense."
She immediately followed up, her voice firm and ringing, "Then try taking this hit." Beneath her feet, a brilliant golden magic circle appeared, radiating a light as blinding as the sun. A small spark of fire flickered right in front of Rauta, catching him off guard. Suddenly, the spark exploded violently, turning into a colossal blast as bright red flames consumed the surrounding space. Rauta's body, right at the center of the blast, was scorched black by the flames, and he collapsed to the ground, smoke billowing from his charred body. Rowena stepped forward confidently, looking down at her fallen enemy, and criticized him coldly, "Nothing special." But right at that moment, her eyes widened in shock. Rauta, who was supposedly defeated, unexpectedly raised his hand, his eyes flashing with a deep red light of pure malice. He flashed a sinister smile, then unleashed countless sharp magical blades charging straight at her. The blades tore through the air, leaving deadly streaks of light, repeatedly slashing through Rowena's body and spraying fresh blood that stained her armor red.
Witnessing the scene, Leo clenched his fists and screamed, "Rowena!"
But right then, his own body suddenly froze. From behind, a terrifying pressure washed over him. The colossal hands of the Skeleton King, cold and deathly, abruptly appeared right next to him. Unable to react, he took the full force of the horrific blow. His body went flying like an arrow, sliding along the ground and leaving a deep trench behind. He crashed hard into an ancient tree, shattering it to pieces, before his body finally stopped amidst the wreckage. Clutching his heavily injured body, his armor soaked in blood, Leo groaned quietly, his breathing heavy.
Kiran, the little bird hovering nearby, flew over and asked anxiously, Are you okay?" Leo clutched his left arm, which was now bleeding and throbbing after crashing into the tree. He panted, his voice weak, "My arm." Kiran, not missing a beat to tease him, mocked, "You're not dead yet, don't overreact." But right at that moment, the Skeleton King let out a sorrowful roar, like the cries of thousands of imprisoned souls. That horrifying sound made the surrounding space tremble, weighing down on everyone with an immense pressure. Leo clutched his head in intense pain, muttering, "In a situation like this, that's the worst kind of curse." Without hesitation, he immediately summoned his little chick, shouting, "Fiora, go get him." The little chick let out a determined chirp as its body glowed brightly, radiating waves of bright red energy like a fire burning in the dark. The energy spread out, enveloping everyone. Over on the other side, Iron and Rowena felt their bodies gradually recovering. Their wounds closed up, and their strength slowly returned. The two girls looked at each other in astonishment, blurting out together, "Are our bodies being healed?" Leo, his eyes burning with resolve, ordered once more, "Let's go, Fiora." Summoning magic, materialize. In that instant, he and Fiora merged into one. His entire body radiated a brilliant aura, like an unquenchable blazing fire. The sword in his hand caught fire violently, its bright red flames illuminating the entire battlefield. Without a moment's hesitation, the Skeleton King swung its massive sword, aiming straight at the top of Leo's head. But using his quick reflexes, he leaped high into the air, dodging the attack perfectly. Under the radiant glow of the flames, Leo's silhouette looked like the sun, blinding and unyielding. Witnessing this, Rowena thought to herself in awe, "Leo, he doesn't fear death at all, just like a real hero." She turned back,
speaking gently to her little turtle. Fire turtle, you did great, come back and rest. The little turtle dissolved into golden light. But when she looked up, she noticed Rauta, the one who was supposed to be down, slowly getting back up with eyes full of hatred. He was preparing to fight back. Rowena didn't give him the chance. She conjured a brilliant flame in her hand and struck hard toward Rauta's right arm. But he merely glanced at it, his voice mocking, "Humph, your family's once terrifying flame has grown weak. Rowena, what do you plan to do with those pathetic embers?" Rowena immediately denied it, her voice ringing with authority. "You call this weak? This is the flame of the Rundua clan. We are the ones who hold the oath with the phoenix. My first ancestor once swore to immolate himself if necessary to burn all of Tartarus to the ground." Hearing those words, Rauta smiled sinisterly. "Why are you suddenly getting all dramatic? Have you given up?" He looked down at the flame burning on his right arm, thinking to himself, even so, this flame, why won't it go out? Rowena stepped closer, grabbing his burning arm tightly, and shouted, "As long as our ancestors will burns, we remain the heirs to the Phoenix Oath. This flame will never die until all demons are turned to ash. And furthermore, your left eye is clearly a demon eye, isn't it?" As she spoke, she pressed closer, making Rauta tremble all over in fear. She clenched her fist and shouted, "This move is called Citadel Blaze." The surrounding space erupted violently as the flames took the shape of a true phoenix, its magnificent fiery wings enveloping the entire battlefield. She continued, her voice filled with resolve, "This is a forbidden spell of the Rundua family that burns even the caster." Stunned by her reckless action, Rauta stammered, "You're insane." Rowena's expression became incredibly tense as she thought to herself, "I won't let you escape." But suddenly, that eternal flame dissolved into the air, leaving both of them completely stunned. Rauta looked at her, smiling sinisterly. "Not going to stop? It got sucked into this ring, didn't it?" From the ring on his hand, a magic circle flashed, catching even him by surprise. Rowena immediately backed away, gasping in shock. What the hell is going on? The magic circle that just appeared instantly began to drain Rauta's life force. He panicked and screamed, "Stop! Stop it! I told you to stop!" Within seconds, his body was completely absorbed by the ring, leaving nothing but a pile of ash scattered onto the ground. Rowena stared at the ring rolling on the ground, her face darkening as she muttered, "It got absorbed into the ring? How is this happening? The summoner is dead, so the energy should have been cut off. But why is the Skeleton King still standing firm?" Suddenly, a beam of energy shot out from the ring, flying straight toward the Skeleton King. Sensing the horrific power, its eyes glowed as red as blood. Witnessing the sight, Leo muttered, "So that's how it is. This is Hell Kaiser's power." Deep within the depths of hell, sitting upon a cold throne, a massive, towering figure sat. Its eyes suddenly snapped open, flashing a terrifying red light. A deep voice echoed out, sounding as if it came from the abyss. "Go forth and complete the mission you were given." As if receiving an order, the Skeleton King roared, its massive body exploding with newfound power. Leo gripped his sword tightly, thinking to himself, "Just as I thought, this is Hell Kaiser's power. He's channeling energy through the demonic tool. Cunning as always." He turned to Kirin and shouted, "Kirin, back me up." Kirin nodded, immediately channeling his power into Leo. He charged straight at the Skeleton King, his sword burning brightly in his hand. The Skeleton King didn't hesitate either, swinging its massive sword forward. As the two attacks clashed, a deafening screech of metal rang out, seemingly tearing through space itself. Facing such a horrific attack, Leo's body trembled slightly. He thought to himself, "This barrier, it's about to shatter." The moment the thought crossed his mind, the barrier he created was smashed to pieces by the Skeleton King. His body flew like an arrow, crashing into a ruined structure in the distance, enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. Even as the dust began to clear, Leo's figure had yet to appear. No one knew what was happening, leaving only a tense, heavy silence over the battlefield. A quiet stillness enveloped the spirit realm, where withered ancient tree branches intertwined to create a desolate scene under the cold, silvery moonlight. Suddenly, a gentle yet firm voice echoed in Leo's ear, repeatedly calling his name like the wind whispering through the deep forest. It was a warm surge of energy from Kirin and Fiora, blending together and weaving into his body, waking him from his unconscious state. Leo sat up with a start, sweat pouring down his forehead. He looked down at his trembling arm, covered in battle scars, and cursed, "Damn it, I've completely run out of both spiritual energy and aura." He raised his eyes, his gaze locking onto a massive stone gate in the distance, its surface covered in moss and the cracks of time. He muttered in a low, regretful tone, "The spirit realm? I never expected this place to become so utterly ruined." He walked slowly deeper inside, each step kicking up dust that mingled with the damp air. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a sword lying quietly on an ancient stone table nearby. The blade gleamed with a faint silver hue under the dim light, as if telling a story of thousands of years. Leo's eyes widened, and he blurted out, "This is." Old memories rushed back like a flood. In a scene from the past, Berkia, with a curious look, asked, "Are you planning to throw it away?" Kyle, his voice calm, replied, "Yeah, Berkia, you can have it." Kyle, standing beside the kid who was admiring the sword, wondered, "What's wrong? Doesn't it suit you?" The kid pouted, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "No, it looks cool but it doesn't seem useful at all." Hearing that, Leo felt a bit embarrassed and shot back, "What? Hey kid, do you have any idea how many life or death battles this weapon has gotten me through?" From the direction of the gate, everyone's voices called out, "Kyle." He started slightly, looking back at his companions, then turned to Berkia, patting the kid's head as he said goodbye. "I'm off, kiddo." With that, he walked away with the others, leaving Berkia standing alone in contemplation, his small figure looking swallowed up in the boundless space of the spirit realm. Leo stepped forward, his hand trembling as he touched the sword. He muttered, his voice deep with nostalgia, "That arrogant brat." Picking up the sword, he sighed and continued, "Back then, he said he didn't need it. But right at that moment, the sword suddenly vibrated as a surging torrent of mana radiated from it, wrapping around the blade like ribbons of light. A blinding light exploded from the blade, leaving Leo stunned, his eyes wide with shock. The powerful rush of mana shot straight into his body, making him tremble violently all over. He threw his head back and roared at the sky, his voice echoing through the desolate space. Feeling the newfound power awakening inside his body, Leo thought to himself, "The magic that was sealed inside this dagger for thousands of years has responded to its true master, me." He smiled, his eyes burning with resolve. "With this much magic, which spell should I use first?" Facing him, the Skeleton King, its eyes as red as blood, swung its colossal sword, preparing to land a fatal blow. But right then, a violent explosion rang out from behind. Rowena, her brilliant red hair flying, launched an attack straight at the Skeleton King's head, creating a thick pillar of smoke. Leo smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Those kids, well then." On the other side, Rowena and Iron, though exhausted, forced themselves up to launch consecutive attacks. Rowena screamed in pure rage, "Stay right there, you damn bag of bones." Standing beside her, Iron quickly corrected her, "Lady Rowena, it's over there." She suddenly sensed a terrifying magical presence and muttered, "That's an insane amount of mana." The stillness of the ruined castle was abruptly shattered. A massive pillar of mana exploded, shooting straight into the sky and radiating a brilliant light, and an overwhelming pressure that shook the very ground. Rowena frowned slightly and spoke up, "If she's the one who made a contract with the Phoenix, she should at least be at that level. Even if it's not quite like the original, it'll still be an amazing gift for those kids." Leo appeared like a descending god, his body enveloped in a massive shroud of mana that burned as brightly as an immortal flame. Around him, the scenery turned surreal, as if draped in a veil of light. Countless twinkling stars appeared in the sky, illuminating the desolate land. Rowena and Iron looked up, their eyes wide with awe as they muttered in unison, "I once read in an ancient book, a star magic spell that bathes the world in the dawn of the stars." Iron's eyes widened and she gasped, "The strongest magic." In that instant, countless stars rained down like arrows of light, violently bombarding the Skeleton King. Each strike felt like a miniature explosion, shaking the space around them. After the relentless barrage of attacks, the colossal body of the Skeleton King dissolved into thin air, leaving the two girls staring in absolute amazement. Leo calmly walked out of the spirit realm, raising his hand as he called out, "Kirin." The moment Kirin appeared, he clenched his fists and yelled, "I'm gonna kill you, Skeleton King." But Leo immediately cut him off, "It's already done." Startled, Kirin asked back, "Huh? Since when?" Leo didn't answer, only adding, "Go find your wings first." Hearing that, Kirin's eyes lit up and the kid dashed off, cheering, "Oh, right. My wings." He turned to look at the two girls and asked, "Are you guys okay?" Taken aback, Rowena replied, "Are you worrying about us? You're the one who looks the worst right now." Iron smiled supportively, "I know you two can get through this." Rowena wondered, "But seriously, what kind of magic was that just now?" It felt like a legend coming to life. Holding the sword in his hand, Leo spoke up, "I can feel that it came from the magic sealed inside this dagger. It definitely has something to do with one of the great heroes." Iron asked curiously, "A great hero's treasure?" Rowena frowned, "Could Tartarus be targeting this place just to steal that thing?" After searching for a while, Kirin returned with an item in his hands,
bragging excitedly, "Hey, Leo, look at this! I found the wings my old man hid for me." Sitting on Leo's hand, the kid struggled to untie the outer cloth wrapping and screamed in frustration, "AAA! Help me take it off." Leo smiled and replied, "Sure." Looking at their little friend, Rowena wondered, "Wait a minute, isn't that a hero's memory fragment?" Her words left both Leo and Karen stunned. As the cloth was completely removed, a blinding flash of golden light burst forth. A system announcement echoed, "Unlocked the hero's record, world chapter." The three of them were suddenly transported to a completely new space. Here, vibrant flowers bloomed everywhere, filling the air with a sweet fragrance and creating a dreamlike landscape straight out of a fairy tale. Rowena looked around and gasped in surprise, "What is this?" From deep within the forest, a clear voice rang out, "Are you planning to defeat Irobos?" The familiar voice made Leo freeze, his heart seemingly skipping a beat for 5 seconds. The voice continued, "Are you crazy? Actually, whatever, I like it that way." A pair of small feet stepped out from the forest, her long hair shimmering like moonlight. The person went on, "Hunting Irobos, what a beautiful art. I love that goal. I told you so, right? Now I finally understand what Tartarus is really looking for. I'm Luna, and I'll be the one to shine like the stars in the night sky. So consider yourself honored to have me in the party, right here." Seeing his soulmate right in front of him, Leo froze, a whirlwind of emotions crashing through him. His current image blurred and merged with the memories of Kyle from years past. It was a fragment of the hero Kyle's memories, as vivid as if it were happening right now. A moment later, Harlan and Herdium rushed deep into the forest. They were gasping for breath. Herdium called out for the students, "Rowena! Student Iron!" Rune's group followed closely behind them, rushing over as well. Over on this side, Leo's group of 3 was now safe and sound. Noticing the crowd rushing toward them, Rowena called out, "Professor Herdium." She then walked up, held out a piece of paper, and said, "Please look at this. It's the Hero Chronicle of the Founder." Herdium stared at the paper in the young girl's hand and stammered, This is." Over on this side, Harlan walked up, patted his shoulder, and praised him, "Great job." He then asked, "So everyone who left the dormitory is accounted for, right?" He replied, "There's still one more person." Iron rushed toward Rune at this moment and said, "Grandpa, Senior Rada is." Before she could even finish her sentence, he reassured her, "Calm down, let's go talk over there." Afterward, everyone returned to the academy together. Looking back at the space that was gradually shattering, Leo muttered a name under his breath, Luna. On the final day of the field trip, everyone had gathered in front of the teleportation gate. The 2 professors stepped forward, shaking hands warmly. Saying goodbye, Herdium remarked, "Thanks to this day, the students have learned a great deal." Harlan smiled back and replied, "I'm truly grateful." Rowena turned to him and said excitedly, "Next time we meet, I'll be stronger than you. Just you wait and see." He smiled back and replied, "I'll be waiting." While they were talking, Iron came running over frantically from a distance, calling his name loudly. She then declared proudly, "I'm going back to the Siren Academy." Her firm declaration made Leo overjoyed, and a highly satisfied smile spread across his face. He then stepped forward and placed his hand on the young girl's head, giving it a rub. "All right, see you later." After saying their goodbyes, the group turned around and stepped into the teleportation gate to return to the academy. Back in the dormitory, a loud laugh suddenly echoed out, "Ha ha, I finally got my wings back." Kieran was incredibly thrilled now that he could fly and jump around again. He shouted excitedly, "Take this punch, you red monster." He was currently playing around with little Fiora. The tiny chick was absolutely furious, but could only chirp cheep cheep while constantly dodging the attacks. Seeing the tiny chick dodge his last attack, Kieran's eyes grew even more determined. "Oh, you dodged that?" Looking at Fiora's eyes, they were filled with sheer mockery, as if saying, "You're so weak." Kieran changed his position again, rushing in to attack the tiny chick once more, shouting loudly, "Then what if you can't fly? I'll show you the magic of a fairy." While they were playing happily, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the little boy's wings, leaving him completely stunned. The one who grabbed him was Leo, who had just finished his training. Looking at the little boy squirming in his hand, he warned him, "Do you pull this stunt every time I leave? Do I need to confiscate your wings for good?" The little boy shook his head violently, No. This is my only pair left. Don't you feel any pity for me?" Then suddenly, a voice called out his name, catching his attention. He glanced over, and the tiny chick Fiora had transformed into a little girl around 5 or 6 years old. The little girl bowed politely and said, "It is an honor to formally meet you. I am Phoenix Fiora." Seeing this overly familiar routine, he turned to Kiran and questioned, "Kiran, did you do this?" Kiran said confidently, "Well, don't you think my power is absolutely top tier?" He looked at the little girl and said, "There's no need for formal introductions, Fiora." But she kept using honorifics. "My mother said I must behave politely toward those under the covenant." Kiran lunged forward again, grabbing the little girl's hair and shouting loudly, "Ha ha ha, how about now? How are you going to dodge this time?" This time, the outcome was different from before. The little boy was grabbed tightly by Fiora, making it impossible for him to utter a single word. Ignoring him squirming in her hand, the little girl turned to him and said, "Leo, please open the path to my mother's place. I want to show her this form." He readily agreed to the request. "Sure, and take that guy with you too." As he spoke, he raised his hand into the air, creating a spatial rift. Gradually, the gate opened wide enough to step through. The little girl didn't hesitate and immediately headed toward the gate, while Kiran, trapped in her grasp, squirmed violently and screamed, "Hey, wait up! Wait up!" As soon as his words left his mouth, the two of them were teleported away, and the gate vanished. After kicking those two kids out of the room, Leo let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. He walked over to his bed, sat down, and thought about everything that had happened. The Hero Chronicle and the dagger he found in Berkia had already been handed over to Siren for safekeeping. Lumin had the monster queen Silatuna, and in Siren, the Death King Hellkaiser was the one pulling the strings behind everything. With all of this, it was clear that Tartarus had erased all records of the great heroes. Dealing with internal enemies was always a dirty trick, just like it had always been. There were still Tartarus agents in Lumin who hadn't been eliminated yet. Meanwhile in Siren, there were direct traitors like Rauta. There would definitely be someone just like that in Lumin as well. I need to find him as soon as possible. The traitor blending in around here. The scene shifted to the next day at the Lumin Grand Academy's main lecture hall. The students were standing neatly in rows down below. Up on the stage, Professor Inilandu announced, as scheduled, first-year students line up by department. The principal will be arriving shortly. Down below, the crowd of students was incredibly puzzled. Why are we gathering by department instead of by class? The principal stepped out from inside and asked warmly, "Did everyone enjoy the field trip?" "The reason I gathered all the first years today is to prepare for an upcoming event for the departments. That would be the interdepartmental tournament." Hearing the principal's announcement, Chloe asked in confusion, "An interdepartmental tournament?" Shenxia added, "So that's why we were called by department." Chelsea's Lumin Trivia. At Lumin Academy, the top department for each year is chosen annually. The interdepartmental tournament, where the honor of each department is on the line, is an incredibly massive event. The principal continued, "To prepare for the tournament, the professors will guide you. However, we have also invited special instructors for more rigorous training." This left Chelsea down below looking incredibly excited. Special instructors? In contrast to her excitement, Carlo stood next to her, letting out a long, exhausted yawn. "Am I the only one who finds this tiring?" Then suddenly, someone walked over from a distance and spoke up. "I read your report on qualitative magic alchemy, Carlo Thomas." The sudden words directed at him made Carlo snap his gaze toward the speaker. A dark-skinned girl approached and said mockingly, "That report was absolute garbage, you know that, right?" Facing this critic, Carlo didn't dodge. Instead, his whole body trembled with fear as he stammered, "Senior Torowayen." Torowayen introduced herself, "Hello, first years. I'll be blunt. I find all of you here quite pathetic as mages." This girl was Torowayen, a fifth-year student from the magic department at Lumin Academy. "I've read all the midterm magic essays you guys submitted. Most of them are just cookie-cutter formulas with zero creativity." While the crowd sat there getting scolded, a student raised his hand in confusion. "You said you read every single paper we submitted?" The one who raised his hand was Enio Luchin from the magic department. He questioned her, "Then do you remember the research paper on efficiently converting fire-attributed mana into light-attributed mana?" "That was mine." Facing his confidence, Torowayen turned around and said, "Ah, that 17-page paper, right?" The content was mediocre. It was just about using thermal energy to increase output. Magic is inherently a field that demands creative thinking and showcases the researcher's individuality. It's hard to achieve that with current cookie-cutter methods. What followed was a rapid-fire lecture like an AK rifle,
leaving all the first-year students down below looking completely dazed. While everyone was feeling bored, a handsome young man stepped up from behind and introduced himself. "Great to meet you all. I am Lee Jamua from the Night Department, a fifth year here at Lumine Academy." He held up his night badge and spoke encouragingly. "A knight is someone who overcomes all hardships and crises through sheer physical strength. Training the body is the foundation for knights. I will be training with you guys until the tournament. I'm really looking forward to it." Facing this grand introduction, the students down below raised their hands and shouted loudly, "Yes, senior." Then another blonde young man stepped in and asked the underclassmen, "In your opinion, what is the most important trait for a summoner?" This person was Ulta Regdetician from the Summoning Department, a fifth year at Lumine Academy. Eliza answered, "The power to control spirit beasts?" Ulta immediately rejected it. "Wrong." Warden chimed in next, "How about overwhelming power?" Ulta replied, "Not that either." He then explained, "The most important trait for a summoner is love." This incredibly cheesy statement caused their faces to freeze up for a few seconds. The principal introduced them. "Alright, the top fifth-year students of Lumine Academy will be the mentors for you first years." The principal then looked toward Leo, who was still standing there deep in thought, and asked curiously, "Leo, why are you standing there? That spot doesn't belong to any section." He was standing in a spot where no other student had lined up, which caught everyone's attention. He stated clearly, "This is the all-class section." Facing his confident declaration, Toroa Yen blurted out in shock, "What? The all-department section?" She warned him, "Leo, are you crazy? Don't you see how many people are here? This is an interdepartmental competition." Everyone's eyes fell upon him. Celia invited him, "Hurry up, come back to the night department." Chelsea reminded him, "Leo is in the magic department, remember?" Looking at him, the principal stroked his chin slightly and chuckled, "The all-department section? You're right, Leo, but being mentored by a fifth-year Lumine student is a rare opportunity. You aren't planning to waste this valuable chance, are you?" He replied loudly, "I didn't mean that I don't need help from the seniors. I just plan to attend all classes as usual." This made the principal even more amused. Excellent. Then let me ask you one more thing." His voice turned cold, "If you don't change your mind, you understand that you'll have to face them all alone, right?" Unfazed by the threat, he replied calmly, "Of course." The students down below began whispering among themselves, debating which department to join for training. Looking at the first years, Toroa Yen said to Jill next to her, "We should still focus on magic research. Didn't he analyze a magic spell left behind by the founder of the constellation during the field trip?" Jill smiled slightly, recalling what Leo had once said, "I like Professor Jill's class the most." He then nodded in agreement, "I agree, it's clearly the magic department." Lee Jamua's eyes looked toward him with deep interest, as he muttered to himself, "With that upright posture, you have the makings of a true knight." Professor Yura was currently putting Ulta in a headlock, reminding him, as a fifth-year student, "You need to be much more active in training your underclassmen." Her action made the other students standing behind tremble even more with fear. But then the principal's voice rang out, leaving everyone stunned. He announced, "I have made my decision. The interdepartmental event for the first years this year will be a survival match." The scene moved to the principal's office, where a professor questioned in confusion, "Principal, I don't quite understand this. I thought the competition was meant to foster unity among departments and growth through sparring with one another, but a survival match means individual competition? There's absolutely no precedent for this." The principal replied, "As you all know, we have a rather special student this year, don't we?" Aine Landu answered, "Do you mean Leo Plav?" The principal nodded in confirmation, "Yes, Leo Plav." Initially, everyone was just surprised because he belonged to the all-class section. "We thought he would reach his limit soon, right? Yet he has maintained a top ranking in almost every field. Because of that, the Academy Council is paying closer and closer attention to him." This left all three professors looking stunned. Aine Landu spoke up, "They want Leo Plav, as an all-class student, to be recorded in the Hero Chronicle?" The principal nodded, "Exactly. The founding families of Lumine Academy, including Jaren, Regard, and Tertia, are the ones backing Leo." The words the principal just spoke made Gilles clench his fists in sheer excitement as he said, "If that happens, it won't be impossible for the next generation to inherit Leo's abilities and create a completely different class of students." Facing the excitement of the three professors, the principal stopped them. Of course, in the end, he will still have to choose one department.
The scene shifted to the next day at the Academy's stadium, where the students stood before a massive block of ice, shivering violently and complaining, "Why is it like this? It's like walking into a freezer. What on earth is that thing in front of us?"
While the students were still making a fuss, Ainilandu raised his hand, drawing everyone's attention, and said, "Alright, eyes on me. I created this ice wall to teach you key techniques, which will serve both the interdepartmental tournament and the conquest of the hero world." He then turned to Celia and requested, "Celia, draw your sword."
He asked, "Do you think your fire can break through that wall?"
She gripped her sword tightly, and aura began to manifest, wrapping around the sword and her body. Her voice was full of confidence. "This'll be a piece of cake." She then unleashed a cross-shaped slash, striking directly at the ice pillar ahead. The heavy impact caused a massive explosion, sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. Leo stood in the back, intently watching her recent attack. But surprisingly, the ice block ahead remained completely intact, without a single scratch. This infuriated her, and she cursed to herself, "It's hard as a rock." Seeing the young girl deep in thought, the professor spoke up, "The technique I'm going to teach today is the hero's breath. It's a technique derived from the unique breathing style of beastmen, adjusted to fit human vital energy." He stepped forward, walking past Celia, then drew his sword and gripped it tightly. At that moment, the sword blazed with brilliant flames. Once his preparations were complete, he decisively unleashed an incredibly powerful slash toward the massive ice pillar ahead, triggering a tremendous explosion. Staring at the explosion before him, Duran narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself, "The destructive power is incredible."
So that specific breathing style makes the ki erupt this violently? The other students looked equally amazed and questioned, "How can he generate fire like that? Isn't Professor Ainilandu an ice attribute user?"
Duran explained, "Professor Ainilandu used to be a dungeon conqueror. It's no surprise if one of the hero abilities he inherited is fire attribute."
Ainilandu nodded and praised, "Duran is exactly right. Because it differs from my innate ki, it should have been weaker than Celia's, but thanks to the hero's breath, it can be amplified." He then called out to everyone, "Let's begin training."
As soon as his words left his mouth, he shifted his gaze toward Leo, who was standing there dazed with a completely stunned look in his eyes.
He muttered to himself, "Isn't that Arion's technique?"
What followed was a period where the entire crowd of students plunged into tireless training.
Some failed to succeed after a few tries,
while others achieved certain breakthroughs after some time practicing. And the one with the most noticeable progress was Celia.
Looking at her, Ainilandu praised silently, "Great job."
Eliana stuck out her tongue, panting heavily from exhaustion as she flopped onto the ground, complaining, "So tired, but it's finally over." Then someone approached and handed her a handkerchief to wipe away her sweat, making her eyes light up as she said happily, "Thank you.
Even the Eastern Department chief acknowledged my skills, haha."
She and Shen Xia then turned their gaze toward Leo, who was still standing like a statue, completely frozen.
This left Eliana incredibly puzzled. Is the class president still standing there?
Sweat was currently pouring down his face, his hands were clenched tightly, and his whole body was trembling over something. Watching from the sidelines, Ainilandu mused, "How unexpected, Leo is the only one who hasn't manifested it yet. Maybe this is a good chance for him to focus more on swordsmanship." But then he seemed to notice something unusual and muttered, "Wait, the way he breathes."
Realizing the anomaly, he looked at him and asked, "Hey, who taught you that key technique?" The sudden call snapped him out of it, and he looked at the professor, replying, "Excuse me?"
He approached and said, "The hero's breath originally came from the beastmen of the Asnia Academy.
I modified it so humans could use it. But the way you breathe, it's just like a beastman's." He recalled Arion's figure at that moment, then replied, "That's correct, it's not human."
The professor stepped closer and suggested, "Can you shift the starting point of your ki? Ignite your mana right at the source of your breath.
Use the technique I taught, but imagine yourself as an actual beastman."
He followed Ainilandu's instructions, and a massive surge of fire ki immediately erupted from his body, leaving Duran utterly stunned.
Once the dust settled, the students started whispering among themselves, "What was that just now? How did he pull that off?"
This highly unexpected result made Ainilandu's eyes filled with intense excitement. He flashed a smile and said, "Haha, Leoplav, you truly are someone special." Looking at his glowing hands, he said happily, "Thank you, senior, I did it."
Chloe was currently carrying a stack of books, walking alone down the academy hallway. Then from behind, Leo's voice called out, "Is it heavy?"
Hearing the voice, she turned around in surprise.
Leo walked up and checked on her. "Are you on your way to the magic practical class? Let's walk together then." Hearing that, she nodded and replied, "Yeah, thanks."
Her eyes grew incredibly shy, and she thought to herself, why is this happening?
Why can't I look straight at Leo? While she was flustered, Toroyen walked over from a distance, breaking the tension. Cozy atmosphere you two have here, she said. Hey there, Chloe. Seeing that Toroyen knew her, Chloe was quite surprised. You know me? Toroyen nodded and replied, of course, I really liked your exposition on Northern magic. The compliment delighted Chloe. I'm honored. She then turned to ask Leo, when are you going to transfer to the magic department? He replied, Senior. Forcing someone to transfer departments is a violation of school regulations. They walked a bit further and ran into Professor Albee standing in front of a crowd of first-year students. This left Toroyen completely stunned. She marched over and shouted angrily, Professor Albee, what are you doing at the first-year lecture hall? He turned around and replied, at Professor Ren's request, starting today, I will be teaching a special session for the first-year magic students. This felt incredibly unfair to Toroyen. She shouted, what, Professor Albee, that's not fair. We requested a special class so many times and you never agreed, even now that we're seniors. He smiled and replied, I was busy. Carlo and Chelsea were also completely stunned to be part of Professor Albee's class. Professor Albee was a rare mage who could control fairy magic with a human body. Any mage would die to attend his class. Gilles approached from behind and greeted him, Senior, you're here? He then turned to address everyone, attention, everyone. This is Professor Albee, whom I personally invited to teach you first years. Consider this an honor. He then scanned the crowd below and noticed Toroyen standing in line, clapping continuously, which made him wonder, is there an interloper mixed in here? He walked over, grabbed Toroyen by the collar, and dragged her out of the classroom, warning her, let's go, we still have to prepare materials for the interdepartmental tournament. She screamed in protest, I'm a first year at heart, I want to take Professor Albee's special class. Once the line settled down, Albee spoke up, alright, let's begin the special lesson. As you all know, my moniker is the Demon Eye Mage, but many also call me the Tartarus Exterminator. That alone should tell you how many battles I've survived. What do you think is the most important factor in a magic battle? Enio raised his hand and voiced, it's the amount of mana, sir. He shook his head, wrong, next person. Chelsea raised her hand and said, it's chanting speed, sir. Albee looked at the rest of the students, next. Carlo also raised his hand and asked, is it the variety of spells one can use, sir? He asked again, next. As his voice trailed off, his eyes landed on Leo, and he said, Leo, give it a shot. What is the most important factor in a magic battle? He raised his hand and answered clearly, mobility. Finally getting a correct answer, Albee praised, spot on. Over in the corner, Toroyen and Gilles were setting up the teaching tools for the lesson, and she muttered under her breath, TCH, I knew that too. Noticing her frustration, Gilles shifted the topic, yeah, then hurry up and cast the spell. Enio spoke up from below in confusion, Professor, I don't understand. Of course mobility is important, but I don't think it's the deciding factor in modern magic combat. Furthermore, hasn't mobility already been addressed through magic? He questioned back, you mean the fly wing spell, right? Enio nodded in confirmation, yes, sir. Carlo turned to Chelsea and said, well, since we already have the fly wing spell, isn't that better? Chelsea nodded and agreed, true. The truth was that Carlo's fly wing spell, a type of levitation magic, was invented 10 years ago, making it much easier to learn than the long-standing flight spell. Moving at a faster speed, it was a superior version, with its most prominent feature being the ability to grant flight to objects. To demonstrate this, Albee called out, Leo and Enio, step forward. The two stepped forward simultaneously. Enio glanced at Leo, thinking angrily to himself, someone who doesn't even belong to the magic department. What a pain! Sensing his hostility, Leo thought to himself, have I been doing school life all wrong? Albee turned and asked, Leo, do you agree with Enio's opinion? He flatly replied, no. This startled Enio next to him, who blurted out, what? Albee continued, then let's test your mobility. We'll see who's right in this case. Do both of you have your own fly wing magic tool? Enio nodded, yes, I do. While Leo shook his head, no, I don't. This amused Albee even more, and he continued, then use whatever method you can. Leo smiled and replied, yes, sir. He briefly explained the rules. The turnaround point will be at the Beast Citadel. Whoever gets there first wins. Hearing the rules, Enio became incredibly excited, really? Then get ready to become my underling.
Following his words, a surge of magic erupted from his body and enveloped the hoverboard beneath his feet, causing it to float in midair. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward and shouted loudly, "Let's go!" He then glanced back at Leo and mocked, "A guy without a magic tool dares to."
Before he could even finish his sentence, a sudden lightning storm struck directly at Enio's position, causing him to scream in surprise, "What on earth?" Witnessing this scene, Carlo was equally startled. "Hey, Leo, what the hell are you doing?" Leo turned to explain, "Since this is a match to understand why mobility matters to a mage, isn't it only logical to hinder my opponent's mobility?"
This response brought a smile to Albi's face, who replied, "Of course it is." Leo then used magic to create a fiery vortex beneath his feet, and after stomping hard against the ground, he stepped through the air to soar up high.
Carlo down below was completely flabbergasted. "That's aura. Is it even allowed to use that in a magic class?" Albi spoke up to explain, "Carlo, think about it, who are you going to face in the interdepartmental tournament? You'll be up against some incredibly formidable names from the other departments." This statement left Carlo staring blankly for a few seconds.
Enio was still speeding away on his hoverboard, but it had been struck by Leo's attack and was now smoking.
He looked down and cursed in anger, "Damn it, Leo, you lunatic. This thing is expensive. A surprise attack? I won't let you get away with this." Just as his words left his mouth, violent distortions appeared in the air behind him. He glanced back and discovered that Leo had already caught up, causing him to shout in panic, "He's already here?" Leo's eyes were filled with pure determination as he charged straight ahead without a single shred of hesitation. After a few seconds of panic, Enio gradually regained his composure and screamed, "Ice arrows!" He unleashed countless shards of ice toward Leo to attack him, but Leo easily waved his hand and neutralized every single incoming strike. He then lunged forward and delivered a heavy blow right to Enio's body, snapping the hoverboard clean in half and sending him plummeting toward the lake. Unwilling to just stand by and watch, Leo summoned his phoenix wings and dove down to grab Enio's arm just before his body could hit the water's surface.
This terrifying speed left all the other students utterly astonished. Albi spoke up to explain, "As you can see, Enio, who relied on the fly wing spell, has lost.
Once your tool breaks, you instantly lose all your mobility."
Meanwhile, Leo flew across the lake by applying the most fundamental flight principles within the fly wing spell, which was naturally developed based on flight magic. However, because it focuses solely on convenience, it lacks fine control.
Therefore, from now on, what you all need to master is the standard flight spell, understood? The students down below were incredibly enthusiastic and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Afterward, everyone began plunging into tireless practice. Most people achieved a certain degree of success, but Carlo alone still couldn't master the basic skill, leaving him hanging upside down in midair. He could only chuckle awkwardly and say, "Ha, looks like I'm grounded." Albi turned back to the students and said, "For a first year to already use flight magic this well, I honestly don't know what left there is to teach. Does anyone have any questions?" Leo stepped forward and spoke up, "I do, Professor. May I have access to the Academy's forbidden library?" This request caught Albi off guard, and he reacted, "What's this?" Granting entry to Lumine's forbidden library is far beyond a teacher's authority. Not wanting to put the professor in a tough spot, Leo immediately clarified, "I'm not asking you as a professor, I'm asking as a member of the Jaren family." He questioned back, "Why do you want to enter the library?" Leo replied, "I need to look for a specific document, a record of a hero that has never been made public in history." Hearing this, Albi summoned a letter and said, "In that case, I will write a letter of recommendation for you. However, to enter the library, you still need the permission of the Jaren family head, who happens to be my older brother, Altek Jaren." Leo repeated the name, Altek Jaren. That man was known as the Infinite Mage because he could cast magic without any limitations. Since things wouldn't be simple, Albi continued, "However, the family head is currently deployed at Tartarus's southern front, so you'll have to meet with his representative instead." Leo questioned back, "A representative?" Albi went on, "You can find that person right here at this academy, she's one of your seniors." Curious about her identity, Leo asked, "Who is it, Professor?" Albi let out a soft sigh, pushed up his glasses, and replied, "She's a third-year student, Elena Jaren, my niece." The scene shifted to the Phantom Beast Island. At this time, the students had gathered on the shore, whispering excitedly among themselves. One person remarked, "I heard the night and magic departments have already started their special training.
Another chimed in, yeah, I heard Professor Albee came over to teach the magic department. Leo stood to one side, remaining quiet for a long time as he pondered over something. He glanced off into the distance, recalling his earlier conversation with Carlo and Chelsea.
Carlo had asked in disbelief, "You don't know Senior Elena?"
Chelsea had chimed in beside him, "It's honestly weird not to know her." He had worn a clueless expression, asking, "Is she really that famous?" The two across from him were still happily enjoying their meal as Chelsea replied with an amused look, "Famous is an understatement."
She's the third-year class president, Elena Jarin, 18 years old. Her skills currently rank second across the entire magic department. Even though she's only a third year, she's second only to senior Semir Toroa. Carlo had excitedly added from the side, and she's absolutely drop-dead gorgeous too. Her nickname is the Queen because she has so many suitors chasing after her. Despite being a third year, she's already a heavy favorite to become the next student association president. Back in the present, he thought to himself, a swarm of suitors, huh? Ha ha. How should I go about approaching her?
While he was lost in thought, Professor Yura spoke up irritably from behind. "Where on earth is that guy?" An instructor behind her replied, "He should be arriving shortly."
A student asked curiously, "Who are we waiting for, Professor?"
The professor replied, "Alta."
Hearing the name, the students grew incredibly excited. "So it's finally our turn for special training before the tournament. Special lessons under the guidance of Senior Alta, the holder of the Pegasus Oath."
But then another person chimed in, "But that senior is kinda." Right at that moment, a pair of feet stepped out from inside the forest, and a voice spoke up.
"Apologies for being late, Professor Yura." Hearing the voice, Yura started and turned around toward the sound. Alta then stepped out holding countless insect-catching nets in his hands, smiling as he said, "Hello there, first-year students." Staring at the young man before them, the first-years looked completely bewildered and muttered, "He's definitely an eccentric." As soon as he stepped out, Alta waved the net in his hand around erratically, prompting an angry shout from Yura next to him, "What's with that ridiculous display? A butterfly net?" Alta explained, "I'm sure you've heard, Professor. Fairies have appeared on the Phantom Beast Island." This claim left the other students scratching their heads, asking, "What? Fairies?" Visualizing tiny spirits like Kirin, Leo narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, "No way." Alta's words only made Yura even angrier. She marched closer and said sharply, "So you plan to make the first years go hunt for fairies?" He replied cheerfully, "Exactly." The last shred of Yura's sanity snapped. She recalled the times she had gone mad from training Alta, and her stomach churned just from working alongside this lunatic. She screamed in a rage, "Exactly my foot, you psycho. How long do you plan to play dumb? We're drowning in tournament preparations, and you drag us into this absolute circus?" Seeing her fury, the instructor beside her stepped in to calm her down. "Please lower your voice, Professor." She still couldn't calm down and shouted, "Trusting you with these training sessions was a massive mistake." Over on this side, Alta acted as if he hadn't heard a single word Yura said, turning to the first years instead. "First years, as summoners, you all must dream of meeting the three great blood shadow beasts, right? Do you want to see them?" They replied in unison, "Yes, we do." Facing the students' enthusiasm, Yura screamed, "Don't rile the kids up with unverified rumors." She then composed herself and reminded Alta, "The tournament is just around the corner. You don't actually think you're seriously hunting fairies, do you?" He put on a confident face and replied, "Of course not." Shifting back to a few days ago, Alta stood before the students and asked, "Who remembers what I said about the core philosophy of a summoner?" Eliza answered, "It's compassion." Alta shook his head in disagreement, "No, it's love. It's not just about loving the spirit beasts you've contracted, you must love all summoned entities and become one with your beast. Perfect unity between human and spirit, in harmony with nature. That is the true love of a summoner." His presentation left some fascinated, while others wore completely bored expressions. Leo looked at him, let out a soft sigh, and thought to himself, "He seems eccentric, but he understands the true essence of summoning perfectly." Yura summarized what Alta was trying to say. "What he means is we must train our compatibility to the point where we can communicate even with uncontracted spirit beasts." Alta affirmed, "Though it's a bit early for first years, we're going to give that approach a try." Professor Yura added, "You all will be staying on Phantom Beast Island for 3 days for this special class." Alta added with an amused look, "I've already submitted the dormitory leave forms for you guys, so there won't be any issues." This sudden decision startled the students, who cried out, "What? No way! I plan to go to Lomeria City this weekend. How can we survive 3 days out here?
Eliza, amused, let out a sigh and remarked, 3 days living alongside phantom beasts doesn't sound half bad.
Alta then walked over and handed a net to each person, leaving them startled and confused.
He explained, during these 3 days, you are forbidden from summoning.
Aura and magic are also banned.
You must survive in that forest using nothing but your own physical strength.
This bizarre rule shocked the students, who screamed, "What the hell?"
Utterly indifferent to their reactions, Alta turned around and headed into the forest, waving goodbye, see you in 3 days.
Give catching fairies with those nets a shot.
The students over at Sapphire Island whispered anxiously among themselves, that forest is crawling with wild beasts and spirits.
Duran asked curiously, Professor Yura, you're...
Before he could finish his sentence, Yura cut him off. I told you right from the start, we aren't like the students from other departments. We summoners are humans who converse with entities that wield the forces of nature. In that sense, we must both adapt to nature and learn to command it.
That's why Senior Alta spoke about compassion. How many of you have actually witnessed the true essence of a summoned spirit beast with your own eyes? Has anyone ever established a contract entirely on their own?
Most of you either inherited them from your families or were handed a spirit beast right during class, isn't that right?
She then smiled and told the students, see you all in 3 days. What followed were the trials of the students inside the forest. Each person had a vastly different experience, with no two being alike.
They all strove to forge a connection between themselves and the spirit beasts. Holding a few red berries in his hand, Leo muttered, these are edible wild berries.
The summoning department's class is surprisingly hardcore. Then from right behind him, a loud scream echoed out, a fairy.
Look, a fairy. The shout caught his attention, causing him to turn his head toward the source of the voice. He then followed the sound. The scene that greeted his eyes was a student with his upper body swallowed by a massive flower creature. He was thrashing around inside, completely unable to break free. A student down below mocked him, how pathetic.
You charged right in without realizing that was a plant monster?
Eliza let out a defeated sigh, I feel so stupid for blindly rushing in like that.
Leo's attention was then drawn to something on the monster's body. It was Kieran.
He was out and about, and he was clearly the mastermind behind these foolish pranks. He fumed internally, looks like that guy needs a good beating to snap back to reality. Kieran was thoroughly enjoying the chaos he had caused, flitting around erratically inside the forest.
As he muttered excitedly, now, who should I mess with next? Mid-celebration, he was instantly scooped up and trapped inside a net.
The one behind this action was Leo. Finding himself suddenly caught, Kieran panicked, what the?
No way. I got caught by a butterfly net?
Leo approached and said coldly, I told you to behave yourself properly.
He grabbed the little boy and held him up, demanding, do you think I came here just to cause trouble?
Kieran put on a terrified face and stammered, it's a misunderstanding. I was just investigating the strange phenomena happening on this island.
Leo questioned, strange phenomena?
He replied, yes, something very bizarre is going on around here.
After hearing his explanation, Leo realized something and said, so you mean the beasts on this island are gradually becoming violent? And you're trying to find the cause behind it, right?
Spying the meat skewer in Leo's hand, Kieran's eyes lit up with absolute delight, exactly.
He then continued, I saw the students and just wanted to have a little fun. Who knew I'd suddenly become this popular? Leo asked angrily, you expect me to believe that?
This is Purina's territory. There's no way she wouldn't notice something like this.
Kieran gritted his teeth and insisted that Phoenix Fiora isn't even on the island right now, seriously. This statement left Leo deeply puzzled, and he asked, what do you mean?
Kieran explained, when we first got here, everything was already like this. The letter left for the kid read, if you are reading this, you must have returned to the Phantom Island.
Fiora, Mother is going to meet the oath holder for a bit.
Kieran added, just like the note said, she only left a scrap of paper saying she was going to meet the oath holder. He mocked, and here I thought I'd get to see a fully grown phoenix.
Is it all over then?
Fiora ignored him, scanning the forest before speaking up. The beasts in the forest are all showing highly abnormal behavior. She then spotted a pair of glowing red eyes glaring right in her direction. Sensing danger, she immediately dropped Kieran from her grip and said, something is definitely happening here.
We must go investigate. Feeling like he was about to be abandoned, Kieran dashed after her, shouting, hey, wait for me.
After hearing Kieran's story, Leo thought to himself, Fiora, daughter of Purina, ranks second among the spirit beasts on this island.
she would definitely sense any abnormality here. This happens right when number 43 is absent. Could this really be just a coincidence? He used his telepathy to call out to the young girl, Fiora, if you can hear me, answer. Getting no response, he muttered to himself, maybe she's too distracted to sense my call? Sensing something, Leo clenched his hand, placed Kirin onto his shoulder, and said, let's go find Fiora. I can feel a surge of aura coming from the western part of this island. I can feel a surge of aura coming from the western part of this island. I can feel a surge of aura coming from the western part of this island. I can feel a surge of aura coming from the western part of this island. I can feel a surge of aura coming from the western part of this island. Under a night sky glittering with stars, the little girl praised in awe, so beautiful. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. She then popped the magic stone into her mouth, munching on it happily while cradling her small cheeks in pure bliss. Then a voice suddenly rang out, what are you doing out here? Noticing someone's arrival, the little girl glanced toward the source of the sound. She spoke up, huh, Leo? This is just a fishing village, hee hee. He walked up and cross-examined her, have you been eating magic stones here this entire time? He looked down at the lake before him and thought, in places where spirits and spirit beasts reside, these stones form naturally when their energies coalesce. Young spirit beasts and spirits absorb them to grow. To prevent reckless exploitation, this area is strictly off-limits. The little girl fumbled for words and stammered, well, when I was little, I was taught that eating a lot helps you grow faster. Kirin chimed in mockingly from the side, for high-tier spirits like us, we can grow perfectly fine without magic stones. He explained, even if they taste like a delicacy, they're nothing more than a dessert. But Fiora, don't tell me you chased away all the other spirit beasts and spirits just to hoard this pile for yourself. Caught red-handed, the little girl replied sheepishly, it's not like that, I totally intended to share some with them. Seeing that Leo was right, Kirin piled on, seriously, are you a phoenix or a pig? You drove everyone out just to gorge yourself all alone? Hearing this, the little girl turned around and snapped angrily, did you just call me a pig? Seeing the two kids bickering again, he intervened, that's enough, you two. He then turned to the little girl and asked, Fiora, you said there was something strange going on in this forest, right? She nodded in confirmation, yes. I can sense a highly unpleasant energy coming from inside the island. He suddenly raised his eyes to look at the sky. A sudden gust of wind blew past, sending a chill down his spine as he thought, this energy, could it be that spirit beast eater from before? He immediately drew his sword, dropping into a combat stance, and shouted, Kirin, Fiora, get ready. He fixed his gaze on the lake ahead, completely focused, and yelled loudly, it's coming. The moment his words left his mouth, a monster with a massive maw erupted from beneath the lake's surface, launching a straight assault at him. But thanks to his advanced preparation, he leaped backward forcefully to maintain his distance from the opponent. The dark mage looked at him and pondered aloud, I wondered why the number of beasts had dropped so sharply. Turns out that Phoenix was behind it last time. It seems we truly share an ill-fated destiny, Leo Plav. Recognizing the familiar face, he settled into his combat stance and replied with a smile, the grudge lingering from our past lives isn't exactly a pleasant one either. The dark mage summoned a tentacle and lashed it straight at him, screaming loudly, it seems it's time to end everything right here. With his sharp reflexes, he cleanly slipped to one side, dodging the recent attack. This seemingly simple strike packed an immense amount of destructive power, easily piercing clean through a massive ancient tree behind him. The dark mage sneered, I will crush you right where you stand. He suddenly sensed an anomaly. Two tentacles abruptly erupted from beneath the soil, binding his legs tightly, which startled him internally. A spirit beast? Spirit beast seeds planted underground? I didn't sense a single trace of them. Driven by sheer instinct, he instantly manifested a magical barrier to protect himself, thinking, don't tell me. Cutting off his thoughts, the dark mage swung his hand to deliver a strike, screaming at the top of his lungs, die. He slightly closed his eyes at that moment, as if preparing something. A few fiery sparks began to manifest, encircling his body. Then, a massive surge of fire energy erupted from him, generating a colossal wave of force. This power easily severed the tentacles binding his legs. Staring at the severed tentacle, which immediately began to regenerate, he praised internally, its regenerative capability is quite impressive. After breaking free from the attack, he spoke up, let me ask you something. Those tentacles wrapped around me feel exactly like Gorgon snakes, creatures notorious for concealing knowledge. Don't tell me this is another chimera hybrid. Hearing this, the dark mage praised, you're only a first year, yet you always act like you know absolutely everything. Who on earth are you, Leo Plav? He didn't hesitate for even a single second, immediately taking up a stance to prepare for battle.
Beside him, Fiora awakened her bloodline power, transforming into a magnificent, fully grown phoenix.
Leo looked straight at him and stated, "You just heard me say it. A first-year hero candidate." As soon as his words left his mouth, Fiora spread her wings wide and gave them a powerful flap. Right after that, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Attack!" Following his command, Fiora shot forward like an arrow, striking directly at the opponent, triggering a massive explosion. Witnessing this strike, Kirin crossed his arms and praised, "Not bad at all for a tiny little chick." Once the attack concluded, Fiora reverted to her small chick form, perching back on Leo's shoulder. He fixed his gaze on the epicenter of the blast and said coldly, "It's not over yet." As the dust cleared, the dark mage emerged from the smoke, protected by countless tentacles wrapped tightly around his body. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "My spirit beasts have all been destroyed. I will return those strikes tenfold." As he spoke, he used his hand to conjure a magic orb and slammed it hard against the ground, screaming, "Arise, death slime!" From the exact spot he struck, a blue slime substance instantly materialized and began to rapidly swell in size. Over on this side, Kirin and Fiora covered their noses because the stench radiating from the slime was absolutely horrendous. Kirin screamed, "What is that smell? What even is that thing?" He immediately raised his hand, conjuring a gust of wind to block the incoming odor. Staring at the entity before him, he marveled internally, unbelievable. A high-tier slime. The dark mage smirked triumphantly, "You won't be able to dodge this one." No sooner had his words left his mouth than a voice suddenly echoed out, "What do you think you're doing to my esteemed senior?" Dark clouds instantly gathered across the sky. Immediately after, a massive bolt of lightning crashed straight down onto the slime, vaporizing it into nothingness in the blink of an eye. This turn of events left Leo utterly stunned. The newcomer was none other than Ulta, who came flying in astride a Pegasus. The Pegasus spoke up, "Monster Mage, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Seeing his summoned beast instantly annihilated, the Dark Mage clutched his body from the backlash and gritted his teeth, snarling, "My beast was wiped out that quickly?" As expected of Lumine's strongest summoner, Ulta Regdishan. Seeing the horse hovering endlessly in the sky, Kirin asked in confusion, "What is that winged horse blabbering about? Get down here first." Looking toward the creature, he remarked, "A Pegasus, that's a spirit beast on the same tier as you guys." Looking down from the Pegasus's back, Ulta remarked, "Staring at a crowd of monsters is never pleasant." He commanded, "Area, we must eradicate this abomination for defiling this world." The dark mage gritted his teeth tightly, thinking to himself, "I need to buy time until the tentacles fully regenerate." He then summoned the death slime once more. The slimy monster lunged toward Ulta again, preparing to strike. Another bolt of lightning tore through the sky, vaporizing the creature into thin air just like before. Down below, Kirin turned to ask him, "That thing is on the same tier as us?" He explained, "It's not that the Pegasus itself is inherently that powerful. Rather, it's the sheer power radiating from the summoner's domain that amplifies its strength." With just a single, effortless strike, the entire situation was resolved cleanly. Down below, the Dark Mage spoke up furiously, "I've been meaning to ask this for a long time." Perfect timing. This is starting to get interesting. Then how about this move? As he spoke, a massive, glowing red magic circle manifested beneath his feet. Another surprise unfolded right before Leo's eyes. In that exact instant, Professor Yura materialized in front of him, staring straight at the Dark Mage, and barked, "You call this interesting when you're on the verge of death?" She screamed, "How dare you use spirit beasts to create a chimera?" Completely ignoring her words, he pushed forward with his summoning ritual. Immediately after, a colossal monster gradually emerged from within the magic circle, leaving him thoroughly delighted. "Come forth, Cyclops." Once the summoning was complete, he looked toward Leo and laughed loudly, "Ha ha. So, what kind of spirit beast do you possess?" "No matter what, my Cyclops won't go down that easily, Professor Yura." Looking at the spirit beast Yura had summoned, which was nothing but a mouse, Kirin, who was currently invisible, couldn't help but wonder in disbelief, "Is that seriously just a mouse? Are you kidding me?" He spoke up to explain, "It's an omnivorous mouse. It might look cute on the outside, but..." Right after that, countless other magic circles continuously appeared, and hundreds, no, thousands of mice were summoned. Yura confidently pointed forward and spoke up, "It will eat absolutely everything, leaving behind not even a single bone." He secretly marveled in his mind, "This is one tiny, brutal monster."
At that moment, the swarm of mice, as dense as ants, was rushing straight toward the dark mage, getting ready to attack. The mice rushed in like a tidal wave and began tearing into the Cyclops' body, causing it to cry out in agonizing pain. Standing off to the side, the dark mage grew extremely anxious and hurriedly pulled a magic scroll out of his storage space, thinking to himself, at this rate, all the magical beasts I prepared will end up dead. Up in the sky, a few more bolts of lightning suddenly flashed at that moment. Right after that, they struck down with immense force straight onto the dark mage's head, causing his entire body to erupt in excruciating pain. He struggled to open the magic teleportation scroll, holding it in his hand. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he tore the teleportation scroll to pieces, and his body was instantly teleported somewhere else. Watching from above, Alta let out a disappointed sigh. Speaking up, it missed. After a fierce battle, a blanket of silence now enveloped the entire forest. The two of them walked over toward Leo and began scolding him. Yura leaned in close and yelled, "You brat! Why on earth did you enter a restricted area like this?" He pointed toward Fiora and spoke up to explain, "It was because of Fiora, ma'am. She was eating the magic stones from the lake." The professor's attitude instantly did a total 180 as she put on a cheerful face and gushed, "Was it for our Fiora? Ah, that is just too precious." Alta was deeply moved by his actions, stepping forward and saying, "To love your summoned beast so much that you'd sneak into a restricted area." Seeing how the two of them were blowing things way out of proportion, he thought to himself, "This is so suffocating." Once she felt that everything was sorted out, Professor Yura climbed back onto the back of her mount and spoke up. "It looks like that beast tamer was planning to corrupt the magic stones. I'm going to report this to Principal Callian right away." With that, she soared up into the sky and departed, not forgetting to leave a message behind. "Alta, stay safe and keep up with the special training." He nodded and replied, "Yes, ma'am." After that, he turned to him and asked, "Leo, are you really the contractor of the Phoenix?" Then he glanced over at Kirin beside him and added, "What's more?" He nodded in agreement, "Just as I thought." He also noticed the horse behind him and asked, "Is that your Pegasus, senior?" He happily looked at his little horse and said, "Iria, go ahead and introduce yourself to Leo." Iria stepped toward him and spoke softly, "I am Iria. Nice to meet you, contractor of the Phoenix." He happily replied back, stepping up to pat the little guy's head, saying, "Nice to meet you too. I'm Leo Plav." Seeing the absolute delight on Iria's face, Alta asked in surprise, "Usually, Pegasus doesn't like strangers touching them at all. Did you drop out, Leo, or did you think you've ridden a Pegasus before?" He flatly replied, "Never." He thought to himself, "Back when I was Kyle, the mythical beast I contracted with was actually a Pegasus." Bringing this up out of nowhere really brings back memories. Looking at him, Alta said, "You don't look badly hurt anywhere, so go ahead and continue your special training. I'll let it slide that you used your unique ability in this battle." He happily replied, "Yes, sir, I understand." Judging by the strength of that beast tamer from earlier, the enemy inside Lumine Academy isn't a student, but highly likely a top-tier expert. Cut to a few days later at Eric Training Ground. A student spoke up, "This is the first time all the students have gathered since the opening ceremony, huh? There's never a quiet day around here." In a corner somewhere, looking at his completely lifeless friend, Carlo checked in on him. "Anyway, how was the summoning department's special training?" His friend, tears streaming down his face, replied, "I'm so exhausted, I haven't even had the chance to take a shower yet." Eliana rolled her eyes as if looking for something, then asked, "Wait, where's the class rep?" Carlo let out a sigh and replied, "Shouldn't you say the class reps were summoned separately? Talk about bad luck." Seeing that he was trying to take a tone with her, Eliana turned around and delivered some tough love hits to Carlo, making him cry out in pain. Cut to a tent somewhere, where Leo was currently walking in from the outside. The moment they saw him, someone spoke up, "You're here, Leo." The other person followed up, "Now all the class representatives are gathered." This girl with light blue hair looked at him with eyes full of deep admiration, thinking to herself, "Is that the rumored all-rounder senior? He looks even cooler in person. Suddenly, I really want to do something other than healing." This girl was Lil Luchair, the second-year representative of the summoning department at Lumine Academy. Meanwhile, the young man lying on the infirmary bed was Hark Liggard, the fourth-year representative of the night department at Lumine Academy. He wasn't paying attention to the two of them right now but was looking around searching for someone, thinking to himself, "Where is that person?" Then, from behind, a girl approached, gently touching his cheek, and smiled as she said, "Oh, how cute." This girl was exactly the person he was looking for, Elena Geron,
the one who could open the looming forbidden library. She spoke up. Are you that famous first-year representative? She immediately threw out an offer. Do you want to be my boyfriend? Faced with this incredibly sudden proposal, he froze for a few seconds before gently replying, I'll have to respectfully decline. She leaned in close, brushing her hair aside, and asked, why is that? I'd totally pamper you, you know. He threw a bucket of ice water right in her face, because you're too old. This heavy blow made her eyes widen in shock. Afterward, she burst into laughter to shake off the awkwardness. You really are an interesting kid, aren't you? Watching their conversation unfold from the outside, Lil Lucier thought to herself, wow, Leo didn't back down against Senior Elena at all. He really is the rumored first-year representative. He's truly extraordinary. I seriously want to stop doing this. From outside, a handsome guy walked in and cheerfully said, long time no see, Elena. How was the mission? She let out a disappointed sigh and replied, boring. He burst out laughing, ha, I knew it. Then he walked over to the young man lying bedridden and called out, time to wake up, Hark. Hearing someone call his name, Hark snapped awake, bolted upright, and shouted, I challenge you right now, Senior. Let's have a match this instant. He smiled and replied, let's save it for another time, then I'll fight you. Standing at a distance, Elena chimed in with a sigh, you just woke up and you're already asking for a fight. How barbaric. He let out a sarcastic sigh. What would someone who drags around a complicated entourage like you even know about a real battle, Elena Geron? Her eyes narrowed slightly as she asked, are you implying I'm not the real deal? He confidently shot back, is there any other Elena Geron in this room? Seeing things getting increasingly tense, Lil Lucier started trembling with fear and stammered, Seniors, if you guys fight here, it's going to be a disaster. Someone's going to die. In another corner, a senior turned to Leo and asked, so, what are your thoughts after meeting the department representatives? He gave a sheepish laugh and replied, everyone seems to be really close-knit. A moment later, the whole group stood before the principal. He spoke up, it's wonderful to see everyone gathered like this. I'll keep the reason for calling each department representative here brief. Starting today, all students and faculty of Lumine Academy, until the first-year interdepartmental competition concludes, will cut off all communication with the outside world. A lockdown is officially in effect. As soon as his words fell, Leo understood exactly what was going on here. They're trying to catch the traitor. In his mind at that moment, all the suspicious names gradually began to surface. Cut back to the classroom, where Eliana spoke up gloomily, who cares about some interdepartmental competition? I just want this lockdown to end quickly. At this rate, how am I supposed to go to Lemuria City to buy sweets? Chelsea chimed in, exactly. What's the point of self-study hours if we don't have snacks? Hearing these girls talk about nothing but food all day, Carlo curled his lip and muttered, these she-devils. Just then, a young man came rushing in out of breath from the outside and shouted, breaking news, guys. The location for the competition has been decided. Upon receiving the news, Chelsea turned and asked, where is it? He replied, Nigram. This left Chelsea completely puzzled. Nigram? Isn't that a restricted area? Carlo began to review the facts. Nigram is a city located in the southeastern part of the continent. It's famous for being destroyed in a single morning due to the eruption of the hero's dungeon. Afterward, the dungeon was conquered, but due to the influence of the hero's dungeon on it, it became a cursed land where humans can no longer survive. The pink-haired girl asked in worry, is it really okay to go to a place like that? Chelsea confidently spoke up. I heard that even though it's a restricted area, it's not overly dangerous. It's just that low and mid-tier monsters pop up, and the curse blankets the whole place. Hearing this, the blonde youth broke out into a cold sweat and replied, you say that so casually when it sounds incredibly dangerous. Hearing the somewhat familiar name, he also began to look up information on it. This place is where I, back in my lifetime as Lysinus, defeated the squad captain for the very first time. He was currently in the library, beginning his search for information. Inside the city of Nigram, there are a total of 5 large lakes. Out of these, where exactly is Lake Erdiana? Among these lakes, in a place that people have long since forgotten, lies the past of Lysinus and the Great Spirit of Light. Luminous might be resting there. Time flew by fast. Finally, the day of the interdepartmental competition arrived. The students' parents had arrived early, buzzing with excitement about witnessing the first steps of potential hero candidates. Moreover, this batch seemed to have an unusually high number of promising hero prospects. One noble lady looked down anxiously and let out a sigh. Hasn't the competition started yet? Our daughter.
Her husband beside her comforted her, she knows how to handle herself.
So don't worry too much. Atop the hero's tower, the principal along with Professor Yura looked down at the scene below. She sighed and said, with us taking in so many people all at once like this, I'm worried an intruder might sneak in again. Then she made a suggestion, perhaps we should maintain the lockdown for the time being. Contrary to her worries, the principal confidently spoke up, a powerful deterrent force has returned, so an incident like last time won't happen again. The person the principal was referring to was none other than the Fire Phoenix, Fiora's mother. Yura shyly thought to herself, Phoenix is right behind me. I wanted to bet the whole night. The appointed hour arrived. At that moment, in the center of the square, a speaker announced clearly, a warm welcome to all the guests who have gathered here. I am Sejman, the official in charge of running today's interdepartmental competition. Students, as previously announced, this competition is a battle for survival. Prove your strength, strategy, and survival skills. Once you want to be the last one standing to claim glory, then this competition will come to an end, and whichever department has survivors left at the very end will be declared the winner. The bracelet you are wearing is an artifact designed to monitor your vital signs. If the bracelet senses that your life is in danger, you will be instantly teleported back to this very spot through the coordinates set inside it. Additionally, I would like to add one more thing. This interdepartmental competition will also count as your final practical exam. The moment the professor's words left his mouth, a look of disbelief washed over every single student's face. They gasped in unison, what? The professor continued, the goal of the competition is survival. But the final exam is different. If you just keep running away for the sake of survival, you might end up getting the lowest possible grade on your practical exam. Every single action will be carefully recorded by the bracelet given to you. A student who gets eliminated early could still receive a higher score than someone who gets eliminated late at any given time. Therefore, be mindful of your every action. Hearing the professor's words, Leo smiled from below and let out a sigh, thinking to himself, smart move. If someone sacrifices their personal performance just for the sake of their department, they'll end up flunking the final exam too. After wrapping up the competition rules, the professor announced, well then, let the interdepartmental competition begin. The moment the professor finished speaking, a magic circle began to appear beneath the feet of all the students. The light radiating from it was blinding, and within just a few seconds, everyone was teleported to a completely different location. When he opened his eyes, Leo was once again taken aback by the sight before him. He lowered his voice slightly before shouting out loud, what on earth is this? All the students at that moment were free-falling through mid-air, completely terrified. They screamed at the top of their lungs, hurry up and use magic. Leo, on the other hand, managed to maintain his composure. He thought to himself, the entire city has been blanketed by all kinds of curses. I see why this place became a wasteland. And right now, the activation and dispelling of the curses were looping in an irregular pattern. The only area free from the curses was the old citadel ruins. Everyone will undoubtedly gather there. Along with his train of thought, he closed his eyes and headed toward the old citadel below. In that case, I should probably go look for Lake Erdiana first. Over on this side, Eliza was currently riding on her summoned spirit beast. Right beside her, Moira utilized his incredible movement speed to burst forward and take the lead. The moment the two of them faced off, she thought to herself, third rank of the night department, Prince Moira. On his end, he also muttered internally, second rank of the summoning department, Eliza. Both of them were locked in their combat stances, showing expressions of pure determination right now. But just as they were about to clash, Leo, standing behind them, let out a soft sigh. With a wave of his hand, several fire missiles began to manifest. Immediately after, he zipped right past them at the speed of light, causing Eliza to gasp in shock. Huh? What was that? She gritted her teeth and spat out, is that you again? Over on his side, Moira was in a similar state, angrily gritting his teeth as he hissed, that absolute bastard, Leo Plav. Meanwhile, Leo suddenly dug his finger into his ear, murmuring, man, my ears are so itchy. After just a few minutes of traveling, he finally touched down in a certain area. He thought to himself, from here, heading west will take about 10 minutes. Lysinus sealed himself before being destroyed. Is it still there now? He looked down at the map in his hands and began to analyze the actual terrain. But then he glanced over at the ruined castle ahead, catching himself with a sharp breath as he thought, a sensory chaos curse? I'm used to it, but a lot of people are definitely going to suffer. While he stood there lost in thought, Shinxia came rushing out of nowhere and called out, young Master Leo.
He was quite surprised by her sudden appearance. He immediately tucked the map away, turned around, and asked, "The old citadel ruins are in the complete opposite direction. Have you been tracking me?" She explained, "I have something that I need to do myself." He asked, "Something you need to do? Like what?" She extended her hand forward, dropped into an offensive stance, and threw out a challenge. "Let's have a duel." He was quite taken aback by this proposal but began to channel his energy to prepare for battle anyway. He asked back, "Why so sudden?" She replied, "From the very first moment we met, I've wanted to know just how big the gap is between you and me, young Master Leo." The moment the words left her mouth, she instantly vanished from her spot, then came flying down from above, driving her fist straight toward where he was standing. Her speed was incredibly fast, but Leo was not one to be outdone. He immediately generated a layer of protective magic, completely blocking her initial assault. He let out a cold snort after dispelling his magic shield. On her end, Xinsha proceeded to summon a magic circle beneath her feet, offering praise, as expected of young Master Leo. "In a mere split second, you deployed a fire aura armor to neutralize my water aura. In that case..." She took a step back, bracing herself to strike again. This move caught Leo slightly off guard, making him blurt out, "She's a high-tier water elementalist." She immediately summoned an elemental spirit, then swung her arm forward forcefully, commanding it to launch an attack at Leo. On his side, he also began to channel magic into the palm of his hand. Right after, he created a wall of fire to block her incoming attack. He also caught onto her hidden motive. This wave of attack is definitely just a decoy. The real strike is coming from over here. Exactly as he predicted, the moment he finished using his defensive magic, Xinsha had already closed the distance with clenched fists, ready to deliver a loving punch straight at him. Boom! Two massive forces collided, making the surrounding space feel as though it was about to shatter. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere as the ground cracked and crumbled. The sheer pressure from the chaotic collision forced Xinsha to slide a long distance across the ground. Clutching her arm, her eyes locked onto him with absolute focus as she thought to herself, to think he could counterattack within that tiny opening. It looks like surprise attacks won't work easily anymore. On his end, he offered some praise. "You're not quite your usual self today, are you, Xinsha? Water is supposed to be a power that adapts and flows. Yet right now, you're too cold and rigid." He spoke in an incredibly chilling tone, and immediately after, he gripped his sword tightly and lunged toward her, preparing to attack. Recognizing the sheer danger behind his incoming strike, she gritted her teeth and thought, taking that hit head-on would be extremely dangerous. But right now, she has no other choice. She immediately deployed her defensive magic to block his strike, but within just a few seconds, cracks began to spiderweb across her magic shield. This left her completely stunned as she gasped, "Just with this, there's no way." While she was still caught up in her own thoughts, Leo suddenly appeared from behind her, reminding her, "I told you, you're way too rigid." A fireball manifested in his hand, followed immediately by a massive explosion. The moment the smoke cleared, he stepped forward, pointing his summoned sword at her as he said, "You lose." She let out a breath and asked in bewilderment, "Young Master Leo, are you really only 16 years old? You act just like a seasoned veteran who has spent ages on the battlefield." He immediately cut her off, saying, "Stop saying weird things and head back to the old citadel ruins." His unexpected mercy caught her off guard as she blurted out, "What? You don't intend to eliminate me? What kind of pity is this?" He turned around to leave and replied, "This is a battle for survival. How I deal with the defeated is my prerogative. Do me a favor and handle those people tailing us from back there." Before she could fully grasp what he meant, two massive surges of energy came hurtling toward them from right behind her. She gasped in surprise, "Huh? Who is it?" Those two powerful forces belonged to none other than Moira and Eliza. Catching sight of them, she could only offer a helpless, wry smile. Seeing the two of them arriving to block the path, Eliza yelled, "He's my target. Step aside, Eliza Herkin." Eliza smirked and shot back, "How ridiculous. Leo Plav is my prey." Seeing how stubborn the two of them were being, Xinsha called out, "Eliza, Duran, the old citadel ruins are over that way, why are you two even here?" Duran stepped forward and spoke up, "Looks like you were targeting Leo Plav too. Did you lose?" "Where did he go?" She replied, "Yes, I lost. He's way faster. Duran, I'm injured, could you walk with me to where Ms. Vina is?" He let out a weary sigh and shot back, "Why on earth should I do that?" She smiled and explained, "We're currently in the middle of the interdepartmental competition, and you and I are in the same department, Duran.
Surely you wouldn't abandon a classmate just for a personal duel, right?
Her razor-sharp logic caused Duran's expression to tighten slightly.
She continued, and Eliza, I'm having a hard time walking, could you give me a ride? Eliza pouted and replied, Shinsha, if you were in the summoning department I would have helped, but you do realize we're enemies right now, don't you?
Hearing this, Shinsha exclaimed, oh, come on.
She began to recount, I usually help you study all the time. Remember what you once said? It's not like I can't solve this problem, okay? I'm just checking to see if you're paying attention in class. I'll absolutely repay this favor of letting me borrow your notes. Shinsha replied, I'll be looking forward to it. Returning to the present, Shinsha reminded her, you said you borrow my notes every single day, so you'd definitely return the favor.
Finding herself backed into a corner, Eliza crossed her arms and blurted out, a debt will absolutely be paid.
But there's no rule saying it has to be paid right this second, is there?
Faced with this flat-out rejection, Shinsha's eyes began to well up with tears, leaving her two friends completely speechless. Having no other choice, Eliza yelled out in frustration, Arg.
Fine, we just need to go together, right?
She added a stern reminder, Shinsha, we are only traveling together until we hit the center of the ruins.
After that, we're officially enemies.
The moment the words left her mouth, Shinsha swiftly hopped onto the back of the mount without a second thought.
The two of them then quickly sped away.
She glanced back over her shoulder, thinking to herself, I don't know what your reasons are for not heading to the center of the ruins.
But finish up quickly and get over here, young Master Leo. Cut to another location, where a group of students was currently sprinting forward in a panic. Leading the pack was an orange-haired youth named Jordan Lesson from the summoning department. He looked incredibly excited as he said, as long as we get inside the citadel, we can escape the curse, right?
But while they were moving, a fireball suddenly came flying out of nowhere and slammed right into the ground in front of them, startling everyone.
From behind, a pair of slender legs stepped forward as a cold voice demanded, what are you looking at? The newcomer was none other than Celia Jordan.
They were the ones guarding the north gate. Instantly, Jordan's group turned around to head in a different direction. He cursed under his breath, damn it, we were so close. He called out to warn the others, no choice.
Everyone, let's head to a different gate.
The next spot they targeted was the west gate.
But the moment they arrived, they found Chloe already standing there waiting for them.
The moment she saw them, she raised her staff high, preparing to unleash a magical attack. This startled Jordan, who cursed internally, son of a bitch.
Afterward, they had to resume their frantic journey.
Only the south and east gates were left.
Eliza had gone after Leoplav.
All that was left was to pray that Warren could secure at least one spot and get inside the citadel quickly before the curse activated. While they were rushing along, a massive shadow suddenly swept across the sky right above their heads, drawing everyone's eyes upward.
A student at the back, sweat pouring down his face, gasped, a dragon. A black wyvern.
Jordan spoke up to explain, no, that's a summoning department spirit beast, it's the variant that Senlia rides.
The students were left completely bewildered. Why on earth is it suddenly out here?
The scene shifts toward the center of the plaza, where everyone is currently staring intently at the battle between the departments. Up on the observation deck, Jis crosses his arms and stares closely at the display screen, thinking to himself, Celia is doing well.
Has Leo still not made it into the ancient citadel ruins?
The image changes, and the person appearing on the screen now is none other than Chelsea. Seeing her, someone exclaims, she's out. Watching his niece fight with absolute confidence, Roses, standing above and observing, speaks up in admiration, it looks like she has finally become a Llewellyn battle mage.
This man is Roses Llewellyn, Chelsea's uncle, and a royal mage of the Rodrun Empire.
Jis bursts out laughing beside him and replies, His Majesty of Rodrun will certainly be pleased.
Roses is so moved that tears well up in his eyes as he gasps, when did she grow up so fast?
He is remembering how it felt like just yesterday when Chelsea was only a 1-year-old toddler.
Then suddenly, Jis's eyes narrow slightly, and he exclaims, what on earth is that down there?
Appearing on the screen now is a giant bull, and it is roaring furiously.
Deeply bewildered, he exclaims, isn't that a magical beast?
Somewhere else, the moment they realize things are going wrong, two professors rush frantically to a central room and demand, what's going on?
Why did a magical beast appear inside the academy?
A professor standing inside monitoring the situation replies, a major incident has occurred, sir.
We can't establish contact with the control room on the other side.
Seeing that things are starting to spiral out of control, Harlan turns to the person next to him and orders, Sejin, we must have the students return immediately.
He instantly confirms, understood. Right after that, he steps toward the teleportation magic circle.
As soon as he arrives, he channels his mana, beginning to pour it into the magic stone to initiate the teleportation. But just as the flash of light blinks,
it dies out incredibly fast. This leaves Sejin deeply perplexed. The teleportation isn't working? What on earth is the meaning of this?
With no time left to think, Professor Harlan immediately turns to leave, throwing back a message, Sejin, keep trying to establish a connection and find a way to bring them back.
I'll go to the principal.
The scene shifts inside the competition, where the duel between the departments is still raging on somewhere. The brown-haired youth pants heavily and curses under his breath, damn it, these guys are no joke. We have to take down this group of magic department students quickly before that monster notices this place. As he speaks, he glances upward. Up there, Warren is still standing perfectly calm, and he is the one guarding the south gate. Then from afar, a horrifying, blood-curdling screech suddenly echoes out. Following that, a dragon appears out of nowhere right above their heads. Its mouth opens wide, preparing to unleash an attack. Once fully charged, it aims its mouth downward, blasting straight toward the students who still have no idea what is happening. Recognizing this anomalous appearance, Warren instantly flashes in front of the students, thrusting his hand forward to summon a protective barrier of magic.
His sudden appearance catches the students completely off guard, making them shout, "Hey, Warren! Why are you helping us?"
He offers no explanation, turning back to say coldly, "Open the city gates, get everyone inside."
Facing his somewhat overbearing words, an angry student snaps, "What kind of nonsense are you suddenly talking? They're students from another department, and besides, why should we take orders from you?"
But before he can even finish his sentence, Warren has already appeared right in front of him, reaching up to grip his neck tightly, and what's done is done. After finishing the job, he says coldly, "There's no time to explain."
He delivers a warning, "Go to sleep. I'm in command from now on."
His voice carries a grim tone, "Hurry up and open the city gates." The scene shifts to Leo, who is still entirely absorbed in his search. After passing through a few locations and finding nothing, he sighs in disappointment, nothing here either.
Is the lake over by the ancient citadel ruins the last place? Everyone must be fighting pretty intensely by now. Let's make our way over there slowly.
While he is casually strolling through the forest, his eyes suddenly freeze as he senses something.
Looking up at the sky, he notices something highly unusual. Is this a wide area curse? It's not the residual curse of Nigram, but a brand new one. This is the curse of isolation, the kind of curse Tartarus usually deploys in large-scale battles.
Realizing the danger, he instantly darts off like an arrow, cursing to himself, "Damn it."
The curse itself doesn't affect humans.
Its effect is cutting off all communication with the outside world.
A powerful barrier-type curse, isolating an entire specific area. Has the traitor at Lumine already made their move?
We need to regroup with the others quickly. At the center of the ancient citadel ruins, everyone has just made it through a brutal battle. The pink-haired girl is treating Carlo, encouraging him, "Hang in there, Carlo."
In another corner, a youth grips his sword tightly, his entire body trembling with fear. Why won't it activate? Why?
At the east gate, Chelsea is casting a barrage of offensive spells at the monster, but it takes absolutely no damage. It roars loudly, swinging its arm straight at her. Just as the axe blade is about to hack down, a voice booms from the distance, "Barrier break." Following the command, a barrier appears, completely blocking the monster's attack. Chelsea collapses to the ground in terror, her whole body shaking violently.
Avid appears in front of her, reminding her, "Did you forget your multi-chanting practice, Chelsea?"
Seeing him arrive, she finally regains a bit of her composure and cries out, "Brother."
She asks in fear, "What on earth is going on?" The inter-department competition.
Before she can finish her sentence, agonizing screams echo continuously from afar, drawing both of their attention.
Gripping his staff tightly, Avid explains, "The inter-department competition is over.
An incident has occurred in this area. Right now, everyone needs to unite." He raises his staff high, creating a sphere of magic in the sky. Immediately after, it radiates across the entire holy structure. With this, the quick-witted ones will head to the Great Citadel. And what we need to do now is fight a siege defense. Seeing the signal flare up, Eliza casts her gaze toward the sky. Seeing the signal flare up, Eliza casts her gaze toward the sky. Seeing the signal flare up, Eliza casts her gaze toward the sky. Seeing the signal flare up, Eliza casts her gaze toward the sky. Seeing the signal flare up, Eliza casts her gaze toward the sky. Taking only a few minutes to move, they arrive before the gates of the central ancient citadel. Spotting people rushing over, a student on top of the wall shouts loudly, "The last group is coming in, hurry up and open the gates." The moment the city gates crack open, the three of them instantly dash inside. Having escaped the danger, Chen Xia breathes a sigh of relief. Phew. I'm alive. Celia jumps down from the top of the wall and approaches them, asking, "Wait, where is Leo?" Shen Xia replies, "Master Leo went out toward the outskirts." Avid walks over too, questioning, "Why did he head in that direction?" Eliza responds, "He probably has his own reasons. Though I don't know what he's thinking, there's no way he'll get eliminated." Chelsea offers some encouragement, "That's right, Leo will be fine." Celia chimes in that case, let's pool our information first so we can grasp the situation. She glances down at her bracelet and says, "First of all, this thing isn't activating. The severely injured aren't being teleported away." Avid adds, "And magical beasts aren't just appearing around the area, but inside the citadel as well." Chen Xia speaks up, "This is just my speculation, but perhaps besides the basic curse of Nigram, new curses have been added. For instance, a curse that prevents communication." Chelsea, standing nearby, confirms, "That makes sense." After compiling the information, Eliza summarizes, "Basically, we are isolated in the heart of Nigram due to this anomaly, right? On top of that, we are being attacked by monsters and magical beasts inside the citadel. So, our best bet is to make the most of the city walls to defend." The moment she finishes speaking, a voice suddenly rings out from afar to oppose her. "No. I think now is the time to attack. This situation might be a surprise event prepared by the Academy." The person who just said this is Enio Luchin from the Magic Department, notably ranked 3rd in the midterm exam for Magic. He continues, "If we perform well here, we can score points with the observers outside. Just cooping up and defending would be a massive waste." Facing his rather reckless decision, Celia immediately stops him, "We can't just view this as a simple surprise event. The condition of the wounded is extremely severe. If it weren't for Bella's healing magic, more than just 1 or 2 people would be dead by now." Carlo, who is being treated by Bella in a corner, says weakly, he needs to get a hole punched through his own stomach to finally wake up. Seeing him refuse to sit still, Bella warns, "Stop talking, Carlo." Being shot down by everyone makes Enio absolutely furious. He grits his teeth, then channels all his rage, pointing at everyone as he snaps, "That could also be the professor's intention. If I fail this final because of you guys, will you take responsibility? Compared to just defending, wiping them out will give us a much higher score." Duran cuts him off, throwing away the advantage of the walls without even knowing what the situation is doesn't guarantee a high score. Having his words constantly shut down makes Enio squeeze his fists and rage until they tremble violently. He steps forward furiously, muttering to himself, "I'm going out there to kill the magical beasts myself. Don't you dare regret this later." The moment he finishes speaking, something suddenly thuds down right in front of him, making him startle and gasp, "What is that?" Looking closer, it turns out to be the severed head of a monster. And the one behind this is Warren. He has jumped down right in front of Enio, looking up to command, "Shut up and protect the inner citadel." Celia is filled with determination, pointing forward as she declares, "All right. We will carry out this defensive battle. Divide into 5 groups to protect the city gates and the walls." At the gates, the frontline defense is easily breached by a minotaur, causing a student to shout, "We've been breached." Instantly from behind, Duran streaks forward like a flash of lightning, easily subduing the monster. The mages in the rear unleash a continuous barrage of attacks, taking it down with absolute ease. Over by the walls, orcs are marching straight ahead. Seeing this, a student yells, "Take down that orc first, don't let it get near the gate." A mage grips his staff tightly and roars, "Ice spear." The moment he finishes his shout, countless spears made of ice materialize in the sky and then rain straight down onto the orcs. But these attacks fail to slow the orcs down. They continue to carry boulders in their hands, marching straight toward the walls. This makes the mage curse in frustration, "Damn it." Then from behind, something suddenly rockets up into the sky, creating a massive pillar of fire. And that person is none other than Celia. She grips the sword in her hand tightly, activating the fire wing spell, preparing to strike. On the outside, observing the battle situation through the screens, the upperclassmen and instructors look extremely worried, though some exclaim, "The underclassmen are doing great." Honestly, I was worried at first. Thank goodness. Hearing this, the blonde girl beside her fires back, "Thank goodness? Do you really think this incident is just going to end like that?" If the enemy pulled off something this huge during an official looming event, it won't just stop at us being isolated.
In the worst-case scenario, everyone is going to die.
Along with the anxiety of the officials, the parents watching the situation are also incredibly anxious. Looking at the screen in front of them, one person cries out, "See, it's starting."
Back inside the battle, a magical vortex suddenly appears in the sky.
Then, a giant hand reaches out from within, grabbing an orc, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Witnessing the sight before her, Eliana's eyes widen in sheer shock as she gasps, that is, she recalls a class lecture where the professor once said, through the records of past heroes, among the diverse experiences, the most critical is the experience of fighting magical beasts.
The heroic record we will be studying in today's lesson is.
The 10th grade Eliana wasn't paying attention to the lesson, so she turned to the pink-haired girl and asked, "Where are we?" Bella replied, "Page 157. The professor continued, "It is the Royal Knight of Hermillan, the Battle of Biarin Field. The magical beast that appeared in that battle stood nearly 15 meters tall, and it is known as the Titan." The students cry out in absolute terror, "No way!
If we have to face that thing." The guy next to him trembles violently, "Please don't look this way."
The Titan stomps one foot heavily onto the ground,
then charges fiercely toward the students.
But the exact moment it moves, freezing currents of icy air instantly burst from the ground,
followed immediately by countless massive ice pillars shooting up from below, skewering right through the monster's body. Chloe, standing in the rear, reassures everyone, "What the hell are you all doing? Get ready to fight." She calls out to shake everyone out of their paralyzing fear, just because it's a Titan? Take a closer look, that Titan is still an immature juvenile. A student turns back to reply, "How are we supposed to defeat a thing like that? I'd rather run away."
Another chimes in, "Yeah, we need to scatter right now and wait for reinforcements to arrive."
Her entire body is shaking with anger, yet she forces her voice to remain steady. "Everyone, do you really think running away means you'll survive? I'm terrified too." The Titan locks its glowing red eyes onto the students,
ignoring the pain caused by the ice pillars, and reaches out its hand to smash straight toward the wall where everyone is standing.
Then instantly, the ice pillars impaling it begin to melt away.
Spotting this, a student screams, "Its wounds are regenerating.
The attacks are completely useless, everyone run."
Seeing that the students only care about themselves, Chloe remains standing there, speaking coldly, "But someone once taught me that a hero is someone who faces a fight with dignity in a moment of danger. Therefore, no matter how hopeless the situation is, I will fight." The moment she finishes speaking, she summons countless magic circles that manifest all around her. Immediately after, successive pillars of light erupt, halting the monster's attack. She looks up, her voice filled with absolute resolve, no matter how hopeless. In a split second of distraction, the monster sweeps its hand down, aiming straight for her.
Seeing her just standing there, Celia, deeply alarmed, rushes forward and screams a warning, "Get out of the way."
But Chloe is still lost in her own delusions. "I'm not afraid." Then suddenly, countless slashes tear through the air, instantly severing the Titan's arm in the blink of an eye.
This causes the Titan to let out an incredibly painful shriek. Celia keeps rushing over, checking on her. "Chloe, are you okay?"
Chloe, now completely exhausted, gasps out, "That slash just now."
Understanding what she means, Celia nods in confirmation. "Yes, that was Leo. He has arrived just in time, standing tall and staring directly at the monster."
The moment he lands on the city wall, Kieran immediately shouts out at the top of his lungs, "Oh my god! What kind of foolish move is this? Leo, the healing capability of fairy magic isn't omnipotent.
Once you hit your physical limit, it won't work anymore."
Seeing this brat constantly buzzing in his ear, he retracts him inside. "Stop nagging, it's dangerous, fall back quickly." After wrapping things up, he immediately leaps toward the two girls sitting dazed on the ground.
He approaches them, smiling as he checks in.
"You look pretty sharp out there, Chloe."
His compliment makes Chloe's cheeks flush red with embarrassment.
He continues, "You look just like a hero." She shyly replies, "I was just mimicking someone a little bit." Upon seeing him return with the two girls, the crowd cries out in unison, "Leo!
Young Master Leo!"
Looking toward Carlo, he asks about the situation. He replies, "Ever since entering the citadel, no one has been severely injured.
It's just that because of that monster, everyone is panicking." Celia adds, "But it just took a heavy blow from Leo, so it definitely won't attack again right away."
After pondering for a moment, he turns his gaze up to the sky and delivers his decision. "What we need to do now is incredibly simple.
We are going to join forces and defeat it.
This decisive conclusion catches Carlo off guard, making him gasp, "What?
How could we possibly?" He turns around, speaking with absolute confidence. "Why is everyone so surprised? For anyone who wishes to become a hero, this is only natural, right?" Eliana immediately voices her perspective. Fighting that thing is flat out impossible. Then he addresses everyone. "I will take command, because I am confident I can take that monster down."
Eliza stands to the side, judging him, presumptuous as always, Leo Plav.
"Who said we'd follow your orders anyway?"
Warren chimes in, "I'll be counting on your leadership skills, Leo." Seeing the big guy beside her disagree with her take catches Eliza slightly off guard. She turns around and snaps right at his face. "How does someone as arrogant as you suddenly just listen to someone else?" He responds, "The fact that we have to eliminate that monster is something everyone already knows." Then a gentle voice rings out, "In that case, following the orders of the person who is confident they can defeat it is the right move."
That is none other than Shen Xia.
She steps up, tugging at the edge of Eliza's clothes, and adds, "Giving young Master Leo's command a try for once sounds pretty entertaining." Seeing that everyone agrees leaves Eliza a bit frustrated, forcing her to accept it. "Fine.
I was planning to do that anyway."
On the other side, Avid thinks to himself, "It's exactly like during the entrance exam, Leo. Back then, you didn't hesitate for a second to dive into an impossible battle either." Snapping out of his thoughts, he speaks aloud, "I thought I had closed the gap a little bit, but it turns out I'm still a long way off."
"Right, Celia?"
Finding herself suddenly put on the spot, Celia replies crossly, "Shut up, you chatterbox."
The next person he wants to persuade is Duran. He walks over and extends an offer. "Will you lend me a hand?"
He glances down at his arm, then turns around, lightly bumping his shoulder against Leo's as he says, "The one who lands the decisive blow on that monster will be me." A roundabout acceptance that makes Leo reply with amusement, "Works for me." On the outside, witnessing this sequence of events gets the crowd hyped up, cheering, "These freshmen are amazing.
With that lineup, they might actually pull off a victory." The blue-haired girl glances at Elena's darkened expression, asking anxiously, "Senior, are you okay?" She doesn't reply immediately, instead thinking to herself, "The moment that boy appeared, the entire atmosphere shifted. There are plenty of great heroes in this world, but that boy is on an entirely different level." Turning despair into hope, an existence that illuminates the path in the darkness. It really is true. He truly deserves to be called a grand hero. The scene shifts back to the battle. After absorbing a barrage of attacks from the monster forces, it lets out a low groan, reaching its hand out to try and stem the bleeding. Eliza and Avid have already closed in on the monster from high above. Noticing signs of the monster weakening, Avid exclaims in excitement, "Awesome!" But Eliza coldly fires back, "Not yet." The monster instantly opens its maw wide, blasting a torrent of energy straight toward the two of them. But Eliza maneuvers her summoned beast to execute a sharp dodge, swerving right past it. Repositioning behind the monster's back, Avid grips his staff tightly, preparing to unleash an offensive. The moment he spots the perfect opening, he fires off his spell, Tempest. Instantly, a massive storm sweeps right through the monster's body, causing its head to disintegrate into thin air. But right away, a brand new head regenerates, making Eliza gasp in shock. "No way. How on earth are we supposed to kill this thing?" From high above, Celia is preparing to dive down, shouting a loud warning to everyone, "Get out of the way." Avid playfully holds his hand out to welcome her, "Over here." But Celia responds huffily, "No way." She then dives straight down, grabbing Eliza in a tight hug. "Sorry, I couldn't let that Llewellyn guy hold you." She dives straight down, grabbing Eliza in a tight hug. "Sorry, I couldn't let that Llewellyn guy hold you." Seeing her sudden appearance, Eliza yells angrily, "Wait a minute. If there are 3 or more people, the Wind Dragon's maneuverability is going to drop." Celia replies nonchalantly, "Leo said to regroup here. Before the magic completely, let's give that big guy a massive hit." Realizing Leo's intention, Avid leans close to Celia and says, "Ah, I see. Fire and wind combine incredibly well." Ignoring the two of them, Eliza shouts loudly, "I don't care what it is, just tell me when you're ready." Down on the ground, Chloe stands atop the wall, confronting the monster. Her mouth mutters a series of incantations. Being continuously assaulted from multiple directions causes the monster to roar out in pure rage. Once the incantation is complete, countless sharp ice spikes manifest in the sky, aiming straight for the monster. In another corner, Duran and Shen Xia also begin preparing for combat. Duran turns to ask, "Are you ready?" Chen Xiao replies cheerfully, of course. She proactively thrusts her hands forward, shouting, I'll clear the path. Immediately after, her water spirit darts toward the monster, wrapping tightly around both of its legs. The moment its legs are locked down, Duran begins channeling his energy, causing his entire body to radiate a blinding light. Here I go. He transforms into a bolt of electricity, tracing the exact path that the water stream had previously paved. The water and electricity bind together, forming a massive water dragon that completely envelopes the monster's body. The monster's entire frame violently spasms from the electrocution. While it is screaming, countless chains shoot up from below, binding its neck tightly. The person behind this is Warren. His entire body is trembling intensely under the monster's sheer resistance. Up in the sky, Abbott launches yet another round of offenses. A succession of attacks slams directly into the monster, making it roar out in immense agony. Down below, Leo turns to Chelsea and asks, ready? She nods in response, yes. The monster gathers another sphere of magic in its mouth to retaliate. Once fully charged, it fires it straight toward the citadel. Sensing that the moment has arrived, Chelsea creates a whirlwind aimed right at the monster, then screams out at the top of her lungs, Leo! Exactly as planned, leveraging the wind force created by Chelsea, he easily launches himself high into the air, coming face to face with the monster. He then grips his sword hilt tightly, his gaze turning icy cold as he unleashes his technique, Kailura Whirlwind, Phoenix Breath. He spins, delivering a devastating slash straight into the monster, leaving it to do nothing but wail in agonizing pain. The moment his attack concludes, Chloe takes a deep breath and gasps, Glacial World. She instantly froze the monster into a statue. The monster attempted to fight back, causing several cracks to appear across the ice. The moment the ice shattered, the monster's entire body vanished into thin air. Looking at the result, the crowd of students cheered in celebration. We won. We actually destroyed it. Hearing the news, Chloe finally descended slowly to the ground, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Then suddenly, a hand extended a potion bottle right up to her face as a voice called out, Chloe, you really look like a hero straight out of a legend. That was amazing. Receiving this sudden compliment from Carlo made Chloe reply with a bit of embarrassment, thank you. She gripped the potion bottle tightly in her hand, casting her gaze into the distance as she thought to herself, where did Leo go? At that moment, he was appearing in a space that looked incredibly peaceful. He gently placed his hand onto the surface of the water and began to sense something. Looking at the magic gate in front of him, he exclaimed cheerfully, long time no see. From inside the magic layer, a pair of eyes slowly opened. A girl with white hair appeared, looking at him with a slightly skeptical gaze. The person he was referring to was Luminous. It's been a long time, Luminous. Hearing someone mention her name, Luminous questioned in curiosity, turning to ask, who are you? How did you wake me up? He looked directly at her and replied, it's me, Carl. Hearing that name, she finally recognized him, as expected of the aura in this area. It really is you, Carl. She continued, I don't know if she's here. But where is Lysinas? He replied indifferently, Lysinas is dead. These words caught the girl slightly off guard. She fell silent for a long moment, then spoke up, a blue sky, completely unimaginable in the era of calamity. How long have I been asleep? He immediately replied, about 5,000 years. This number startled the girl, 5,000 years. Fortunately, I didn't wake up during all that time, because that child's wish has been fulfilled. Lysinas, thank you for bringing the light back to this world, Carl. But I can still sense a dark energy residing on this land. Carl, will you still fight this time? He looked toward her, smiling as he answered, of course. Because I can't afford to lose this piece. His gaze was then drawn to countless small swallows flying toward him, forming the image of a spirit. He asked the girl, this is. She explained, this is the precious gem that the great light spirits have possessed for generations. It is not an object with any extraordinary power, but if you show it, you will be treated with the same respect as a great spirit by the light spirits. Receiving the gem and looking at it, he smiled, I'll keep it safe. Then the girl cast her eyes up toward the sky and praised, by the way, the sky is truly beautiful. Following those words, she also dissolved into thin air, merging with the deep blue sky. The scene shifts back to the academy. Looking at a few sheets of paper containing student information on the desk, the principal asked, is that all for the list of suspicious individuals? Sejin replied, for the time being, yes, sir. The principal continued, quite a few people were nominated by the board of directors, huh? He lightly rubbed his forehead, starting from the second semester, we'll have to get the vice principal back to work. These words caught the two professors completely by surprise,
making them gasp in unison.
The vice principal. The scene shifts to a classroom inside the academy.
At this moment, after receiving their test results, all the students shouted so loudly that the entire academy felt like it was shaking. Carlo gripped his score report sheet, his whole body trembling with joy as he blurted out, "Passed."
Beside him, Bella was equally thrilled. "Me too." Professor Harlan looked toward Carlo and sighed. "Your way of getting expelled would have been a brand new one too, Carlo." Hearing that, he immediately lowered his head, stammering, "Please forgive me, sir."
Then the professor reminded them, "Don't cause any trouble during the break.
See you in the second semester."
After saying that, he turned and walked away. The fact that he wasn't punished made Carlo incredibly ecstatic, so he spun around in circles, leaving the two girls beside him utterly stunned. Eliana couldn't hold back her emotions either. The moment the teacher stepped outside, she shouted, "Is this how the first semester ends?"
Wow, that is so typical of Professor Harlan. Bella turned around to ask the class president, "Are you going back to the Rodran Empire for the entire break?" Chelsea stepped forward and chimed in, "Leo is from the Delan Kingdom." The name sounded a bit unfamiliar, making Bella ask in curiosity, "Where is that?" "It's my first time hearing of it," he explained. "It's a kingdom on the western border."
Chelsea showed an excited expression. "I absolutely have to visit Leo's place this break." Leo smiled faintly at this moment, thinking to himself, "It's been a really long time since I've returned home." The moment he arrived home, a massive banner suddenly dropped down right in front of him, catching him off guard.
"I have a place to return to, but I didn't think it would be this extravagant."
His mother along with everyone else had arrived early to welcome him. Upon seeing him, she spoke up, "Welcome back, my son."
Returning to this place gave him an incredibly indescribable feeling. Only now did he truly feel a sense of relief.
During the meal, after listening to the stories, his father praised him. "I didn't expect you to have talent in every single magical attribute."
He replied, "I only found out after going to school, father."
He continued, "Even though you are my son, I really don't know how we managed to give birth to such an extraordinary child."
His mother immediately shifted the topic, "Is Professor Harlan doing well?"
He let out a sigh. "He is still teaching, mother." She began to explain, "I heard there's a schedule for Lumern's homeroom professors to visit during the break.
Professor Harlan is among them, so we'll get to meet him as parents."
Over on Professor Harlan's end, his ears suddenly grew strangely itchy at that exact moment. While the family was having their meal, a maid walked in and spoke up hesitantly, "Milady, young master, there are guests here to see you."
Knowing exactly who the visitors were made Leo's mother visibly annoyed as she turned to her husband and muttered, "Demons again? What a bunch of nuisances." Then she turned to the maid and ordered, "Tell them to leave."
The maid stammered in response, about that, they said they are from the Azonia Academy." Hearing the name of this academy made Leo startle, repeating it silently in his mind, "Azonia Academy." Before he could even react, the mysterious figure was already present in the family dining room.
He looked inside and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mrs. Raina Jerdinger?" "Hello, I am the messaging spirit of Azonia."
Then he stepped forward and handed him a letter. He was a bit surprised by this action. His mother spoke up, "What a hassle."
"It's for you, take it." He opened the letter to read it. Inside, it stated, "Congratulations, you have been selected as an admissions candidate under Azonia's recommendation program." This statement left Leo even more bewildered. Selected already?
The scene shifts to the city of Azrek, the city of beastmen. He was now present here, letting out a frustrated sigh as he muttered, "The Beastman Heroic Military Academy, Azonia Academy."
Unlike other schools, their entrance ceremony takes place in the summer,
and it is notorious for being the academy with the most brutal entrance ceremony. He recalled his mother's words, "When I was young, I once helped out an Azonia student.
Because of that, they gave me a free pass ticket to the Azonia Academy to express their gratitude. They sent me an admission recommendation letter for you. It seems I even signed a contract." He sighed, "I shouldn't have signed a contract blindly like that." His father snapped in irritation, "So what? Like your mother knew things would turn out this way."
She comforted him, "Anyway, you're currently studying at the Lumern Academy, so this is just a sightseeing trip.
How you want to spend your break is entirely up to you. Just do whatever you want, Leo."
He walked along the streets, thinking to himself, "I heard the entrance exam here is a marathon across the Great Desert. An academy of beastmen who revere strength and live by instinct. I'm curious to see what the Beastman hero candidates are going to be like." By this time, he was appearing in the guise of a true beastman, complete with rabbit ears on his head.
A little trick of Kiran's. Thanks to his help, he had transformed into a hybrid beastman form. He continued reading the letter. The location for the entrance exam turned out to be the Colosseum of Azraq. He suddenly noticed a statue erected up ahead. On it, it read, "In memory of Aaron, the warrior with indomitable courage." His mouth muttered, "Could it be Aaron?" He looked at the statue and remarked sarcastically, "Indomitable courage, my foot." He was shaking with fear in every single battle. But looking at it like this isn't bad either. The scene shifts to the Colosseum arena. Right now, he was standing inside an incredibly massive arena. Beside him, a pair of hands with sharp claws suddenly appeared, accompanied by an amused smile. He was still entirely immersed in his thoughts. Looks like these are the exam candidates. Then from afar, someone walked up and mocked, "Hey, half-breed, you aren't planning to tell us that someone like you is a candidate for Azonia, are you?" Another guy added, "At least get rid of that half-breed stench first." He didn't understand what they were saying, pointing at himself, "Are you talking to me?" The red-haired guy yelled angrily, "Who else here besides you gets called a half-breed? A hybrid rabbit dares to put on airs." He paid them no mind, turning around to leave. "You guys aren't even students of Azonia yet to be throwing your weight around like this. Just getting to attend the entrance ceremony and you're already acting like you're a big deal." This taunt made the red-haired guy absolutely furious. He stepped up and gripped his shoulder tightly, challenging him, "You dare look down on the qualifications of an Azonia candidate? I hate looking at weaklings like you the most." Seeing that this guy was asking for a beating, he glanced back behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and slammed his body down onto the ground. With the superior physical prowess of a beastman, the ground shattered completely. His entire body trembled violently from the pain. The youth beside him stepped up to check. "Durkan, what's wrong? Planning to throw the fight to him?" Durkan squeezed his fists tightly at this moment, replying angrily, "No. Absolutely not." He didn't care, waving his hand as he turned to leave. "See you at the entrance ceremony." On the other side, Durkan suddenly sprang back up, his eyes shining brightly. "That guy is freaking cool. He really is strong." Then he began shouting like a maniac, running all over the city looking for him. Glancing toward the shouting, he thought to himself, "Among beastmen, the strong are objects of worship. That truly is unique." All of his actions just now had caught the eye of another beastman. He said with amusement, "I was worried it would be nothing but boring kids, but it looks like we've got an interesting one here." Inside the plaza, a fierce battle had just concluded. A youth stepped up from behind and reported, "Conquest completed in 36 minutes. All achieved an excellent rating, instructor." The other person replied, completely dissatisfied, "An excellent rating like that is not acceptable." The blonde-haired youth replied in surprise, "Huh? This level is already a pretty good achievement." He immediately countered, "Haven't you heard any news about the freshman crowd over at Lumern? Our incoming students need to have many exceptional individuals among them." This man was Burgatun, an instructor at the Azonia Academy. The youth defended, "It's true that for this generation, Lumern seems to be leading the way, but our candidates are highly outstanding as well." He looked down below and replied flatly, "Especially this time, since instructor Burgatun's daughter is also participating." The person he was referring to was A.R. Tun, belonging to the Tun clan, a recommended admission student of Azonia. Reaching this point, he gritted his teeth with confidence, "My daughter, A.R. Tun, is more than capable of being the class representative." But then his gaze suddenly collided with something. He directed his eyes toward Leo, thinking to himself, "That child looks awfully familiar." Then he turned around in curiosity. "Assistant instructor, do you know anything about that rabbit tribe beastman at the back of the line?" The blonde-haired youth startled at this moment, shuffling through his stack of information before replying, "It's my first time seeing his face." "He's probably not on the watch list either." He questioned back, "Is he under the recommended admission category?" The youth nodded and replied, "Yes, that is correct. He is a student entering through the recommendation program." His gaze remained fixed on Leo as he continued to think, "Those eyes look exactly like Reina's." At this moment, from up on the stands, a loudspeaker announcement echoed out, "Group D of Part 1 of the Magical Beast Festival has entered the arena. In Group D, we have a highly noteworthy candidate, right? The heir of the Tun clan, A.R. Tun." Following those words, the girl confidently warmed up, stepping onto the arena floor amid the greetings of others sitting in the stands. Another person cast an attentive gaze toward the girl, thinking to himself, "If she is the hope of the strength-reverencing beast tribe, will she be capable enough to inherit Aaron's techniques? Then he spoke, his gaze shifting to another direction, questioning in confusion, wait, isn't Azonia's entrance ceremony a marathon across the desert? What on earth is the magical beast festival? Then he spoke up to ask, hey girl, is this also a part of the entrance ceremony? She startled, turning around to ask back, you don't know about the magical beast festival? He replied with embarrassment, I'm a hybrid, so I'm not very well versed in beastman culture. She explained, Azonia's entrance ceremony isn't just a mere entrance ceremony. It is actually one of the biggest festivals. The magical beast festival is also meant to entertain the visitors. And it serves as a ritual for us students as well. Following the explanation, he continued to question, a ritual? She continued, with the threat of Tartarus still ongoing, this is a declaration to our fellow tribesmen, that we have arrived. So, make sure to fight as well as you did just now, Black Rabbit. He chuckled softly, muttering, we have arrived, huh? The moment his words finished, a gate suddenly swung open. From inside, a monster lunged outward, letting out incredibly terrifying screeches. It immediately locked its attention onto Leo, quickly charging forward. But then suddenly, slash sounds echoed out, catching the monster slightly off guard. It was none other than A.R. Tun along with other beastmen rushing forward to attack it, causing its eyes to widen in pure shock. Afterward, it shifted its attention toward A.R. Tun, lunging at her, but then a flash of light suddenly blinked in midair. A.R. Tun leapt high up into the air, after which she let out a fierce breath and dove down, unleashing countless claw slashes all around the monster's body. The strike occurred in a mere flash. After dealing with it, she landed lightly on the ground. Then she startled as she looked toward Leo, who was just standing perfectly still there, shouting, what are you doing, Black Rabbit? Another monster was currently heading toward him to attack, but then his arm tightened slightly, thrusting forward. The two fists collided, causing the space to feel slightly condensed. The monster's eyes turned ferocious. Then, with his terrifying strength, he easily obliterated the monster in a split second. His gaze maintained a calm demeanor, looking no different from a wild beast. Witnessing this sequence of events, the stands felt like they were about to explode. They shouted, incredible! Black Rabbit, you are number one in my heart. A.R. Tun cast an intrigued gaze toward him, thinking to herself, there's no mistake about it. That Black Rabbit guy just beastified. As she spoke, her eyes narrowed slightly, becoming full of suspicion. When the moon rises, that is the power that awakens the beastly instinct within us. Our ancestors have researched beastification for a very long time. But not a single person has been able to use it freely, except for one sole individual, and that is the hero Aaron. The monster that Leo destroyed also happened to be the last one. The loudspeaker announcement rang out, the magical beast festival concludes here. Returning to the locker room, A.R. Tun approached from afar because she was curious, hey Black Rabbit, I want to ask. But then another voice suddenly cut in, praising, hey, not bad at all. A youth stepped toward him, introducing himself, I'm Dion Den, and you? Dion Den, a wolf-tried beastman, a recommended admission student of Azonia. Facing his action, he replied indifferently, Kyle. Hearing that name, Dion Den let out a sigh and repeated, Kyle, huh? I was worried this place would be filled with nothing but weaklings. Having someone of your caliber here puts my mind at ease. Finding herself suddenly interrupted made A.R. Tun furious. She stepped up, clenching her fists, and turned around to complain, this muscle-brained guy is talking nonsense again. Seeing her, he turned around to greet, is that A.R. Tun? She ignored him completely, bringing her face close to his as she extended a proposal, Black Rabbit, talk with me for a bit. I have something I want to ask. Being presented with this unexpected request left him slightly stunned. Me? Then suddenly, something from the outside drew the attention of all three of them. A pair of feet walked in gently, delivering a voice, how noisy. The person who arrived was Burga Tun. He spoke up in praise, everyone worked hard participating in the magical beast festival. Spotting him, he muttered in his mind, the hero Burga Tun, looking at him from close range makes him look way cooler. He stepped closer and continued, as you know, tomorrow's test will be crossing the Great Azraq Desert. The rules are very simple, start from Azraq, cross the Great Desert, and reach the finish line at Azonia. However, the Great Azraq Desert is one of the harshest lands on the continent, so I have a word of advice for you all. Don't go pulling any foolish stunts like confusing recklessness with true courage. Following his reminder, the assistant instructor stepped in and added, the recommended students haven't participated in the open classes for the past half year. Since you don't know the other students,
please step forward and introduce yourselves.
Additional information: to enter Azonia, one needs to participate in the open classes and receive a recommendation letter.
The recommended students are evaluated to have such overwhelming strength that they do not even need to attend the open classes.
Having gathered the information, he turned to Ar-tun in curiosity. Why didn't you participate in the open classes?
The girl responded with confidence, letting out a sigh. I don't need those things, I'm already strong. Another girl stepped up at this moment to introduce herself. I am Lul.
My specialty is magic. Nice to meet everyone. Another short-haired girl introduced herself. I am Rate Vega, and I am a spirit elementalist.
It was Ar-tun's turn to introduce herself. I am Ar-tun, let's all do our best together. He maintained a cold attitude. Kyle, a pleasure. Every single one of his words was caught in Burgatun's gaze. Then Dion Den spoke up to introduce himself. I am Dion Denver. Right after that introduction, his voice turned chillingly cold. Anyone who is weak, don't get in my way, you'd better give up early. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the assistant instructor immediately reminded them, everyone, please go outside to check the dormitory assignment bulletin board and then head back.
Following those words, everyone stepped outside.
He also walked out along with them, but then suddenly a hand was placed onto his shoulder, catching him slightly by surprise. The person who called him back was none other than Burgatun. He extended an invitation, stay behind to meet with me privately for a moment. When only the two of them remained in the room, Burgatun's voice rang out, Kyle, I'm asking you this just to make sure. He nodded in agreement.
He continued, you are Reina's son, aren't you?
This question caught him completely off guard, his eyes widening as he thought to himself, he knows my mother?
Are you Reina's son?
He hesitated for a few seconds before replying, yes, that's right.
Do you know my mother?
Hearing this answer, he burst out laughing and explained, as expected, you really are Reina's son.
I am an old friend of your mother's. She and I once represented the fifth-year classes of Lumerne and Azonia to compete against each other. Surely you've heard your mother talk a lot about me, this Burgatun, right?
But he flatly replied, no, sir.
My mother didn't mention you even a single time. This caused the corner of his lips to twitch slightly. No way. Reina and I were that close.
He explained, my mother rarely talks about her school days.
He replied, that might be the case.
Then his arm tightened as he thought back to images of the past, gritting his teeth in anger.
Ellen. If it wasn't for that idiot, Reina would be by now.
He immediately cut him off. Even though she doesn't talk about the old days, my mother has never once regretted her choices.
Hearing these words, he fell silent for a few seconds before nodding.
That's exactly what is expected of the unique flower, Reina Jerdinger.
Still a beautiful and majestic woman. Hearing him praise his mother, he knitted his brows slightly, thinking to himself, mother is a flower? This guy seems a bit.
Then he immediately changed the subject. Alright, I've witnessed your performance at the Magical Beast Festival.
Let me look forward to tomorrow's entrance ceremony. He nodded in response, yes.
Returning to his room in the evening after a long day, he looked around and then stepped into the bathroom. As soon as he walked out, he praised continuously, the dorms here are actually better than the ones at Elsa Vecchia. Then his gaze was suddenly drawn out the window, where some kind of noise was happening. Instantly, the window burst open. The person appearing at this moment was none other than Ar-tun.
She shouted loudly, Black Rabbit. I came here to expose your secret.
The moment she saw his completely naked state, she embarrassedly covered her eyes with her hands and screamed, why are you undressed like that?
He replied, this is my room.
Shifting scenes to a short while later, having finished changing his clothes, he sat on his bed and questioned, I'm done dressing.
Now open your eyes. What secret did you say you came to expose?
She turned to ask, earlier at the Magical Beast Festival, I saw you.
You can beastify at will, right? Accommodating her wish, he altered his form into his hybrid beastman state and said, this thing?
She suddenly blurted out, oh my god, it's real. Looking at his current appearance, he thought to himself, strange, while in this beastman transformation state, the Brave's breath activated the beastification process. Of course, maintaining it for too long will leave severe aftereffects.
With a look of admiration, she exclaimed, how is that even possible?
In history, the only person who could freely beastify was Lord Aaron.
Then he immediately offered, do you want me to teach you? Hearing this, she became incredibly excited, her voice stammering, really, really?
He continued to think,
I need a successor to follow in Aaron's footsteps. Because in the upcoming battle with Tartarus, I need more combat power. Maybe this is the very reason I reincarnated into this era. After finishing his thoughts, he laid down his condition. Then you just need to prove it. She asked back in confusion, prove what? He replied, prove whether or not you have the qualities to become a hero. These words triggered her overthinking, sending her mind into overdrive. This guy is totally looking down on me. He's standing on a completely different level. A cheerful look appeared on his face as he said, I'll be waiting here, Ton. Cutting to the next day, the loudspeaker blared. The second day of the Azonia entrance ceremony has begun. We can see the students lining up for the competency test to cross the Great Azrek Desert. Holding the registration paperwork in her hand, Professor Yura exclaimed, from Tun, Den, Lul, all the way to Vega. Our kids are already good. But the recommended candidates for Azonia this year are no joke either. It's a pity I didn't get to watch the Magic Beast Festival. Elendu, standing beside her, let out a regretful sigh. It really is a pity. Then the ever-curious Eliza asked, hey, Kyle, there's a student with a really strange name. Elendu smiled and replied, is it the name of the great hero? I wonder if it's the big talker Kyle or the hero of beginning Kyle. It really reminds me of that kid Leo. Then his gaze shifted downward. At that moment, Tun was stomping forward in a huff. He wondered, isn't that student Tun? Yura added, did her Beastman competitiveness kick in? Look who Tun is trying to pick a fight with. She marched up to him, her voice tinged with anger. Black Rabbit. You haven't forgotten yesterday's promise, have you? I'll definitely make you acknowledge me. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep at all last night. So during today's test, don't miss a single second of my performance. He let out a sigh and replied, sure thing. Watching from above, Elendu praised, interesting, so her opponent is that student named Kyle? Yura responded with fascination from the side, a student who really makes you curious. Seriously, but then her eyes froze a little. Elendu, standing beside her, felt the exact same way, because they realized that person was Leo. They blurted out, what is he doing here? The 5 students were now gathered in the center of the plaza. Bergaton looked at them and commanded, nominated candidates, attention. The loudspeaker voice echoed, next, before the entrance ceremony begins, the candidates will take their oath. Up in the stands, Yura and Elendu jumped in shock. What the hell is that guy doing there? The loudspeaker continued, will the 5 nominated candidates please place their hands on Lord Aaron's hero records? Hearing that name, he thought to himself, Aaron's hero records? I never expected to see them like this. And the announcement went on, each person will read the oath in turn. Tun stepped up first, placing her hand on the hero records and began her oath. 1. By the honor of the great brave, I shall not act visual. Standing below waiting, he appeared with a look of hopeless contemplation. Then he stepped up, placed his hand on the hero records, and began his oath. 2. By the honor of the great brave. Just as his words left his mouth, the hero records suddenly burst into a bright light. Then, a massive pillar of light shot straight into the sky from it, leaving everyone staring in utter amazement. Up in the stands, Eliza wondered, Senior, could it be? Elendu shared her exact thought, that is, Bergaton was also taken aback by this sight. The pillar of light then grew even larger, and only after a while did the light finally begin to fade. A book was now floating in the sky, it was the hero records. The book opened to the chapter, The World of Aaron, Prologue, The Beginning. The giant stream of light now enveloped the 2 of them. This left the vice instructor stunned, as he asked Instructor Bergaton, what is the meaning of this? Could it be the world of a hero? Bergaton maintained a calm expression and replied, yes, Lord Aaron's hero world has been opened. The blonde guy next to him was shaking uncontrollably. Whoa, so the hero world is overloaded? While looking calm on the outside, his mind was in complete chaos. Whatever the reason, a page of Lord Aaron's book that has never been opened has appeared. Even if it turns into a dungeon due to the overload, if we can conquer it, this is a chance to inherit Lord Aaron's power. But the problem is whether these kids can actually conquer Lord Aaron's world. The 2 of them were then transported to an unknown space. Once upon a time, when darkness shrouded the world, a dark, gloomy space slowly came into view. The 2 of them woke up and looked around at their surroundings. Tun gasped in shock, what the hell just happened? Then she turned to him, asking in confusion, Black Rabbit, you saw it too, right? Just now, the hero records clearly opened. He calmly replied, look up at the sky. Voices still echoed throughout the space. A hero has appeared. A hero who brings light. A hero who brings the future.
A voice echoed in his head, it seems like this is the time 5,000 years ago when Eren was still alive. The era of despair. The voices kept echoing through the space, please save us. Be careful not to get eaten by the Jabberwock. She took a look around and assessed, is this the world where the pseudo-hero Eren used to live? He replied, yeah, looks like this is the Raysar refugee city. Artun continued to wonder, why did the hero world suddenly activate? In thousands of years, there has never been a single record of Lord Eren's chronicle page opening. He didn't know how to answer either, thinking to himself, during hero studies class, and even back in Berkia, when I touched my own chronicle page, the hero world opened up, but all of those times were my own pages. As for this one, anyone can see it's Eren's page. The system then sent a notification, clear condition, find Eren in Raysar. Looking at the notification board, he wondered, clear condition? So that means this isn't a hero dungeon? He continued to think, if it's an officially open world, why is outside communication blocked? Then he glanced over at the trembling Artun and asked to check on her, Artun, you okay? She suddenly showed an excited face and cried out, it says the clear condition is to find Lord Eren. Does that mean we can actually meet Lord Eren? Finding Lord Eren is definitely gonna be super easy, since he's so famous. He could only give a wry smile and reply, yeah, I guess so. She got incredibly excited and blurted out, then let's start asking around. He let out a weary sigh, thinking to himself, come to think of it, people of this era would really think that way, because the recorded history is different from reality. She quickly stepped forward, Black Rabbit, hurry up. He continued to think, but the Eren of this period. Just then, a man's voice boomed, I already told you. I've never heard of anyone named Eren or whatever. After that, he angrily shooed them away, leaving the two of them a bit dumbfounded. Artun wondered, how can that even be? No one knows about Eren. Then she turned to ask someone else, hey, Beastman, have you ever heard of the name Eren? He shook his head and replied, not at all. A moment later, a voice suddenly sneered, haha, look at these wet behind the ears Beastman brats. If you don't have a place to sleep, just come to my room. She felt a bit discouraged, turning to whisper to him, the vibe is getting weirder and weirder. He replied, before it gets completely dark, we need to find a place to rest. He thought, this is probably the year 1462 of the Ultigra calendar. It's 20 years after the era of calamity began. If it's this time, there's no need to look for Eren blindly. Because there's someone else we need to meet. Just then, the two of them walked into a certain area. He thought to himself, it should be around here. Artun grew suspicious, running up to ask, wait a minute, Black Rabbit, where exactly are you heading? I mean, you've been leading the way, but, she complained, there isn't even a decent inn around here. Her voice carried a hint of caution, and then suddenly, she spun around and swung her leg to kick straight behind her. But at that exact moment, she was grabbed by a stranger. She gnashed her teeth in anger, but Leo immediately spoke up to stop her. Wait, Artun, don't fight. The other person's arm tightened, then reached up to firmly choke her neck, catching her completely off guard. She managed to squeeze out, Black Rabbit, run. The person then looked toward him, interrogating, why did you come looking for this place? If you don't tell the truth, I'll take this beastman's life. Eren's world. Then, a man said, who are you, little rabbit? The Jabberwock is out there, be careful. He replied very calmly, we came here because we heard people often come to this spot. The other person pressed on, who told you? This is a restricted area. He replied, that coward Eren told us, so we came. Hearing those words, he finally let go of his grip, letting Artun drop to the ground. Then he turned around to leave, ordering, follow me. The two of them were then arranged a place to sleep. He reminded them, you can stay here for tonight. And come find me tomorrow morning. He stepped outside, looking at the surrounding scenery, thinking to himself, this damn sky. No matter how many times I look at it, I can never get used to it, it still gives me goosebumps like always. Outside the world of Raysar, it was shrouded in thick fog, meaning the playable area in this world is limited to just this place. The mysterious voice continued to echo, both of our oars, with our clumsy skills, are steered by tiny arms. During the midterm exam, the clear condition didn't appear until the Churban was defeated. If that's the case, then this probably isn't an out-of-control glitch. But why can't the outside world control the hero world? He recalled the notification board, clear condition, find Eren in Raysar. The key needed to open a hero world is known to be the owner of that world or an item with a deep connection to the owner. But what if there's still another key? Like a person with a deep connection, for instance.
That voice continued to echo, little rabbit, do you want to call a friend to row the boat together? He continued to think, of course, this might just be speculation. But if Aaron's world opened up because of me, then it makes sense why the outside can't control this world. Is it really a coincidence that I reincarnated while retaining my memories? If the Hero Chronicle page was an arrangement meant for the great hero who would be reborn in the future, the voice continued to echo, Little Rabbit, a children's story. Then completely wiping out Erebos isn't impossible. He now looked up at the distant sky with countless thoughts swirling in his mind. Then suddenly, a loud voice boomed, Wake up, Black Rabbit. It turned out it was all a dream. The one waking him up was A.R. Tun. He stretched, saying good morning, and turned to ask, Are you up? That man yesterday was incredibly strong. Is your body okay? She cheerfully replied, My body is super durable. Then she wondered, By the way, what was that all about yesterday? He replied, It seems that man yesterday mistook us for intruders. And I used my words to settle things smoothly. She replied, You're really polite. He thought to himself, that impact was definitely heavy. Yet our beast man descendant is pretty tough. Just then, that man paid them a visit. You two woke up early. Fully recovered already? This man was Argon, the god of the sky, a hero of the era of calamity. He walked over to A.R. Tun, checking in, Even though I know beastmen are strong, you still really surprised me. And besides. She angrily snapped back, Besides what? He let out a sigh and replied, You guys are more childish than I thought. About yesterday, my bad. Then he made an offer, Follow me. To make it up to you, I'll buy you guys breakfast. She felt a bit anxious about this offer, turning to whisper to him, Maybe he's not a bad guy after all? He nodded and replied, Yeah, he's even feeding us breakfast. After that, the two of them followed him. After walking for a good while, A.R. Tun wondered, He's not trying to make us drop our guard and then attack us, right? Where are we going anyway? He sighed and replied, No idea. But he doesn't look like a bad guy. He thought to himself, Argon the sky god is the hero who was active during the era of calamity. Just like Aaron's father. Originally, he was a character my team planned to recruit. But for some reason, when we met him the first few times, his will had already been crushed. What on earth happened over the past month? Suddenly, the scene before her eyes gave A.R. Tun quite a shock. What is this? Right then, up ahead, countless kids were running toward Argon. A little girl called out, Uncle Argon, time for breakfast. Then they looked toward the two of them, wondering, who are that big sister and big brother? He replied, They're guests. Skip my portion, just serve food to these two. A.R. Tun suddenly stomped her foot hard on the ground and cried out, Mister, I totally misunderstood you. You really are a good person. Then she went over and patted the little girl's head with pure delight. He then noticed a figure sitting all alone in a corner nearby. Upon realizing something, his eyes suddenly widened. He thought to himself, It's been a while. Images from years ago suddenly came rushing back into his mind. He gasped in his heart, The great dark spirit Elsie. The strange voice continued to echo, and that man said, Little Rabbit, then how about going with that shadow? The scene flashed back to 5,000 years ago. Still in this very place, 3 people, with Kyle leading the way, walked toward a man sitting all alone in a graveyard. Luna's voice rang out, I heard the plague is running rampant, what a tragedy. She looked toward Argon and said, Are you the sky god? He raised his head, wondering, Who are you people? The girl next to her added, I came to invite you to join the subjugation team. Kyle added, We need the strength of a hero like you. He dejectedly lowered his head and replied, Go back. I won't be joining any subjugation team. Luna kept trying to persuade him, but if it's someone who has earned the title of sky god like you, then. Before she could finish her sentence, he stepped up from behind, Drop it, Luna. He placed a hand on her shoulder and explained, His will has already been broken. She replied, A will can be rekindled. It's such a waste to pass up a figure of this caliber. The black-haired girl then turned to leave. Luna, just like you said, a lost will can be restored, but someone who harbors hatred cannot save the world. Let's go look for someone else. Then he spoke up, I can recommend someone. Go look for Aaron. After that, the 3 of them left. Luna wondered, Aaron? But in a place this massive, how are we supposed to search? If you're gonna give directions, at least be thorough. He let out a sigh and replied, We still have time, so we can take our time searching. Someone recommended by the sky god definitely won't be an ordinary fellow.
Then he turned to Luna and reminded her, "Drop that impatient attitude, Luna."
This ticked her off, making her yell, "What? You wanna die?" The eyes of the black-haired girl in the team suddenly caught sight of someone, a dark spirit. Then she cheerfully called out, "Oh, hello. Look, it's a dark spirit."
Returning to the present, he was now holding his bowl and receiving food, thinking to himself, "To think I'd meet Elsie here. In the past, we met when we were gathering the subjugation team.
Too bad now isn't the time to chat with Elsie, because it won't be for another year or so until or rather, Kyle actually meet Elsie." He brought out 2 trays of food. Ayrton, sitting across from him, eagerly offered, "Eat with us, mister." He helplessly picked up his bowl of food. "Fine." "Did you say Aaron sent you here?" he asked back in confusion. "You don't know where Aaron is either, mister?" He shook his head and replied, "I don't know that foolish disciple of mine. He's been missing for half a year now." This caught Ayrton completely off guard. She bolted upright, shouting, "Mister, you're Lord Aaron's master?" He nodded and replied, "Yeah, I'm the master of that useless fellow. The noble, great brave who courageously stands against evil raised a person like that, and you call him useless?" She let out a breath. "Being too humble isn't good either, sir."
Not understanding what she was talking about, Argon spoke up, "You seem to be misunderstanding something, kid.
My disciple is neither noble, great, nor brave.
Of course, he possesses impressive strength for his age. But that guy is a coward who doesn't deserve that strength. The reason Aaron left Raysar was simply because he was afraid to fight." These words completely shattered the image of Aaron in Ayrton's mind.
She clutched her head and screamed, "No. No way. That can't be true. Lord Aaron."
This reaction gave Argon a bit of a start, as he turned to ask, "What's wrong with your friend?"
He replied, "She really idolizes Aaron.
She was now crying a river, running off to somewhere else while screaming, 'Lord Aaron can't be a coward.
My idol is ruined, wah. I can't accept this, wah." He lightly closed his eyes. "An idol of Aaron? Unbelievable."
He added, "It's because she was saved by that disciple of yours.
And of course Aaron was a coward.
But in places you don't know about, he saved a whole lot of people. Once upon a time, when darkness shrouded the world, I was also one of the people he saved. So you can be proud of your disciple, mister." These words left him a bit stunned, as he blurted out, "That kid.
In the past half year, has he really grown that much?" Ayrton was now sitting in a corner, sobbing loudly, "I can't believe Aaron used to be a coward." He walked over to comfort her. "What's so shocking about Aaron being a coward?" She answered, "Because Aaron was the one who gave me courage. When I was little, I was both cowardly and timid. Every single time during training I wanted to give up, but my dad told me that your name was chosen after Lord Aaron. So I made up my mind to become brave just like Lord Aaron, someone who never flinches in any situation. Yet now I hear he's a coward." He reached out to pat her head. "That coward saved the entire world. That coward was braver than anyone else when everyone else was in despair. That's why the gods called him a brave. Doesn't that make him even more respectable?" These words seemed to strike a chord deep within her. Her spirits lifted a bit. She bounced up, cheerfully replying, "Hearing you say that makes me like Lord Aaron even more." He shook his head. "You really change your mind easily." He thought to himself, "Come to think of it, are all these kids going to die?" When our group arrived, the residents of this region had all wiped out from the plague, except for Argon. Wait a minute, does that mean all these people are going to die in just 1 month? Even if it's a plague? Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance, "This camp is still as filthy as ever." Looking toward the approaching crowd, he recognized him as Levite, the confidant of the Lord of Raysar. In the era of calamity, not everyone stood up to fight evil. The world was divided, and what was harder to deal with than the external enemies were the enemies within. He marched straight toward Argon, speaking up, "Greetings, God of the Sky, Lord Argon." He continued to think, a piece of trash greedy for military exploits, playing the hero in the subjugation team just to show off. He coldly asked, "What is it?" That bastard Levite began to sneer, "For a great hero like Lord Argon to rot away in this cursed land in such a chaotic world. I'm afraid even the gods who have left the earth wouldn't find this acceptable. How about ending this long seclusion and joining the hero army?" He pushed him away. "I told you last time. If the Lord guarantees the safety of these children, I'll think about it." His gaze shifted downward to where the kids were shivering in fear. "I see. I will report that the Sky God is not ready yet. However, that said, I have received strict orders to secure the sword that devours darkness, Shaten. Sitting nearby, he was startled into thought, isn't Shaten one of the strongest swords of the era of calamity? Argon kept it? I never heard Eren mention this. If Argon had a sword of that caliber, he definitely would have handed it to Eren before he set out. He let out a sigh. I've told you countless times that Shaten was broken in the battle 10 years ago. He didn't care, so the Sky God plans to defy the Lord's orders out of personal greed? Why do you lie like that? His voice turned ice cold. Why would I lie? And even if I did lie, what exactly can you people do to me? His words carried an incredibly terrifying wave of killing intent that struck fear into the crowd. Levite's teeth ground hard in anger. Then he turned to leave. I will back off for today. But the Lord will come looking for you soon. As long as you remain in Raysar. After they left, Argon turned back to the two of them, speaking up, sorry you had to see such an unpleasant sight. He replied, not at all. We're used to people like that. Arton snapped angrily, total cowards. He wondered, but what was that about joining the hero army? He explained, it's exactly as they said, joining the army to fight against Erebos. Arton looked a bit frightened, then joining the hero army is a good thing, sir. He explained, we can't do that. If I join the hero army, there will be no one left to look after these kids, Arton reasoned, but the state will obviously take care of them. Before she could even finish, he cut in, Raysar won't care about these kids. In fact, they'll abandon them. They sacrifice the few for the greater good. This startled Arton, making her bolt upright. Abandon them? How can anyone bear the title of a hero and still think like that? He smiled and replied, how strange. Are you guys really children born in this age of calamity? I never expected anyone to talk about an ideal that is so dreamlike and far detached from reality. He stepped forward. So what if it's a dreamlike ideal? If it's the right thing to do, then walking the right path is only natural. That's why you're taking care of these kids, isn't that right, Argon? His gaze shifted toward him as he thought to himself, he's just a kid around 15 or 16 years old, but this depth. What is the deal with him? Then he turned to ask, what are your names? Arton replied, my name is Arton. This black rabbit is Kyle. Hearing the two names, he gently stroked his chin and replied, Kyle, huh? You're in for a rough time. Sucks that you share a name with the new surviving hero. Hearing this, Arton's body suddenly stiffened in shock. Huh? Is Kyle a real person? She jumped to her feet and questioned, a surviving hero? Not wanting her to say anything more, he reached out and grabbed the little girl's tail, yanking her back, which left everyone a bit stunned. He asked in confusion, what's wrong? He explained, it's nothing, sir. Then he turned to warn her, if you keep saying unnecessary things, the conquest plan is going to be ruined. She turned around awkwardly to protest, but, grabbing a lady's tail is just. Across from them, Argon sighed, if it's right, then walking the righteous path is only natural. Yes, those words are absolutely true. I forgot about it for far too long. That obvious value. Then he turned to ask, what did you guys come to Raysar for? He replied, to meet Eren, sir. Then he stood up and explained, in that case, stay here until he returns. Even though there has been no news from that student of mine for the past 6 months, this is still his home. He will return one day. After saying that, he turned around and left. Right as he left, a notification box popped up in front of the two of them, catching Arton a bit by surprise. The system sent an announcement, Conquest Objective, meet Eren upon his return home in 3 days. This made her incredibly excited. The Conquest Objective has progressed. Plus, we get to meet Lord Eren in just 3 days. He nodded in agreement, yeah. He thought to himself, as expected, coming to Argon was the right answer. She then jumped up, chased after Argon, and turned back to tell him, Black Rabbit. I'm going to ask Uncle Argon more about Lord Eren. He helplessly warned her, don't let anything slip. Then a system screen appeared right in front of him, giving him a slight start. Hidden Conquest Objective, save the Sky God, Argon. Looking at the system screen, he wondered, a hidden objective? Am I the only one seeing this? Back when I was Kyle, when we came here, Argon's will had already been broken. Protecting him means helping Argon's will from wavering any further. Within the next 3 days, before Eren returns, something is bound to happen. Am I missing something? Then suddenly, a voice rang out right next to his ear, hey there. You know I'm not human, right? He glanced over, and it was Elsie. He replied, yeah, you're a spirit.
she replied happily, as expected of a great spirit elementalist. Observing her, he thought to himself, Elsie could actually smile like that? Then her eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, and an all-class user to boot. It looks like you really are the surviving hero, Kyle. He immediately cut her off. I'm sorry, but Before he could finish, she interrupted him. Stop trying to fool me. Aside from that idiot, the only person who is both an all-class user and possesses the light orb is Lysinas's comrade. Realizing this, he thought to himself, I can't believe Elsie mistook me for Kyle just because of this orb. She continued, I heard rumors that Lysinas led his comrades away from Gardstrand to conquer Erebos. So, I was actually planning on looking for you guys too. He asked back in confusion, why is that? She smiled and replied, well, obviously, isn't it? To help save this world, why else? Looking at the little girl in front of him left him feeling a bit helpless. Is this kid really the dark great spirit Elsie who once formed a contract with me? She's way too different. Then he asked curiously, why do you want to save the world? She replied, I am a spirit born in the age of calamity, so I really want to see the stars in the night sky. I heard they are so beautiful they're dazzling. He kept asking, then where is Lysinas? He replied, on his way to Raysar. It'll probably take a while for him to get here. Seeing this, she happily replied, thank goodness. I was about to go look for him myself. Luckily I didn't head the wrong way. He continued to ask, what's your reason for wanting to form a contract with Lysinas? She replied, I heard the rumors that you guys defeated Corps Commander Yomongard. In this day and age, someone actually dared to claim they defeated a Corps Commander and went off to conquer Erebos. Isn't that more than enough to be my contractor? This image left him a bit helpless. It's so different, I can't get used to it. But the person Elsie chose as her contractor was me. And I never got to hear that reason. She suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, oh, right. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, keep this a secret from Argon. The dark devouring sword, Shaten, is actually me. Scene changed to the Raysar Lord's castle. Lord Rodion, after hearing the report, questioned in confusion, Argon rejected my invitation again? Levite replied, yes, my lord. He continued, Argon needs that power desperately to protect this place, Raysar. What on earth is over there that makes him constantly? Levite chimed in, it seems he's still concerned about those orphans in that cursed land. He slammed his hand down angrily on the arm of his chair, foolish. Refusing to follow the greater cause just to protect those useless things? Levite added fuel to the fire, and according to rumors among the commoners, that cursed land is currently being ravaged by a plague, sir. This made the Lord even angrier, a plague? What do we do now? If a plague breaks out among the refugees, the entire city will be thrown into chaos. Levite stepped forward with a suggestion, then we must eradicate it at the root before the plague spreads, sir. Of course, it would also break my heart to eliminate those helpless orphans. Rodion worried, but Argon won't just stand by. Levite reassured him, the rumors about the plague have already spread throughout the city. Stopping the plague is also the public's wish. No matter how foolish Argon is, he wouldn't dare pull a stupid stunt that puts a heavily populated city in jeopardy, sir. Rodion let out a sigh, true. It's a good thing you're here, Levite. I'm handing full authority over Raysar's security to you. He replied, I will do my absolute best to repay your lordship's kindness. And I will definitely retrieve Shaten. Scene changed to the outside. Right now, the crowd was buzzing with gossip. The cursed land? Crazy. It's a plague. The other person replied, what the hell is the Lord doing? What if the plague spreads here? He needs to take some measures. That guy immediately made a suggestion, for now, let's just stay far away so we don't catch it. He looked at the group of children in front of him, thinking to himself, after Levite visited Argon's shelter, the rumors about the plague suddenly spiked. Remembering his past conversation with Elsie, she spoke up, Lysinas is an excellent summoner. Plus, he's a black dragon, so he matches perfectly with a dark spirit like me. He replied, why are you telling me something everyone already knows? Alright. Go ahead and form a contract with Lysinas. She turned to ask, do you think this world is worth saving? This question left him a bit puzzled. What are you talking about? She continued, exactly what I said. Whether this world has a reason to exist. He let out a sigh, come on, can't we just figure that out after we save it? He continued to think, the Elsie I met after a year had already felt disillusioned with the world. It wasn't bright like it is now. Same goes for the appearance of Argon, who had lost all his will. He made an assessment. These kids didn't die from a plague.
From a distance, Arton walked up. Black Rabbit, where are you going? I've been looking everywhere. Hurry up and help me prepare dinner. He turned around to ask, first off, where is Uncle Argon? She wondered, Uncle Argon?
Someone claiming to be from the Lord called him away earlier. Just then, a squad of soldiers marched up from the outside and raised their voices. By order of the Lord of Raysar, the campaign to wipe out the plague hotspot begins this very moment. A blonde girl stepped forward in confusion. Misters, Uncle Argon just left for the Lord's castle a moment ago. The soldier didn't care, angrily raising his sword high and shouting, you filthy, infected brat, back off. He swung his sword down, giving the little girl a scare, but luckily Arton rushed over, grabbed the kid, and leaped backward. She shouted angrily, are you insane? He also stepped forward, starting to get serious. Arton, prioritize the children's safety first.
Hearing this, the soldier got angry. You guys plan on resisting us?
A woman stepped forward from behind them to introduce herself. I am Jelen of the Raysar Hero Knight Order. Obstructing our work is the same as defying the Lord's orders.
He gripped his sword tightly at this moment. More like Levite's orders, not the Lord's, right? Using a fake plague as an excuse to slaughter all the kids just so you can retrieve Shaten, isn't it?
His eyes were filled with killing intent. If you want to call yourselves heroes, you should at least maintain some boundaries. Otherwise, it's an insult to those who are actually putting their lives on the line to save this world.
His words displeased Jelen. She immediately rushed forward. A brat like you dares to play hero?
He blocked her attack and continued, with that level of skill, you dare call yourselves a hero army corps?
You aren't a real hero corps. You're just a bunch of pampered knight orders being coddled. He suddenly erupted with a blazing red aura, taking Jelen by surprise. A fire attribute aura? Quite a special ability.
He rushed forward and swung his sword to strike.
She brought up her shield to defend. She mocked, flames of that level won't do anything. My shield aura.
But then the sword began to melt right through her shield, giving her a sudden shock.
Right after that, a massive explosion erupted.
Pointing his sword tip at the trembling girl on the ground, he mocked, both your strength and equipment are way too crude. On this side, without a moment's hesitation, Arton shot forward like a gust of wind. This startled a soldier, filling him with fear. Right after that, she delivered a direct kick straight to his face, twisting his expression as he crashed to the ground.
She calmly lowered her posture to the ground,
then proceeded to leap back up into the air, preparing to strike once more. A succession of kicks smacked right into the soldiers' faces, leaving them with no time to react.
She landed, letting out a soft, cold scoff. Weaklings like this calling themselves heroes is a joke. Witnessing her recent performance, he turned to ask in curiosity, elasticity aura, right? She nodded, yeah. And yours is flame aura, right?
She smiled. If we had a match, it seems like it'd be pretty fun. Only then did Jelen shakily stand up, cursing under her breath, you idiots. Holding her face, she screamed, how dare you touch our hero corps? The House of Levite won't let you guys off easy.
Taking Raysar as an enemy just for some filthy orphans? I'll make you pay.
These words startled Arton.
She asked back in a cold voice, are you saying you want a beating? Standing beside her, he reminded Arton, can you take the kids and take shelter somewhere else?
His voice turned cold, I have some business to settle with this one.
I'm counting on you.
She nodded in agreement, all right. While leading the kids away, she glanced back, thinking to herself, the atmosphere feels way too dangerous. She spoke up to comfort the kids, guys, let's leave this place for a bit.
Returning to the battle, Jelen's voice rang out, are you planning to beg for your life now? You probably didn't want the kids to see that scene, right? Convenient to the absolute extreme. A voice suddenly echoed, looks like she misunderstood something. The little black rabbit is dancing, indeed. Because that's not a sight children should see. That's why I told them to step away.
Sensing the suffocating atmosphere, Jelen's voice carried a hint of fear, don't come any closer. But by then, it was already too late. He finished her off with a single strike. The voice continued to echo, oh my god, are you really the March Hare? No doubt about it. After taking out the leader, he calmly walked over to the remaining soldiers trembling on the ground. He struck without a moment's hesitation.
The voice echoed, the Black Rabbit March Hare killed a knight, see? Without a single shred of hesitation.
He turned back to reply, I'm used to it, dealing with corrupted things like this.
Elsie stepped forward and continued to ask, Are they really planning to kill my friends just to get Shaten? He looked toward her, thinking to himself, the Elsie of that time was still a naive and inexperienced great spirit. This was probably the first time Elsie witnessed the ugly side of this world. Even so, Elsie died while trying to save the world. Flashing back to the past, the image of Elsie gradually fading into the air filled him with a bit of regret. She spoke up cheerfully, Kyle. Regardless, I still want to find it. That very reason to save this world. I just want to see the starlight in the night sky that used to exist before the age of calamity. He continued to tell himself, once the world is saved, Elsie, I bet the starlight in the night sky will be even more beautiful than you imagined. So, this world is very much worth saving. He walked over and patted the little girl's head in a deeply affectionate way, causing her emotions to gradually return. She happily replied, yes. Then she continued, I'm thinking I want to become a guiding star for those poor, lost stars out there. And now I'll say goodbye. Good night, and see you at the dawn of a new day. Looking at the large bonfire in front of him, he still had lingering thoughts in his mind. The conquest objective hasn't been completed yet. Does that mean Argon's shelter isn't in a safe state yet? Argon already left for the Lord's castle, and Elsie stayed behind here. Even without me and Arton, Elsie alone would have more than enough power to handle Levite's underlings. Meaning the death of the children at the orphanage is something that even a great spirit couldn't prevent. If so, the current strategy cannot guarantee the survival of the children. While he was lost in thought, Arton's voice rang out, calling his name. Seeing someone approaching, Elsie immediately vanished into thin air. He turned to reply, Arton. People with strength greater than the bunch that just got taken down are about to swarm in. This startled her. What did you say? He continued, because we thwarted their plans. She replied with a confident tone, even so, if you and I team up. Before she could finish, he cut her off. It's not just a matter of us fighting. Protecting the kids while holding them off won't be easy. She asked back hesitantly, that. He replied, there is a way. She continued to ask, what is it? He answered, to go find Aaron. Hearing this name made Arton incredibly determined as she clenched her fist, but then she gasped, but Lord Aaron isn't supposed to arrive in Raysar for another 3 days. He replied, Aaron has already arrived in Raysar. Last night, I confirmed that the restricted zone of the hero world has shrunk down to Raysar. This got her super excited. Really? Then just like you said, Lord Aaron must definitely be in Raysar. He walked over, putting a hand on her shoulder to reassure her, but we've done our job. So there's no need to take risks to this extent. The corner of her mouth curved into a satisfied smile, and she spoke up, say what you want, but you aren't backing out of this, are you? He replied, it could get genuinely dangerous. She remained confident, I only dreamed of becoming a hero because I admired the brave Aaron. How could someone like me back down like a coward? Besides, if you act alone, Lord Aaron will end up doting only on you later. These words made him narrow his eyes slightly. What? She continued, anyway, you've already figured out a way to find Aaron, right? He let out a sigh, yeah. She then made a suggestion, then go hurry up and invite him over. Until then, I'll protect this place. Images from the past continued to flash by. Someone's voice rang out, Aaron, you're this strong. When you were in Raysar, did you never think about fighting Tartarus? Aaron replied, because I'm terrified of the demon race. The other person continued to ask, but you did think about wanting to fight, right? Aaron nodded, yeah. That's why one day, I made up my mind to go to a place where I could see the full view of Raysar just to gather all my courage. The other person wondered, huh? You hate heights though. Aaron replied, it's because I truly wanted to protect that city, to protect Raysar. The only place where the entire view of Raysar is within sight is this single spot. Right when he arrived at that place, a voice cut in, who is it? He locked eyes with the person standing above, thinking to himself, the sole hero among the great heroes born in the age of calamity, unbelievably cowardly, yet possessing a grand courage that defies imagination. He looked up and spoke, I came here to fetch you, Aaron. Seeing that he knew his name, Aaron wondered, you know my name? He nodded, of course. Your younger siblings at Argon's shelter are in danger. Hearing this news, Aaron gasped, what did you say? He continued, tonight, they might all die. It takes your strength to save those kids. Without a moment's hesitation, Aaron channeled his power. A faint purple glow enveloped his body, which immediately transformed into a golden energy wrapping around his entire frame. He turned toward him, questioning, have we met somewhere before? He remained completely calm, in the not-so-distant future. Now isn't the time to be discussing that. Right as his words left his mouth, Aaron shot off like a gust of wind. Watching his retreating figure, he thought to himself, running off for the people who matter, whether back then or now, that never changes, does it? So let a message be sent to all the lost stars on this land. That I will be the star that guides the night. Let's light up this path together. Scene change back to A.R. Tun. The little girl looked out in fear at the scene outside where a brutal battle was unfolding. A guy's voice rang out, "Useless fools. Making me take matters into my own hands in the end." A.R. Tun, with her nimble speed, easily dodged his attack, replying, "An attack that's nothing but raw power, way too mediocre." Seeing himself looked down upon, he spun around and delivered another slash, this time infused with magic power, giving A.R. Tun a slight start as she thought to herself, magic power? She landed, mocking, a mage mimicking a warrior? Aren't you embarrassed? Gritting his teeth in anger, he thought to himself, don't tell me this brat wiped out my entire night order? I thought as long as we kept Aaron tied down, there would be no one left in our way. He rushed forward to attack, shouting, pathetic, you're just borrowing the power of magic items. Your actual strength is garbage. Sounding like a gust of wind, she rushed in and delivered a direct kick straight to his face, making him let out a painful cry. After that, his entire body sent flying backward, slamming hard into a nearby wall. She let out a sigh and continued, it's not over yet. Get up. Then suddenly, a gentle voice rang out, not bad. Actually, I should say astonishing. Mother's words were indeed correct, going against the heroes on the surface is still very dangerous. This girl was the demon race Talentunia Tartaros, daughter of the magical beast queen Shilatuna. Seeing someone approach, A.R. Tun flared with anger, there are still survivors? Then she rushed up, shouting, I'll make you vanish right this instant. But that attack was easily neutralized by Talentunia. She covered her mouth in mockery, oh my, can you really pull that off, little kitty? Not getting eaten by me is already lucky enough for you. Looking at the wounds that were gradually healing gave A.R. Tun a shock. The demon race? How is that possible? There clearly isn't any scent of the demon race at all. Talentunia explained, oh, that? Maybe it's because I devoured the arm of the fairy king? What I'm looking for isn't a bland beast man like you, so just drop dead. The moment her words fell, she swung her hand to strike. Right as the attack was launched, it was instantly blocked by something. Seeing this figure appear, Talentunia grew amused. Finally decided to show your face, Shaten? Elsie replied coldly, my name is Elsie. Shaten is merely the sword I reside in. She smiled, whatever your name is doesn't matter anymore. As long as the dark great spirit tastes good, that's fine. Right as she was about to rush forward to attack, she was instantly stopped by Elsie's magic threads. The girl extended her hand forward, her eyes filled with absolute determination. Looking down at her locked legs, Talentunia gasped, wait, my body is automatically. Instantly, her faculties lost control, turning right back to finish herself off right before her own stunned eyes. Looking at her collapsed on the ground, Elsie continued, compared to 10 years ago when Agon and I defeated you, you haven't changed a bit, Spider Princess. Witnessing that confusing scene filled Arton, who was standing behind, with pure admiration. That's incredible. So you're a great spirit. Elsie bashfully replied, it's just a small trick. While she wasn't paying attention, one of Talentunia's legs began to move. Immediately after, it shot forward, piercing straight through Elsie's chest right before her stunned eyes. Arden was also heavily impacted, getting blown backward. She laughed out loud with delight, ha ha ha. How amusing, how amusing. Do that again for me. Without a moment's hesitation, Elsie unleashed a barrage of consecutive attacks straight at her. Arden approached from behind and asked with concern, are you okay? With only half of her face remaining, Talentunia's voice continued, how does it feel? Quite different from 10 years ago, isn't it? A great spirit without a contractor expects to single-handedly defeat me, the daughter of the monster queen? Let's see, what does a great spirit taste like? Let me have a bite. Looking at her hideous mouth, Arden immediately leaped forward, throwing a kick straight into it and screaming, no you don't. But that last attack didn't cause her any damage whatsoever. Her voice became distorted, this little kitten. These words filled her eyes with utter terror. Then she remembered his words, that coward saved the entire world. If I want to follow in the hero's footsteps, I can't be afraid, and I can't freeze up here. After stealing her resolve, Arden rushed in to attack once more, but this time Talentunia was on guard. A leg whipped out from behind, striking directly toward the girl. All she could do now was stand there and watch the incoming attack. Taking the full brunt of the hit, her entire body was sent flying, slamming hard into the wall behind her. Talentunia's voice rang out, get in line, I'll eat you after dessert.
Trembling all over from the pain, she slowly stood back up. Her eyes grew weary as she thought to herself, I have to get up.
Please move, please. Then, from behind, a familiar voice echoed, are you alright?
The silhouette of the person who had just appeared made her eyes light up. Aaron appeared like a bright star, speaking up, you've worked hard.
Unaware of this arrival, Talentunia continued with her meal, ha ha ha. Now, just give up.
From a distance, Aaron's voice rang out, let go of that girl. Hearing this voice, she flinched slightly.
Aaron's body now began to undergo a transformation. Watching this, Talentunia evaluated, beastification? Today isn't even a full moon. Are you a mutant?
Now fully transformed, Aaron said in a cold voice, I told you to let go of that girl.
She challenged him, I don't want to. Don't ruin my meal, beat it. Why are there so many annoying pests around today anyway?
Her attack lunged forward, but Aaron easily reached out and caught it. Right after that, he pulled hard, dragging her toward him.
An arm instantly shot out and grabbed her by the neck. Terrified, she cried out, what kind of strength is this?
Without a moment's hesitation, Aaron slammed her massive body hard into the ground, shattering the earth. Hiding behind a wall, Arton witnessed that entire moment perfectly.
After the battle ended, Aaron walked away carrying Elsie's small body. Her voice piped up, who on earth are you? Aaron asked with concern, are you hurt anywhere?
This gesture left her a bit flustered. On the outside, Talentunia screamed furiously, how dare you?
Meanwhile, Aaron calmly reminded her, I will eliminate this demon right now. Step aside. Before he could even finish his sentence, she leaped forward, screaming, who? Who's eliminating who?
Her full power attack surged forward, but Aaron remained calm, without a hint of fear.
She continued to howl, you insolent brutes. I will kill you all.
At this moment, Aaron's entire body turned a brilliant golden color. Clenching his fist, he muttered, I'm not going to just sit here and wait for your magic to finish. The energy radiating from his arm caused the surrounding space to fluctuate violently.
Countless streaks of light shot like arrows directly into Talentunia's position, making her cry out in pain.
The cries gradually faded, returning the night sky to a quiet stillness. The scene shifted to the southern region of Raysar.
Levite was running for his life, clenching his teeth and cursing, damn it, I never expected that woman to be a demon. Colluding with demons, if this truth gets out, I'll definitely be executed.
Then a strange sensation suddenly washed over him, causing him to startle. This feeling is bizarre. Instantly, his hand was severed by something. Panting heavily, he collapsed onto the ground in agony. Leo approached, saying coldly, dealing with a traitor I already dealt with in the past.
Realizing his intent, Levite's face grew more terrified than ever. Wait, spare my life. I will guarantee your status and reputation.
But before he could finish his sentence, he swung his sword and sent him on his way. After dealing with the traitor, he sheathed his sword.
Looking down at the body on the ground, he muttered, if the world ends, what meaning do status and reputation even have? Peace returned to the refugee camp. At this moment, Arton rushed over, grabbed Aaron's hand, and blurted out, Lord Aaron. Lord Aaron. I've admired you since I was a child. This slightly over-the-top behavior terrified Aaron. I told you I'm not someone worth admiring. Besides, go get your wounds treated.
Then he turned back to Elsie, approaching to check on her.
Kyle, you're here? He asked back, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?
She replied with a bright smile, I'm fine. Besides, we managed to defeat the Spider Princess.
He let out a sigh, she won't die that easily from just that.
He thought to himself, it's not a coincidence that she's the monster that destroyed an entire country.
She suddenly called his name, catching him a bit off guard. Hey, why don't we recommend Aaron to Lysinus?
With that kind of power, he would definitely be a huge help in saving the world.
He patted the young girl's head and replied, alright, let's do that.
This gesture made her a bit shy. Then she spoke up, and another thing.
I've changed my mind, not Lysinus, but Kyle. I want to form a contract with you. I've taken quite a liking to you.
He let out a helpless sigh. I'm honored, but I don't currently have enough power to form a contract with you.
And right now, I am not Kyle.
This startled her. Come to think of it, it really is strange.
Even for an all-class, your power doesn't seem to be that great yet.
Even so, I still want to form a contract with you.
If it's you, you will definitely be able to defeat Erebus. I want to bet my future on you. Facing this firm attitude, he extended his hand. If you say so.
The two of them connected. At this moment, Elsie spoke up. I am the dark spirit Elsie. I swear to become your sword and shield for the duration of this contract. Once the contract was complete, he smiled to himself. Even though it's a contract that will end when the hero world concludes, it feels quite refreshing. Looking at the crest on his arm, he voiced, I'm counting on you. Over in another corner, Aaron's terrified voice rang out, I told you to stay away. Arden was still sticking to him like glue. I admire you so much. You're so cool, Lord Aaron. Suddenly, a voice called his name, freezing Aaron in his tracks. Everyone turned their eyes toward where the voice came from. The newcomer was none other than his master Agon. He stepped up and asked, You were in Raysar? He nodded, yes. He furiously rushed forward, putting Aaron in a headlock, and scolded, Then you should have come to visit your master sooner. He was in too much pain to speak. He continued to lecture, and you need to greet your senior and junior disciples too. What kind of corner have you been rolling around in before finally showing your face here? Aaron sheepishly replied, I'm sorry, master. As soon as he appeared, the children immediately ran out, shouting, Uncle Agon. Seeing that the children were safe, his eyes welled up with emotion as he choked out, It's good that everyone is safe. Watching everyone celebrate, he thought to himself, if this tragedy hadn't been prevented today, Agon wouldn't be a hero anymore. It seems being able to see how the past has been changed is a stroke of good fortune as well. After that, the two of them walked over to his position. Agon spoke up, If it weren't for you guys, we'd be in deep trouble. Thanks. He thought to himself, did Elsie manage to hide herself in time? Nearby, Arden's eyes sparkled as she looked at Aaron and said, Lord Aaron got scolded big time. He flinched away, dodging, stay back. Arden refused to let him off, calling out, Lord Aaron. Witnessing this scene, Agon let out a weary sigh. Did that little girl take a hit to the head? She still looks so young. Standing next to him, he could only offer a forced laugh. That's just how his personality is. Let it go. Then he held out a book and said, Though it's nothing valuable. Can you accept this? Looking at the book in front of him, he wondered, he explained, it's my aura cultivation method. It's also the one Aaron learned. Aaron made it his own and gained the ability to freely beastify at will. Utterly surprised by this gift, he stammered in reply, Thank you, sir. Examining the book, he thought to himself, Is this the original manuscript of the Brave's Breath? He observed it for a moment as if realizing something, then turned around and called out, We have to go, Arden. Pointing up at the sky, he reminded her, If you have anything to say it quickly. The young girl startled and stepped closer to Aaron, stammering, Lord Aaron, could you pat my head once to cheer me on? These words caught Aaron off guard, but looking at her pleading attitude, he yielded helplessly. He stepped forward, patted her head, and encouraged, I don't know what's going on, but do your best. You'll do great. Having her head patted by her idol, the little girl exclaimed with delight, I'm never washing my hair again. A voice rang out, second star to the right. Then straight on till morning light. Turn right at the second fork and keep going until dawn breaks. He and Aaron were communicating telepathically at this moment. There will be many hardships ahead. There will also be people you cannot protect. You will despair in the face of continuous trials, but you can do it, because you have a friend who will draw a sheep for you. The trajectory of all those lives will guide your way. What is essential is invisible to the eye. Because you are braver than anyone else. Hearing these words, Aaron wondered, Why do you think I'm brave? I'm just a coward. He immediately cut him off, Because you saved the world. Just as the words left his mouth, a blinding flash of light erupted between the two of them. This made Aaron gasp out, Is it really me? He smiled, So I will also try my best to completely destroy Erebus. So, my friends, do not stop. Turn right at the second fork and keep going until dawn breaks. The system sent a notification, Aaron's World Chapter, the Origin Prologue, has been conquered. Rewards, Aaron's Breath, Agon's Book, Great Dark Spirit Elsie. On the outside, Burga was repeatedly questioning, Haven't you found a way to undo the hero world yet? The vice instructor stammered an explanation, There's no other way. Because it's a hero dungeon, it cannot be controlled. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Calm down, Burga. Hearing this voice, he turned around and asked, What brings the looming professors here? Elandu replied, Since it involves the hero world, sharing experience is always better. Our academy had several unfortunate incidents during the first semester, and in this particular incident, our students are also involved. These words gave Burga a slight startle. What? Then the stone monument behind suddenly glowed, catching his attention. He turned around and gasped, the stone monument. Ilandu's eyes narrowed slightly. The reaction of the hero record is a sign that the hero world is being conquered, or the page has closed because the challenger has died. A few seconds later, Leo and Arton were teleported outside. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he murmured, "We're back." As soon as he saw the two of them return, Burga rushed over to embrace his daughter, sobbing, "Are you hurt anywhere?" She smiled, "Yes, father. I've successfully conquered Lord Aaron's hero world." He continued anxiously, "That doesn't matter. Arton, do you have any idea how worried I was?" Paying them no mind, he slipped his hand into his pants pocket when he suddenly felt something that made him flinch, his eyes widening. Looking at the gem in front of him, with Elsie's image inside, he caught himself off guard. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Arton pointed at him and continued, "Father, if it weren't for this black rabbit, I wouldn't have been able to complete the conquest." He stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. "Kyle, truly remarkable. To think you actually conquered Lord Aaron's page." He explained, "I didn't do it alone." He frowned slightly. "Humility? Whatever the reason, you and Arton successfully conquered Lord Aaron's world. This is the decisive proof that you deserve to be a student of the Azonia Hero Academy. I am very pleased." Then Professor Yura walked over, interrupting their conversation. "Sorry to break up the chat." She leaned in close and whispered to him, "You little brat, the class representative? What the hell are you doing here?" He calmly replied, "Who are you?" This made Professor Yura furious as she screamed, "Do you have a death wish, song? Are you trying to double dip with both Lumine and Azonia? Did you think using a magic pin would fool the professors?" Burga approached, wondering, "Lumine? What is the meaning of this?" Ilandu explained, "It seems our student has been rude, though I don't know how he managed to join Azonia's entrance ceremony. Allow me to introduce him, this is Leo Plav, the first-year representative of Lumine." Back at the Leo mansion, his mother was currently sipping a cup of tea when a servant's voice rang out, "Madam, a guest has arrived." She replied, "A guest? Who is it?" The servant answered, "She says she's the young master's schoolmate." This left her a bit curious. "Is that so? Then please invite her in first." She thought to herself, if she's not from a prominent family but claims to be Leo's schoolmate, it means they have a close relationship and she just came here to hang out. A moment later, a small figure appeared and spoke up, "Hello, ma'am. I'm Chelsea, Leo's classmate." Recognizing the girl, she stood up and waved her over, thinking to herself, it's the Llewellyn girl who teamed up with Leo during the entrance exam. She spoke up, "Welcome. Come take a seat." The young girl held out a beautiful box of pastries, explaining, "This is a small gift for our first meeting." Looking at the box, she praised, "Oh my, is this from the Rodrun Royal Bakery? It's been a while since I've had their pastries." Facing this polite attitude, Chelsea's voice faltered, The thing is, please speak freely." Hearing that, Raina sighed, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." While enjoying a piece of cake, she noted, "By the way, my son has been away from home for a few days now. I hope he hasn't made you wait in vain." Chelsea replied cheerfully, "Oh, it's fine. I was planning to stay in Del Lard during this summer break anyway." While the two of them were talking, he walked up from behind, wondering, "When did you get here?" His sudden appearance startled both his mother and Chelsea. After returning, he went straight back to his room and changed clothes. Outside, Chelsea's voice carried a hint of shyness. "Excuse me." He cheerfully replied, "Come in." She slowly stepped inside, shyly thinking to herself, "Is this Leo's room?" Leo's room, how should I put it? It looks incredibly, so very ordinary. He crossed his arms and retorted, "What exactly were you expecting?" He walked over to his bed, sat down, and turned to ask, "Do you want to hear about Azonia's entrance ceremony?" She replied happily, "Of course. Tell me all about it." He began to tell the story. During the entrance ceremony, Aaron's hero world was opened. Thinking of this, Chelsea gasped, "The hero record of great hero Aaron was activated?" He continued, "And the applicants entering Azonia were dragged into it, and successfully conquered Aaron's world." He was about to say more but remembered the images of the two professors, so he stopped the story right there. After hearing the story, Chelsea smiled widely. Azonia's students are really something else. Conquering the world of a great hero. She stood up, full of determination. "You better give me some special training today." He nodded in agreement, "Sure." Her eyes lit up, "Then can I sleep over tonight?" He sighed wearily, "Suit yourself." Night fell over the mansion, and by this time, young Chelsea was fast asleep. While he was still sitting up, thinking about everything that had happened,
Lately I've been receiving rewards that should be impossible to get from conquering a hero world. But the fact that Elsie, who existed in the past of the hero world, has actually crossed over into reality is a completely different story. Could the cause of this be because I am actually Kyle? First, I need to check on Elsie's condition. He began to activate the crest on his hand. Immediately after, a massive amount of mana poured outward. Elsie's eyes slowly fluttered open. Looking at her, he asked warmly, "Are you awake?" She looked around in confusion. "Where is this? Also, where did your rabbit ears go? This feels so suffocating. It seems I can't exert my full power." He thought to herself, it really is the Elsie I met in Aaron's world that has come into reality. She's definitely not in perfect condition. Did she link up with me, the contractor, to cross over from the distant past to the present? To think the hero world hid this many capabilities. She glanced outside and gasped, "Kyle, the moon is no longer red. There are also strange glowing particles in the night sky." She wondered, what is that? It looks like the starlight I've only heard about in stories. He nodded and replied, "That's right, those are stars." He explained, "Listen, Elsie. It might be hard to believe, but you are in the future. This is the world 5,000 years after the era you lived in." His words made her gasp. "What?" He continued, "My name now is Leoplav, and during the Calamity era 5,000 years ago, I was known as the surviving hero, Kyle. I destroyed Erebus and reincarnated into this era." Still a bit dazed, she spoke up, "Having witnessed this sight, I have no choice but to believe your words." "So it's an era of peace now?" He replied, "Yes, but it can't be called complete peace. Even though I defeated Erebus, he hasn't entirely disappeared, and Tartarus is still out there." Catching his drift, she replied, "I see." His voice was resolute, "That's why I must defeat them." Seeing his determination, she replied, "If that's the case, I'll help too. If this is reality, then my destiny is to accompany you. So please count on me." Kyle, "No, Leoplav is correct." The scene shifted to the next day. Chelsea suddenly blurted out, "Ah. So Queen Vastera is actually you, and Reina?" He was strolling in the garden with Jis. He turned to his son's friend, mentioning how well she got along with his mother. He nodded and replied, "That's very true." From ahead, a butler approached, bowing as he reported, "Master, a guest has arrived." Jis wondered, "Oh, where is the guest from?" The butler replied, "They claim to be from Lumine Academy." This left Jis deeply puzzled as he looked at him. "From Lumine?" He sheepishly replied, "Ah, today?" Noticing Chelsea chatting away happily, a familiar voice rang out, "Why are you here, Chelsea?" Seeing him, Chelsea was startled. "Professor Harlan." As soon as she saw him, she stood up and walked over to greet him. "I came to hang out at Leo's house." "What brings you here, Professor?" Professor Harlan held out a file and replied, "I'm doing home visits for the students. You're next on the list, so go home and stay there." She replied in a low voice, "Yes, sir." Leo and Jis walked out. He spoke up, "It is an honor to meet you, Professor." Harlan cheerfully replied, "Thank you for the warm welcome." "Ah, and this is..." Someone walked over from a distance and answered, "This is my house." "Long time no see, Professor Harlan. Your wrinkles seem to have multiplied quite a bit." Harlan pouted, "If you don't want to be penalized, you'd better keep quiet, Reina Jerdinger." Reina grumbled with dissatisfaction, "How old am I that you're still talking to me like that? Besides, my name is Reina Plavnow." Looking at the stack of documents, he voiced, "I'll get straight to the point. Your son's aptitude as a hero candidate is absolutely phenomenal. No one can match him." Gently patting her son's head, she wondered, "Did you eat something strange, Professor? Why the sudden praise?" He held out another file and explained, "Please take a look at this, Mrs. Plav." She murmured to herself while reviewing it, "Night Department, Magic Department, Summoning Department." He has consistently maintained the top rank in his class across all three departments. His ability to lead other students is exceptionally brilliant. Then she looked up, "However, this is just my personal opinion." Leo didn't hesitate at all when facing danger. His father asked with a bit of concern, "What do you mean by that, sir?" He continued, "Perhaps in the entire history of Lumine, it is extremely rare for a first-year student to display such overwhelming skills like Leo, a 15-year-old youth constantly achieving great exploits. These accomplishments are on par with those of the heroes." His father replied, "Then isn't that a good thing?" Reina felt a bit anxious. It can't be considered an entirely good thing. Achieving exploits means having to wager one's life. It's far too dangerous for a first-year student's journey. Even though I don't say it out loud, I'm truly very worried. He turned to ask him, Leo, may I ask why you are pushing yourself so hard? He pondered for a few seconds before giving a resounding answer. Once you have set a goal to become a hero, challenges are inevitable, sir. Observing him, Professor Harlan thought to himself, Leo Plav truly isn't a student who just blindly admires heroes. He recalled the words he had previously spoken, my goal is to completely destroy Erebus. I only have one objective that I want to achieve. The scene shifted to the opening day of school in the city of Lumeria. Strolling through the crowded street, he sensed, this place is as bustling as always. He looked at the sign of a shop in front of him. Is this a cafe managed by the academy? I should go in and grab something to eat. Right next to him, an argument was breaking out. We are students of Lumine. Why won't you let us in? The shop employee explained. That is why you must please present your student ID cards. They began to make excuses. I forgot it. We won't stay long, just inside for a moment. The blonde guy chimed in. I've been coming here throughout the entire first semester. Don't you remember my face? Watching this scene, he let out a sigh and thought to himself, they must be the hero candidates who were advised to withdraw after the final exams. The guy in black was still pleading, I'm just going in to see a professor for a bit and will come right out. Is even that not allowed? The other man shook his head, if you aren't a student of Lumine, it's a no. He clenched his fist so tightly it trembled, if you don't step aside, don't blame me for using force. Someone approached from behind him, speaking in a cold tone, you're being too noisy. The sudden appearance of this person made him freeze for a moment. He continued, Lumine does not grant a second chance to those who have been expelled. Give up and walk your own path. The path to becoming a hero doesn't just consist of studying at Lumine. The guy in black angrily questioned, who do you think you are? We haven't been expelled yet. As soon as his sentence was finished, the surrounding space instantly turned into black and white, and those two punks vanished without a trace. He turned around to leave. What a nuisance. I heard rumors that this year's first years were incredibly talented. But seeing these expelled failures making a scene without any shame, it seems the rumors were wrong. The employee wondered, what did you just do to them? The man replied, don't worry, I just sent them a little far away. He muttered to himself, why on earth did Callian call me here? Looking toward him, he evaluated in his heart, that ability just now. That man is a dragon. After a while, he along with the other students arrived at the harbor. Then from a distance, a voice rang out, Leo. Celia. Did everyone have a nice summer break? Seeing the person approaching, Celia exclaimed with delight, Chloe, I was buried up to my neck with family affairs. Chloe turned to ask him, what about Leo? He let out a sigh and replied, it was just ordinary. Celia turned to question him, attending Azonia's entrance ceremony counts as ordinary? Hearing this, Chloe also gasped in shock beside him, Azonia's entrance ceremony? He smiled, I'll tell you the details later. Yet another person walked up, carrying a large bag of items, and it was none other than Carlo. He waved to everyone, Ayo, hey Leo, Chloe, Celia. Celia pouted, how bizarre. I didn't expect Carlo to actually survive until the second semester. He confidently replied, it's all thanks to sheer capability, you know? Passing by the group, Chelsea stepped up and waved, ah, class rep. Then a deep voice rang out, cutting through the group's cheerful atmosphere, the atmosphere here is wonderful. So young and full of life. Brimming with high spirits and vitality. Meanwhile, I only feel myself growing older. Seeing this man, he murmured to himself, it's that dragon from earlier. He introduced himself, pleasure to meet you all. My name is Riven. The vice principal of Lumine Academy. Hearing this name, Carlo gasped in shock, Professor Riven? But they said he left the academy 5 years ago. Scanning across the crowd of students, he evaluated, there are a total of 440 freshmen this year. Among them, the number of students who managed to hold out until the second semester is 346. The survival rate is exceptionally high indeed. People even call you the golden generation. Then he continued, but I'm the type of person who won't believe it until I see it with my own eyes. I want to test your capabilities just once. He pointed toward the academy in the distance. There won't be any trains coming to Lumine today. I'll be waiting at the academy's main gate. With that said, his entire body turned into a black liquid and vanished. Then he suddenly popped his head back up to remind them, I forgot. Crossing the lake won't be easy at all, it might even get so tight that nobody makes it there. Seeing the way he came and went left all the students completely dumbfounded. Carlo's expression turned grim. Arg. Lumine's daily life has officially begun. At this very moment, everyone began their journey across the waters. He looked down at the current below and evaluated. It's so vast that if someone told me it's the sea, I'd believe it. Besides, before the Calamity Era, this place wasn't a lake, right? The center of the world is where Lumine Academy is located. But I heard that it used to be the land of the dragons, and it was also the very first place to be attacked when Erebus appeared. While he was moving, something suddenly flashed by him as fast as lightning. That person was none other than Duran. Reaching his hand forward, he voiced, "Throughout the entire summer break, I have prepared myself to defeat you." Just as he was about to strike, a massive current of water instantly surged forward, pushing them back to opposite sides. The one responsible for this was Eliza. She pointed and shouted loudly, "We will settle the score from our unfinished battle last time, Leo Plav." Chelsea exclaimed with excitement, "It's only the first day of school and it's already getting interesting." Flying high above and observing the students, Riven was thoroughly amused. "I can't miss out on such an excellent show." Another person replied, "True, true. Just take it slow." Her attack lunged forward, but Leo didn't even dodge and instead showed amusement. He extended his hand forward, activating his freeze skill. "You won't escape this time." Just as his attack struck, Eliza and Ruri leaped high into the air to evade it. She smiled with amusement. "I already anticipated up to that point." She continued to command, "Ruri." Following the command, the dolphin opened its mouth wide, blasting a massive torrent of energy directly toward him. Taking the full brunt of this sudden attack caused intense waves of pain to surge through Leo's body. Eliza gloated, "Great job, Ruri." Just like that. But before she could finish her sentence, Duran rushed in from behind like a gust of wind, screaming, "He is my prey, Eliza Herjin." Watching the two of them squabble over him, Leo scratched his head and sighed. "So who's coming first?" Duran spoke solemnly, "Me, of course." This made Eliza furious. "Don't be ridiculous. It's me first." Seeing them keep arguing, he made a suggestion. "Then let's do it this way. The two of you fight each other first, and I will fight the winner. Isn't that fair?" The two glared and growled at each other. "That makes sense." "Fine then, bring it on, Duran Moira." Eliza was thrilled. "I'm delighted to have you test Delphinus's capabilities." She screamed loudly, "Water monster Gorgos." Instantly, waves enveloped Duran from all sides. He laughed with amusement. "You're not even close, Eliza." Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward at a speed like the wind. The two sources of energy collided with immense violence. Leo paid them no mind and continued to move forward. Everyone is so full of energy on the first day of school. At this rate, everyone will probably make it to school safely. Surely there are no students left who can't cross the lake now. In another corner, Carlo and Eliana were completely unbothered. "It's no big deal." Carlo added with amusement, "At this level, it wouldn't even matter if a kraken showed up." He continued to ponder. "It's obvious that everyone has grown stronger. However, the opponent is a dragon that has lived for ages. It absolutely won't end this simply." While they were moving, a patch of fog suddenly materialized, severely restricting their visibility. Carlo wondered, "Why is there a sudden fog like this?" Eliana chimed in, "It's probably just the lake fog. It happens often here." The black currents of air now appeared more densely, causing Eliana to flinch slightly. She slowly lowered herself to the ground, scanning her surroundings as everything suddenly turned dark, but she was completely unaware that a figure had been standing there, observing her from then until now. Only after a few seconds did she detect this person's presence. Decisively drawing her sword, she spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" Looking at this person, her eyes suddenly widened, because the person standing before her right now was Professor Harlan, but the professor's appearance was incredibly abnormal. Shifting the scene to Leo's side, the fog had also become dense by this time. He observed, silently evaluating in his heart, the fog suddenly. He reached his hand out, sensing something. Is this dragon language magic? It's the thing Lysinus used a very long time ago. The dragon race's curse, created to counter the power of Tartaros's curse. Nightmare. This curse forces a person to fight against the individual they least want to confront among everyone they know. He turned his head to look behind, and the image that appeared left his eyes slightly surprised. Images from the past flooded back. His own case was indeed. Familiar phrases echoed in his mind along with the apparition of Lysinus appearing. How many miles to Babylon? 70 miles and 10. Can I get there by candlelight? Yes, and back again.
If your heels are nimble and light, you may get there by candlelight. Returning to reality, the screen currently displayed images of students floating on the lake's surface. Observing through the monitor, the professors could only shake their heads in dismay. As expected, forcing first years to stand against Vice Principal Riven's illusion magic is simply too much.
Professor Sejin lamented, "That's not very elegant, is it?"
Meanwhile, Professor Harlan beside him was still intently focusing on a certain figure on the screen.
He thought to himself, "How will it go this time, Leo Plav?" Returning to his illusion, Lee Sinus voiced, "Kyle."
She pointed backward, "Go forward." He looked toward the light in the distance and slowly walked over, replying, "I knew you would say that."
"Thanks."
With that said, he walked straight toward the light ahead. She watched his retreating figure and smiled, "Do your best." In the outside world, Riven looked at the beam of light emitting from the middle of the lake, feeling a bit astonished himself. So nightmare is still not enough after all. Then he suddenly appeared, gliding past him, and mocked, "Usually, people don't design an exam to be an impossible mission, right?"
He glanced back, wondering, "How did you manage to dispel the magic in Breakout?"
He replied with a smile, "I just broke it and came out." He stepped over to a nearby bench and continued, "Sit down. I have held the position of vice principal at Lumine for a very long time. Throughout that time, I have witnessed many students become heroes, yet none of them dreamed of an ideal that goes far beyond the title of a hero itself. I have watched this stagnant world for too long and gradually lost my passion.
That is why I deliberately chose not to see your potential. I am sorry."
Then he turned to ask him, "So, what is your dream?"
He confidently replied, "To completely destroy Erebus."
His words gave Riven a slight startle. He continued, "Being disappointed in the students, after serving as a teacher at Lumine for so long, is perfectly understandable."
Then he asked a counter-question, "But do you know this?" He asked back in curiosity, "Know what?"
He explained, "The Wisdom King saved this world because he never once gave up. Even if he failed thousands of times, even if he was disappointed thousands of times, he said that was no reason to quit."
If you are a descendant of the Wisdom King, then under no circumstances are you permitted to give up, correct?
His fist clenched tightly upon hearing these words from him.
He stammered out, "You know about my identity?"
He replied, "I look forward to your guidance in the future, Vice Principal Riven." Watching his retreating figure as he left, he thought to himself, "The great Wisdom King, he reminds me of his will. Just what kind of sacred existence
is that youth's true identity anyway?"
The scene shifted to the Lumine Academy opening ceremony. While he was currently sitting in the waiting room, a voice suddenly rang out, "Leo."
The green-haired girl checked in. "Did you have a nice summer break?"
He nodded in response.
After that, she excitedly began to recount. Leo's performance during the Interdepartment Exchange Festival was truly impressive. That commanding presence on the battlefield was just like a hero. I'm really quite unlucky
being sandwiched between such outstanding seniors and juniors like this.
Hark, standing nearby, interjected mockingly, "What the hell are you saying? You female beast." The undefeated rank 1 student of the second year.
With that said, he flopped down onto a nearby bed to rest. The green-haired girl angrily shot back, "Senior Hark.
Why did you say that ridiculous nickname in front of Leo?"
He didn't reply and instantly drifted off to sleep. "Wake me up when the opening ceremony begins." Sitting in front and observing the two of them, he thought to himself, the aura trait is accumulation, so he usually stores up his energy and power, and only unleashes it when fighting.
It truly is a rare trait. Though it seems he really does sleep a lot normally.
Then the green-haired girl turned back toward him, explaining, "Leo, that female beast name is just a nickname the seniors made up to tease me. I actually have a magnificent title, the Spirit Master of the Gale."
Then someone unexpectedly approached from behind, embracing the girl from the back, and wondered, "Doesn't Spirit Master of the Gale sound a bit too ordinary? That's why female beast is the most fitting."
Turning around to look at the person behind, the green-haired girl blurted out, "Senior Elena."
Elena looked toward him and continued, "Leo. You said you had a favor to ask of me, right?" He nodded to confirm.
She continued, "If it's right now, I might agree to help.
But in return, you must also grant one request of mine, alright?"
Just as she was about to say more, Hark woke up by this time, turned around, and reminded her, "Hey, you dare to use the trick even on a first-year student now?"
She replied with a smug smile, "Senior Hark, could you mind your own business for once?"
Seeing the two about to fight, the green-haired girl hastily spoke up to stop them, as seniors.
"You can't fight here."
Then a voice called out from the outside, "That's right.
What kind of stunt are you pulling in front of the juniors? If you're all packed up, let's go. Seeing the young man who had just arrived, the two girls immediately stepped forward in excitement. Elena made a proposal, shall we go? The green-haired girl beside her nodded in confirmation, yes. While watching their retreating figures, Hark's voice rang out, Leo Plav. He cautioned, you'd better be careful with Elena Geron. He asked back in curiosity, why is that? Hark explained, since she was a child, she has had a tendency to treat those around her as playthings. He replied, I know her personality is quite whimsical. Hark added, that is true, but the real problem is when she finds a special toy. These words gave him a slight startle. Hark continued, she seems to be highly interested in you. So be careful. He paused for a few seconds before smiling back, thank you for the warning, senior. With that said, he turned around and departed. In any case, I have high expectations for you. A brilliant junior is always welcome. At this moment on the school grounds, the principal spoke up to remind them, although many unfortunate events have occurred, thanks to your courage and mature handling, we are able to welcome the second semester in peace. Even in circumstances of ultimate crisis, you did not lose the light. He was currently deep in thought, musing to himself, from now on, Tartarus will likely officially target me. The traitor blending into Lumine might even make a direct move to eliminate me. I need to be more cautious. The principal's words continued to echo. To those who dream of becoming Lumine's heroes, I hope that this time you will also surpass your own limits. Returning to the classroom, Carlo groaned dejectedly, was suffering from the vice principal's curse not enough that we have to attend class on the very first day of the second semester. In contrast to his dejection, Chelsea beside him was thoroughly thrilled, of course. This is Lumine after all. At this moment, someone pushed the classroom door open and walked in, introducing, hello, everyone. Long time no see. Today we will look into the events that occurred within the Hero academic community during the break. Eliana wondered, a new event in the Hero academic community? Bella beside her chimed in, what is it? Could it be that some new hero dungeon was discovered? She continued to explain, as you all probably know by now. During Azonia's entrance ceremony this time, the previously unconquered prologue page of Hero Aaron was finally conquered, and then a name was mentioned from the mouth of this conqueror. Although it is unknown whether it refers to the same individual as the hero of origin, within the world of the great heroes, the name Kyle has officially been mentioned for the first time. This left the students below deeply puzzled. Kyle? Meanwhile, he looked toward the professor and thought to himself, according to records, Aaron should have heard my name from Agon. The students began to chatter noisily, is Kyle a real figure? But no hero records of him have ever been found. Seeing the rowdy students, the professor voiced to remind them, calm down, everyone. After all, this is merely a mention of a name. It still cannot be confirmed whether it refers to the hero of origin or not. Chloe raised her hand to speak, excuse me, Professor. Seeing this, the professor replied, all right, Chloe. She wondered, if the hero of origin truly exists, what will happen? She replied, if so, the current landscape of the hero academic community will be completely overturned. Up until now, there are still hero pages found whose owners remain unknown, correct? Perhaps among them, there might be a page belonging to Kyle. The students continued to chatter excitedly. Chelsea analyzed, if that's the case, then that great hero already existed among humanity. Carlo chimed in, exactly. He was currently deep in thought, musing to himself, to think it would be leaked in this manner. The 5 races existing on the surface consist of humans, elves, beastmen, dwarves, and dragons. Among them, only humans have no existing great hero. Throughout the past 5,000 years, I know they have always felt inferior when comparing themselves to other races. In this situation, if the fact that Kyle is actually my existing self is brought to light, then at that moment, humans will be able to proudly hold their heads high. Celia raised her hand in curiosity, excuse me, Professor. She asked, if Kyle truly exists, is it true that he is an all-class? The professor replied, the probability of that is very high. In fact, we also have individuals who are all classes in our school. Her words caused every pair of eyes to turn toward Leo's seat. He turned to everyone inside, what are you looking at? Carlo raised a thumb in excitement, brilliant, my friend. After a few periods, the class came to an end. The professor continued, all right. So for today's lecture, we will study together about the hero of origin, Kyle. How much do you all know about the hero of origin? Leo along with Carlo returned to their dormitory. After taking a shower, he felt completely refreshed. How refreshing. He turned to him in curiosity beside him. What kind of middle-aged uncle are you? Having to emit a sound like this meant a new day could finally be considered concluded. Then he turned back to ask him, by the way, why was Kyle dubbed the surviving hero? He explained, because he survived, why else? The answer was absurd yet entirely convincing. Carlo laughed out loud. Thanks to his immense strength, he survived through numerous battles, which is why he was given that nickname, right? He was currently reflecting in his heart, saying that is also correct. But more precisely, even if countless people are wiped out completely, I will be the only one who survives. Returning to his private room, he held the gem containing Elsie in his hand. Immediately as he touched it, the little girl flew straight out the window. Gazing at the brilliant sky made her feel a bit sentimental. He walked out and called her name, Elsie. From now on, I'm going to introduce my summons to you. She turned around and replied, oh, those are the phoenix and the elf you mentioned before, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, but don't let them know I'm Kyle. Because I have no idea where they might run off to. She signaled back, I got it. After that, he summoned his two little friends. The little girl Fiora politely said, your contractor, Fiora, has arrived at your call. Meanwhile, Kieran was as energetic as always. Leo, you're back. Then the two of them looked toward Elsie in front of them and asked curiously, who is that? He explained, she's the spirit I contracted with this time. She introduced herself, I am Elsie. Kieran flew toward her, sizing her up. Are you the rookie? I'm Kieran, the boss of Leo's summons. Seeing him say that, Fiora frowned slightly. I should be the boss, obviously. He turned around to correct her. Why on earth would you be the boss? She replied, because I was the first one to make a contract with Leo. Kieran said confidently, the boss is a majestic, highest-ranking summon like me. Fiora pointed at Kieran, then turned to Elsie and continued, this elf has lost his mind, so just consider me the boss. The two of them started bickering back and forth. Hey, you fat chicken. Fiora shot back, shut up, you fly. Seeing them constantly bicker made the corners of Elsie's mouth twitch into a slight smile. She turned to him and said, they sure are energetic children. He sighed helplessly and replied, they aren't energetic, they're just childish. The scene shifts to the next day at the outdoor training ground of the magic department. The professor's voice rang out, good to see you all again. Did you have a nice vacation? The students replied in unison, Professor Wren. We missed you so much. The professor continued, during the break, I thought a lot about how to teach you all in the second semester. Thinking of this, Carlo flinched. What is he planning to make us do now? Professor Rin continued, as you know, you freshmen are receiving a lot of attention from the school administration. Surely you all know this, right? The students chorused, yes, sir. The professor's gaze turned sharp. Do you know why that is? Saying that, he pointed at Carlo and called his name, Carlo. Suddenly being called on made Carlo jump in fright, and he stammered, yes, sir. The students in the back began whispering among themselves, partly because this batch is incredibly outstanding. If it's exactly what Professor Wren implied, then it must be. Isn't it because lately, the sophomores, juniors, and seniors of the magic department haven't won a single match in the Lose tournament? He thought to himself, the Lose tournament? That's the sparring match between Siren and Lumine, right? Professor Wren gently placed his hand on his other arm, and explained, that's right. Your seniors have failed to bring home a single victory for the Lumine Academy's magic department for the past 3 years. Because of that, the professors of our magic department have decided that we cannot endure this humiliation for 4 consecutive years. Therefore, in this second semester, I have prepared a class specifically to deal with the Lose tournament at the end of the term. Starting today, you will be learning about hero magic. The surge of power radiating from the professor left the students below completely awestruck. His eyes became intensely excited. The hero mages in history all possess their own unique innate magic, which symbolized them as individuals. Innate magic is highly personalized, making instruction and inheritance extremely difficult. Although there are exceptions, such as secret arts passed down through bloodlines or specific schools, there is still a way to significantly lower that difficulty. Does anyone know what it is? The moment he finished speaking, Chloe raised her hand to answer. It's the hero skill. As one of the rewards from the hero profile, we can inherit innate magic. Hearing this, Professor Rin praised her excitedly. Exactly correct, student Chloe. He continued, mages have researched for a long time on how to turn innate magic obtained through hero skills into general magic and popularize it widely. And that is hero magic. In other words,
the innate magic that heroes once used has been reinterpreted so that anyone can learn it. Down below, Carlo pouted and muttered softly, he makes it sound so easy. But in the first place, if it doesn't match your mana affinity, how can you even cast it? Honestly, the difficulty of that spell formula is pure hell. Hearing this, Chelsea next to him turned and chided, talk about ungrateful. Just be glad you get to learn it. Where else but Lumine could you go to learn things like this? Seeing himself criticized again, Carlo replied helplessly, I get it. Eliana, who was right next to them, kept cheering her on, keep scolding him, keep scolding him. Chelsea continued, it's hard enough just getting into Lumine, and now you get to learn this stuff. Why are you still whining? Seeing the students below getting incredibly rowdy, the professor called them to order, quiet down, everyone. Alright, so before we begin the lesson, I will test your magic dueling capabilities. Hearing this, Avid down below showed some interest, a magic duel? As expected, dueling is the best way to grasp the true strength of mages, and at the same time, it lets us see how well you can absorb hero magic. He looked down at them and made an offer, who wants to go first? Then a small hand shot up, me. It was none other than Eliana. She said excitedly, I'll go first, Professor. The professor pointed toward the training field. Student Eliana, step forward. Looking at her, the students below began whispering, hey, it's the traitor who trained with the night department during the interdepartmental match last semester. We don't need a two-faced person like that. Scram, you bat. Faced with these mocking words, Eliana still maintained a completely unfazed attitude. Ha! Can't hear anything. I can't hear a single thing. That's the privilege of being a duel major. Saying that, she turned to Rin, wondering, so who am I going to duel? The professor replied, I have invited the absolute best guest instructor for you all. Thinking of this, Eliana gasped, no way, it can't be the person walking over there, right? Saying that, she turned her eyes toward the gate, where someone was walking inside. The person's voice rang out, don't be so tense. Do you guys really think I would go all out against mere freshmen like you? And that person was none other than Professor Albi. Hearing this name, Eliana finally let out a sigh of relief. Ha, true. From the sidelines, Professor Rin continued, charge in with all your might. This is a rare chance to witness the magic of Professor Albi, the one considered the strongest in magic dueling at Lumine. The students down below continued to gossip. What kind of magic will he use? Back to the battle, Albi's voice rang out, begin. Eliana also replied confidently, yes. I will do my best. Then without a moment's hesitation, she rushed in to attack, seizing the initiative, preemptive strike, shining blade. The moment she finished speaking, countless magic spears shot straight toward Albi. But he didn't dodge at all, standing right there. Just when the spears were only centimeters away from his body, they were suddenly blocked by something. Then in an instant, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Albi's body, shattering Eliana's attack with utter ease. She had anticipated this outcome, so she managed to maintain her composure. Watching from below, the students were incredibly thrilled. Meanwhile, Carlo turned to him anxiously and said, the magic isn't working, so why does she keep blasting him like that? But he didn't reply, continuing to observe the battle. After a few seconds of thought, he replied, look at the surroundings. Those light blades should have dissipated and turned back into mana, but even in their destroyed state, they are still maintaining their form. Hearing his words, Carlo finally noticed the blades falling on the ground. Oh, you're right. Realizing what she was about to do made Albi look quite amused. Huh? So this is Eliana Layton's trump card. She was incredibly excited now as she struck forward. The students below grew excited as well. It's the innate magic she perfected during the break. Professor Rin smiled inwardly. In the first semester, that overly extreme offensive nature was a drawback. Yet, she is making up for that weakness with an even stronger offensive approach. Still, points will be deducted for that kind of attack style. The blades of light now rained down, rushing straight toward Albi. He still stood there observing the attack and praised, excellent. Right at the spot where he was standing, a massive explosion occurred upon impact. Standing on the outside watching, he admired inwardly, to think that with a human body, one could actually use that magic. The magic of the Elf King, Mirror Force. By this time, another Eliana had appeared on the stage. The students wondered, look, it's Eliana. Is it some kind of illusion magic? Looking at a copy of herself smirking, Eliana snapped angrily, what the hell, you dare mock me? This clone just mocked me, she said as she extended her hand, preparing for another attack. It looks like illusion-type magic.
But if you ask me, I don't think it'll work. Watching from the sidelines, Carlo gasped, which one is the real Eliana? Another attack was neutralized. Eliana took a few steps back, thinking to herself, it's clearly using the exact same magic as me, but why is there such a massive gap? Is it really because the clone was created by Professor Albi that it's stronger than me? Albi gently pushed up his glasses, reminding her, stay focused until the very end, Eliana Layden. The moment he finished speaking, the surrounding space fluctuated violently, startling Eliana. Her clone clenched its fingers, shouting, Shining Rain. She gasped in response, it can even copy innate magic? An overwhelmingly dominant strike completely stripped Eliana of her ability to fight. She knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Albi walked over, reaching out to grasp the young girl's hand. Excellent job. She replied happily, thank you. Professor Rin looked down at the students below and asked again, who's next? Without waiting for the students to answer, Albi spoke up, Leo Plav. Step forward. He wasn't surprised by this request either. Looking at him, Albi smiled with amusement, I assume you're ready? He replied confidently, yes. He thought to himself, both the ice magic and the astral magic of the elves focus on deceiving the opponent's eyes. But mirror force is a clone magic meant to push the copied subject's power to its absolute limit, and it is exclusively for combat. After completing the copy, his clone raised its hand high into the air, beginning to prepare an attack. Down below, Avid gasped, is that astral magic? He observed from the opposite side without letting his guard down for a single second. Chloe's eyes also widened. Casting so many spells simultaneously and being able to use astral magic to this extent? Contrary to their surprise, a highly amused smile crept onto the corners of his mouth. He just stood there, watching the attack of the shadow rushing toward him. In the back, Professor Rin was extremely excited, thinking to himself, Senior Albi's mirror force is a magic that copies the target. The magic the clone uses is ultimately the target's own magic. Back to Leo, he still maintained his composure, extending his hand forward. Immediately, a protective cube formed around his body. It completely blocked the incoming attacks. Witnessing this, Ron grew even more thrilled. That's why it could be dispelled so easily. That is a skill any capable mage can perform. But the standard for a capable mage is usually at the professor level. Leo, you are going to become an unprecedented hero mage. Your name must go down as one of the greatest mages in history through the magic of Lumine. But the attacks kept coming continuously, causing the surrounding space to distort violently. Professor Albi observed, thinking to himself, it's honestly incomprehensible. How should I even define this freshman in front of me? He didn't let himself stay on the defensive any longer. Small sparks of fire appeared on his hand. Instantly, he unleashed the fireball spell, and countless spheres of fire flew straight toward the shadow along with Professor Albi. He continued to ponder, it's completely covered in power-amplifying spell formulas. But even so, a fireball is just a fireball, so these things won't work. You know that best yourself, don't you? He smirked confidently on his side, this isn't a duel with a clone, but a duel between me and you, Professor, right? Facing him, Professor Albi looked deeply amused. Looking at the fireballs and the number one rushing toward him, he still maintained a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, when facing mirror force, the reason I need to target the caster is precisely to buy a brief moment like this. The moment he rushed close to the shadow, it immediately cast the firewall spell. Seeing this, he paused for a beat. Then he leaped into the air, unleashing the flame burst spell. After that, his lips smirked again as he pulled off one more spell, Windstorm. The two spells combined to form a massive fireball that smashed straight toward the shadow. But then it suddenly changed direction, sweeping across Professor Albi's position. He easily reached out his hand to block the attack, realizing inwardly, so that's how it is. Then without a single shred of hesitation, he charged straight at the shadow. After that, his arm extended, firmly grabbing its face. Having locked down his opponent, he gently landed on the ground. Witnessing the scene just now, Chelsea admired, wow, he defeated the clone. How did he do that? Carlo still hadn't grasped the situation, blurting out, what? That Leo guy is really in the same class as us? The battle was now over. Professor Albi walked toward him and asked, do you know about ancient magic? He nodded in confirmation. He began to analyze, there was no need to dispel the simple firewall magic. Instead, you used magic to neutralize it while obscuring my vision. During that time, you quickly approached the clone. And then you dispelled the clone itself, huh? The other professors seemed to view you merely as a genius. His words left him slightly taken aback. Then he gently pushed his glasses up,
let out a sigh, and thought to himself, but you might surpass me even before you graduate. With that thought, he spoke up, go back to your spot. Next person. The scene quickly shifted to the afternoon. Riven was staring thoughtfully out the window. Seeing this, the principal wondered, what are you looking at so intently? Riven replied, just watching the freshmen. The principal continued, well? What do you think? He replied, they are incredibly outstanding students. Among the generations I've encountered during my time at Lumine, they are so exceptional they can be counted on one hand. Saying that, he turned into a cloud of black smoke, moved in front of the principal, and handed over a stack of documents. The principal asked curiously, what is this? Riven explained, clues about the hero dungeon that I found after traveling the world for 4 years. Although I'm not certain a hero dungeon actually exists, sending students there wouldn't be a bad idea. Taking the paperwork, the principal expressed his gratitude. For the past 4 years? Thank you, Riven. Looking at the principal, Riven spoke up, hey, Kellyan. I know you didn't call me here just because of the freshmen. I heard a traitor has appeared inside Siren. The principal clenched his fist anxiously, yes. Tartaros's recent movements have been highly unusual. I'm getting old too. I'm no longer a threat to them. The era of the Sword Saint is drawing to a close. Riven, what do you think? Do you think our next generation is ready to handle the upcoming crisis? Riven then turned around to ask him back, are you ready to pass this era down to the next generation? The principal thought for a few seconds and replied, I'm always ready. Hearing that, a slight smile appeared on Riven's lips. Very well. Then I will follow your lead. The scene shifts to the classroom the next day. Professor Harlan wrote 4 huge words on the board, Field Mission Practice. Field Mission Practice starts today. Hearing that, the students gasped, Mission Practice? He explained, that's right. As heroes, you must know how to solve problems that occur around the world. Since it's real combat, not only will you get mission expenses covered, but you'll also earn extra credits. Of course, you must take missions that match your capabilities. Mission practice is real combat, so it's entirely possible to lose your life. Hearing this made the students down below feel a bit terrified. He looked down at them and announced sluggishly, you can check the available cases on the main bulletin board 1 in the building area. Shifting scenes to a while later, down on the first floor, a crowd of students tightly packed the bulletin board area. Somewhere, Carlo's voice rang out, hey, stop pushing. Ileana was also annoyed, get out of the way. In a nearby corner, seeing him standing alone, Chelsea walked over to check on him. Leo. That place is just a remote countryside. Are you seriously planning to go there? The mission objective is to wipe out a bandit group, too. You're probably just asking for trouble going there. He smiled wryly and replied, yeah. I've wanted to visit this region for a long time. Hearing their conversation, Elena walked up from behind, the neutral zone in the southwest of the continent. Wiping out a bandit group, huh? Seeing her, Chelsea gasped, yes, Senior Elena. Elena looked a bit disappointed. Your vision is quite narrow, Leo. He responded casually, you only see as much as you know. He explained, this area, you see. Even history books can't pinpoint its exact location. It's the place where a legendary city once existed. 5,000 years ago, the final line of defense on Earth, also known as the Land of Beginnings, Guardsron. It's the land where Lysinus and I once met. At this time, the students rushed out to accept missions. We have to hurry over there and grab a good practice mission. If we're late, only the weird ones will be left. Then suddenly a collision occurred somewhere. Hey, look out ahead. A young man sat on the ground, holding his head in pain. Watch where you're going. The other person replied coldly, you need to pay attention when walking in the hallway, you freshman. Seeing that this person was an upperclassman, the young man stammered in reply, yes, I'm sorry. After that, he turned around and left. Seeing this, Chelsea walked over to check on him. Are you okay? She noticed the blue badges pinned to the upperclassmen's chests. Those were. Eliza next to her explained, the third-year representative, Elena Geron, and the Blue Moon Squad. They're following her. Chelsea said anxiously, but why did they show up in the freshman building? Eliza's eyes narrowed slightly. Who knows? Maybe something caught the attention of Lumine's queen here in the freshman area. Returning to Leo's position, he asked curiously, so, do you have some business with me? At this moment, Elena was still trying to persuade him. This time, my raid team has decided to explore the hero dungeon. Join our squad, Leo.
To this highly attractive offer, Leo rejected her flatly. I refuse. This made Elena a bit upset. What did you just say? He smiled and replied, just what I said. I won't be joining Senior Elena's squad. This left the two friends behind him completely stunned, thinking to themselves, did he just reject Senior Elena's invitation to join her squad? That's so badass. As expected of Leo, Elena glared at him angrily and asked back, what's the reason? He explained, because I've already chosen the location for my practice mission. Senior Elena probably wouldn't be interested in a bandit extermination mission in the remote countryside, right? Saying that, he turned to leave. Well then, I'll take my leave first. His blunt rejection made all the upperclassmen highly disgruntled. That freshman representative, how dare he reject Elena's offer? A girl next to her chimed in, Senior Elena. Let me teach him a lesson. Elena paid no attention to their words, gently stroking her hair as she thought to herself, I clearly used my taming ability, didn't I? His silhouette was deeply engraved in her eyes. Leo Plav. He really is interesting. Elsewhere, Hark was holding Leo's mission acceptance form in his hand, wondering, bandit extermination? Ha! The Queen's humiliation? Reading up to this point, he laughed hysterically. But then, completely unexpected, he caught a beating from Elena. He groaned, man, my whole body is aching. Shifting scenes back to the classroom, he was still sitting there, deep in his own thoughts. Next to him, Carlo suddenly turned to tease him. How does it feel to humiliate the Queen? He replied calmly, it's nothing special. To enter Lumine's forbidden library, I really do need Elena's permission, but I refuse to be tied down in school life. I'll figure out the forbidden library thing later. The current priority is finding the traitor inside Lumine. Professor Harlan now looked down at the students, checking if they had confirmed all the requirements for yesterday's practice mission. The students replied in unison, yes. He continued, then don't just linger around here. Hurry up and get ready to head out. The scene shifts to the neutral zone in the southwest of the continent, the Garan region. Stepping through the teleportation gate, he admired, so the Garan region feels like this. Upon seeing his arrival, an old man who was sitting and enjoying a warm cup of tea jumped in surprise. He walked out and spoke up, what brings a great hero candidate to this godforsaken place? And that's a Lumine uniform, isn't it? He walked over to check on him. We came to fulfill the request for the Garan region. He smiled and replied, the request? Ah, yes. You mean regarding those bandits, right? That's wonderful, because those bastards have put the locals through absolute hell. He rolled his eyes, scanning the surroundings while thinking to himself, how strange. In the past, this entire area was Gatsland. He then moved toward a nearby fortress, where two guards were dozing off. The moment they saw him, one jolted awake and yelled, halt! These are some unfamiliar faces. State your purpose for seeing the Lord. Instead of answering them, he immediately took a letter out of his pocket and handed it to the guard. We received the request to suppress the bandits and came here for that. The guard still spoke with an annoyed tone, a mere brat trying to suppress bandits? What a joke. The moment he opened the letter to read it, his eyes widened in surprise, and he gasped, the Lumine Academy? Paying it no mind, he smiled and continued, can we pass through now? Immediately after, he was received in an incredibly luxurious room with tea and pastries. The Lord welcomed them warmly. I never expected Lumine's great hero candidates to grace this godforsaken place with your presence, so that you all may rest right away. Before he could even finish his sentence, he cut him off. No need for that, skip it. Just tell us where the bandits are, and that'll be enough. Saying that, he waved his hand for the servant behind him to bring over a map. He began to explain, the bandits are stationed at the ancient city ruins. It's unclear what era that architecture is from. But at the far eastern edge, a few ruins still remain. Though it's accurate enough to just consider it a pile of rubble now. He observed it and evaluated inwardly. This place used to be Gadsland's line of defense, huh? While they were discussing, a soldier suddenly pushed the door open from the outside and rushed in breathlessly to report, my lord, we have a big problem. Seeing him burst in, the lord rebuked him, gosh, I'm hosting guests, why are you being so impolite? He stammered an explanation, something strange happened, more hero candidates have come looking for you. The lord then turned to him, wondering, are they the ones traveling here with you? He had no idea who these people were either and replied, no. He thought to himself, who could it be? No one else was supposed to come here. The soldier explained, those are the newly arrived hero candidates. They are from the Siren Academy. And the leader is Hardin Dertian, Siren's third-year representative. This left the Lord slightly flustered. It is truly an honor to meet the hero candidates. Looking toward the people walking in, he thought to himself, why did Siren's upperclassmen come all the way out here? Then suddenly, a crisp voice rang out from behind, is that Leo? When he saw this person, he recognized her right away as Lunia. Looking at him, she wondered, what brings you here? He continued to think, looks like this is a situation where I have to play nice. He let out a breath and replied, just act normal. Holding it in too much will make you sick. This teasing tone made her even angrier. Ho ho ho, you're really pushing it, Leo. The other Siren students began whispering, did she just call that Lumine student Leo? Another chimed in, then that guy must be Leo Plav, the one who deciphered the progenitor's magic. Hardin just stood there, quietly glaring toward him with countless thoughts running through his mind. Lunia asked further, so, Leo, what on earth did you come all the way here for? He replied, I'm on a field mission. I'm planning to wipe out the bandits in this area. Realizing it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lunia's eyes lit up. This is it. The perfect way to ditch these boring upperclassmen. Her voice grew excited. Bandits? That's a big deal. Leo, I'll go help you out. Seeing this, another student turned to remind her, Lunia. What are you saying? Our original purpose was... Before she could finish, Lunia cut her off. But seniors, aren't the people here suffering because of the bandits? As a Siren student, I can't just stand by and watch. Saying that, she dragged Leo away under everyone's stunned gazes. Well, we're off then. The office was now left with only the Lord and the Siren Academy group. He spoke up to break the tense atmosphere. Oh dear, everyone please make yourselves comfortable. Let me get some more chairs ready. But Hardin replied in a serious tone, it's enough that only I speak with the Lord. The rest of you wait outside. The other students answered in unison, yes, sir. After they left, Hardin got straight to the main point. We came to the Garan region for no other reason than to investigate the ecosystem of the continent's peripheral areas. In other words, to learn about the flora or wildlife there. The fact that they suddenly came all this way to study such trivial things made the Lord a bit puzzled. You came all the way here just for that? He continued, therefore, during our stay here, I hope there won't be any restrictions on our investigation. Please grant us a permit, Lord. Faced with this request, the Lord was a bit hesitant but immediately nodded in agreement. I understand. Right after that, a travel pass was handed to Hardin. Outside, the other students were gossiping. I didn't expect Lumine's first-year representative to come here. As expected, Lumine must have gotten the information too, right? That an undiscovered hero dungeon exists in this place. That's entirely possible. The pink-haired girl sighed. Even so, they only sent a single freshman. That guy is arrogant beyond words. The blonde guy chimed in, isn't he just highly confident? Rumor has it that he's an all-rounder. The purple-haired girl pouted, well, it makes sense. Their immediate upperclassmen generation is absolute trash. After all, their second-year representative is just an ordinary girl with nothing special about her. Then a crisp voice rang out from behind, oh my, what's wrong with our cute Lil? Our cute Lil is a kid who always gives it her absolute best. And she's very kind-hearted too. Last year, she only failed to show her full potential because she had to look after her peers. Elena's sudden appearance caught the others completely off guard. The blonde youth wondered, Elena Geron, why is she here? Elena's voice grew razor-sharp, bad-mouthing other schools where I can't hear you is your freedom, so I don't give a damn. But unfortunately, I happen to hear it. So, I will give you guys a chance to apologize. Elena's expression turned incredibly grave. Sincerely get down on your knees and bow your heads. This made the Siren Academy students gasp in shock. What? Forcing us to kneel and apologize? They began to mock her. It's a glaring fact that Lumine's second years are losing to us. That class representative named Lil should focus on raising her strength instead. The purple-haired girl continued, exactly. If you're not satisfied with this evaluation, then prove it with your strength later. Hearing this, Elena flashed a highly amused smile. Then she took a step forward. I already gave you a chance to apologize. You guys are the ones who rejected that chance. Saying that, her entire body radiated an incredibly heavy aura. Right then, a loud scream rang out along with an explosion, startling both the Lord and Hardin. They then rushed downstairs in a hurry. Looking at the ruined battlefield below, the Lord gasped, "Who dared to do this?" The attendant next to him pointed toward Elena. "There, look." Elena looked amused, giving the Siren students a thorough beating. "It seems you guys aren't qualified enough to confidently mock our school like that." Then a cold voice rang out. "No wonder I felt such an obnoxious flow of mana." Elena Geron. Recognizing the voice, she also turned her head. "Damn it. Well, hello there, Hardin. Perhaps because the previous generation was so pathetic, I needed to teach your juniors a little lesson." The scene shifts back to Leo and Lunia. She unleashed countless attacks. "You goddamn bandits." Her incredibly brutal destructive spells sent the bandits fleeing in terror. "Run. Run away. It's a witch." Hearing herself called an ugly witch made Lunia furious, and she clenched her fists tightly. "Are you asking to die? Have you ever seen a witch who looks this pure and fragile? You thugs who specialize in bullying innocent people, I'll send you straight to hell." As she spoke, she flew straight into the air, unleashing countless more attacks. The bandits could only let out horrific wails. He stood on the outside observing, smiling wryly to himself. That part really looks like Luna. It's fine to just leave the bandit suppression to Lunia. He then walked toward a nearby ruin, a dilapidated ruin. Even if thousands of years had passed, how could a fortress like Gadsland disappear without leaving a single trace? He placed his hand on the walls, sensing something slightly odd. Right after, an incredibly powerful energy surged throughout his body. He also sensed that it was demonic mana. Tartaros did this. That's right. This place is the upper section of Gadsland's rampart. It's highly likely that Gadsland itself has been buried deep underground. Shifting to the night, after a tiring day of fighting, Lunia was starting a campfire for the two of them to rest. Not seeing him around, she thought to herself, that top-tier kid. I heard he's on a field mission. Once he wipes out the bandits, he'll head straight back to Lumine, right? Should I ask him to explore the hero dungeon with me? With that thought, she walked toward him. She asked anxiously, "What are you doing?" He replied, "Just investigating the ruins here a bit." He thought to himself, after the era of calamity ended, humans left Gadsland to find a new land. Following that, the abandoned Gadsland suffered attacks from Tartaros and was buried underground. He then turned around. "Let's just get some rest for now to prepare for tomorrow." She replied happily, "I already started a fire over there." After the two of them returned to the resting spot, Lunia gasped in shock. "What? Senior Hardin. You also blurted out Senior Elena." Seeing the two return, they also turned to greet them. "You guys are back, huh? Sleeping together in the dead of night? We didn't interrupt a date, did we?" These words made Lunia so incredibly embarrassed that she grew dizzy. She stammered in reply, "No, it's not like that." Still a bit curious about Elena, Lunia wondered, "But the person over here is?" Elena smiled and introduced herself. "Hello. I'm Elena Geron." Lunia also introduced herself in return. "Ah, hello. I'm Lunia El Lundra." After the greetings, he directly got to the main point from the side. "What brings you all here? Didn't Senior Elena say your squad was going to explore a dungeon in a different region?" Beside him, Lunia was still completely lost in thought. Is that Lumine's third-year representative? Elena laughed and replied, "I left that matter to the other squad members. Compared to exploring a dungeon, I'm much more interested in you, kiddo." In response to these deliberately flirtatious words, Lunia quickly changed the subject. "By the way, where are the other upperclassmen?" Hardin replied, "They already went back to Siren. Thanks to a certain someone." As he spoke, he directed an annoyed glare toward Elena. She turned around with a smile and replied, "Your juniors were the ones who rejected the chance to apologize." Sitting opposite them, he also caught on to the situation. "Looks like there was a clash, huh?" Lunia raised her question. "So, Senior Hardin, what is our exploration schedule going to look like?" He explained, "We will still proceed as planned. Just the two of us is enough." Just as he was about to continue, Elena turned over and squeezed his mouth, cutting him off. "Did you mean exploring a hero dungeon?" It turned out their conversation had been overheard by Elena. He then continued, "As expected, Lumine has grasped the information too, huh? That an undiscovered hero dungeon exists in this place." Elena reminded him, "You should manage your juniors' big mouths first. Could there really be an undiscovered hero dungeon here?" Hearing this, Hardin finally understood the issue.
This made him incredibly furious, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. She then walked over, grabbed Leo, lifted him up, and reminded him, starting tomorrow, we'll go explore the hero dungeon together. He immediately refused, but I still have to do the bandit extermination mission. Knowing he would say that anyway, she explained, I already wiped out those bandits on my way here, so you don't have to worry about a thing. He now had a headache building up inwardly. How did this suddenly turn into a competition? But there's no way we can lose either. We will be the ones to find the hero dungeon. They began searching for the entrance to the hero tomb. Seeing Leo floating in midair, Elena down below praised him excitedly. That is absolutely top tier. Her eyes were filled with excitement. The top tier kid doesn't look like a freshman at all, does he? This placed even more pressure on him. He recalled the words of a certain unnamed professor, you are a genius, you absolutely must become a mage. Seeing him standing there deep in thought, Elena walked over to check on him. What's wrong? He replied, because your personality seems to have changed way too much. At school, you carry the haughty aura of a queen. She stepped closer and gently stroked his head. Oh my, you see me that way? Praiseworthy. So how do you feel about me now? He replied without any hesitation, a bit quirky, honestly. This made her laugh out loud in embarrassment. Ha ha. Over on this side, hearing her laughter made Lunia feel a bit uneasy inwardly. What on earth is so funny? Seeing her lose focus, Hardin reminded her, focus on the exploration. If you miss the mana reaction, it's very easy to get sucked into the hero dungeon. She snapped out of it, yes, Senior Hardin. At this moment, Elena landed right where the two of them were standing. I'm done exploring the other side. Elena, your speed is still as sluggish as ever, huh, Hardin? Hardin frowned angrily in response. We call that being thorough. He then replied, no issues on this side. Let's move forward together. Walking in the back, Elena turned and whispered to him, Hardin looks normal on the surface, but he's actually trying hard to endure it. Teasing that guy is super fun. He replied somewhat helplessly, I see. After walking for a distance, he suddenly stopped in his tracks upon noticing something. Then his eyes widened, and he blurted out, I think I found it. This caught everyone's attention. Right at this moment, countless magic circles appeared beneath his feet. The surrounding stone slabs also reacted. He recognized this as Gadslin's teleportation gate. The teleportation gate is still functional, which means that beneath this ground, Gadslin hasn't collapsed and still exists completely intact, right? Looking at what was unfolding before his eyes, Hardin questioned, wait a minute, this is ancient magic. How on earth did you decipher it? He explained, I was just trying to analyze the magic formula. It looked like a teleportation gate, so I tried making a temporary portal. It seems the entrance on the opposite side is still active. Lunia felt a bit hesitant. Where does this teleportation gate lead, I wonder? Elena laughed and replied, we'll find out once we try it. Leo, hurry up. With that, he and everyone else entered the teleportation gate together. In the end, is it really true that Gadslin remains intact underground? Elena's hand lightly touched the teleportation gate. Right after, a massive power radiated out, leaving everyone completely astonished. A notification window popped up. Hero Records. World of the Nameless, Chapter, Prologue, Barherlan. Looking at the blinding light before their eyes, they gasped, the world of a hero? The system screen was now gradually fading. Elena also realized the current situation, this was indeed a hero dungeon. He kept staring at the notification board, World of the Nameless. Chapter Prologue, Barherlan. His gaze paused for a beat. If it's Barherlan, then, right at this moment, a blinding flash of light enveloped his body. His entire body was transported to another space. In just a split second, he was moved to some hallway. Another notification board continued to pop up, Conquest Objective. No objective was listed here. This didn't catch him by surprise either. As expected, since it's a hero dungeon, there's no conquest objective. First, I need to find a way to regroup with the others. Just as he thought of this, a girl slammed right into him from behind, holding an incredibly tall stack of books, half asleep. The collision caused the books to continuously tumble down onto the floor. Her voice sounded a bit flustered. I'm sorry. He looked down at the young girl, his gaze suddenly stopping for a few seconds. Because that girl was none other than Luna. This unexpected encounter threw his thoughts into complete chaos. Once she realized who she had just run into, the young girl also shrieked in fright. Ah! I'm sorry, Professor Akint. This name made him a bit puzzled. Akint? She continued to explain, it's true that I skipped class, but, can we call it magic research? That's the reason why I skipped class. Looking at his reflection in the glass mirror, he finally understood the situation.
so that's how it is. Possessing the body of a character who once existed in history. It's a body possession type hero world, huh? The uniform changed along with it too. Akint Lubsha, one of the professors who taught Luna magic, just like Archon's existence to Eren. A father figure to Luna. He gently held the book out in front of her, asking, "Where are you going?" This gentle action of his made her a bit curious. Huh? You're not going to scold me, Professor? He sighed. It's not like your skipping places is a rare occurrence anyway. He then helped her carry the stack of books. The girl next to him replied in embarrassment, "Honestly, I'm speechless." As they walked, he glanced over at the girl who was happily beaming next to him. This simple-minded nature doesn't change at all, whether she's young or old. She exclaimed excitedly, "I didn't get scolded, haha." He continued to tell himself, if the current elves saw Luna in this true state, they would probably be utterly shocked. A door opened, and the young girl pointed her hand inside. "Right here, Professor Akint. Please put the magic grimoire right here. I'll study it here." After that, she hopped onto the chair but still cheered, "Heave-ho. Thank you so much, my dear Professor Akint." But the moment she sat down, the chair let out a cracking sound. Right after, both she and the chair toppled backward, causing her to cry out in pain. He just let out a sigh, smiled, and then turned around to leave. Although he wanted to stay by her side a bit longer, right now he had to fully understand this hero dungeon first, because finding the three who got separated is the top priority. A hero dungeon is a phenomenon that occurs when a hero profile spirals out of control. Initially, it will encroach upon a part of reality and only create a dungeon entrance, but if the loss of control continues, the hero dungeon will distort reality itself, and a calamity will strike. At that point, monsters inside the dungeon might spill out into reality. Although the name had been erased upon entry, in his heart, he knew for sure this place was Luna's world. This must be around the time when Luna was only about 15 years old. So what exactly was the great feat that Luna accomplished at this point in time? Right then, a rushed voice rang out, "Professor Akint. What are you doing here?" Hearing someone call him, he turned around with a start. "Huh? What's going on? Who are you?" This made the young boy wear a weary expression. "This is no time for jokes." He continued to explain, "You're late for class. All the students are protesting and causing a huge riot over there." He then looked at his reflection through the window pane, rethinking, "So I'm currently a teacher, huh?" To fully conquer a hero world, one needs to fulfill the duties of various different characters. Unlike the hero worlds I've experienced so far, this one is much more complex. With that thought, he nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go." The young boy then hurriedly led the way for him. "This way, please hurry up, Professor." Barherlun, that was the name of the elf city that had existed since before the era of Calamity. To be more precise, this place was a massive academy where only chosen elves could enroll. After moving for a while, he finally arrived at the classroom. "Sorry I'm late." The moment they saw him, they criticized him. "This isn't something that can be explained away just by being late, Professor Akint. Every single one of us is a candidate for the title of Elf King. We carry the pride of our families and race to stand here. Yet the teacher who instructs us is slacking off like this? How can we trust and follow you anymore?" The youth speaking was Herkian Bisran, belonging to the Bisran family, a prominent, noble family of elf heroes before the era of Calamity. He also nodded inwardly. Right, this period had the existence of the Elf King. With that thought, he spoke up. "So what do you want?" He said in a firm voice, "We demand a change of teacher." Hearing this, the other students also shouted in unison, "Change the teacher. We demand a replacement." This bizarre behavior from the students left him slightly bewildered. Are these kids insane? Demanding a change of teacher just because I'm a little late. He then spoke up to ask, "You over there, what's your name?" Yet another technical question made him turn around with a start. "That's a strange question to ask, Professor." "I'm Herkian Bisran," he said to himself inwardly. "Herkian? Is it this guy?" The slaughterer of his own kind, Herkian Bisran. During the first invasion of Tartaros, not only did he uselessly destroy the entire powerful elf force, but he was also the one who handed Barherlun over completely to the enemy. At this moment, his hands clenched tightly. "I need to calm down first." He then explained, "Demanding a change of teacher just because of being a little late to class is truly unreasonable." "What is the real reason?" he accused. "That's because of you, Professor Akint. We don't think you are qualified to be a proud teacher of Barherlun." He responded out of curiosity. "Then what is the reason?"
He replied, "Of course, it's because you are shielding the one we call the disgrace of our race."
That's Luna Rubinens, isn't it? While the two were talking, a student from the back shouted in dissatisfaction, whose dreamy teacher called the disgrace of our race. How can an elf say such outrageous words? Do you even know what kind of person she is? Herkion's face turned incredibly furious. He turned around and said in a cold voice, "Zara, did you just raise your voice at me?" Hearing this, the other students also joined in. "Have you lost your mind, guy? To keep supporting that trash elf, you must be the one who's crazy. How dare you insult Lady Luna?" Herkion walked over and grabbed Zara's collar. "Lady Luna? What is your relationship with that lowborn brat, Zara?" The crowd of students continued to huddle and chatter. "What's wrong with that guy? Did he eat something bad?" He stood watching, thinking to himself, that attitude and way of speaking. Herkion yelled, "Try opening that mouth of yours one more time." He also realized something at this point. Is this Siren's third-year representative? Honestly, I'm speechless. I'd love to teach you a lesson right now. But according to school rules, students are not allowed to duel without a teacher's permission. Just as he said this, his own voice rang out, "I permit the duel." The corners of his mouth curved into an amused smile. The other side seems to really want to duel you too. So there's no reason not to permit it. He then pushed Zara away and turned his face toward him. "You don't seem like the usual Professor Akin today, do you? To accept a duel challenge so easily like that." The scene shifts to the Divine Tower on the outskirts of Barherlun. An arm was raised high toward the sky, sensing, this truly is miraculous. So they are souls who have received the protection of the gods? The students cheered enthusiastically. "Herkion, take this opportunity to expel that guy." He looked straight at Zara and said, "I'll show you what a difference in status really means." Standing outside, he lightly adjusted his glasses and spoke in a cold tone, "Begin the match." As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive surge of mana erupted from Herkion's body. Then he charged straight at Zara to attack. This made the other students exclaim, "What terrifying mana! He totally lives up to the name Herkion." Zara stood there observing and evaluated. "Is this all you've got?" Standing on the outside, he also had his own thoughts. If he's Siren's third-year representative, he must be highly experienced in battle. A master like that couldn't possibly lose to a flower in a glass display case. Even now, it's the era before the calamity. The reason the High Elves fell was also because they indulged in peace for far too long. Because stagnation leads to disappearance. Standing on the opposite side, Zara found it incredibly difficult to make a decision. "How should I deal with you?" Immediately, he began circulating mana into his arm. Then, a massive amount of magic appeared around his body. This left Herkion a bit flustered. Is that an aura? This also caught the other students by surprise. That Zara guy, when on Earth did he learn aura? He evaluated in his mind. It seems the original owner of this body didn't use aura at all. In this era, it is very rare for an elf to possess a dual class. Nowadays, magic is basic knowledge for elves, but that only happened after the nebula Primordial Luna came along. Elves at this time aren't required to know magic. At this moment, Herkion's mouth began mumbling some ancient incantations. After chanting for a few seconds, he unleashed even more attacks, striking straight toward Zara. Zara wasn't in any rush and kept his observant gaze fixed. The mana is indeed colossal, but his body suddenly fluctuated violently. Then, in the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Herkion. He sneered, "Nothing special at all." The powerful collision triggered a massive explosion. After the smoke and dust cleared, Herkion, still clueless about what was happening, collapsed to the ground helplessly. Zara walked over to remind him, asking if he really dared to mock the Primordial with such pathetic strength. Herkion immediately shot back, "That Luna chick is the Primordial? What the hell kind of mistake are you making?" Seeing that this guy was a hopeless case, Zara made a decision. "Looks like for someone like you." Seeing him about to do something shady made Herkion incredibly anxious. "Wait a minute." Zara walked over and slammed his hand heavily onto him. "Proper punishment is required. Brace yourself." What followed was a non-stop bare-handed beating that made Herkion cry out in pain. Right in the middle of his bloodlust, an arm suddenly reached out and grabbed his fist, warning, "Zara, stop right there." Leo intervened just in time because Herkion's face was already completely deformed by now. Zara pulled his hand back. "Please don't stop me." He sat down and whispered into his ear, "I wanted to let you keep beating him up too. But if you keep going, it might interfere with the hero's world conquest." Hearing these words helped Hardin regain his composure. He also turned back and whispered, "Is that Leoplav?" He then nodded in response, yes. For now, I'll explain the information I've gathered. So just follow my lead. Saying that, he stood up and spoke to everyone. Class is dismissed. Everyone take Herkian to the infirmary. As for Zara, come with me. Hardin cooperated, nodding as he replied, yes, Professor. On his way out, he looked toward the student in the blue shirt. You over there, come to my room too. The boy looked a bit confused. If it's your room, do you mean Professor Akin's private research lab? He nodded to confirm, exactly. I am going to reprimand student Zara, so show the way. All of their actions at this moment were completely within the sights of a white-haired elf girl. Then she lightly licked her lips with relish. Looks like a little mouse has snuck in. The scene changes to Akin's office. At this moment, Hardin clenched his fists in anger. I seriously can't understand it. Who on earth is he? How dare he insult Lady Luna like that? He followed up, cut them some slack. It's just the circumstances of the era. Hardin asked back, what do you mean by that? He explained, listen carefully. The world we are currently in is the world before the era of calamity. Hardin began to ponder, the era before the calamity? The records of past heroes are no longer preserved in the hero documents. Before that, it was the world of the grand hero. Speaking up to this point, Hardin instantly realized something. Could it be? Seeing that he was starting to catch on, he also nodded in confirmation. Exactly. This place is the world of the nebula primordial. Luna's world. The boy jumped out of his seat and walked toward him. Where's the proof that this is the world of the primordial lord? He replied, because I just met that person face to face a moment ago. She stepped up, placed her hand on his shoulder, and questioned, what did the primordial look like? Questions were thrown out one after another. Is it true she looks like a flower featured in the hero documents? She must be incredibly merciful, right? And she even radiates a magnificent halo so brilliant that even the stars have to bow down, right? A million questions were thrown at him, leaving Leo completely speechless. Hearing his account made Hardin a bit emotional. I never expected the day would come when I'd get to personally meet Lady Luna. Looking at his current mood, he shook his head. If you saw her with your own eyes, you'd probably bawl your eyes out. He asked with a straight face, she looks more cute than beautiful, right? She turned around, startled, unbelievable, is she in her teenage years? He continued, anyway, that's all the information I know for now. First, this place is Luna's world. And second, since it's before the era of calamity, Tartaros doesn't exist yet. Feeling a bit puzzled, Hardin turned to ask, if that's the case, what exactly is the conquest goal of this world? With the achievements the primordial accomplished, it definitely wouldn't be some mediocre feat, right? He thought to himself, Luna's achievements? Hardin crossed his arms and warned, in short, it's best to restrict the use of astral magic. Since it's a magic system that has never existed in this era, it will cause massive chaos. He was a bit startled, thinking to himself, wait, astral magic? People say Luna started researching astral magic back when she was still a student. Could it be? Helping with the birth of Luna's astral magic is the actual conquest condition. While they were talking, someone came from the outside and knocked on the door. Professor Akint, the principal is calling for you. He wondered, why does the principal want to see me? The person explained in a clear voice, it's because of what happened during the class just now, and the high-ranking officials of Barherlun have ordered student Zara to be detained. Hardin now turned around and whispered to him, for now, we'll comply. Watching him leave, he thought to himself, things are really getting complicated this time. Then he made a suggestion, lead me to the principal's place. After traveling for a while, he was now present at a skyscraper tower. After bringing him to the door, the student excused himself, I can only escort you this far, Professor. Please go inside. This place is the Divine Tower. Without a shred of hesitation, he stepped right inside the tower. He scanned his eyes around the surroundings and then continued to venture deeper inside. Just after taking a few steps, he discovered something that made his gaze freeze for a few seconds. Is this thing Folium? In the era before the calamity, this tower was regarded as the symbol of the elves. This place chose Luna, and it also shattered to pieces when Luna lost her life. As if summoned by the staff, he walked forward and reached his hand out, wanting to touch it. As soon as his hand made contact, a voice rang out, truly marvelous. He raised his head to look toward the source of the voice. Indeed, the voice continued, Folium was rejected by the Elven Kings for a very long time. His thoughts continued, since it's now before the era of calamity, this person must be Pibua. He continued, it actually responds to you?
A thought suddenly flashed through his mind: if gods exist, then nothing is really surprising. His voice responded: how strange.
Folium, something that even the elf kings have long turned their backs on.
This caught him by surprise. That's right, since it's before the era of calamity, it's not really strange for gods to exist. Gods are transcendent entities, beyond all common reason.
Before the era of calamity, these transcendent entities were originally free to walk upon the earth. Before the era of calamity, these transcendent entities were originally free to walk upon the earth.
Recognizing the person in front of him, he bowed in respect. Greetings, Great One.
Seeing him use honorifics, Pibua smiled and replied, why so formal all of a sudden?
He exclaimed, regardless, it is truly strange.
He asked in return, puzzled, what are you referring to?
He explained, as you know, gods have their powers restricted when they descend to the mortal realm.
The most we can grant you is knowledge. So why have you received the protection of the gods? Being seen through like this amused him, and he asked back, how much have you seen? He thought to himself, look at that, you even know how to deal with gods. Human youth.
No, a young man, I suppose.
It really is the record system.
He then descended to where he was and began to introduce himself. My introduction is a bit late.
My name is Pibua. I am the principal of this place. He didn't hide his identity either. I'm Leo Plav. He nodded and got straight to the point. All right, Leo. Now, satisfy my curiosity. What kind of miracle did you actually perform for a mortal to become the master of the record system?
He was a bit suspicious himself. If it's the record system,
by Hero's record, do you mean the power to recreate the past like this? His vague answer left Pibua skeptical. You don't know for sure?
Then he sighed. I don't know who gifted you the record system, but that's incredibly irresponsible. Still, since you are the master of the record system, I suppose it's fine for me to explain a little. Then he sighed. I don't know who gifted you the record system, but that's incredibly irresponsible. Still, since you are the master of the record system, I suppose it's fine for me to explain a little. This sudden question made him start thinking. A hero's record, it records the journeys of those who performed miracles to the point of being recognized by the gods,
and it can recreate worlds of the past like this.
I know that if you conquer that world, you receive a conquest reward.
These words only intrigued Pibua more. A conquest reward? Theoretically, that isn't impossible.
If so, then this is an incredibly powerful system. It means this wasn't created by a single god.
What on earth did you do to have the gods grant you such immense power?
He didn't hold back, replying, I saved the world.
To be more precise, I defeated Erebus. Going through one surprise after another only left Pibua more amazed. That's unbelievable.
I never expected a child of the mortal realm to be able to defeat that primordial monster. He explained, it wasn't something I did alone.
His mind was filled with questions. Why did the gods just leave Erebus be?
He replied, that monster is clearly a creature that exists on par with us gods. It is a malevolent beast that mortals could do nothing against. Light and darkness are inherently inseparable. Then he pointed toward the window at the top of the tower. If this world is light, then that monster is the darkness. That is why it exists as an immortal beast from the primordial days.
Even we gods cannot destroy it.
But we have always empowered the children of the mortal realm to drive it back into the darkness long ago and maintain the balance. But if the light becomes stronger, the darkness will surely become stronger as well. Erebus has been accumulating power from deep within the darkness for a long time. Eventually, it will nurture enough power to drive the gods off the earth. Perhaps that is the era of calamity you just mentioned. And you achieved what even the gods could not.
He replied, what's the point? Everyone has forgotten about it anyway.
He sympathized with him. That is truly a pity.
He sighed. At first, I was very angry about being forgotten. But now, I've decided not to bother with it anymore, because I have work to do. This piqued Pibua's interest. What is that? His voice was firm. To completely destroy Erebus.
A crazy decision that made Pibua stare in disbelief. You must have faced unimaginable, horrific challenges while punishing Erebus.
Your second life must be a miracle that even the gods couldn't predict. Leaving it for future generations and resting is also a good path. Even so, you intend to repeat that pain all over again?
He hesitated for a long while, then firmly replied, that's right.
Because I've already made up my mind. This made Pibua think to himself, has the day to end this long, drawn-out war finally arrived?
As expected, the gods had their reasons for gifting you such a world. Looking at him, he replied, this is Luna's world, after all. He hesitated for a long while, then firmly replied, that's right.
because I've already made up my mind. That is the reason why only you could receive a special reward. This is a scepter crafted from my knowledge. It will surely be of great help to you. Take it. Receiving the scepter, he was still surprised. I can have this? This is an elf treasure. As soon as it touched his hand, the crystal on the scepter immediately glowed. Pibua explained, Folium chooses its own master, and now it has recognized you as its own. Darkness has shrouded this world. I cannot explain it any more clearly, but that is the best advice I can give you. Great hero, may blessings be upon the path ahead. Saying that, he waved goodbye with an incredibly excited expression. Just then, in another corner of the city, a voice rang out, "This city is strange." Just then, in another corner of the city, a voice rang out, "This city is strange. It's so bright, yet it's so comfortable." The person who said this was a white-haired girl. She is Binner Tartaros, logged into the Barherlun Academy student. She continued, "The Grand Corps Commander said that most elves in this era have rotted away. So it's only natural that this rotten city makes us feel comfortable, right?" Sid, beside her, warned, "Don't get complacent. Don't forget that there are still elves who defeated the core commanders of this era and even contributed to taking down even greater existences." Salman asked, then, "Binner, why did you gather us here?" She replied, "It seems some mice have snuck into the dungeon." Sid added, "Probably the lapdogs from the hero training school." Salman continued, "Dungeon conquerors? How many?" She replied, "For now, I've only spotted one. Salman, there's a manager in the prison basement, I believe named Zara, who is being held there. Find an opportunity to take care of him." Sid stroked his chin, thinking, this is a nuisance. There's no way there's only one conqueror. At this point, Binner's tone immediately changed. "So what? That's fine, isn't it? The annals of the great heroes we revere, the expressions on their faces when they witness it burning down and disappearing, that will surely be worth watching, comrades." Celia encouraged, "Even though we faced difficulties conquering this world, this is just a challenge we must overcome. In accordance with the will of the great Erebus, we must destroy these annals." At that moment, while walking down the street, the names of the existing academies appeared in his mind, including Lumine, Siren, Izonia, and Damien. 3,000 years ago, when a piece of Erebus was resurrected, the existence of the hero world became known. Later, after defeating the fragment of Erebus, the hero's record was divided into 5 parts to establish hero academies according to each race. Surely the breaking up of the hero's record wasn't just to establish hero academies. Perhaps the division was aimed at Kyle's page. There is another suspicious thing here. How could Tartaros influence a hero's record created by the gods? Or I could enter the Forbidden Library to find out the details. First, I have to get Hardin out of the dungeon. Then go find Lunia with Elena. While walking down the academy hallway, Luna's voice rang out from afar, "Professor Akint." While walking down the academy hallway, Luna's voice rang out from afar, "Professor Akint." She replied hurriedly, "Today is His Highness Urgen's birthday." At this point, he thought to himself, "Urgen? That's the Elf King." She continued, "There will be a party held at the World Tree Square." At this point, her voice became stuttering. "The thing is, He thought to himself, "This time is like a festival for all elves." After some hesitation, her voice rang out softly, "I haven't received an invitation yet." This surprised him even more. Luna hasn't received an invitation from Urgen yet? She shyly expressed her wish, "I really want to see His Highness. Could you come with me?" Explaining a bit about Luna's background, she doesn't come from a prestigious family but relies on her own ability and overwhelming talent. She is a genius girl who entered Barherlun. Just after enrolling, her talent was recognized, and she often bragged that she had the support of the Elf King. Luna couldn't possibly be lying to us. Luna couldn't possibly be lying to us. Her voice was a bit sad now. "I was cut off from His Highness Urgen a month ago." This was beyond his expectations, so history has been changed. Of course, in the hero world, history can be changed at any time, but we only just entered Luna's hero world a few hours ago. To alter history from a month ago this world has been shrouded in darkness. He looked out at the world tree outside the window, thinking, darkness? Into the hero dungeon, could Tartaros have infiltrated it? Switching the scene to Hardin, he was currently being held in a dungeon. He held his head in frustration. "I'm so stupid. I should have been careful with every move inside the hero dungeon. Besides, even if I am a prisoner, is the elf jail really this shabby? Is the ancient era completely different from now? If I return to Siren,
there will surely be a lot to report. While thinking, he looked at the two figures appearing in front of his cell door. He suddenly shouted, "Who are you?" A girl replied, "Huh? What are you talking about? If you're asking about my identity, I'm just a slave." This caught him by surprise. A slave? Why? Isn't this an elf city? She replied, "You're asking a very strange question. Aren't all elves slaves?" Hearing this made him furious, clenching his fists. Slaves? Our elf tribe has become slaves? This history. Just as he said this, someone quietly entered from outside. He immediately didn't hesitate to kick the girl hard. Dare to say such useless things? The education of these slaves is too poor. Then he repeatedly beat her before Hardin's eyes. He was extremely angry, grinding his teeth, but couldn't do anything. Then he shouted, "Stop it! What are you doing?" The one who did this was none other than Salman. He stepped forward and replied, "Is there a problem with me punishing this slave? Or can you not accept that your ancestors did such despicable things?" His words caught him by surprise. "What?" Salman continued, "I don't know how you got in here. You dogs from Siren." While speaking, a magic orb appeared in his hand. "Then you will die here." He realized the problem. Tartaros? Because of these handcuffs, the burst of aura was being suppressed. Salman raised his arm, preparing to strike at him, and immediately, a blurry figure radiated a powerful source of aura. It immediately formed a defensive shield, blocking Salman's incoming attack. Right after that, a massive explosion occurred in that place. Seeing his attack suddenly blocked caught Salman off guard. Could it be? Looking at this familiar figure made Hardin think for a few seconds. Then he suddenly blurted out, "Elena?" Hearing that, Elena replied, "Hardin." Then she removed the mask from her beautiful face. She turned back and mocked, "What is that miserable look, anyway?" She reached out her arm and began to break the shackles on Hardin's hands. She confidently replied, "Look forward to the next fight." Witnessing that scene left the blonde girl from earlier surprised. "You know how to use magic?" Seeing she couldn't hide it anymore, Elena confessed, "I'm not in right now, Marin. I just borrowed your friend's body to come here and get rid of the bad guys." These vague words left Marin skeptical. An angel descended from the heavens? Elena leaned down to comfort little Marin. "Close your eyes until I tell you to open them, okay?" The girl then obediently followed. "Yes, understood." An angry cry drew Hardin's attention, making him turn to look. Salman's body was now completely mangled, leaving half his body incomplete. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, you brat." She turned back and mocked, "Why don't you just lie there? If you had, maybe I would have forgotten to let you go." He was furious to the point of insanity. "I will kill you until there's nothing left, you hero candidate." Thinking of this made Hardin jump. A hero candidate? The scene returned to 2 years ago, at the training grounds. The referee's voice rang out. Next is the magic duel between the first-year representatives of the magic department. Elena and Hardin stood on the arena, beginning the greeting rituals. Looking at her arrogant attitude made him angry. What? What is that arrogant attitude? Then he held his arm out with determination. "I will make you look me straight in the eyes." But life isn't like a dream. After fighting for a while, he failed completely. At that moment, I realized that there are people in this world born to be heroes. Salman had now returned to his demonic state. His voice growled, "This time you won't die peacefully." Facing the demon in front of him, Elena remained calm. She immediately reached her arm forward, unleashing countless magic chains that lunged straight towards Salman. The chains quickly wrapped around him from behind, making Salman terrified. Someone like me, losing to a pathetic hero candidate? If you want to defeat me, you should at least bring the corps commander's confidant here. As soon as he finished speaking, he was completely enveloped in a ball of chains. Her voice rang out, "Low-class demon scum like you don't stand a chance against me." Right after that, she clenched her fist, making the orb in front of her explode in an instant. Then she happily waved goodbye. "So, goodbye." She returned to her little friend and called, "Marin, you can open your eyes now." Hearing that, the girl opened her eyes to see Elena and Hardin had finished everything. Elena's voice rang out, "Let's go. You lead the way for us." The scene of the magnificent palace appeared. The calm Miss Sergia shattered the quiet evening atmosphere. Sergia replied softly while struggling to endure the harsh etiquette training. The butler reminded her to keep her back straight. Even her smile was scrutinized. He demanded Sergia practice smiling as gently and princess-like as possible. She tried to force a proper royal smile, even though she must have been sick of acting all day long. Despite being complimented on her beauty and princess title, Sergia only managed to thank him. She was tired of always having to act so refined. As the order to prepare her attire was given, a team of maids rushed in like a whirlwind to start dressing her. Sergia was spun around like a top among the maids bustling to prepare her dress and jewelry. Her hair also began to be meticulously cared for. Don't know how many hours had passed. She was so exhausted she felt like her soul had left her body, only wishing to lie down and rest immediately. Looking at the large team of maids, Sergia realized her current status wasn't as simple as she thought, becoming a real princess. Looking in the mirror, Sergia saw a magnificent yet completely strange version of herself with bright red hair. Confused thoughts about elf history surfaced. She wondered exactly what time period she was in and how the politics of this era worked. The butler announced she had to go to the audience chamber to greet people before the prince's birthday party started. A new challenge. It was located deep in the core of the World Tree Barbarin, the most powerful heart of the kingdom. Explaining this was a sacred place only opened when the king visited, Sergia felt the pressure weigh on her shoulders. Even her breathing had to be strictly controlled. The butler reminded her to stay calm, but Sergia was already sweating from stress. The two walked on the long red carpet leading to the audience chamber. Each step made her heart pound with nervousness. Compared to the etiquette teachers she'd met in Siren, this old butler was a nightmare. But for the mission, she had to grit her teeth and endure it. Standing before the giant wooden door with intricate carvings, she hoped to grasp the current situation soon. The door opened, but behind it wasn't splendor, but a bizarre red mist full of intense killing intent. Sergia was stunned by the terrifying pressure. What on earth was this room hiding that was so scary? She trembled, clutching her chest to try to stay calm against the extreme unease. A dark entity hid behind the smoke, radiating a weird energy that immediately made one's skin crawl. Sergia's eyes widened in horror. What she was seeing certainly wasn't a normal creature of this world. A giant monster with glowing red eyes sat arrogantly on the throne, swallowing all the light around it. The butler's call brought her back to reality. Sergia's face went pale, sweating profusely from fear. She tried to calm down and stepped inside. A moment of doubt appeared, wondering if she was misseeing things from exhaustion. Light from the throne was blinding, but it felt strangely artificial, as if trying to hide something disgusting. A mysterious smile appeared behind the aura. The voice of the person on high rang out, intimately calling her closer. Sergia's hands clenched her skirt to hide the constant trembling. She had to continue this play despite being terrified. She bowed low according to royal etiquette, wishing a happy birthday to the monarch on the throne. Inside, she was screaming. This was inside the World Tree, but why did it feel so deathly cold? Elf King Urgent appeared with a benevolent and saintly look. He told her to raise her head, but that gentleness only made her more creeped out. She replied cautiously, not daring to look straight into the king's eyes. In Sergia's eyes, the whole room was dyed in the red blood of corruption. She felt clearly the presence of evil reigning here. Dark strings intertwined throughout the space, like a giant net wanting to choke all life. The king's smile now looked no different from a demon waiting to devour its poor prey. Sergia gasped, sweat running down her neck. She was facing a cruel reality beyond all normal understanding. Looking down, she saw a bizarre entity gradually revealing itself right beside the Elf King, a monster from Tartarus. This truth left Sergia stunned, unable to believe her own eyes. Pieces of memory and scattered information began to connect in her head. This couldn't be a coincidence. The image of this dark, killing intent entity. Sergia was sure she had encountered it somewhere in the past. It looked exactly like the monster described in fairy tales about the end of the world. A terrifying omen for the future. A room filled with red killing intent appeared. Sergia sat stunned on a luxurious armchair. She was deep in thoughts about this bizarre reality. In another corner, Luna Rubinance was talking with Professor Akint. The girl looked melancholic, wondering if she was truly an elf not suited for this barbarian kingdom. On the ground, book pages and a quill pen were scattered. Luna confided that things had been very difficult for her lately. Luna hung her head low, sweat falling on the floor. She seemed to have lost her way and didn't know what to do anymore. Doubts about the magic she was pursuing weighed on her little shoulders. Luna wondered if it was truly something great, or if history had been completely distorted. Witnessing Luna collapse like that, Akint gritted his teeth in anger. He realized Tartarus's goal was to hinder the hero, and they had dared to stain her world. He softly called Luna's name, drawing the attention of the girl lost in melancholy. Luna looked up, her amber eyes filled with surprise. Amidst the brightly lit hallway, Akin firmly asserted that in the future, Luna would become an elf respected by everyone more than anyone else. Looking at Luna's reflection through his glasses, Akin smiled gently. He promised to ensure that bright future for her. The scene shifted to a dreamlike space like the night sky. Akin thought to himself that he understood this better than anyone. These were words Luna had said long ago. Old memories rushed into his mind like shooting stars. He believed she was the fated person, someone who would shine like a brilliant star in the dark night sky. Luna's eyes lit up with hope upon hearing the professor's encouragement. Faith began to kindle in her heart again. She excitedly exclaimed, regaining her usual playful look. Akin smiled in agreement, thinking this confident look really suited her. Akin politely reached out his hand, inviting Luna to join the party. The previous tension seemed to have vanished completely. Under the world tree blooming with fireworks, Akin silently confirmed the existence of Tartarus in the hero's world. If that was the case, then, he resolved to destroy them all to protect this world. A firm oath echoed in the young professor's mind. The royal party was extremely lively with luxurious banquet tables and sparkling fountains. Sergia appeared in a magnificent blue dress, receiving everyone's welcome. Although smiling socially, sweat still rolled down Sergia's face. She was trying to maintain a calm appearance in front of the crowd. Sergia's hands trembled incessantly. She couldn't for the life of her forget the horrific thing she had witnessed with her own eyes in the audience chamber earlier. Sergia wondered why that thing was present here, and whether she was the only one who saw it. Fear was gnawing at her soul. Just then, a timid voice rang out, greeting the princess. Sergia was startled out of her dark train of thought. Sitting at the banquet table, Sergia turned back, stunned, to look at the person who had called her. This voice sounded so familiar. It was Luna Rubinance, the girl standing shyly before the princess. Luna's appearance was like a breath of fresh air, soothing Sergia's mood. Sergia stood up, looking at Luna with an astonished expression. Strangely enough, every fear in her heart seemed to vanish completely in an instant. She approached the shy elf girl. A sense of relief spread through her, making Sergia no longer feel threatened by the surrounding space. Sergia stared at Luna, inwardly exclaiming to herself how she could have ever forgotten. She realized this was Luna's world. The girl politely introduced herself as Luna Rubinance. Her purity made the surrounding atmosphere feel less suffocating. In Sergia's mind, a powerful title appeared, progenitor of the nebula, Lady Luna. She had identified this legendary character. The two stood chatting amidst the magnificent banquet, attracting the attention of a mysterious character observing from afar. Nearby, Sergia was familiarly holding Luna's hand, which surprised the girl. This scene caught the eye of a silver-haired man with an expression full of hatred. The vice principal of Barbarin looked at Luna with killing intent. He frustratedly wondered how that annoying girl could appear here when she hadn't been invited. He muttered curses that whether in the past or the present, they were all the same, always doing things that were beyond expectations. Suddenly, Akin appeared right behind him. He spoke sarcastically, praising the vice principal's ability to sneak around like a sewer rat. Akin's eyes glowed red with killing intent behind his glasses. He growled that the stench emanating from his rotting body could not be hidden. The vice principal sneered arrogantly. He claimed to be the one in power in this stinking city of Barbarin. He threatened that Akin would pay a heavy price for daring to interfere in this world. A disgusting aura of evil began to erupt from his body. The villain looked down on Akin, thinking that someone possessing the body of a low-level teacher like him couldn't do anything significant. A vision of the world submerged in a sea of flames appeared. He declared that the world of the great hero would burn helplessly right before Akin's eyes. The vice principal turned his back and walked away with a triumphant smile, leaving Akin alone in the night with boiling hatred. Akin watched the vice principal's back, inwardly wanting to take his head immediately, but there were too many eyes watching at the moment. Suddenly, Luna ran over and called for Professor Akin. The girl excitedly boasted that she had just chatted with the princess, but the princess seemed to be acting very strange today. Akin suddenly froze as an idea flashed through his mind. He seemed to have realized something extremely important regarding the current situation. The banquet space was still incredibly magnificent with exotic delicacies, but everyone's attention had now shifted to the upcoming conversation. Akin politely approached Sergia and bowed respectfully. He officially introduced himself to the princess who carried a modern soul. Sergia returned Akint's greeting, while the butler stood behind observing closely.
Akint intended to say something more but hesitated. A thought suddenly occurred. Sergia looked at Akint with a probing gaze.
She decided to use this opportunity to verify an important piece of information.
Is it possible that you know something about Lumerne? Sergia asked in a low voice, hoping the professor could give her an answer. Instead of answering directly, Akint only gave a meaningful smile. His eyes showed he knew more than he was letting on. Leo knelt before Sergia, who was impersonating Princess Lunia, and asked if she knew anything about Lumerne.
Looking closely at the person in front of her through her glasses, Sergia immediately realized it was Leo, also in disguise. Leo smiled slightly, thinking to himself that Lunia being a princess in this world would make things much easier. Just then, a notification sound cut in. Prince Urjin had officially appeared in the banquet hall. Urjin walked with authority on the red carpet amidst the cheers and birthday wishes from the elf crowd. He approached and greeted Akint. The professor returned the gesture and asked for permission to leave to prepare for the upcoming procedures.
Standing before all the guests, Urjin sent thanks on behalf of the royal family to everyone for coming to celebrate. He generously requested that everyone not be too formal and just enjoy this night to the fullest. In another corner, Leo noticed Luna trembling with anxiety, a very strange state compared to her usual demeanor. Luna was burning with determination. She had to win Urjin over at all costs to maintain her sponsorship. Under the shimmering lights, the hem of her flowing red dress swayed to the rhythm of the music. Leo stepped in front of Sergia, politely extending his hand to invite her to perform a ceremonial dance. He wore a meaningful smile, signaling to her that this was a good opportunity for them to exchange secrets. This unexpected action left Luna standing beside them, only able to stare in confusion, not understanding what was happening. While dancing, Sergia took the chance to whisper and ask what Leo had found out about this illusory world. Both rotated rhythmically on the dance floor, trying to maintain the most natural appearance in front of the crowd. Leo explained that this was the time before the catastrophe, and more importantly, this was the world in Luna's memory. The light from the window cast shadows on their backs, creating a romantic but tense scene. Sergia asked about the conditions to escape from here. Leo nodded, confirming he had grasped the core clues. The key lay in the fact that Luna once had the ability to create star magic in the past. However, in this current timeline, that type of magic hadn't been created yet.
Leo lowered his voice, warning of a terrifying truth. Tartarus was present right at this luxurious banquet.
Sergia asked back, shocked, whether those were remnants from the past.
But Leo denied it. He believed that outsiders had found a way to infiltrate here, just as they had done. Sergia broke into a cold sweat, fearing a sudden attack in the heart of the elf kingdom. Leo demanded she stay calm and listen carefully to what he was about to reveal, because things were about to get worse. He affirmed that the Erebus darkness was also lurking somewhere, observing their every move. Suddenly, a massive blast of magical energy erupted, shaking the entire space.
In the ruined area, a blue magical explosion swept through everything in sight.
Elena Geron stood in the middle of the battlefield with a bored expression. She was tired of these draining battles.
She demanded that Haddon quickly blow away the unpleasant stench covering the whole group.
Haddon immediately swung his sword, creating a powerful gust of wind that dispersed the pitch-black smoke surrounding them.
Elena felt annoyed and wanted to use wide-area magic to clear the entire area for the sake of it.
Haddon hurriedly stopped her, fearing there were residents nearby, even though Elena considered this just a dirty dump not worth worrying about. Just then, the steady footsteps of someone rang out from deep within the darkness of the alley. A raspy voice rang out, mocking those who called themselves heroes as hypocrites. Bone-eating Viner in a school uniform stepped out, looking at Elena's group with eyes full of hatred. She sneered insanely, calling the opponents rude brats who didn't know their place. Her glowing pink eyes swirled deep into her opponents, filled with bloodthirst and evil.
She challenged, "Has anyone ever seen humans defeated by the hands of a bug?"
A giant dark entity appeared behind her, declaring that their god was about to awaken. Elena frowned and asked if that was Erebus, but was immediately scolded by the entity for daring to call the god's name with her filthy mouth.
Elena Geron stood facing the demon Bone-eating Viner in the dark alley of the ruins.
Elena calmly replied to the opponent's sarcasm, affirming that she practiced extremely thorough personal hygiene. She added a sarcastic comment about the heavy stench emanating from the demon's breath. Bone-eating Viner was so angry that her eyes turned red. She couldn't believe she had been insulted by a human. She hissed in anger, calling Elena a cheeky brat and swore to make her pay.
Dark power exploded as Bone-eating Viner began to transform, swearing to tear Elena into shreds.
Her body turned into a giant snake with shiny black scales, crazily attacking forward. Haddon quickly embraced the panicking child to protect it from the shockwaves of the battle.
The child was still stunned, stammering the word angel while looking toward the fighting Elena. Elena turned her back on the enemy, coldly issuing a warning to those eager to die.
In the murky darkness, bone-eating Viner boastfully bragged about the number of heroes she had killed. Her small figure was printed on the broken tiles, preparing for a more brutal attack. Bone-eating Viner roared her proud identity, a legendary monster spreading terror. She had hunted and killed countless hero candidates over the last 100 years with her cruelty. Hadden gently stroked the child's head to comfort it, helping it calm down amidst the tense atmosphere. Bone-eating Viner laughed at Elena's concern, thinking she was just a fraud with no real power. Hadden looked at her with cold eyes, affirming that the one who should really worry about her life was her. A brilliant pink magical flow began to accumulate, radiating an overwhelming pressure that deformed the space.
Elena launched a powerful strike into the midst of the bones and obstacles Viner had created. The pink column of light exploded powerfully, proving Elena was an opponent far beyond what the demon could imagine.
The enemy realized it was the legendary pink mana, a rare power that only Elena Geron possessed. The shock from the magic explosion made everything around shake as if it were about to collapse. Elena wore a confident smile as her true identity was completely revealed.
Bone-eating Viner was stunned for a moment before the overwhelming power of this brilliant pink magic,
but then she began to laugh crazily when hearing the call from the god she worshipped. A flow of black energy surrounded Viner. She clearly felt the presence of the god Erebus nearby. Elena and Hadden immediately realized the dark conspiracy behind it, as the god she mentioned was Erebus. Bone-eating Viner had now revealed her true form as a hideous half-human, half-snake Lamia.
Elena decided to destroy this monster before it could cause any more tragedies. In the palace banquet hall, Leo was shocked to hear the name Erebus from Sergia's lips.
Leo affirmed that it was certainly Erebus, though he had never met it. His instincts told him so.
Sergia looked at Leo in surprise, realizing something extremely wrong was happening with his body.
Leo was shocked to realize he had returned to his normal human form in the academy uniform.
The camouflage illusion of both simultaneously vanished, revealing their true identities before hundreds of pairs of elf eyes. Leo was extremely confused, not understanding why the camouflage spell had suddenly failed.
Crimson sparks of Erebus began to appear in the palace sky, signaling the collapse of this world. The crowd of elf guests immediately became indignant. They screamed and questioned the two strangers who had dared to deceive the royal family. Leo and Sergia were surrounded by hostility, while the fragments of the surrounding illusion gradually faded away.
An elf official pointed at them, accusing them both of plotting to sabotage the princess's happy day.
Luna's silhouette gradually blurred and dissolved into nothingness, proving this memory world was on the verge of destruction. Strange footsteps entered the chaotic banquet hall amidst the tensest situation. A voice rang out asking who they were, drawing all attention toward the newcomer. Leo and Luna stood facing each other in the collapsing banquet hall, both having returned to their true forms in academy uniforms.
Luna looked around in a panic, loudly asking about Professor Akin's whereabouts amidst the chaos.
Luna looked around in a panic, her mouth not stopping from asking where Professor Akin was. In the magnificent banquet hall, everything began to shake and shatter into pieces.
Leo looked straight at reality, bluntly declaring that clearing the dungeon was no longer the priority.
An ancient symbol appeared on his hand. Leo knew there was only one way to save Luna's story.
That was to destroy Erebus, the entity causing this world to collapse. Luna stood stunned upon hearing this.
A massive beam of light exploded in the middle of the hall, swallowing the figures of the three of them. Leo said in a determined voice that it was time for Luna to join him in saving this world once again. He pulled out a scepter radiating brilliant blue mana and looked at Luna, affirming that he really needed her help.
He moved the scepter forward, telling Luna to take it. Just touching the folium rod, Luna felt a strange energy flow through her. She was dazed by this holy relic. The rod reacted incredibly strongly to Luna's mana, making her wonder why it chose her. Deep down, Luna's mind was filled with confused thoughts about Leo, a mysterious human she should be wary of.
But for some reason, she felt like she had known this guy for a long time, like a connection from a past life. Leo's call brought her back to reality. He reiterated his plea for help.
Luna was silent for a moment, then answered softly that she would accompany him. A firm affirmation rang out amidst the light-filled space.
Holding the scepter in her hand, Luna smiled radiantly, looking confident and incredibly excited.
Standing from afar, Lunia was surprised to see her tribe's holy relic in the hands of an intruder.
The red-haired elf girl felt things were starting to get complicated, especially seeing the elf girl siding with Leo. In the darkness, a mouthful of sharp teeth sneered, implying the presence of a terrifying force. That person boasted that no matter who it was, before an omnipotent god, all efforts were meaningless. A giant entity with dozens of glowing red eyes appeared, radiating terrifying killing intent. The threat about this world being completely destroyed rang out darkly. Lunia stood watching the two talk without understanding a thing, but she felt it was best not to interfere right now. Leo casually invited the group to finish off Erebus as if they were going for a walk, making Lunia standing beside them only able to blurt out, "Huh?" The elf girl was truly panicked, wondering how they could confront that monster so casually. Leo calmly explained that the Erebus Lunia saw might be far different from what he knew. Lunia was still stunned, her face clearly showing disbelief at what she had just heard. Leo calmly explained that the Erebus Lunia saw might be far different from what he knew. He guessed this was just a small fragment, not the complete body. All three stood before the deadly crimson sky. Luna was excited hearing that, if it were only a fragment, with their current strength, they definitely had a chance to win. While running toward the world tree, Lunia suddenly remembered that no one in the group had had time to introduce themselves. The three ran for their lives in the palace hallway. Leo intended to introduce himself but was interrupted. Lunia suddenly turned into a fangirl, her eyes sparkling looking at Luna and then introducing her name as Lunia L. Lund with great honor. Luna found it strange. She wondered if meeting her was such a big deal. Lunia affirmed that in this world, who didn't know her reputation? They ran to the front of a giant gate, where Leo finally managed to insert his name as Leo Plav. Luna started acting arrogant. She boasted that a genius like her couldn't hide her radiance anywhere. Lunia was moved to tears when talking to the progenitor. Leo looked at this fangirl and felt familiar, just like someone he had met before. Luna turned to ask Leo about the next plan while the darkness shrouded the world tree. They headed straight for the main gate. Leo confirmed there was a monster hiding in the world tree and they would take it down. Luna showed excitement, considering taking down the monster a not bad start for her illustrious achievements. Leo placed his hand on the door. The door opened with a blinding light. Leo warned the team to prepare themselves because there would be many obstacles ahead. Luna and Lunia had just stepped through the door and had to stop because of an unpleasant sight. An entire horde of orcs and aggressive werewolves spilled out like ants. Lunia screamed in panic, asking where so many monsters came from. Contrary to the girl's panic, Leo calmly determined that this was the devil's den to begin with. Lunia didn't want to lose. She braced herself, preparing to showcase the fire magic she had painstakingly practiced. Leo stepped forward, inwardly praising the determination of his two companions. Luna didn't stand on the sidelines either. She picked up her staff and declared it was time for her to act. Lunia's fangirl blood boiled again. She was extremely excited when she was about to witness the legendary progenitor's magic with her own eyes. But before fighting, Leo accumulated blue mana into his palm to prepare for something important. He shot a giant beam of light straight up into the air, illuminating the dark space. The signal flare exploded overhead, radiating brilliant blue rays of light like shooting stars. Leo watched the flow of light gradually fade. This was a signal to guide Elena and Haddon to join the army. He turned back with a confident smile, signaling for the group to start the total offensive. Luna asked if Leo intended to lead the way. Her eyes reflected trust. Not keeping Leo waiting, Luna cast an extremely powerful enhancement spell on his sword. Covered by green mana, Leo's sword radiated unprecedented power. Leo inwardly exclaimed. He never expected that there would be a day he and Luna would coordinate so smoothly and well again. Leo lunged straight into the middle of the monster horde like a silver arrow, without a moment's hesitation. His hand tightened on the hilt of the sword, the glowing red light erupting to signal a brutal finishing blow. The sharp blade glided past, splitting the face of a ferocious orc in an instant. With a godlike sword stroke, Leo cleared out an entire group of monsters, blood and guts splattering everywhere. Stopping amidst the ruins, Leo's gaze remained sharp and full of killing intent. Luna saw this and praised him excitedly. She realized Leo had indeed become much stronger than before. Lunia stood behind, only able to open her mouth wide. Lunia told herself she couldn't lose either, the red-haired elf girl determined to showcase her signature magic. Under Lunia's feet, glowing red fire magic circles erupted as she prepared to unleash her move. She unleashed the Crimson Frisbee skill, creating a powerful crimson column of light. Glowing red energy saw blades were launched. Lunia roared with spirit. The saw blades flew across the battlefield, shredding any monster daring to block the way. Luna inwardly praised Lunia's skills but also reminded herself not to be left behind. Lunia waited eagerly, wondering what kind of holy magic the great progenitor would showcase. Luna only created a tiny spark on her fingertip and called it Fireball, making Lunia confused, thinking she misread the situation. The monsters roared and lunged, seemingly not regarding Luna's spark at all. Luna just smiled meaningfully. She was about to show everyone the true power of clone magic. A massive magic circle appeared. From a tiny spark, it had now turned into hundreds of burning fireballs surrounding the monsters. Leo saw this scene and only knew how to smile. Indeed, Luna's aggressive fighting style hadn't changed at all. Luna tilted her chin, ordering Leo to step aside so she could finish clearing this battlefield. A rain of fire missiles poured down, exploding right in the middle of the monster horde and creating a terrifying sea of fire.
Lunia was completely stunned. She inwardly thought this was the true authority of a progenitor.
Lunia looked up at the scene of destruction before her eyes with teary eyes because of admiration. All that remained was smoke and fire and the extreme amazement of the red-haired elf girl. The three stood amidst the ruins after the entire monster horde had been wiped out without a trace. Luna started acting arrogant. She put on a show as if waiting for a compliment from Leo. Leo only smiled, then stepped over to pat Luna's head naturally, making her surprised and a bit confused. Leo praised Luna for doing a very good job, his hand still not stopping from patting her head affectionately.
Luna blushed red, standing frozen for a few seconds because of this overly intimate action from Leo.
Immediately, Luna ruffled her feathers and scolded Leo for being an insolent human, clearly younger but daring to treat a senior like a child. Leo only smiled and said she was the one nagging for compliments. Witnessing this intimate argument, Lunia suddenly felt the two of them really didn't look any different from an old pair of friends who had been close for a long time.
Luna still didn't stop nagging while Leo only knew how to smile it off.
The magnificent palace scene appeared. The calm Miss Sergia rang out, shattering the quiet evening atmosphere. Sergia replied softly while struggling to endure the harsh etiquette training.
The butler reminded her to keep her back straight.
Even her smile was scrutinized.
He demanded Sergia practice smiling as gently and princess-like as possible.
She tried to force a proper royal smile, even though she must have been sick of acting all day long. Despite being complimented on her beauty and princess title, Sergia only knew to thank him. She was tired of always having to act so refined. As the order to prepare her attire was given, an entire team of maids rushed in like a whirlwind to start dressing her. Sergia was spun around like a top among the maids bustling to prepare her dress and jewelry. Her hair also began to be meticulously cared for. Don't know how many hours had passed, she was so exhausted she felt like her soul had left her body, only wishing to lie down and rest immediately. Looking at the massive crowd of maids serving them, Sergia began to realize that her current standing was not as simple as she had first thought.
So, this is what it's like to be a real princess.
Looking in the mirror, Sergia saw a magnificent yet completely unrecognizable version of herself with vibrant red hair. Chaotic thoughts about elf history swirled in her mind. She wondered exactly what point in time she was in and how the political system operated back then. The butler informed her that she had to head to the audience chamber for a private greeting before the prince's birthday party began.
Another challenge presented itself.
It was a place located deep within the core of the Barbarian World Tree, the most powerful heart of the entire kingdom. Having been told that this was a sacred site opened only for the king, Sergia felt the heavy pressure weighing down on her small shoulders. Even her breathing had to be strictly controlled. The butler reminded her to stay calm, but Sergia had already started to sweat profusely from the sheer tension. The two of them walked down the incredibly long red carpet leading to the audience chamber. With every step, her heart pounded wildly from nervousness. Compared to the etiquette instructors she had met in Siren, this old butler was truly a nightmare. But for the sake of her mission, she just had to grit her teeth and endure it. Standing before the massive wooden door with its intricately carved patterns, she secretly hoped to get a grip on the current situation soon. The door opened, but behind it wasn't magnificence. Instead, a grotesque red mist filled with killing intent swirled violently. Sergia was stunned by the terrifying wave of pressure that rushed toward her.
What on earth was being kept in this room to make it so frightening?
She trembled, her hand clutching her chest as she tried to maintain her composure against the overwhelming sense of unease enveloping her entire body.
A dark entity lurked behind the smoke, radiating a bizarre energy that instantly sent chills down anyone's spine.
Sergia's eyes widened in horror. What she was seeing certainly wasn't a normal creature of this world.
A colossal monster with glowing red eyes sat perched on the throne, devouring all the light around it.
The butler's call pulled her back to reality. Sergia's face was deathly pale, and she was sweating buckets from pure terror. She tried to calm herself and continued walking inside. A fleeting doubt crossed her mind, and she wondered if she was seeing things because she was just too exhausted. The light from the throne was blinding, but it carried a strangely fake sensation, as if it were trying to cover up something disgusting. A mysterious smile appeared behind the halo of light. The voice of the one sitting high above rang out, intimately calling her closer. Sergia's hands clenched the hem of her dress to hide her incessant trembling. She was forced to continue this act even though she was terrified to the core. She bowed her head deeply according to royal etiquette and offered her birthday wishes to the monarch sitting on the throne. Her heart was screaming. This was the inside of the world tree, but why did it feel so cold and deathly? Elf King Urgent appeared, looking benevolent and holy. He told her to raise her head, but that gentleness only made her feel more creeped out. She replied softly and cautiously, not daring to look directly into the eyes of the king before her. To Sergia's eyes, the entire room was now stained with the blood-red color of rot. She clearly sensed the presence of the devil reigning over this place. Dark threads were tangled throughout the space, like a giant web trying to suffocate every living thing in existence. The king's smile now looked to her like a demon waiting to devour its poor prey. Sergia gasped for air, sweat running down her neck. She was facing a cruel reality that far exceeded any conventional understanding. When she looked down, she saw a grotesque entity gradually revealing itself right next to the Elf King, a monster from Tartarus. This truth left Sergia shocked. She couldn't believe her own eyes at that moment. Fragments of memories and scattered information began to connect in her head. This couldn't be a random coincidence. The image of this dark, bloodthirsty entity. Sergia was sure she had encountered it somewhere in the past. It was identical to the monster described in fairy tales about the end of the world. A terrifying omen for the future. A room filled with ominous red energy appeared, with Sergia sitting dazed on a luxurious armchair. She was deep in thought about this bizarre reality. In another corner, Luna Rubinance was talking to Professor Akint. She looked melancholy, wondering if she really was an elf who didn't belong in this barbarian kingdom. On the floor, books and a quill pen lay scattered. Luna confessed that everything had been really difficult for her lately. Luna hung her head, sweat dripping onto the floor. She seemed to have lost her way and no longer knew what she should do. The doubt about the magic she was pursuing weighed heavily on her small shoulders. Luna wondered if it was really something great, or if history had been completely distorted. Witnessing Luna's collapse like that, Akint gritted his teeth in anger. He realized that Tartarus's goal was to hinder the hero, and they had dared to taint her world. He softly called Luna's name, catching the attention of the girl lost in her melancholy. Luna looked up, her amber eyes filled with surprise. In the brightly lit hallway, Akint firmly asserted that in the future, Luna would become an elf respected by everyone more than anyone else. Looking at Luna's reflection through his glasses, Akint smiled gently. He promised to ensure that bright future for her. The scene shifted to a dreamlike space resembling the night sky. Akint thought to himself that he understood this better than anyone else. Those were the words Luna had said a long time ago. Old memories flooded his mind like shooting stars. He believed that she was the one destined, the one who would shine like a brilliant star in the dark night sky. Luna's eyes lit up with hope as she heard the professor's encouraging words. Faith began to kindle in her heart once again. She exclaimed excitedly, regaining her usual bubbly self. Akint smiled in agreement, thinking that this confident look really suited her. Akint politely offered his hand, inviting Luna to enter the party together. The tension from before seemed to have vanished completely. Under the world tree canopy lit by fireworks, Akint silently confirmed the presence of Tartarus in the hero's world. If that was the case, then, he resolved to destroy them all to protect this world. A firm vow echoed in the young professor's mind. The royal party was incredibly lively with extravagant banquet tables and brilliant fountains. Sergia appeared in a magnificent blue dress, receiving everyone's welcome. Despite her social smile, sweat still ran down Sergia's face. She was trying to maintain her composure in front of the crowd. Sergia's hands shook uncontrollably. She couldn't forget the horrifying things she had witnessed in the audience chamber earlier. Sergia wondered why that thing was here, and whether she was the only one who could see it. Fear was gnawing at her soul. Just then, a shy voice rang out greeting the princess. Sergia startled, snapping out of her dark thoughts. Sergia sat at the banquet table, stunned as she turned to look at the person who had called her. That voice sounded so familiar. It was Luna Rubinance, standing shyly in front of the princess. Luna's appearance was like a cool breeze soothing Sergia's mood. Sergia stood up, looking at Luna with a surprised expression. It was strange, it felt as if all the fear in her heart had suddenly vanished completely. She approached the shy elf girl. A feeling of relief spread, making Sergia no longer feel threatened by the surrounding space. Sergia stared at Luna, silently exclaiming to herself how she could have ever forgotten. She realized this was Luna's world. The girl politely introduced herself as Luna Rubinance.
Her innocence made the surrounding atmosphere feel less suffocating.
In Sergia's mind, a powerful title appeared, progenitor of the nebula, Lady Luna. She had identified this legendary character. The two stood chatting amidst the magnificent party, attracting the attention of a mysterious figure watching from afar. Nearby, Sergia was holding Luna's hand affectionately, which surprised the girl. This scene caught the eye of a silver-haired man with a look of pure hatred.
The vice principal of Barbarin looked at Luna with bloodthirsty eyes. He irritably wondered how that annoying girl could have appeared here despite not being invited.
He muttered that whether in the past or the present, they were all the same, always doing things that were completely unexpected. Suddenly, a Kent appeared right behind him. He spoke sarcastically, praising the vice principal's ability to sneak around like a sewer rat. Akin's eyes glowed with murderous red light behind his glasses. He growled that the foul stench from his rotting body couldn't be hidden.
The vice principal sneered arrogantly.
He claimed to be the one in power in this city of elves, Barbarin, which was filled with foul odors. He threatened that Akint would pay a heavy price for daring to interfere in this world.
A disgusting aura began to erupt from his body. The villain looked down on Akint, thinking that someone possessing the body of a low-level teacher couldn't do anything significant. An illusion of the world engulfed in flames appeared. He declared that the hero's world would burn helplessly right before Akint's eyes. The vice principal turned and walked away with a smug smile, leaving Akint alone in the dark with seething hatred. Akint watched the vice principal's back, thinking he wanted to take his head off immediately, but there were too many eyes watching at the moment. Unexpectedly, Luna ran over and called for Professor Akint.
She excitedly boasted that she had just talked to the princess, but it seemed like the princess was acting very strange today. Akint froze when an idea flashed through his mind. He seemed to have realized something extremely important regarding the current situation. The party space was still incredibly magnificent with delicacies, but everyone's attention was now focused on the upcoming conversation.
Akint politely approached Sergia and bowed respectfully.
He formally introduced himself to the princess who carried a modern soul. Sergia returned Akint's greeting, while the butler stood behind observing carefully.
Akint intended to say something more but hesitated.
A thought occurred to her, and Sergia looked at Akint with an inquisitive gaze. She decided to use this opportunity to verify an important piece of information.
Is it possible that you know something about Lumern? Sergia asked in a low voice, hoping this professor could provide her with an answer. Instead of answering directly, Akint just gave a knowing smile. His eyes showed he knew much more than he was letting on. Leo knelt before Sergia, who was disguised as Princess Lunia, and asked if she knew anything about Lumern.
Looking closely at the person in front of him through his glasses, Sergia immediately realized it was Leo, who was also using a disguise. Leo smiled slightly, thinking to himself that Lunia being a princess in this world would make things much easier.
Just then, an announcement cut through the air. Prince Urgen had officially appeared in the banquet hall.
Urgen walked with authority on the red carpet amidst the cheers and birthday wishes from the crowd of elves. He approached to greet Akint. The professor returned the gesture and asked for permission to leave to prepare for the next procedures.
Standing before all the guests, Urgen spoke on behalf of the royal family to thank everyone for coming to celebrate.
He generously asked everyone not to stand on ceremony and to just comfortably enjoy the rest of the night.
In another corner, Leo noticed Luna was trembling with anxiety, a very strange state compared to her usual demeanor. Luna was burning with determination. She had to win Urgen over at any cost to secure her funding.
Under the shimmering lights, the flowing red hem of her dress swayed gently with the rhythm of the music. Leo approached Sergia, politely offering his hand to invite her to perform a ceremonial dance. He smiled suggestively, signaling to her that this was a good opportunity for the two of them to exchange secrets.
This unexpected action left Luna, standing beside them, just staring blankly, not understanding what was happening.
While dancing, Sergia took the opportunity to whisper and ask what Leo had found out about this illusion world. They both swirled rhythmically on the dance floor, trying to maintain the most natural appearance possible in front of the crowd. Leo explained that this was the time before the catastrophe, and more importantly, this was the world in Luna's memories. Light from the window hit their backs, creating a romantic yet tense scene. Sergia asked about the conditions for escaping this place. Leo nodded, confirming he had grasped the core clues. The key lay in the fact that Luna had possessed the ability to create star magic in the past. However, in this current timeline, that type of magic had not been created yet. Leo lowered his voice to warn of a terrifying truth. Tartarus was present right at this luxurious party.
Sergia asked in shock if those were entities from the past left behind.
But Leo denied it, believing that outsiders had found a way to infiltrate here, just as they had done. Sergia broke into a cold sweat, fearing a sudden attack in the heart of the Elf Kingdom. Leo asked her to be very calm and listen carefully to what he was about to reveal, because things were about to get worse. He asserted that the darkness of Erebus was also lurking somewhere, observing their every move. Suddenly, a massive burst of magical energy erupted, shaking the entire space.
In the ruins, a bright green magical explosion swept away everything in sight.
Elena Geron stood in the middle of the battlefield with a bored look. She was tired of these war of attrition battles.
She asked Haddon to quickly blow away the unpleasant stench covering the group.
Haddon immediately swung his sword to create a strong gust of wind, dispelling the pitch-black smoke surrounding them.
Elena felt annoyed and wanted to use wide-range magic to clean up this entire area to be done with it.
Haddon hurriedly stopped her, fearing there were residents nearby, even though Elena considered this just a dirty dumpster not worth worrying about. Just then, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the darkness of the alley. A hoarse voice rang out, mocking those who claimed to be heroes as a bunch of hypocrites. Bone-eating Viner, in a student uniform, stepped out, looking at Elena's group with hateful eyes. She sneered insanely, calling the others rude brats who didn't know their place. Her glowing pink eyes swirled deep into her opponents, filled with bloodthirst and evil.
She challenged them. Had anyone ever seen humans defeated at the hands of a pest?
A giant dark entity appeared behind her, declaring that their god was about to wake up.
Elena frowned and asked if that was Erebus, but was immediately scolded by that entity for daring to utter the god's name with her dirty mouth.
Elena Geron stood face to face with the demon Bone-eating Viner in the dark alley of the ruins.
Elena calmly countered her opponent's mockery, asserting that she maintained excellent personal hygiene.
She added a sarcastic remark about the foul odor coming from the demon's breath.
Bone-eating Viner was so angry her eyes turned bloodshot. She couldn't believe she was being humiliated by a human.
She hissed angrily, calling Elena an impudent brat, and swore she would make her pay.
Dark power exploded as Bone-eating Viner began to transform, vowing to tear Elena to pieces.
Her body turned into a giant snake with shiny black scales, crazily attacking forward.
Haddon quickly grabbed the panicking child to protect it from the aftermath of the battle. The child was still in shock, stuttering Angel while looking toward Elena, who was fighting. Elena turned her back to the enemy, coldly warning the one who was eager to die. In the pitch-black darkness, Bone-eating Viner proudly boasted about the number of heroes she had slain.
Her small shadow cast on the broken bricks, preparing for a more brutal attack.
Bone-eating Viner roared her proud identity, a legendary monster spreading horror. She had hunted and killed countless hero candidates over the past 100 years with her brutality.
Haddon gently stroked the child's head to comfort it, helping it calm down amidst the tense atmosphere.
Bone-eating Viner mocked Elena's anxiety, thinking she was just a fake with no real skill.
Haddon looked at her with cold eyes, asserting that the one who should really worry about their life was her.
A brilliant pink magical aura began to accumulate, radiating a terrifying pressure that caused the space to distort. Elena launched a powerful strike into the midst of the bones and obstacles Viner had created. A pillar of pink light exploded powerfully, proving Elena was an opponent far beyond what the demon could imagine. The enemy realized it was the legendary pink mana, the rare power that only Elena Geron possessed. The shockwave from the magical explosion made everything around it shake as if it were about to collapse.
Elena smiled confidently as her true identity had been completely revealed.
Bone-eating Viner was stunned for a moment by the overwhelming power of this brilliant pink magic, but then she began to laugh wildly when she heard the call from the god she worshipped.
A black energy enveloped Viner. She clearly felt the presence of the god Erebus very close by.
Elena and Haddon immediately realized the dark plot behind it, as the god she mentioned was Erebus. Bone-eating Viner had now fully transformed into a hideous half-human, half-snake Lamia. Elena decided she would destroy this monster before it could cause any more tragedy. In the palace banquet hall, Leo was shocked to hear the name Erebus from Sergia's mouth.
Leo confirmed for sure that it was Erebus, even though he had never met it. His instincts told him so.
Sergia looked at Leo in surprise, realizing there was something extremely wrong happening with his body.
Leo was shocked to realize he had returned to his normal human form in his academy uniform.
Their disguise illusions vanished simultaneously, revealing their true identities before the hundreds of eyes of the elves. Leo was extremely bewildered, not understanding why the disguise spell had lost its effect so suddenly. Erebus's crimson sparks began to appear in the palace sky, signaling the collapse of this world.
The crowd of elf guests immediately became furious. They shouted in question the two strangers who had dared to deceive the royal family.
Leo and Sergia were surrounded by hostility, while the fragments of the illusion around them were gradually fading away. An elf official pointed at them, accusing them of plotting to sabotage the princess's happy day.
Luna's silhouette gradually blurred and vanished into thin air, proving that this memory world was on the brink of destruction. Strange footsteps entered the chaotic banquet hall in the midst of the most tense situation. A voice rang out asking who they were, causing all attention to turn toward the newcomer. Leo and Luna stood facing each other amidst the collapsing banquet hall, both having returned to their true forms in their academy uniforms.
Luna looked around in a panic, asking loudly about the whereabouts of Professor Akint amidst the chaos.
Luna looked around frantically, her mouth never stopping as she asked where Professor Akint was. Amidst the magnificent banquet hall, everything began to shake and shatter into pieces.
Leo looked straight at the reality, flatly declaring that clearing the dungeon was no longer the priority.
An ancient symbol appeared on his hand. Leo knew there was only one way left to save Luna's story.
That was to destroy Erebus, the entity causing this world to collapse. Luna stood frozen upon hearing that.
A massive burst of light exploded right in the middle of the hall, swallowing the silhouettes of the three of them. Leo said in a determined voice that it was time for Luna to join him to save this world one more time. He pulled out a scepter radiating brilliant blue mana and looked at Luna, asserting that he really needed her help. He held the scepter forward, telling Luna to take it.
Just touching the folium, Luna felt a strange energy flowing through her.
The girl was dazed because of this holy relic. The scepter reacted extremely intensely to Luna's mana, making her wonder why it had chosen her.
Deep in Luna's heart, chaotic thoughts about Leo appeared, a mysterious person she should be wary of.
But for some reason, she felt like she had known this guy for a long time, like a connection from a past life. Leo's call pulled her back to reality. He repeated his plea for help.
Luna was silent for a moment and then answered softly that she would accompany him. A firm confirmation rang out amidst the space filled with light.
Holding the scepter in her hand, Luna smiled radiantly, looking very confident and extremely excited.
Standing from afar, Lunia was surprised to see her clan's holy relic in the hands of an intruder.
The red-haired elf girl felt this was starting to get complicated, especially when she saw that elf girl sighting with Leo. In the shadows, a mouthful of sharp teeth sneered, implying the presence of a terrifying force. That person was smug, thinking that whoever it was, before an omnipotent god, all efforts were meaningless. A giant entity with dozens of glowing red eyes appeared, radiating terrifying killing intent. The threat about this world being completely destroyed rang out darkly. Lunia stood watching the two of them talk without understanding a thing, but she felt it was best not to interfere at this moment. Leo casually invited the group to go meet Erebus as if they were going for a walk, making Lunia standing beside them just exclaim, "Huh?" The elf girl was truly panicking, wondering how they could confront that monster so calmly.
Leo calmly explained that the Erebus Lunia saw was probably far different from what he knew.
Lunia was still shaken, her face showing disbelief at what she had just heard.
Leo calmly explained that the Erebus Lunia saw was probably far different from what he knew. He guessed this was only a small fragment, not the complete entity.
The three stood before the deathly red sky.
Luna was excited to hear that, if it was only a fragment, with their current power, they certainly had a chance to win. While running toward the world tree, Lunia suddenly remembered that no one in the group had had time to introduce themselves yet. The three ran for their lives down the palace corridor. Leo intended to start the introductions but was interrupted. Lunia suddenly turned into a crazy fan, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Luna and introduced herself as Lunia El Lund with great honor. Luna found it strange. She wondered if meeting her was such a big deal. Lunia asserted that everyone in this world knew her reputation. They ran to a giant gate. At this moment, Leo managed to squeeze in his name, Leo Plav. Luna started to act arrogant, boasting that a genius like her couldn't hide her aura wherever she was. Lunia was moved to tears when talking to the progenitor. Leo looked at this fangirl and found it familiar, exactly like someone he had met before. Luna turned to ask Leo about the next plan while darkness was enveloping the world tree. They headed straight toward the big gate. Leo confirmed there was a monster hiding in the world tree and they would take it down. Luna looked eager, considering taking down a monster and not bad start for her glorious battle feats. Leo placed his hand on the door. The door opened with blinding light. Leo warned the team to prepare themselves mentally because there would be many obstacles ahead. Luna and Lunia had just stepped through the door when they had to halt because of a not-so-pleasant sight. A whole swarm of orcs and werewolves appeared from out of nowhere like ants. Lunia screamed in panic, asking where so many of these monsters came from. Contrary to the two girls' panic, Leo calmly determined that this was the monster's den after all. Lunia refused to back down,
bracing herself as she prepared to unleash the fire-based magic she had worked so hard to master.
Leo stepped forward, silently commending the determination of his two companions.
Luna didn't stay on the sidelines either. She raised her staff and declared that it was finally time for her to make her move. Lunia's inner fangirl surged, and she was incredibly excited at the prospect of witnessing the magic of the legendary progenitor with her own eyes. But before the battle began, Leo gathered green mana into his palms to prepare for something important. He fired a massive beam of light straight into the sky, illuminating the entire dark expanse.
The flare exploded overhead, scattering brilliant green sparks like falling stars.
Leo watched the light fade. This was the signal to guide Elena and Hadden to rendezvous with them. He turned back with a confident smile, gesturing for the group to begin their all-out attack.
Luna asked if Leo intended to lead the charge, her eyes gleaming with trust. Not making Leo wait, Luna cast a powerful enhancement spell onto his sword.
Enveloped in green mana, Leo's sword radiated a power like never before. Leo silently marveled, never expecting that he and Luna would one day be coordinating so seamlessly and perfectly once again. Leo lunged straight into the middle of the monster horde like a silver arrow, without a moment's hesitation. His hand tightened around the hilt, and a burst of glowing red light signaled the start of a devastating finishing blow. The razor-sharp blade swept through, cleaving the face of a fierce orc in a flash.
With one godlike stroke, Leo wiped out an entire squad of monsters, with blood and entrails splattering everywhere. Pausing amidst the rubble, Leo's gaze remained ice-cold and filled with killing intent.
Seeing this, Luna praised him excitedly, realizing that Leo had indeed become much stronger than before, while Lunia stood behind them with her jaw dropped. Lunia told herself she couldn't be outdone. The red-haired elf girl was determined to show off her own unique magic.
Fiery red magic circles erupted beneath Lunia's feet as she prepared to unleash her technique.
She launched her Crimson Frisbee skill, creating a powerful column of crimson light.
Glowing red energy saw blades were launched as Lunia roared with high spirits. The saw blades flew across the battlefield, shredding any monster that dared to stand in their way. Luna silently admired Lunia's skill but reminded herself not to be left behind.
Lunia waited eagerly, wondering what kind of divine magic the great progenitor would display. Luna created only a tiny spark at the tip of her finger and called it Fireball, leaving Lunia confused, thinking she must have seen it wrong.
The monsters roared as they charged, seemingly paying no mind to Luna's tiny spark. Luna just smiled suggestively. She was about to show everyone the true power of her replication magic.
A massive magic circle appeared, and that one tiny spark transformed into hundreds of blazing fireballs that surrounded the monsters.
Leo could only laugh as he watched the scene. Sure enough, Luna's brute force fighting style hadn't changed one bit.
Luna tilted her chin and ordered Leo to step aside so she could clean up the rest of the battlefield. A rain of fire missiles poured down, exploding right in the midst of the monster horde and creating a terrifying sea of flames.
Lunia was completely stunned, silently thinking that this was the true authority of a progenitor.
Lunia looked up at the scene of destruction before her with teary eyes, filled with admiration. All that remained was smoke and fire, and the extreme astonishment of the red-haired elf girl. The three stood amidst the rubble after the entire monster horde had been wiped out without a trace.
Luna began acting arrogant, putting on a show as if waiting for a compliment from Leo.
Leo just smiled and reached over to naturally pat Luna's head, leaving her both surprised and a bit flustered. Leo praised Luna for doing a great job, his hand continuing to pat her head affectionately.
Luna's face turned bright red, and she froze for a few seconds because of this overly intimate gesture from Leo.
Immediately, Luna bristled and scolded Leo, calling him an impudent human for daring to treat a senior like a child when he was clearly younger. Leo just laughed it off, saying it was because she kept acting spoiled and asking for praise. Witnessing this affectionate bickering, Lunia suddenly felt that the two of them really looked no different from an old pair of friends who had been close for a long time.
Luna kept grumbling while Leo just laughed it off to let it slide.
The scene shifted to Elena's position, where the battle with Viner was still raging on. Her lower body had completely lost its original shape as she soared into the air. Witnessing that, Elena calmly remarked, "Oh, how rude." After saying that, she gently released a magical projectile aimed straight at her opponent, instantly blasting away Marin's lower body.
However, Hardin knew it wasn't over yet. It wouldn't end that easily. Elena nodded in agreement. The seal is broken, isn't it?
Just as they suspected, Marin quickly regenerated her body on the other side, grinding her teeth and snarling, "You bastards.
I'm going to chew you up alive."
She immediately unleashed a dark magic attack directed at the two of them, but they reacted in time, jumping to either side to dodge.
Even so, it was enough to make Elena anxious. She's faster now. Is this the power of Irobos?
While she was lost in thought, Hardin suddenly shouted a warning.
A giant magical vortex had appeared right in front of her.
Without hesitation, Elena immediately thrust her hand forward, creating a magical shield just in time to block the attack. The pressure from the strike made sweat stream down her beautiful face.
The power of this attack was completely different from before. Returning to Viner's perspective, seeing Elena pushed back, she excitedly declared, "Did you think I was just faster? How stupid. How naive."
As she spoke, the monster's face revealed a look of extreme exhilaration.
This only made Elena even angrier. That hit had stung a little. It was irritating.
She clenched her fist, unleashed her mana, and shattered the pressure weighing down on her. Meanwhile, Hardin approached and reminded her, "Elena, this world," but he couldn't finish his sentence.
Elena already understood.
"I know, it's disintegrating, just like Marin earlier.
But it's not disappearing because we cleared this area. The world itself is collapsing."
At that very moment, a brilliant light blossomed in the high sky.
They quickly recognized the signal. That's Leo and Luna's signaling magic. They're calling us over, right? They must have found a clue to break this place.
Hardin placed a hand on her shoulder and suggested, "Elena, let me handle things here. You go join up with the first years."
Elena crossed her arms, worriedly saying, "Will you be okay by yourself? That demon has become much stronger."
On the other side, Viner naturally saw the light in the sky as well, startling her into a terrified scream. "Sid, you bastard! Why are those bratty heroes over there?" Facing her outburst, Hardin affirmed that he could handle it. Seeing that, the blonde girl no longer felt worried. She entrusted everything to him and quickly departed from the area.
Naturally, Viner couldn't let them easily run off to assemble their forces. "You cheeky little brat. You aren't going anywhere,"
she shrieked while launching magic toward the sky. However, at that exact moment, her face was suddenly sliced into two.
The one who struck was Hardin. "Where are you looking?"
"Your opponent is right here," he said with an icy expression. Inside Barherland Castle, Leo swung his sword, finishing off the monsters in front of him.
He muttered, "Which way is the audience chamber?"
Behind him, Luna rushed forward, continuously casting magic. While leading the group toward the audience chamber, Rowena's face was drenched in sweat.
She thought to herself, "Damn it, what kind of hellish speed is this? I can barely keep up with his movements." Even Luna felt incredibly surprised. "Who is this kid?
We only met today, yet we have such synergy as if we've been fighting together for years."
Not long after, they arrived at the doors of the audience chamber. Leo immediately told Luna to get serious.
But right at that moment, they were blocked by someone.
It was Sid Halt. "You lowlifes dare to set foot here. You are never allowed to enter this place," he roared.
But while he was gloating with his mouth wide open,
Leo charged forward and sliced his head clean off. "Why are you so talkative?" Leo complained. Sid's headless body instantly knelt and collapsed.
However, his consciousness hadn't dissipated yet.
"This kid, he has serious combat experience. Viner and Salman must have been taken down,"
he thought to himself and reattached his head, declaring, "From now on, I will use my full power. With the strength granted by the gods." As soon as he finished speaking, the protagonist only replied with a sarcastic tone, "Trash is still just trash.
Even if you use Irobos' power, I will burn you to ashes." Sid laughed coldly. "You dare provoke me? It's useless."
The moment he finished, a terrifying explosion occurred right in front of him.
It was a combination of crimson flames and Leo's extreme heat skill, leaving Sid panicked and terrified. "What? How can a low-class human use the flames of the Phoenix?"
Leo leisurely explained, "Because I'm the one who signed a contract with the Phoenix.
I've done a bit of research." Behind him, Rowena immediately recognized it as very similar to her family's secret techniques.
Back to the battle, Leo lunged forward with a heaven-shaking slash, causing Sid to let out a miserable shriek. The attack also destroyed the doors.
Leo's group entered inside.
Very quickly, they heard a strange sound.
"What is that sound?" Luna asked, but Leo was very clear.
"We finally meet again."
Irobos.
Before them, Irobos sat there with a colossal frame, both hands clutching its head. Rowena suddenly realized something and warned, "Leo, your hand."
Leo looked down at his bandaged hand and shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just a copy of your flames."
He spoke while healing himself, leaving the red-haired girl amazed that such power was only considered a copy. "Let's take care of it before it wakes up." She created a series of fireballs in the air, but her actions made Rowena anxious. "Wait, Lady Luna, if you use both,
Before she could finish, Luna smiled and snapped her fingers. Blinding magic exploded inside the room. Rowena stood frozen in place, speechless. Luna stood with her hands on her hips. Is that all there is to it? Unfortunately, her words were too premature, because when the smoke cleared, the silhouette of Irobos remained intact, completely unharmed. This heavily wounded Luna's pride, making her want to jump back into the fight. What? Not even a scratch? Look at this guy. Behind her, Rowena had to cry and plead, clinging to the ancestor to calm her down. In fairy tales, people say she is very gentle and elegant. Rowena was bewildered. Even Leo felt Luna was a bit too hot-headed. Luna was still furious, determined to teach Irobos a lesson, while Rowena sobbed, begging her to calm down. Standing behind, Leo only thought to himself, once Luna goes crazy like this, almost no one can stop her. It's nearly impossible. With no other choice, he had to use the lethal neckchop move that was extremely effective on idiots. Rowena's eyes widened. Lady Luna, are you okay? Hey Leo, how dare you hit Lady Luna? Leo lazily replied, because she kept charging in like an idiot. Unable to hold back, Luna immediately lunged forward, grabbing Leo by the collar and growling, "Who is the idiot?" The protagonist grabbed her wrist, calmly answering, "Just charging in blindly won't defeat that monster." Calm down. His words almost brought Luna back to her senses. However, Leo himself was also suspicious. This is really strange. Why did Luna's magic have no effect? Even without using stellar magic, Luna's spells should have been enough to crush it. Moreover, even if this is Irobos, it's only a fragment. While the group was still wondering, a sudden roar rang out, "You insolent fools!" Luna was slightly surprised to see Sid was still alive. His body twisted as he slowly stood up from the ground, shouting continuously, "How dare you be disrespectful before the gods? You low-class creatures dare to use your filthy feet to tread on this place. I will never forgive you," he declared arrogantly. But at that moment, Elena descended from the sky, stomping him into a puddle of mush. "Oh, I came here because I was worried about you too. It seems both of you are all right." Seeing her senior appear, Rowena happily replied, "Lady Elena, you are safe too." Chloe immediately recognized Luna's silhouette and ran over. "So this is the Nebula ancestor?" Luna, though not entirely sure, still smiled and replied, "I don't know who calls me by that title, but it sounds cool." Elena bowed respectfully, "It's a true honor to meet you. I'm Elena Geron. Very pleased to meet you. I'm Luna Robinance." Right after the introductions, Elena hurriedly ran to Leo's side with a radiant face. "Leo, are you hurt anywhere?" "Oh, if I had known, I would have come sooner." Her reaction left Luna slightly confused. Is this all there is to meeting a legendary hero? Even Luna felt it was a bit strange. Ignoring that, Elena looked toward Irobos and asked, "And what is that monster?" Leo explained that it was Irobos, and the moment she heard the name, Elena's expression changed completely. So when they said the gods were awakening, it was this thing. As if reading her thoughts, Leo explained more specifically, to be exact, this is only a fragment of Irobos, and it's still fast asleep. Hearing that, Elena realized this was an opportunity. Good. Destroy it while it's still asleep. Unfortunately, before she could cast her spell, the dog's shrill voice rang out again, "Stop, you blasphemer." He spoke while his body shook violently, as if he were using every ounce of strength to stay upright. Seeing that he was so hard to kill, Elena began to get annoyed. Why do villains always say such cliché lines? I'm almost sick of hearing them. I will crush you into dust so you can never regenerate again. Just as she was about to strike, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. The air in the room changed completely, and everyone's faces turned pale. They looked toward Luna and, sure enough, saw that he was observing everyone. Sid saw this and nearly went mad with joy, declaring, "Gods! The supreme deity has awakened. Now kneel and worship, you pathetic remnants of the legendary heroes. Tremble before the flames of this era of calamity." But he was immediately crushed into a pile of mangled flesh by the very god he worshipped. Right after, the monster lunged to attack everyone. Rowena and Elena could only stand frozen in place. However, no collision occurred. Rowena opened her eyes and saw Luna using magic to defend. That monster is truly terrifying, she whispered. The group behind couldn't help but admire. As expected, even though she is young, the ancestor is still the ancestor. Even I had no way to block that attack. At this moment, Rowena suddenly realized Leo had disappeared. Hey, more importantly, where did Leo go? Elena looked forward. If you want to find Leo, he's over there. Right in front.
Following everyone's gaze, the protagonist was trying step by step to resist the pressure radiating from Irobos. A second later, the pressure from Irobos suddenly stopped. However, that entity had completely awakened. Elena worriedly said, "What do we do now? How do we deal with something like that?" In front, Leo and Luna were extremely confident, both answering, "What do you mean? Why ask such an obvious question?" Both turned back, their faces filled with absolute confidence. This made Elena feel as if she had just woken up. It's strange. During the incident at the portal, the first years must have felt this way. A sense of admiration. "Yeah, maybe it's not so bad," she whispered, as if all the pressure had suddenly vanished. At the same time, Hardin landed and immediately asked, "What is that monster?" The blonde girl was slightly surprised. "You're still alive." "That is Irobos." Hardin's eyes widened. "What? That is Irobos?" Luna realized there was another person joining. "Are you an ally too?" Luna's face stiffened, unable to process the situation. "That is the Nebula ancestor, Lady Luna." Fortunately, Elena managed to interject, "Save the small talk for later. Leo, what is the plan to fight that thing?" Leo quickly proposed the plan. "Luna and I will take the vanguard. Hardin, support from afar. The two behind, stay safe and block all of Irobos' attacks. Rowena and Lady Elena, you two support us from the rear." Hearing that, Hardin hurriedly asked, "Wait. Shouldn't a mage like Lady Luna stand in the back? Shouldn't you and I take the front line?" Responding, Luna silently summoned her staff. "I absolutely hate having to hide in the back just because I'm a mage. Furthermore, the only ones who can stop that monster's attacks are this kid and perhaps me." Her words made Hardin ashamed as he realized she was completely right. Luna declared, "All right. We are going to smash that pitch-black thing into pieces." Leo also shouted a warning to everyone, "Remember this. Once you are touched by those black flames, they will never go out. By any means, you must avoid letting them touch you." Immediately, Luna was the first to charge in to attack. She used Hellfire magic, unleashing a destructive assault on its body. In another development, Pibua was happily observing the entire scene. "The world is collapsing. Whatever. Let's see. Show me why you are the legendary hero, Kyle." Leo's flames. Eternal flames that never go out. It burns everything created from mana. No one could resist these undying black flames until Kyle appeared. Kyle possessed a mana attribute that was the natural nemesis of Irobos. At first glance, his mana seemed to have no attribute. The protagonist recalled the explanation he once gave his former comrades: "It doesn't need to be at first glance. It truly doesn't have any attributes. It's nothing special other than being at the same level. What else is there for me to stand as an equal?" His comrade just smiled faintly. "That's not it. Your non-attribute mana is completely different from everyone else, because your mana is purer than anyone else. Purity means it has the potential to become anything. That is why you are special. In other words, your mana can turn into anything, Kyle. But looking from another perspective, it also means it is not affected by anything. Even Irobos' immortality is the same. That is why you are Irobos' nemesis." Back to the battle, Leo lunged straight toward Irobos. He focused a stream of brilliant yellow mana into his palm. As he approached his opponent, his entire body began to glow like a brilliant star. His eyes were locked on the target. Then, he used a purification skill, creating a vacuum zone that sucked all the black flames inside. Rowena and Elena were both amazed. Irobos' black flames disappeared. "What kind of magic is this?" Turning to look at Leo, he was the one who understood best. "This is unique magic that Luna created just for herself." "How about that, Irobos? This magic has saved my life countless times in battle, and it's also the very thing that once dealt you a lethal blow before." Thinking that, he shouted, "Make your move, Luna." Luna didn't hesitate, immediately casting her spell, creating countless giant magic circles surrounding the giant monster from every direction. Her whole body flared with brilliant yellow light as she unleashed her mana. However, Irobos didn't seem to be affected. It roared, leaving Leo confused. Why didn't Luna's attack have any effect? It roared, leaving Leo confused. Why didn't Luna's attack have any effect? Is it because she comes from the hero's world? That's highly likely. Irobos is also an outsider, just like me. If Luna's attack had been effective, we would be in big trouble. To land a decisive blow on that monster, she has to burn much hotter. On the other side, Rowena gritted her teeth. She used her Sacred Flame skill, covering her entire body in fiery red flames. Right at that moment, Elena gently hugged her and whispered, "So this is the flame of the Lunda family." Seeing that, Rowena hurriedly warned, "Wait, that's dangerous." But the blonde girl didn't seem to notice. "You really are a dangerous little girl, aren't you?" Rowena felt the flow of purple mana acting upon her and immediately realized the problem. "This part is sacrifice." Elena nodded and explained further, "That's right. This is hero magic left behind by the elf saint. This ultimate magic absorbs the target's wounds when cast. Currently, you are the one with the strongest mana here. Your flame is like a phoenix. The more it burns, the stronger it gets, but an elf isn't a phoenix. You can't burn forever. The moment your body can no longer take it, that will be the limit of the Lundia flame. Am I right?" Rowena's voice trembled as if she were about to cry, "But if that's the case, you will." Not letting her finish, Elena reached out to wipe her tears. "Come on. A third-year student isn't weak enough to need a first-year student to worry about. So burn brighter. Show me what you can do, Rowena El Lunda." By this time, the red-haired girl's voice had become firm. "Don't you dare regret this and cry to me later." Saying that, she unleashed her full firepower, causing the flames to burn more fiercely than ever before. Meanwhile, even though Elena was speaking powerfully, she couldn't hide her genuine worry. At Siren Academy, one must never be negligent. Opposite them, the monster wasn't sitting still. It launched a magic attack straight ahead. However, Hardin stepped out to block it, muttering an incantation, "O wind, answer my call." He drew his sword from its scabbard. Following was an extremely fast slash that cut Irobos' attack in half. The excess mana behind created a terrifying explosion. Just blocking one attack made him drop to one knee. So this is the legendary Great Calamity. I can't block it again. On his side, Leo turned to Luna. "Hey Luna, can you enhance Rowena's magic even further? I mean, can you?" Luna looked at the terrifying flame Rowena had created and gasped. "What? You want me to take control of someone else's high-level magic and then make it stronger? Say something more realistic. Let's make it feasible first." Taking control of someone else's magic requires an overwhelming gap in ability. Moreover, if it's high-level magic with complex formulas, it's nearly impossible. Even so, Leo remained convinced that she could do it. Luna was slightly surprised. "What is it?" Leo praised. "Luna, you really are a genius." The compliment made her eyes widen for a moment. She regained her confidence. "All right. I am a genius, after all. Now that I think about it, theoretically, it's not impossible, right?" Seeing her expression, Leo chuckled, just as predicted. Luna shouted, "What the?" Leo smiled, "I leave it to you." Next, Luna stood alone facing Irobos. She raised her staff. The stone embedded in it emitted a brilliant light, leaving Luna amazed. "Wait, this magic formula is so familiar. It's quite similar to the magic I'm researching and also similar to the magic I'm pursuing." The monster didn't give them a chance to wait, immediately launching another attack, swinging its giant hand toward Luna. Seeing that, Hardin hurriedly shouted a warning. A second later, Irobos' arms suddenly exploded in midair. The one who struck was the protagonist, who was standing in front of Luna to protect her. Thanks to that, Luna's magic was maintained, while the protagonist was still trying to fend off the attacks. Right after that, Luna's entire body radiated the light of the brightest star. The system immediately displayed a quest notification: "Help Luna complete the Origin of Nebula magic." Luna, the Origin of Nebula, has completed the magic. Luna stood beside Leo and happily asked, "Leo, you didn't die from that, did you?" The protagonist confidently replied, "Of course not." From Luna's position, a brilliant light began to radiate, shining straight toward the monster Irobos. Seeing this, the protagonist also let a faint smile appear on his lips. Meanwhile, Luna tightened her grip on her staff and whispered, "If it has to be this way, then over there." Elena and Rowena were still in awe of the power of the magic attack, the controlled holy flame. This means drawing magical power from the ancestor of the nebula. Before they could finish their sentence, a fierce fireball formed in the sky. Luna's voice continued, "Everything ends here. You annoying black-bottomed monster." She spoke with a smile, then directed the giant fireball downward, creating a terrifying explosion. The immense weight bore down on Irobos, forcing it to curl up like a shrimp. Everyone around stood in silence, witnessing the scene. Luna still wore a smile as if she had predicted the outcome long ago. Sure enough, just a second later, a massive explosion occurred, blowing everything away. A yellow fragment fell gently into Rowena's palm. She whispered, "It seems everything is truly over. We have defeated Irobos."
Right then, Elena couldn't suppress her joy and hugged the red-haired girl tightly in happiness. At first, I thought there would be a burnt smell. Who knew the scent would be so fresh? She said while sniffing Rowena, making her blush furiously. What are you doing? Hearing that, Elena just winked playfully. You're totally my type. That expression is so cute. Shall we kidnap you and take you back to Lumern? On the other side, Luna had also landed and was celebrating the victory. We succeeded. We destroyed that terrifying monster, and I've also completed the magic I've spent so long researching. After saying that, she turned to look at everyone. You kids, at first I thought the elf tribe was rigid and robotic, but I didn't expect there to be special people like you. The group shyly turned away. Thank you very much. Hardin also put his hand on his chest to show respect. It is an honor to be praised by you. As soon as the words left his mouth, he fell forward. It turned out Luna had hugged them both. Why bother with those formal rituals? Aren't we comrades who have been through hardships on the battlefield together? Her words made them both so embarrassed their heads felt like they were steaming, being hugged like this by Lady Luna. Is this a dream? No, it can't be a dream. Behind them, Elena saw the scene and said with amusement, the silly personality of the representatives from Siren Academy. If we took a picture to save, it would definitely be very interesting. Just as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly widened. Leo stepped forward, reaching out to pull her up. However, the woman flatly refused. Don't go touching a lady who is standing alone like that. Besides, shouldn't you worry about yourself first? Your injuries are much worse than mine. Leo looked at his palm and nodded slightly. I'm used to it, senior. While they were talking, Luna continued, that is why I have taken one step closer to my supreme magic. This statement immediately made Elena curious. What kind of secret magic are you aiming for? Exactly. Answering that question, Luna immediately pushed the other two aside and declared, don't be startled when you hear it. She stepped forward slightly, as if bracing herself. Hardin and Rowena also felt tense. The supreme secret technique of an ancestor like you. What exactly is it? Unfortunately for their expectations, the secret technique Luna mentioned was extremely ordinary. It's magic that makes flowers bloom. This statement made the group think of the kind of magic Leo had used earlier. The group, including Elena, became blank. Magic that makes flowers bloom. Then the group simultaneously turned to look at the protagonist with keen eyes, making Leo shy and unable to look back. Luna continued concisely, I will go with you. You have plans to leave here to step out into the vast world outside. Then let me go with you. As soon as she finished, she was refused by Leo. No. We can't do that. Luna sighed with a bit of frustration and asked, why not? The male protagonist stepped forward, gently patted her shoulder, and explained, we have our own journey to continue, and you also have your own path. Luna lowered her head, seemingly still unsatisfied with the explanation, but Leo only gently comforted, you will definitely find it. Wonderful friends will create great miracles with you. You are not alone. At that moment, Luna's world, the night chapter of Barharan, was completely conquered. The space began to crack, signaling that Leo's group had to leave this place, and Luna seemed to guess that too. She hurriedly asked, are you preparing to leave too? Leo nodded, that's right. I have to go. He created a flower of light in his palm and instructed, Luna Rubinens, you will become a greater magic master than anyone else. Save this world and gain the reverence of the entire elf tribe, and then you will be praised with the title of ancestor of the nebula. So, don't be insecure about yourself anymore. Confident charm truly belongs to you. At that moment, a giant magic circle appeared beneath their feet. It created the scene of a meadow full of flowers. Those words seemed to touch Luna's heart. She held a flower in her hand and smiled, replying, yes. A notification board appeared. Reward for completing the challenge, Folium. The scene shifted to a strange space. Leo's group was suddenly teleported here. Hardin snapped his fingers, creating a spark that lit up the surroundings. At the same time, a piece of paper quietly fell from above. Leo quickly caught the paper and thought to himself, although it's a bit damaged in some places, luckily it wasn't torn like my book. Shifting to Rowena's perspective, she seemed to discover something and cried out, wait, Leo. Isn't the thing in your hand the folium? Hardin's eyes widened upon hearing that. While Leo only faintly admitted, that's right. However, it looks like an empty shell. As he spoke, he turned the staff into a storage mark on the back of his hand.
Meanwhile, Elena did not forget to poke fun. Nobody expected that the first person on the continent to receive the folium as a reward wouldn't be an elf. If this secret were revealed, the people at Siren Academy would probably be choked with rage. Ignoring her sarcasm, Hardin began to entice, "Want to transfer schools, Leo?" This remark immediately made Elena so angry that she grabbed his hair, while not forgetting to remind him, "Hey you bastard, what dirty trick are you pulling?" Hardin still ignored her and continued to invite. "The Siren Academy uniform looks better than the Lerman one." Returning to Leo's perspective, he began to wonder where this was, so he observed his surroundings. Suddenly, he was startled to discover a giant statue of Luna in front of him, and it wasn't just Luna's stone statue. The group quickly discovered other stone statues. Rowena cried out, "Look this way! This is the legend Duino. These are all great heroic figures. Not one is missing," the group commented in unison. Meanwhile, Rowena discovered something else. She couldn't help but cry out, "Oh my god, could this be Kyle?" Before her was the statue of the hero Kyle, who had been forgotten in history books.